A girl, utterly engrossed in reading a novel, unexpectedly gets into a car accident. She never imagined she would actually transmigrate into the novel itself. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man wearing a crown, charging fiercely towards her. "My dear consort, does it feel good to cuckold us?" The familiar line made Shun Kwa's eyes widen. In the novel, Yun Fei, who shared her name, couldn't bear the loneliness of the deep palace and poured out her heart to her childhood sweetheart. However, she was framed, leading the emperor right to them. Enraged, the emperor killed the guard on the spot. Could it be that she was going to die on her very first day after transmigrating? Shun Kwa believed she could still try to save herself. With a wronged expression, she looked at the man before her. "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. Your consort's heart belongs only to you. How could I possibly betray you? Your consort did indeed meet with Gardley, but the person who wrote the letter told your consort that the one waiting was your Majesty." Shenqua absolutely refused to admit she had cheated. The man before her was the notoriously tyrannical emperor of the great young nation. If her crime was confirmed, then she was undoubtedly doomed. Shenqua softened her tone slightly. "Your Majesty, you are wise and mighty. It is your consort's blessing to be able to marry you and become your concubine. How could I abandon the readily available glory and wealth for a mere guard?" The great tyrant clearly didn't believe her nonsensical lies. He waved his hand, and immediately, someone dragged her adulterous partner, Gardley, forward. Gardley immediately knelt at the great tyrant's feet. "Your Majesty, spare my life. Everything today is this humble servant's fault. It has nothing to do with consort Yun Fei. Her ladyship never seduced this humble servant out of loneliness. It was all this humble servant who, overcome by lust, seduced her ladyship." Before Gardley could finish speaking, Shun Kwa sent him flying with a kick. Shun Kwa wanted to tear him apart right then. "You despicable, shameless thing. You pretend to plead for me before the emperor, but in reality, you wish the emperor would kill me. Who is the mastermind behind you? Why do you want to harm this consort? Speak." With that, Shun Kwa threw herself into the emperor's arms. "Your Majesty, you must not listen to his baseless slander. You surely won't believe him, right?" Chuli looked down at Shun Kwa. "My dear consort." Shun Kwa's sixth sense told her that nothing good would come out of the emperor's mouth. So she quickly interrupted him. "Your Majesty, Gardley has caused chaos in the harem and slandered your woman. Such a disloyal, unjust, and shameless person. Please, Your Majesty, execute him swiftly. Otherwise, what face will your consort have left to live in this harem?" The bloodthirsty Chu Li suddenly found this somewhat interesting. "Truly amusing. Are you willing to let us kill him? According to the laws of Great Yong, those who cause chaos in the harem shall be executed by dismemberment by chariots. But this execution is too bloody. How about this, my dear consort? How about you personally supervise the execution of Guard Li's entire clan?" The emperor actually wanted his own consort to personally supervise the execution of her lover's clan. Hearing this, Gardley was already scared out of his wits. "This humble servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Please, Your Majesty, do not harm my family." But Chu Li's cold sword had already struck towards Gardley. "From a moment you accepted silver to stir up trouble in our harem, you were nothing but amusement in our eyes. Men, drag him out before beheading him. Slice him piece by piece for us." At this moment, a cold sweat broke out on Shun Kwa. So, Chuli had seen through everything from the start. The reason he staged this confrontation was merely to find some amusement for himself. Everyone was just a plaything in his eyes. She thought, this great tyrant is truly ruthless. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice sounded in Shun Kwa's head. "Have you had regrets in your life? The Villain Time Machine is dedicated to serving you. Respected host number 138, system loading complete. Target villains condition detected. Please use singing as a medium to enter the first-time regression task." Shun Kwa had read countless transmigration novels in her previous life. She had seen numerous golden finger systems. Systems that could make one beautiful, instantly master 18 types of martial arts. But she had never heard of a golden finger like hers that required singing. It felt rather useless. At this moment, Chu Li, suffering an episode, clutched his head in pain. In the Panlong Hall, the serving eunuchs knelt down, their faces filled with terror. Every time Chu Li had an episode, he would go on a killing spree. When he was in pain, he made others suffer even more. Just as he was about to have all these eunuchs dragged out and beaten to death, he felt someone suddenly grab his hand. Immediately after, a melodious and pleasant singing voice reached his ears, like a beam of light in the endless night, trying to pull him back to the world of the living. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa entered the time rewind space. This mission lasts for half a shurchen, 1 hour. Host, please complete the mission to save the villainous tyrant within the specified time. Shun Kwa yelled at the system. Why would I save that tyrant when I have nothing better to do? He still wants to kill me. The system provided a reasonable explanation. According to the plot of the book, you should have been killed by the tyrant just now. Only by completing the mission can you receive a reward of 5 days' worth of life value. Therefore, please take this seriously, host. Not wanting to die, Shun Kwa could only follow the system's advice. Just then, Shun Kwa heard the sound of crying coming from the dense forest. The great tyrant of the dignified Tianqi nation, in his childhood, turned out to be a sniveling brat who got beaten up every day. At this moment, Shun Kwa, having transmigrated here, strode over. She saw several older children ganging up on a little boy named Ali. Shun Kwa found it somewhat unbelievable. Was it the great tyrant who regarded human lives as blades of grass? So, he too was once a sniveling child who would cry sadly over a small cat. Beat you to death, you bastard. Seeing Chu Li cry, the children hit him even harder. The leading child cursed viciously. No wonder the Qing Tianjin just branded him an ominous star. He jinxed his mother to death right after he was born. Serve him right. The leader was the third prince of the great young nation. He looked at Chu Li, mocking, "Look at the creature this low-born bitch raised. Wild and lowly. Beat him hard. Beat him until he lets go." Shun Kwa, standing aside, could bear it no longer. "You brats have gone too far. Stop it right now." Saying this, she rushed forward in a single bound, intending to pull the third prince away. However, her hand passed right through the third prince's body. It turned out she couldn't touch anything or any living being here. Only the mission target, Chu Li, could see her, and the only one she could touch was Chu Li. Suddenly struck by an idea, Shun Kwa ran towards little Chu Li. Little Chu Li was startled by the sudden appearance of the strange woman. Shun Kwa quickly told Chu Li that others couldn't see her and asked him not to make a sound. Then, Shun Kwa grabbed Chu Li's foot and placed it under the foot of one of the children. The tripped child stumbled in panic, crashing into the child in front of him. As a result, several children were knocked to the ground like dominoes. The third prince, his face covered in dirt, glared fiercely at Chu Li. "You little waste. How dare you trick us? Just wait and see how I deal with you." But Shun Kwa had already devised a countermeasure. She leaned close to Chu Li's ear and whispered something. Then, Chu Li walked up to the boys and shouted, "Serves you right. This is little me's punishment for you." The sky had already begun to darken. Upon hearing Chu Li's words, the children were terrified. Just then, one of the children screamed, "Ghost." Then, the children, guilty-conscienced, scrambled away, tumbling and crawling as they fled the place. Shun Kwa embraced the pitiful little Chu Li. "Don't be afraid, they're gone." Suddenly, the system prompted, "Mission time is up. Mission save the villainous tyrant completion, 5%. Reward, 5 days of life." In the next second, Shun Kwa was back in the present, inside Panlong Hall. At this moment, the emperor was lying sound asleep on her lap. The emperor's personal head eunuch looked at Shun Kwa with admiration. "Your Highness, you truly are amazing. You lulled His Majesty to sleep just by singing a song. Ever since His Majesty developed this head ailment, he hasn't slept so peacefully in a long time. If your Highness hadn't soothed His Majesty, I'm afraid we servants would have been blamed and executed by His Majesty just now." The girl who transmigrated to ancient times became an arrogant noble consort in the harem. Shun Kwa, having just returned to her own palace, was nearly angered to death by the scene before her. A palace maid was leading eunuchs in arranging her funeral. Seeing Shun Kwa, the maid jumped in fright. "Your Highness, you're not dead." Shun Kwa stared grimly at the maid before her. "I'm not dead. Are you very disappointed?" The maid, Bai, immediately explained, "Your Highness isn't dead. This servant couldn't be happier." But Shun Kwa didn't believe her words. "If you were so loyal, why arrange these white banners? Are you trying to curse me to die sooner?" Tears of grievance instantly welled up in Bai's eyes. "They said your Highness committed adultery and was caught in the act by the emperor. That's why this servant hung these things up. However, Shun Kwa, having read the original story, knew it was this very maid named Bai Yi who, under someone's orders, had brainwashed the original owner, leading to the ambiguous relationship between the original owner and Gardley. Shun Kwa pointed angrily at the maid Bai Yi. "You wretched slave girl, still dare to argue? Who told you I would definitely die? You certainly took matters into your own hands, rushing to mourn for me." Hearing this, Bai was terrified and quickly knelt down, crying out, "This servant has been wronged." But Shun Kwa had no desire to waste any more words on this marked item. "Since you cannot clearly explain the reason, then go to the Department of Prudent Punishment to prove your innocence." With that, she ordered the eunuchs to drag Bai away. The other palace maids and eunuchs were terrified. This consort Shun, when had she become so decisive and ruthless? Afterwards, Shun Kwa instructed the eunuchs to quickly remove all the white mourning banners in the palace. She also ordered people to fumigate her palace with mugwort to dispel the bad luck. Having done all this, Shun Kwa summoned the managing eunuch. "Go to the storeroom and bring out all my gold and silver. Any servant who passes by our palace gate, give them a reward. Just say it's cleansing money from this consort to wash away the misfortune. Also, you all go collect a share of the cleansing money as well." This consort is tired. At first, the few palace maids didn't understand. Why was Shun Qing acting like a wealth-scattering child? But soon they understood. In less than half a day, the entire harem knew that Yun Fei had returned alive. Moreover, she was lavishly distributing cleansing money at her palace gate. Thus, everyone began whispering in private. Why was consort Yun Fei giving out celebratory money to ward off bad luck? It must be that consort Yun Fei suffered an unexpected disaster. She definitely did not have an affair with Gardley. Now that the truth was out, she naturally had to dispel the misfortune. The scene changed. It was already the next day. The first thing Chu Li did upon waking was to ask how Yun Fei was doing yesterday. The head eunuch quickly replied, "After your majesty fell asleep yesterday, consort Yun Fei returned to her palace. She even prepared celebratory money and gave it to everyone she met, saying it was because of yesterday's false alarm. So she was scattering wealth to dispel the bad luck." Chu Li was taken aback. "We haven't even spoken, yet she, Yun Fei, is already telling everyone she was framed?" Head eunuch Sun Ping immediately lowered his head. "Your Majesty, are you angry?" Unexpectedly, Chu Li continued, "Why would we be angry? It's rare to encounter someone so amusing and interesting. We shall reward Yun Fei." Sun Ping looked utterly bewildered, unsure what His Majesty intended to reward Yun Fei with. Suddenly, Chu Li's expression turned somewhat dark. "Since she, Yun Fei, claims she was wronged, then we shall bestow upon her a grand gift to calm her nerves." Shun Kwa, having just transmigrated into the role of consort, received the emperor's reward. Head eunuch Sun Ping entered, leading people carrying the rewards. Shun Kwa's eyes instantly lit up as she looked at Sun Ping, thinking how she had nearly gone bankrupt, giving celebratory money to the palace maids. This reward from the emperor was truly timely. Shun Kwa's money-grubbing appearance left people speechless. Even Sun Ping felt his lips twitch seeing her like this. "Consort Yun Fei, this time His Majesty rewards you with 10 bolts each of silk and satin and 3 sets of buyao hairpins." Shun Kwa came out beaming, expecting to see chests upon chests of silver ingots. Unexpectedly, after listening for a long time, it was all useless items. She stared blankly at head eunuch Sun Ping. Just then, Sun Ping pulled 3 copper coins from his pocket. "And these are also bestowed by His Majesty. Your ladyship, please accept them." Shun Kwa's smile froze on her face. Sun Ping thought Shun Kwa was stunned with joy. "Your ladyship, don't be too hasty with your happiness. His Majesty is still waiting for you to express your gratitude." "Just 3 copper coins, and I have to go thank him? Are you mistaken, eunuch Sun?" Sun Ping wore an expression that said, as expected, "Your ladyship, you heard correctly. Please hurry and come back with this servant to express your gratitude." Shun Kwa truly wanted to throw the 3 copper coins right in Chu Li's face right now. He was definitely doing this deliberately to torment her. Arriving at Pamlong Hall with the head eunuch, Shun Kwa happened to see two eunuchs carrying someone out. She wondered which unlucky court official had angered Chu Li again. Shun Kwa stepped over the bloodstains and entered the chamber. "Your servant greets your majesty." Shun Kwa's voice was devoid of life, not sounding like a greeting at all. Chu Li sized up Shun Kwa. Seeing her dirted shoes, he asked, "Bower, are you not afraid of us?" Most people, upon seeing him commit murder, would have long since gone weak in the knees, let alone have the mind to properly greet him. Shun Kwa, however, looked defiant. "If your servant were afraid, would your majesty return the silver that belongs to your servant?" Chu Li didn't quite understand. What did she mean? Shun Kwa simply took out the 3 copper coins. "Your majesty, can the reward you gave be exchanged directly for silver? Your servant is a vulgar person and only likes real gold and silver." Only then did Chu Li understand. He chuckled, "Oh," and then said word by word, "No, you cannot. We hope our beloved consort can be a more refined person. Don't be too vulgar." Chu Li thought to himself, this woman dared to use him as a cover, to exploit him. Then he, Chu Li, must properly dampen her spirit. Even an amusing plaything must know who its master is. Shun Kwa truly wanted to rush up and scratch Chu Li's face right now, then tell him that docking wages is akin to murdering someone's parents. Such a person would be ambushed and beaten in a sack in the 21st century. No office worker could tolerate such a boss. But the problem was Shun Kwa could only kneel obediently on the ground, glaring at him indignantly. Chu Li felt a sense of pleasure being watched like this. He enjoyed it when others couldn't stand him but were powerless against him. "If beloved consort has no other business, you may kneel and depart." Chu Li was in a good mood now. He had found his amusement for the day. Before Shun Kwa could speak, the chief eunuch rushed in. "Your Majesty, something has happened. The servants below report." They saw a concubine in the harem secretly keeping a cat. Upon hearing the word cat, Chu Li's expression instantly darkened. Cats were Chu Li's taboo. Anyone who touched upon it would die. This great tyrant, just because one of his concubines kept an orange cat. He was about to have this concubine executed on the spot. Hearing it was an orange cat, Shun Kwa knew things were about to go wrong. Just then, Chu Li clutched his head, his expression pained. It turned out that the great tyrant had also raised an orange cat in his childhood. But the third prince, along with other children, had beaten the lively orange cat to death. When Shun Kwa had entered the time rewind space, she saw young Chu Li crying. Looking at the pitiful young Chu Li before her, Shun Kwa's heart ached. She told young Chu Li that the orange cat hadn't died because of him. Just then, the malicious third prince actually tried to kick Chu Li into the fish pond. Fortunately, Shun Kwa pulled Chu Li away just in time. Missing his kick, the third prince fell directly into the lake. Because of this, Chu Li resolved his trauma regarding the orange cat. This indirectly saved the life of the concubine who kept the orange cat. One day, Consort Ling, who managed the affairs of the central palace, hosted a flower viewing banquet. Shun Kwa, wanting to stir things up, deliberately wore a rose-red gown, knowing that red was Consort Ling's favorite color. Consort Ling said nothing outwardly, but inwardly she gritted her teeth with hatred. During the banquet, noble Lady Chi suggested everyone play a drinking game involving composing poetry. Because everyone knew Shun Kwa was unlettered, noble Lady Chi wanted to target Shun Kwa on Consort Ling's behalf. Soon, it was Shun Kwa's turn to compose a poem. Unexpectedly, Shun Kwa simply stood up and declared she couldn't. Noble Lady Chi looked at Shun Kwa with a mocking expression. It's not Consort Yun's fault. Who could blame a peasant girl picked up from a humble background? It's understandable she never went to school and can't read. To everyone's surprise, Shun Kwa, usually mild-tempered, suddenly darkened her face. Then she pointed at noble Lady Chi. "Yuji, slap her mouth." At this, not only Yuji and noble Lady Chi were stunned, but everyone present was dumbfounded. Seeing Yuji hesitate, Shun Kwa turned back to her. "You are my servant. Why are you looking at Consort Ling? Can I no longer command you?" Yuji could only brace herself, walk up to noble Lady Chi, and deliver a sharp slap across her face. At this moment, Shun Kwa slowly stood up. "I am Consort Yun, personally infected by His Majesty the Emperor. You are merely a minor noble lady. What right do you have to clamor before me? All of you listen well. Previously, I was good-natured and unwilling to argue with you. But please do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Just then, the emperor arrived. Consort Ling glared at Shun Qua, thinking with displeasure, "Let's see how the emperor punishes you, bitch." As soon as Chu Li arrived, he asked what had happened. Consort Ling, as the one managing the central palace, immediately spoke up. "It's just a small friction among the sisters." Un pesti, Chu Li vito evitabili. "Do we ask you?" Then he pointed directly at Shun Qua. "Consort Yin, you tell us." Shun Qua was taken aback. Was the emperor here to support her? "Your Majesty, noble lady, Qi committed insubordination. She mocked your servant for being illiterate, so your servant taught her a small lesson." Hearing this, Chu Li turned a cold face towards noble lady Qi. "So, it was noble lady Qi looking down on the consort we personally appointed? Are you dissatisfied that you could only reach the rank of Marin? Do you have objections?" Terrified, noble lady Qi instantly fell to her knees, begging for mercy, crying out, "Consort Ling, your highness, save me." But Consort Ling, terrified of being implicated, dared not utter another word. Noble lady Qi knew the emperor's punishments were always severe, beheading or execution. Whether she could live today depended entirely on what Consort Yin would say. But she had just offended her. How could she possibly save her? She was known as an arrogant and domineering consort. Just because noble lady Qi mocked her for being illiterate, she had her maidservant slap noble lady Qi several times. As fate would have it, the Emperor Chu Li witnessed this incident. After understanding the cause, the Emperor looked at Shun Qua. "Noble lady Qi committed insubordination. Consort Yin, how do you wish to deal with her?" At this moment, noble lady Qi, kneeling on the ground, trembled uncontrollably in fear. It was well known that when the emperor dealt with people, it was always beheading or execution by stabbing. Whether she could survive now depended entirely on what Shun Qua would say. Shun Qua pondered for a moment. Noble lady Qi was merely cannon fodder. There was no need for her to pursue the matter to the bitter end. She was different from Consort Ling, who wanted her dead. Thus, Shun Qua stated that she had already had her palace made punish noble lady Qi earlier. Hearing this, Chu Li raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain no further punishment is needed?" Shun Qua hesitated slightly. "Your servant is uncertain. Could your majesty issue an edict to deduct noble lady Qi's stipend and compensate me with her allowance?" Chu Li's face instantly darkened. Shun Qua assumed she must have asked for too much. So, she quickly added, "If not 3 months, then 2 months would be acceptable. Failing that, even 1 month's compensation would be good." Chu Li couldn't help but be amused by Shun Qua. "My dear consort, you truly are a vulgar person." Shun Qua ignored his mocking words. "Thank you for the compliment, your majesty. If you are willing to give me her entire half-year's allowance, then your servant is willing to be a vulgar person for the rest of her life." Money in hand is the most practical thing, Shun Qua thought. Chu Li had never encountered someone so blatantly avaricious. He waved his hand dismissively. "Then grant noble lady Qi's entire year's stipend to Consort Yun." Shun Qua was instantly overjoyed, becoming somewhat incoherent. "Thank you for your majesty's grace. May your majesty live a long life. May good people find peace throughout their lives." Shun Qua thought she was about to strike it rich again, only to hear Chu Li add, "The stipend won't be given to you all at once. I will instruct the Imperial Household Department to deliver noble lady Qi's portion to you each time the stipends are distributed." At that moment, a thunderclap seemed to echo in Shun Qua's heart. Was this dog emperor talking about installment payments? This dog of a man must have clawed his way onto the dragon throne through sheer stinginess. Ignoring Shun Qua's murderous expression, Chu Li departed contentedly with his head eunuch. As the farce concluded, the crowd dispersed one by one. Shun Qua, however, remained standing in the wind, shedding tears of sorrow for her lost silver. But when Shun Qua received her first stipend payment, she smiled. Unexpectedly, that dog of a man was quite generous towards women. A mere consort could receive so much money. If she became a noble consort or an imperial noble consort, wouldn't she receive even more? Just then, her palace maid reminded Shun Qua, "Your ladyship, the emperor's birthday is fast approaching. Your ladyship, what gift do you plan to present to the emperor?" Hearing this, Shun Qua clutched the allowance she had just received tightly. "My family background is humble. I cannot afford to offer anything valuable to His Majesty. It would be better to simply offer His Majesty a blessing. She was an imperial consort who seemed to have eaten a mad dog's gall. For the emperor's birthday, everyone else presented various rare treasures, yet she planned to offer only a blessing. And then she would shamelessly show up to feast and drink. After the evening banquet began, Consort Ling was the first to present her prepared gift. It was a map of the Great Yong Kingdom, embroidered with gold thread, arguably worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The minister's present showered Consort Ling with praise, remarking that she was indeed worthy of managing the harem, and even her gift was unparalleled. Shun Kua's eyes also lit up, thinking to herself that prominent families were truly different. While she was still counting her 100 or 80 taels of silver, others casually presented gifts worth a fortune. Only the emperor remained indifferent. Accustomed to rare treasures, he found this gift rather dull. At this moment, he noticed Shun Kua, who was busy stuffing herself with food. Chu Li was more curious about what kind of gift a stingy person like Consort Yin would prepare. With a mischievous smile, he looked towards Shun Kua. I wonder what birthday gift Consort Yin has prepared for us. Shun Kua, who had been thoroughly enjoying her meal, suddenly found the delicacies in her mouth less appealing. She looked at Chu Li guiltily because she hadn't prepared a gift at all. How could she have expected the emperor to ask her for a gift directly? Shun Kua felt mortified enough to die. She wondered if it was too late to feign illness. Meanwhile, Consort Ling, who knew perfectly well that Shun Kua hadn't prepared anything, began to relentlessly urge Shun Kua to present her gift quickly. Forced into a corner, Shun Kua whispered something into her palace maid's ear. Then, the maid was seen walking up carrying a box. The palace maid felt utterly distressed at this moment. How did she end up serving such an unreliable mistress? Wasn't this playing with her life? Just then, Shun Kua stood up shamelessly. This is just a small token of your servant's sentiment. Please, your majesty, wait until there is no one else around before looking at it. Hearing this, Chu Li's face instantly darkened. The ministers were also baffled. This Consort Yin was truly playing games, pulling such a stunt on such a solemn occasion. At this moment, Chu Li was utterly speechless. Could it be that this woman hadn't prepared a gift for him at all, and now she intended to play him for a fool? Yet, he seemed unwilling to give up just yet. Thus, he decided, gift or no gift, he had to see for himself. Chu Li cautiously reached out to take the red cloth. The ministers present held their breath. Consort Ling wore a malicious smirk. Consort Yin, this time you're done for. Shun Kua was now panicking to the extreme. Hadn't she told the emperor to wait until they were alone to look? It was over. His birthday would become her death anniversary. As the red cloth was lifted, a slip of paper lay within. On it, scrawled crookedly, were the words, "Your Majesty, please forgive this consort. The gift will be delivered tomorrow." Then, Chu Li, after putting down the red cloth, actually smiled. On his face, usually clouded and somber, an awkward smile was forcefully squeezed out. He looked down at Shun Kua. "Beloved consort, your majesty is extremely pleased with your gift." But what he thought was, "I'll spare your wretched life until tomorrow." She was the most audacious imperial consort in history. While others presented rare treasures for the emperor's birthday, she actually gave him an IOU note stating, "Gift to be delivered tomorrow." After reading the note, the emperor's nose nearly crooked with anger. Upon his gloomy face, he forced a strained smile. "Your Majesty is very fond of beloved consort's gift." But inwardly, he thought, "Tomorrow, I will slaughter you, wretched woman." At this, Consort Ling, standing aside, was stunned. She had expected the emperor to severely punish Shun Kua. Unexpectedly, not only did the emperor not lose his temper, he even claimed to like it very much. Just then, the system's notification sound echoed in Shun Kua's mind. Target character Chu Li's headache is about to flare up. Please prepare for the mission. But as the proudest emperor, how could he possibly have an episode in front of so many people? Chu Li held on forcefully until the banquet concluded. By then, Chu Li was even staggering slightly as he walked. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Whenever this happened, he felt the urge to kill everyone around him. When he suffered, he wanted others to suffer even more. Shun Kua, who had been following closely behind the emperor, activated the time machine at this moment. Transported back once again to Chu Li's childhood, Shun Kua discovered little Chu Li being beaten up by a group. It was simply because little Chu Li shared the same birthday as the third prince. So, every year on the third prince's birthday, Chu Li would be beaten once. By the time Shin Kwa rushed over, little Chu Li had already been thrown out of the room by several young ruffians. Seeing Shun Kwa again, Chu Li seemed to forget the pain from his injuries. With a face full of happiness, he called out, "Pretty sister." Looking at the pitiful little Chu Li, Shun Kwa felt a pang of heartache. She truly wanted to rush over and give that wretched third prince a sound thrashing. Alas, within this time reconstruction, she could only touch Chu Li. Resigned, she abandoned the thought. She took little Chu Li's hand. "Ali, don't be unhappy. Sister will give you a birthday present too." Shun Kwa secretly led little Chu Li to the imperial kitchen. She decided to show little Chu Li her skills. Soon, a bowl of vegetable noodles was ready. Little Chu Li ate the entire large bowl of noodles, leaving not even the soup. But after finishing the noodles, little Chu Li cried. Could this be crying because it tasted so good? Little Chu Li sobbed as he spoke. Ali doesn't like birthdays. Because mother died on the day Ali was born. Just then, the system prompted. Shun Kwa's mission to save the villain is complete. Shun Kwa wanted to wish little Chu Li a happy birthday. But it was too late. Transported back, Shun Kwa finally understood. No wonder the emperor was unhappy on his birthday today. It was because no one remembered that today was also the death anniversary of his mother. Realizing this, Shun Kwa rushed directly towards the imperial kitchen. She was the most frugal consort in the harem. For the emperor's birthday, while others presented various rare treasures, she actually brought a bowl of authentic Anhui beef flat noodles. At this time, the emperor's headache had finally subsided somewhat. He inquired with the eunuch beside him and learned that it was already late at night. The eunuch reported to him, "Consort Yun is seeking an audience outside, saying she has come to deliver a midnight snack." At the mere mention of Consort Yun, Chu Li's face darkened. He thought, Shun Kwa, that audacious, wretched woman, daring to give me an IOU on my birthday. She completely disregards me. Does she think bringing some food now means your majesty won't settle the score with her? At this moment, Chu Li had already made up his mind. No matter what Shun Kwa brought later, he would declare it unpalatable and then punish her severely. Just then, Shun Kwa walked in carrying a late-night snack, announcing, "Your humble consort has come to present your majesty with a birthday gift." Chu Li nearly lost his composure again. Usually a man of few words, he was now thoroughly enraged. "Xian Kuo, you think you can fool us with just any food item? You saw the rare treasures presented by the other consorts in the harem today, didn't you? Presenting food as a gift, don't you think that's far too casual? Have you no regard for us whatsoever? Or do you truly believe us to be good-tempered?" Shun Kwa, however, looked completely unfazed, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. "Your Majesty, you know your humble consort is very poor. My family background is humble and funds are tight. I cannot afford gifts like those presented by Consort Ling." As she spoke, Shun Kwa took out a bowl of noodles from the container. "This is authentic Anhui beef bamiyan, made by your humble consort's own hands. Wishing your majesty a happy birthday, and may good people have a peaceful life." Chu Li stared at the noodles in Shun Kwa's hands, momentarily stunned. "Don't think you can curry favor and act cute, and that we will just let this go." Shun Kwa was speechless for a moment. "Trying to act reserved with me, are you?" She pretended to lift the noodles. "This bowl of noodles, your majesty, are you going to eat it or not? If you don't eat it, I'll take it back and eat it myself." Chu Li truly grew anxious now. He yelled at Shun Kwa, "Something presented to us. You think you could just take it back? Put it down for us." After shouting, he realized he had lost some of his composure. The next second, he reverted to his usual demeanor. "Beloved consort, since you've brought it all this way, we shall reluctantly sample your craftsmanship." Seeing Shun Kwa standing there motionless, Chu Li added, "Put it down." Shun Kwa looked at the emperor as if he were an idiot, then stated flatly, "There's no place to put it." Because at that moment, the desk was piled high with various memorials and documents. Hearing her words, Chu Li, without a second thought, swept all the memorials off the desk. Then, with a composed expression, he looked at Shun Kwa. "Put the noodles down now. This man acts like a rabid dog. The emperor, just for a bowl of authentic Anhui beef bamiyan, could throw important memorials from his desk onto the floor. Shen Kuo stared at the emperor, utterly speechless. No wonder your kingdom is doomed, she thought. Couldn't you just call someone to move the memorials aside? Just then, Chu Li noticed Shen Kuo staring at him. What kind of look is that you're giving us? Already feeling guilty, Shen Kuo was startled and quickly replied, "It's just that your majesty is too handsome. Your humble consort couldn't help but be overwhelmed by your majestic presence." Chu Li looked unconvinced. "Beloved consort, would you care to repeat what you just said?" Shen Kuo was speechless again. "Your Majesty, the noodles will get cold soon and won't taste as good." Chu Li, for the sake of the authentic Anhui beef bamiyan, finally decided not to press her further. After presenting the birthday gift to Chu Li, Shen Kuo enjoyed a rare few days of peace. But the thought that her money was about to run out made Shen Kuo unhappy again. Planning to clear her head with a stroll in the Imperial Garden, she instead ran into Consort Ling. She saw Consort Ling punishing two palace maids who had botched a task. Just then, Consort Ling's trusted old maidservant, Momo, leaned close to her ear. Yesterday, the master suddenly summoned a group of secret agents and sent them to Liqing. Hearing this, Consort Ling grew alarmed. Father went to Liqing? Could be he found something? At this thought, Consort Ling felt a surge of panic. Quickly, go select some capable people. Intercept father's men. Suddenly, Consort Ling's expression turned incredibly dark. Actually, let's be thorough. Send another group to Liqing to eliminate the problem at its root. Shen Kuo, who had been hiding behind the rockery all along, felt a jolt of shock. Liqing was her hometown. Could Consort Ling be hiding some unspeakable secret in Liqing? Just at that moment, Shen Kuo accidentally stepped on a dry twig underfoot. The sharp crack was clearly heard by Consort Ling and her attendants. "Who's there?" Consort Ling shouted. Shen Kuo's heart sank. It's over. If Consort Ling found her, wouldn't she silence her permanently? Unexpectedly, a woman's voice sounded from behind Shen Kuo. "Your humble servant greets Consort Ling, your ladyship." The person who emerged was none other than noble Lady Qi. "Your humble servant was just passing by unintentionally. Seeing Consort Ling, I intended to leave but stepped on a twig, disturbing your ladyship." Consort Ling finally relaxed, thinking noble Lady Qi was quite far away. She probably couldn't hear my words. A false smile spread across Consort Ling's face. "Ah, so it's Sister Qi. About the flower viewing banquet last time? You don't blame this consort for not protecting you, do you? You know the emperor's temper. This consort truly had her difficulties. Here is a Yangji jade bracelet from the tributes. Consider it this consort's apology to you, sister." Having done this, Consort Ling left with her attendants. After Consort Ling departed, the very first thing noble Lady Qi did was take off the bracelet. "I wouldn't cherish something you've used." In the next second, this jade bracelet, worth a fortune, was smashed to pieces by her. This was a strange person, acting as if possessed. Consort Ling had gifted her a jade bracelet worth 1,000 gold pieces. In the next second, she smashed it to smithereens. "I wouldn't cherish something you've used." Shen Kuo quickly gathered the bracelet fragments from the floor. "There are many eyes and ears in the palace. It wouldn't be good if someone saw you smashing things. Thank you for saving me just now." Noble Lady Qi snorted coldly. "Although I'm not a good person, I still understand gratitude. I help you today, so we're even." Hearing this, Shen Kuo chuckled. "Why the rush? How can the score between us be settled so easily? Consort Ling kicked you when you were down, disregarding your life. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How about you and I join forces?" Noble Lady Qi tensed upon hearing this. "What do you want me to do?" Shen Kuo leaned closer and whispered, "I have no manpower outside the palace. Unlike you, Miss Guan, with your family's deep roots outside the palace. Arrange for a trusted aide to go to Liqing. There might be secrets about Consort Ling's people in Liqing." Subsequently, Shen Kuo capitalized on noble Lady Qi's hatred for Consort Ling, making a big issue of it, relentlessly brainwashing the naive noble Lady Qi. Finally, the two reached an agreement to cooperate. That evening, just as Shen Kuo was preparing for bed, noble Lady Qi unexpectedly requested attracted an audience. She was dressed in the clothes of a young eunuch, but her face was clearly panicked. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. After the palace maids withdrew, she could no longer hold back. With a face full of terror, she cried out, "Someone died. Consort Ling killed someone. She massacred your family." As soon as Consort Ling's people arrived in Liqing, they went straight to your home. They killed both your parents. The person I sent wanted to save your family, but the assassins sent by Consort Ling were highly skilled. I couldn't help you. At this point, noble Lady Qi almost burst into tears. In contrast, Shen Kuo kept comforting noble Lady Qi. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was noble Lady Qi's parents who had been killed. Shen Kuo had initially thought Consort Ling targeted her merely out of jealousy and competition for favor, but now it seemed there was definitely another hidden reason. Soon, Shen Kuo made a decision. You can have your people leak the clues about Consort Ling. I believe Shen Zhao's people will get the news quickly. Since both you and I want revenge, how can we miss this opportunity that Consort Ling herself has handed us? Noble Lady Qi immediately understood Shen Kuo's meaning. She planned to return at once and make arrangements. Reaching the doorway, noble Lady Qi suddenly turned back to look at Shen Kuo. Now I finally understand why I fell into your hands. So, you were playing the fool all along, hiding your true strength. Meanwhile, Shen Kuo was still applying her facial mask. Just consider that I have awakened from a long dream and become a different person. From now on, please call me Neo-Huru Shen Kuo. She was the most audacious consort in history, even arguing fiercely with the emperor over 3 copper coins. Early one morning, the emperor summoned Shen Kuo to the Panlong Hall. He handed Shen Kuo a memorial scroll. Written on the scroll was the matter of Shen Kuo's adoptive parents' funeral arrangements. Chu Li had expected Shen Kuo to be heartbroken and sad, so he very rarely offered some words of comfort. After saying this, Chu Li noticed that Shen Kuo showed no trace of emotion. She looked at the emperor calmly. My adoptive parents weren't good to me at all. They once almost sold me into a brothel. Your Majesty need not comfort me. Realizing his sentimentality was misplaced, Chu Li's tone instantly shifted. Zhen wasn't comforting you. Zhen was just afraid your tears would dirty Zhen's carpet. Shen Kuo was stunned speechless by this hopelessly blunt man's words. How could there be such a dog of a man in the world, she thought. Chu Li seemed to discern something from Shen Kuo's expression. Are you cursing Zhen in your heart? Shen Kuo quickly put on a touched expression. Your servant was just marveling at your Majesty's brilliance and might. Your Majesty showing such consideration for your servant. Your servant is truly moved. How could the astute Chu Li not recognize the falsehood? He suppressed the rising anger within him. Now that you know, you can scram. Just as Shen Kuo was about to turn and leave, she suddenly remembered something. Although my adoptive parents were not good to me, your servant still intends to set up a memorial tomb for them. Saying this, Shen Kuo took out 3 copper coins. Your servant bestows upon them these imperial gifts from your Majesty. Surely, they will be moved to tears of gratitude in the underworld. Chu Li was fuming with rage. He roared, "Take your copper coins and get out of Zhen's sight immediately." Jian, Chu Li erupted. Shen Kuo hastily scrambled away. Soon, word of this incident reached the ears of the ministers. Did you hear? The emperor and consort Yin argued over 3 copper coins. This consort Yin is truly destitute, isn't she? Even a palace maid wouldn't bother searching if she lost 3 copper coins. Meanwhile, at the residence of Minister Shen Xiao, he summoned his son, Shan Ziran, who served in the imperial guard within the palace, and handed him a secret letter. 20 years ago, your mother gave birth to your younger sister, but due to the chaos of war, you were separated from her. According to my investigation, Consort Yin might very well be your biological sister. Intelligence reports suggest Consort Ling massacred Consort Yun's adoptive parents. Their next target could be Consort Yin herself. As an external minister, I cannot enter the inner palace. But you, as a member of the Imperial Guard, must ensure your sister's safety at all costs. I heard Consort Yin recently argued with the Emperor over 3 copper coins. She must be living in poverty. Find a way to give her these silver notes. This little guard, who seemed to have eaten mad dog jerky, actually called Shen Kuo mother. Then he produced a silver note worth 1,000 taels, claiming it was a token of filial piety for Consort Yin. Shen Kuo's eyes instantly lit up. Such good fortune actually existed? Ignoring her maid's attempts to stop her, Shen Kuo accepted the substantial sum. As a return gift, she gave the little guard a copper coin tied with a red string, adding, "This is an imperially bestowed item, you know. This consort only received 3 in total. It's very precious." This moved the little guard deeply. He treated the copper coin like a treasure, wearing it on his hand. Then, beaming with happiness, he went off on patrol. Shun Kwa gazed at the silver note in her hand, her heart blooming with joy. She then instructed her attending maid, "From now on, if this little guard comes looking for me, just let him in." Sure enough, the little guard came again the very next day, holding a box made of golden Manhwa wood. Shun Kwa felt a thrill of excitement. Something presented in a priceless golden Manhwa box must surely be an even more valuable treasure. But when she saw the candied hawthorns inside, Shun Kwa was stunned. "You use a golden Manhwa box to hold candied hawthorns? Did you have mad dog jerky for breakfast?" While munching on the candied hawthorns, Shun Kwa eyed the golden Manhwa box. The little guard immediately presented the box to Shun Kwa. "This box is for you. Next time, I'll bring you a gold one." From then on, this little guard, who seemed perpetually fueled by mad dog jerky, came every single day. "This little golden whistle is for you. This little golden carriage is for you. This little golden bell is for you." Shun Kwa was utterly astonished. "I say, little guard, just how high-ranking is your father? How can he be so wealthy?" The little guard beamed. "My father is nothing special. My maternal grandmother's family is even richer. My father relies entirely on marrying my mother. He's living off her." At that moment, Minister Shun Xiao couldn't stop sneezing, who was cursing this old man behind his back. Elsewhere, in Consort Ling's palace, a spy reported the matter of the little guard gifting things to Consort Yun. Hearing this news, Consort Ling instantly panicked. Could it be? Does Shun Xiran know that Shun Kwa is his biological sister? Suddenly, Consort Ling's expression turned cold. "Since you refuse to appreciate my kindness, then don't blame me." The next day, a eunuch found Shun Kwa, saying a little guard requested her presence at the Tay Pond. Shun Kwa thought, "The little guard always comes directly to find me. Why would he send someone else to relay a message this time?" Though filled with doubt, Shun Kwa still went to the Tay Pond. Soon, the little guard ran over as well. He immediately asked Consort Yin why she had summoned him. Shun Kwa's heart jolted. "Wasn't it you who asked me to come here, saying you had something for me?" Cold sweat instantly beaded on the little guard's face. "Someone lured us here. It's a trap." Just then, a voice rang out behind them. "Audacious Consort Yin, in broad daylight, you dare to have a clandestine meeting with a strange man here. Audacious Consort Yin, in broad daylight, how dare you meet secretly with a strange man?" Hearing this, Shun Kwa's heart sank. It's over. Someone lured her here to frame her. Consort Ling arrived with a large entourage, clearly well prepared. This consort received word that a palace consort was having a secret rendezvous here. "I didn't expect it to be Sister Consort Yin again." Shun Kwa looked coldly at Consort Ling. "The little guard and I were deceived into coming here. There is no illicit affair." Consort Ling smirked maliciously. "Sister Consort Yin, you have a prior record. Weren't you caught red-handed not long ago having an affair with Guard Li?" Shin Kwa gazed at Consort Ling, her eyes filled with disdain. "The Emperor has already clarified the previous matter. Are you questioning His Majesty's sacred judgment?" Mentioning this only served to ignite Consort Ling's fury. "Since this palace holds the Phoenix Seal," she retorted sharply, "I must fulfill my duty to manage the harem. I will not allow you to disrupt the order of the inner palace time and again. Guards, seize Consort Yin and take her to my residence to await interrogation." At this, the young guard, Shun Xiran, grew frantic. He threw himself protectively in front of Shun Kwa, shouting defiantly, "Consort Ling, you dare? This young master said I didn't do it, and that means I didn't do it." Just then, a familiar, imposing voice cut through the tension from behind them. "Shun Xiran, what audacity! How dare you refer to yourself as young master within our harem? Guards, take him away and administer 20 strokes of the heavy plank." A wave of panic washed over Consort Ling. How could the Emperor be here? Who informed him? She had intended to use the authority of the Phoenix Seal to apprehend Shin Kwa, but now she could only brace herself and attempt to smooth things over. "Reporting to your Majesty," she began, forcing composure. Consort Yin and an imperial guard were meeting secretly here. Your humble servant caught them in the act. She then glanced pointedly at the bound eunuch. Speak quickly. How did you relay messages for Consort Yin? The young eunuch immediately began his confession. It was the young guard just now. He asked me to deliver a verbal message, asking Consort Yin to come here. At this, Shenhua calmly walked towards the eunuch. If I guess correctly, she said coolly, you are not a servant for my palace, are you? Then tell me, if the young guard and I were truly involved in an illicit affair, why would I employ a complete stranger like you to pass messages? Observing the eunuch's obvious panic, Shenhua pressed on. Just tell this consort who instructed you to frame me. If you do, I can overlook your transgression. I might even take you into my service. As the young eunuch hesitated, torn, Consort Ling strode forward. You dog slave, hurry and confess who the mastermind is. Have you lost your tongue? In the next instant, the young eunuch cried out, no one ordered this servant. Then he lunged forward, smashing his head against the jagged rockery, ending his own life. The emperor, who had been observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, suddenly chuckled. Most interesting. He turned his gaze towards the chief eunuch, Sun Ping, standing beside him. You mentioned a peculiar incident earlier. What was it? Tell us. Sun Ping stepped forward before the assembled group. This old servant witnessed the palace maid, Yuji, furtively making her way towards Consort Ling's residence just moments ago, Your Majesty. The palace maid, Yuji, was instantly dumbfounded. I want to find Consort Ling. I hoped her ladyship could persuade Consort Yin not to engage in improper relations with Guard Shen. Hearing this, Shenhua let out a soft laugh. How curious. I never knew this young guard's surname was Shun. How did you come to know it? Or perhaps this was all part of a prearranged script designed to frame me. Questioned so directly, the maid Yuji crumpled to the ground, utterly terrified and unable to utter a single word. Chuli shot a piercing glance at Consort Ling. You had best provide us with a reasonable explanation. Consort Ling had intended to frame Shenhua for an affair with the young guard. She never anticipated that Shenhua would so deftly unravel her scheme right before the emperor's eyes. Now, all the evidence clearly indicated that Consort Ling herself had orchestrated this entire farce. At this point, Chu Li's face was a mask of cold fury. Consort Ling, he repeated, his voice low and dangerous. You had best provide us with a reasonable explanation. Consort Ling was utterly lost. She had tried to outsmart everyone, only to lose everything in the process. A classic case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. She now stood frozen, dreading the emperor's inevitable punishment. Just at that moment, the court minister, Shun Xiao, requested an audience. The moment he saw the emperor, he fell heavily to his knees. This old minister is guilty. I implore your majesty to administer punishment. Chu Li cast a sideways glance at him. Minister Shun, what is the meaning of this display? If you have come to plead for your daughter, Consort Ling, then spare yourself the effort. Xin Xiao shot a glare towards Consort Ling before continuing. Your humble servant has not come on behalf of Consort Ling, rather. I have come, daringly, to prove Consort Yun's innocence. That young guard is actually this humble minister's youngest son. And Consort Ling, she is not my biological daughter. After considerable investigation, I discovered that Consort Yin might, in fact, be my true-born daughter. Just as I intended to investigate further, someone had Consort Yun's family silenced, murdered, fearing that the perpetrator might also target Consort Yun. This humble minister instructed his son, Tyrant, to approach her discreetly. Please, your majesty, assign blame as you see fit. Chu Li listened intently, his expression unreadable, showing no sign of anger. Minister Shan, he said finally, although your methods were rash, your motives are understandable. Henceforth, let your son be assigned duty within the Imperial Guard. As for Consort Ling, the emperor continued, his tone hardening. Your punishment shall be the forfeiture of 3 months' stipend, and you are hereby stripped of your authority to manage the harem affairs with the Phoenix Seal. We have witnessed this entire farce today. Do not mistake everyone here for fools. Consort Ling, reflect carefully upon your actions. Deprived of the Phoenix Seal's power, Consort Ling swayed, nearly collapsing on the spot. She had been merely a step away from the position of Empress, and now, in an instant, her ambitions lay shattered. At that moment, Shun Xiao called out to Consort Yun, who was turning to leave. Before he could utter another word, Shun Kwa spoke first, her voice clear and firm. Lord Shun, I am not your daughter. nor am I the Shun Kuo you once knew. Do you expect me to stand alongside Consort Ling and call you father? Forgive me, but I cannot. The Shun Kuo of the past could not either. With those final words, Shun Kuo turned and walked away without a backward glance. Elsewhere, the chief eunuch, Sun Ping, approached Chu Li, respectfully presenting the reclaimed phoenix seal. Is His Majesty intending to give the phoenix seal to Consort Yin? Chu Li merely held the phoenix seal, already finding it beneath contempt. Why should he give it to her? Sun Ping wore a puzzled expression. Then why did your majesty have this old servant testify for her? Chu Li gazed meaningfully at the phoenix seal in his hand. Since we intend to watch the show, naturally we hope for a bit more entertainment. In the next second, he crushed the phoenix seal in his hand. Shun Kuo, this woman was becoming more and more interesting. That impetuous young guard had come bearing gifts for Shun Kuo again. This time, it was a magnificent golden-laid dagger. Shun Kuo's eyes instantly lit up at the sight. This must have cost a fortune. Shun Xiren's reason for gifting Shun Kuo the dagger was because the emperor had transferred him to the Imperial Guard. Therefore, in the future, he could no longer stay by Shun Kuo's side to protect her. Hearing this, Shun Kuo felt a warmth spread through her heart. Watching Shun Xiren's retreating figure, Shun Kuo felt a long-lost sense of kinship. Just then, the Emperor Chu Li happened to pass by. He paused, looking at Shun Kuo. What are you doing here? Startled by his voice, Shun Kuo jumped, dropping the grand dagger in her hands. Chu Li directly picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. Shun Xiren gave this to you? How gaudy and impractical. Only he would gift you such a foolish thing. Shun Kuo was infuriated. Foolish? How is it foolish? It's a token of his sentiment. Saying this, she tried to snatch back her precious dagger, but Chu Li gave her no opportunity. Shun Kuo glared petulantly at Chu Li. Give it back to me. Chief Eunuch Sun Ping quickly stepped forward to mediate for Shun Kuo. Consort Yun, your ladyship, His Majesty means that weapons cannot be privately kept in the palace. Otherwise, both you and Shun Xiren will be punished. Fearing she would implicate Shun Xiren, Shun Kuo could only part with it painfully. Since His Majesty fancies it, then this item is yours. Chu Li looked at Shun Kuo with a mischievous smile. We do not fancy this dagger, but even if we dislike it, we will not give it to you. Shun Kuo nearly fainted from anger on the spot. What rotten luck! How could she encounter such an ill-mannered man? Just at that moment, a young eunuch drew a dagger and rushed towards Chu Li from behind. Shun Kuo quickly shouted, Your Majesty, be careful. But in the next second, the young eunuch had already been sent flying by Chu Li. With pathetic skills like yours, you dare attempt to assassinate us? We merely let slip some news about abolishing the 3 departments, and you couldn't sit still? Then, Chu Li turned his gaze towards Shun Kuo. Beloved consort, even if you saw someone meant us harm, you shouldn't have spoken out. Because if we abolish the 3 departments, your father, the Zhongshu Ling, will bear the brunt. Shun Kuo, however, was utterly unconcerned. What does abolishing the 3 departments have to do with me? I've said I will not acknowledge Shun Xiao as my father. Besides, abolishing the 3 departments isn't necessarily bad for the court. Don't dynastic systems require reform and renewal? Hearing this, Chu Li smiled. Reform and renewal, well said. That's quite a good reason. Since you've thought of such a fine excuse for us, how should we reward you? Saying this, he held the dagger out before Shun Kuo. Why don't we gift this dagger to you? Shun Kuo's expression darkened. Wasn't this dagger originally hers anyway? In the next second, Shun Kuo had snatched the dagger back. Since your majesty has gifted it to your servant, then your servant will not be polite. Clutching the dagger, Shun Kuo started to run off, calling back, If there's nothing else, your servant will take her leave. Chu Li watched her retreating figure and smiled. This woman was truly rather interesting. She was the most audacious consort in the harem. While others engaged in palace intrigue with schemes and plots, she always resorted directly to physical confrontation, drawing her blade at the slightest disagreement. Consort Ling, still furious about losing the Phoenix Seal, was looking to vent her anger on someone unfortunate enough to cross her path. Unexpectedly, she encountered Shun Kuo. This must be a gift from heaven, she thought maliciously. She glared venomously at Shun Kuo. Last time, I was careless and let you escape. Next time, I won't let you and Shinziren get away so easily. What Consort Ling never anticipated was Shun Kwa actually drawing a blade. Seeing the weapon, Consort Ling was utterly stunned. It was the first time she'd heard of palace fights involving actual weapons. In the next second, Shun Kwa had already swung the grand dagger, shouting, "Today I'll christen my grand dagger with you." The necklace around Consort Ling's neck snapped instantly. Only then did Consort Ling realize her neck was bleeding. Terrified by a sight she had never witnessed, she screamed desperately, "Guards, protect me!" But the palace maids beside her were equally paralyzed with fear. Shun Kuo wiped her grand dagger, her eyes filled with scorn as she looked at Consort Ling and her attendants. "Did you really think you were so formidable? So, just a bunch of useless individuals," Shun Kuo mused, her mood considerably lifted. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Consort Ling and her entourage wailing and crying where they stood. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, several consorts gathered, whispering amongst themselves. "Have you heard? They say Consort Yun is Minister Shun's biological daughter. Consort Ling just had her Phoenix Seal revoked, and now she's lost Minister Shun as her father too. I wonder how the usually arrogant Consort Ling is feeling right now. Perhaps we should pay a visit to His Majesty's palace, just to watch the drama unfold." Hearing that several consorts were seeking an audience, Consort Ling immediately laid down on her bed, feigning illness. Listening to their cheerful chatter outside, Consort Ling trembled with rage. After they left, Consort Ling finally erupted. "That bitch Shun Kuo wants to return to the Shun family, does she? Then I'll make the Shun family fall first. If I can't have something, neither can she." The next day, troubling news arrived from a court. Zhongshu Ling Shanshao had been arrested and imprisoned, jointly accused by several officials of forming cliques for personal gain. This crime was severe enough to warrant the confiscation of the Shun family's assets and exile. Hearing this, Shun Kuo froze. Shanshao had been visiting her whenever he had time recently. Just yesterday, he had brought her lychees from Huainan. How could he be in trouble today? These two imperial consorts, acting like rabid dogs, had truly lost their minds. They actually started fighting like two shrews. And right outside the Emperor's Panlong Hall, no less. The incident began because Shun Shao was arrested for forming cliques. According to the charges, his entire family faced confiscation of property and exile. Upon hearing this news, Shun Kuo panicked. Although she outwardly claimed she wouldn't acknowledge Shun Shao as her father, her interactions with the Shun father and son had allowed her to feel a long-absent sense of kinship. Now that the Shun family was in peril, she couldn't simply stand aside. Thus, Shun Kuo immediately sought out Noble Lady Qi, with whom she was friendly. Noble Lady Qi's father was the Vice Minister of Justice. She relayed that the Emperor did not currently intend to execute Shin Shao, because today in court, several censors from the censorate had pressured the Emperor to kill Shin Shao. In response, the Emperor declared he had tolerated them for long enough. Then, in a fit of rage, he had all those censors executed. Recounting this, Noble Lady Qi still wore an expression of infatuation. Beside her, Shun Kuo was speechless. Just then, a palace maid rushed in. "Your Highness, it's terrible. Consort Ling is currently before the Panlong Hall, pleading with the Emperor for Minister Shun." Hearing this, Shun Kuo was utterly furious. That confounded Consort Ling, putting on a show of filial piety at a time like this? Isn't she just forcing the Emperor's hand to execute Shin Shao? The next second, Shun Kuo stormed out of her palace gates, greatsword in hand, rushing towards the front lines. At that moment, Chu Li, busy with state affairs in the Panlong Hall, suddenly heard a commotion outside. He ordered Sun Ping to investigate. Rushing out, Sun Ping was stunned by the scene before him. Consort Ling and Consort Yin were actually fighting. The spectacle was exactly like a village shrew brawl. Consort Yin was grabbing Consort Ling's clothes, while Consort Ling, not to be outdone, clutched Consort Yun's hair. Both looked utterly disheveled. Sun Ping hastily pulled them apart. "Your Highnesses, please talk things through calmly. Why resort to violence?" Consort Ling looked utterly innocent. Consort Yun is like a mad dog, biting anyone she sees. Consort Yun, indeed looking crazed, retorted, "You're the mad dog. I received insider information that you were the one who spread those adulterous contradictory rumors about me last time. Just then, Chuli emerged. He paused for a moment upon seeing the scene. Then a sly smile spread across his face. Women fighting was truly quite amusing. These two imperial consorts, fueled by rabid dog dumplings, had actually come to blows. And it was the kind of fight that couldn't be stopped. By now, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Consort Ling and Consort Yin broke through Chief Eunuch Sun's defensive line and were grappling once more. I swear I'll finish you today. I'll take you down with me. Consort Ling shrieked. I did not, Consort Yin. Don't make baseless accusations. Everything requires evidence. Shun Kwa, gripping Consort Ling's wrist, paused momentarily, thinking I deliberately came here to fight you today. What evidence is there? The next second, Shun Kwa stomped on Consort Ling's foot. I thought, as the mistress of the harem, however nominal, you wouldn't stoop to such despicable acts. I never imagined you could be so utterly without principles. With that, Shun Kwa violently shoved Consort Ling away. Losing her balance, Consort Ling crashed heavily onto the ground, letting out an involuntary, muffled groan. Oof! Shun Kwa fixed Consort Ling with a gaze brimming with mockery. Look at my terrible memory. I forgot again that you are no longer the mistress of the harem, wielding the Phoenix Seal. Huh! At this moment, subjected to Shun Kwa's unrestrained ridicule, Consort Ling truly lost her senses to fury. This wretched Consort Yin, throwing her to the ground, was outrageous enough, but now she deliberately reopened old wounds, rubbing salt into them. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Within Consort Ling's eyes, filled with hatred, a flicker of madness suddenly ignited. In the next second, she snatched a hairpin from the ground and lunged towards Shun Kwa. Then, she plunged the hairpin viciously into Shun Kwa's body. Only after completing this act did Consort Ling realize the magnitude of the disaster she had caused. She stared at Consort Yin and then at the Emperor, who had arrived at some unknown point, utterly dumbfounded. Shun Kwa immediately collapsed into the Emperor's embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Then, her face etched with grievance, she looked at Chu Li. Consort Ling, she tried to kill your concubine over a mere disagreement. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. By now, Consort Ling was so terrified she was babbling incoherently. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. It was Consort Yin who struck first. I was merely provoked beyond endurance. But Chu Li had no desire to hear any more excuses. Consort Ling, you are unruly, unreasonable, and have injured another. Out of consideration for our past affections, I shall spare your life. Attendants, confine Consort Ling. She is to reflect on her actions behind closed doors. Effective immediately, she is demoted to third-rank Jowie. Now get out of my sight. Hearing these words, Consort Ling crumpled, utterly limp. Her prospects were now ruined, with no hope of recovery. Welcome to today's grand spectacle of harem blood feuds. Consort Yin slammed Consort Ling headfirst onto the ground with brutal force. The impact nearly caused Consort Ling to expire on the spot. In response, Consort Ling immediately snatched a hairpin from the ground and launched a counterattack. That strike nearly stabbed Consort Yin to death. Just then, the referee on site, the Emperor, called a halt to the contest. He ruled that Consort Ling had illegally used a dangerous weapon. Consequently, he demoted her directly from consort to third-rank Jowie. At this, Consort Yin nearly burst with laughter. With Consort Ling demoted to Jowie, wouldn't she have to bow low whenever she saw her from now on? Watching the triumphant Consort Yin, Chu Li remarked, Beloved consort, your acting is truly too clumsy. Shun Kwa paused, taken aback. Was her performance really that poor? She had merely calculated the angle and force precisely, so that Consort Ling could only inflict a superficial wound. That very afternoon, Shun Ziren rushed over. Hearing about the fight between Shun Kwa and Consort Ling had terrified him. Even when his father, Shun Xiao, was arrested and imprisoned the day before, he hadn't been this anxious. Seeing that Shun Kwa was largely unharmed, he finally felt completely relieved. At this moment, Shun Ziren felt somewhat dejected. I cannot save my father, nor can I protect you properly. Must I really follow father's words and seek power and position within the court? Only then can I ensure your safety? Shun Kwa looked at Shun Ziren with earnest eyes. If many think as you do, then perhaps I should contend for the position of Empress. That way, I would possess sufficient power to challenge the imperial court. Hearing this, Shun Ziren grew anxious. Don't do things you dislike. Shen Kuo regarded him, deeply gratified. Then you shouldn't do things you dislike either. The court requires civil officials, but it equally needs military generals. When you went to the Ministry of Justice prison, what did Lord Shen say to you? Shen Ziren shook his head. I asked Father how I could save him, but Father said there was no need to save him. If the Emperor wishes to kill him, he will naturally do so. If he does not wish to kill him, then no amount of clamor from others will make any difference. Shen Kuo pondered this for a moment. Although Shen Xiao was utterly devoted and loyal to the emperor, these sentiments still needed to be voiced for others to recognize them. Even if Chu Li could single-handedly maintain control over the court, he still required a justification to release Shen Xiao. Otherwise, even upon release, Shen Zhao's reputation would remain tarnished. Having reached this conclusion, Shen Kuo looked directly at Shen Ziren. I have an idea, but I need you to deliver a message. Just how arrogant was this man? He arrived before the imperial court, bringing several large chests filled with gold. He then proclaimed that his wealth was sufficient to utterly crush every official present. He was none other than Jiang Ruyan, known throughout the land as the god of wealth of the great Yong nation. He was originally Shen Zhao's third son, though he had taken his mother's surname. Later, he inherited the entire estate of the Jiang family, the wealthiest under heaven. The officials in the court were taken aback upon seeing him. Wasn't the Shen family's third young master supposed to be in Jiangnan? Why had he suddenly returned? Jiang Ruyan cast a cold glance over them. Those few officials instantly felt an overwhelming wave of malice. Chu Li, however, looked at Jiang Ruyan with perfect composure. Have you brought everything? Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Ruyan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself how Chu Li demanded money the moment he saw him. He hadn't realized before just how obsessed with money the emperor was. Just then, several strong men walked in, carrying several large chests. Following them, Jiang Ruyan knelt to the ground. This commoner heard someone reported my father, accusing him of corruption and perverting the law, of forming cliques for personal gain. Reaching this point, he shot a glare at the several officials beside him. Could it be that you esteemed sirs misunderstand the Jiang family's financial resources? Saying this, Jiang Ruyan personally opened the large chests. The golden light radiating from within nearly blinded the dog eyes of those officials. Jiang Ruyan pointed at the gold. The money I brought today is more than enough to crush all of you to death, wouldn't you say? Then, Jiang Ruyan looked towards Chu Li. This commoner believes my father would not violate the laws of the great Yong nation for a bit of stinking money. I implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly. This commoner is willing to offer all this gold without condition, as a token of respect and devotion to you, the Son of Heaven. Jiang Ruyan thought to himself that the formalities were spoken, and that should be enough. Chu Li was silent for a moment, then unexpectedly couldn't help but laugh. Third young master Shen's reasoning is sound. He waved his hand towards the officials below, ordering men to release Shen Xiao back to his residence. Await further notice. The scene changed. Jiang Ruyan, having just left the court, was led by Shen Ziren into the imperial garden. Shen Ziren even said he had a surprise for him. Seeing Shen Kuo, Jiang Ruyan was instantly stunned, because the person before him looked so much like his own mother. Just as he was about to call out sister, he was stopped by Shen Ziren. Sister hasn't acknowledged us brothers yet. Hearing this, Jiang Ruyan grew anxious. What exactly is going on with you and father? Why haven't you brought sister home immediately? What if someone else tricks her away? Shen Ziren spoke cautiously. She's already been tricked away. She is now the imperial consort with the highest title in the harem. At this moment, Jiang Ruyan was truly about to explode with rage. He yelled inwardly, "That damn dog emperor!" Just now in the Hall of Administration, he put on such a profound and enigmatic act. Cheating me out of my money is one thing, but he even cheated me out of my sister. Calming down, Jiang Ruyan approached Shen Kuo. Sister, while I was doing business overseas, I came across a type of medicine that can induce feigned death. Why don't you pretend to die, then let brother take you away? Let's not stay in the palace and suffer the temper of that dog emperor anymore, all right? Shen Kuo quickly covered his mouth. Young Master Jiang, Please don't say anymore. If someone hears this, it will be too late. In the next second, Jiang Ruyan pulled out a thick stack of silver notes from his robes. It's my fault for not preparing properly. I can only offer these vulgar things to sister as a meeting gift. Seeing the silver notes, Shen Kuo almost laughed out loud. How could I possibly accept this, young Master Jiang? Yet her hand, quite disappointingly, had already reached out and taken the notes. He was the richest man under heaven, Jiang Ruyan. A casual gesture from him produced a stack of thousand-tael silver notes. As a lover of money, how could Shen Kuo possibly resist such temptation? Though her words declined, her hands shamefully accepted every single note. The scene changed again. Jiang Ruyan had arrived at the Shun residence. At this time, the Shun manor was tightly surrounded by the Imperial Guard, leaving no passage. The guard commander explained that because Minister Shun had just left the Ministry of Justice, fearing danger, His Majesty had personally arranged for them to protect Minister Shun. Furthermore, the Emperor had asked him to relay a message to Shen Xiao. If Shen Xiao allows himself to be caught by leverage again next time, then we will show no mercy to such a useless person. Hearing this, Jiang Ruyan couldn't help but complain to Shen Xiao. I say, old dad, that dog Emperor married your own biological daughter. Aren't you angry? Shen Xiao sat down with a solemn expression. Naturally, I'm angry that the Emperor married Shen Kuo. However, during my recent ordeal, if not for the Emperor bearing the pressure, I fear I would have been beheaded before you could return. Everyone says the Emperor is tyrannical and incompetent. He himself often claims not to care about the Yong Empire. But we all know he merely has an unresolved knot in his heart that he cannot untie. Jiang Ruyan sighed. These are all the sins sown by the previous emperor. Then, Jiang Ruyan's tone shifted. Today, I went to the palace and saw sister. Hearing this, Shen Xiao nearly jumped up. Xian Kuo, how is she in the palace? She hasn't been implicated because of me, has she? Jiang Ruyan reassured Shen Xiao. Yunfei is well in the palace. But right now, it would be best to expel that treacherous consort Ling, who bites the hand that feeds her, from the family register. Shen Xiao froze. What had happened? Jiang Ruyan's tone gradually turned icy. After you were arrested and imprisoned, that consort Ling deliberately went to the emperor to plead for you. She couldn't possibly be unaware of the severe consequences harem interference in politics would bring upon you. If the emperor were truly incompetent, he would surely have had you executed with a single stroke. Hearing this, Shen Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Could Consort Ling truly wish him harm? Jiang Ruyan continued. According to the news I received, fortunately, Consort Yin caused a major scene at the time. She ended up in a fierce fight with Consort Ling over it, and Consort Ling even stabbed her shoulder with a hairpin. If it weren't for my sister stepping in, I fear we father and son wouldn't be seeing each other today. We should announce to the world right now that she, Shen Kuo, is the true daughter of our Shun family. Shen Xiao wanted to do just that, but he feared Shen Kuo herself wouldn't agree. A sly smile appeared on Jiang Ruyan's face. Since you are currently in distress, why not make good use of sister's sympathy? The esteemed Grand Secretary Shan, sitting right at his own doorstep, drinking away his sorrows, while the entire Shan residence is surrounded by the Imperial Guard. This instantly drew a crowd of onlookers. What on earth has Lord Shen done? Isn't that the wine Lord Shen is drinking, the kind reserved for marrying off a daughter? Just then a busybody in the crowd shouted, Lord Shen, wasn't your daughter married off long ago? With great sorrow and indignation, Shen Xiao cried out, Imagine me, Shen Xiao, finally finding my own flesh and blood daughter, only to discover she's already married. The onlookers were completely bewildered. Had Lord Shen drunk too much? Wasn't his biological daughter Consort Ling in the palace? Shen Xiao raised his wine bowl, his expression desolate. If she were my real daughter, why would this official be here drinking his sorrows away? This statement thoroughly piqued the curiosity of the gossiping crowd. Then who is your biological daughter? And where did she marry? Given your Shen family status, you could easily have the other party marry into your family. A group of people chimed in agreement. Marrying into the Shun residence as a son-in-law? Most people couldn't even ask for such an opportunity. That way, you could keep your daughter by your side, always protected. How wonderful. At this, Shen Xiao suddenly became agitated. Everyone, speak cautiously, because this official's biological daughter is none other than the current consort Yin. Although marrying into the palace to serve His Majesty majesty is a blessing earned from a past life. My Shun family has only had this one daughter in 3 generations. To have her marry into the deep palace like this, where I can barely see her a few times a year. The crowd now felt great sympathy for Shun Xiao. So, Consort Ling in the palace wasn't Lord Shun's real daughter after all. Hadn't he raised someone else's daughter for over a decade for nothing? And his true daughter had also married into the palace. Before he could even enjoy the bliss of family reunion, he was separated from her visits by the palace gates. This is truly tragic. The crowd turned to glare fiercely at the commander of the Imperial Guard. Beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on the commander's face. This was truly an undeserved disaster for him, he thought. Shun Xiao had his servants bring out wine bowls. Today, everyone who sees this daughter's red wine gets a share. Let's all drink together. The onlookers were very supportive, and for a moment, cheers and calls of approval filled the air. Lord Shun, this wine smells wonderful. Give me a bowl too. Shun Xiao poured a bowl of wine and walked over to the Imperial Guard. Commander Liu, you and your men have a bowl too. Commander Liu waved his hand. Thank you, Lord Shun, but we are on duty and cannot drink alcohol. The surrounding commoners became indignant. Lord Shun finally found his daughter, only for her to be trapped in the deep palace. And now, even Lord Shun himself is confined? What kind of things is the Emperor doing? And these officers insist on obstructing him. The faces of the Imperial Guards burned with indignation. So, besides killing people and guarding doors, the Imperial Guard also had to take the blame for the Emperor. Just then, Chu Li suddenly sneezed. Who could be cursing me? He wondered. At that moment, an Imperial Guard came to report, Your Majesty, Lord Shun Xiao is drinking at his own front gate, attracting a crowd of onlookers. He publicly declared that his biological daughter is not Consort Ling, but Consort Yun, and even handed out daughter's red wine to the passers-by. Unet pesti, Julis mai. This is good news. Go and fetch a jar of that wine for us. Summon Consort Yin to share this wine with us. That old fox Meng actually publicly announced that Consort Ling isn't his biological daughter, and that his real daughter is the current Consort Yin. Word of this matter quickly spread within the palace. Upon hearing the news, noble Lady Qi immediately sought out Shun Qua. Although there were rumors in the palace before, this time, Shun Xiao has formally acknowledged it, hasn't he? I think this is a good thing. Look, you don't dislike them, and you even went to great lengths to help them. And they're also hoping for your early return home. Why don't you go home sooner? Wouldn't that make everyone happy? Shun Qua hesitated, unsure for a moment. Noble Lady Qi continued to persuade Shun Qua. Don't overthink it. Whether it's true or false, what does it matter? Even if they mistook the person, so what? Didn't the Shun family still manage to elevate Consort Ling to the position of master of the harem before? The Shun family still values old ties. Just then, a young eunuch arrived with a message. Consort Yun, His Majesty summons you to Panlong Hall. Hearing these words, Shun Qua suddenly slumped onto the table, utterly drained, while noble Lady Qi wore a mischievous smirk. On this, I'm afraid I can't help you. Arriving at Panlong Hall, Shun Qua properly paid her respects to Chu Li. The great Tyrant, however, held a wine cup in his hand. Beloved consort, is the wound on your shoulder any better? Sien Qua nodded. Much better. Consort Ling didn't use much force anyway, she thought. It wasn't that severe. At this moment, the chief eunuch, Sun Ping, presented a cup of wine before Shun Qua. Beloved consort, taste this wine. Can you discern any particular flavor? Shun Qua never cared much for drinking, so all wine tasted the same to her. This is daughter's red. In our great young nation, there is a custom. Whenever a daughter is born into a family, the father will store a jar of wine upon her first full moon. Then, when the daughter marries, it is brought out to serve the guests. This wine carries a father's deep affection and attachment for his daughter. It seems my father-in-law is quite dissatisfied with us. Shun Qua quickly shook her head. Lord Shun definitely does not think that way. He was merely overcome with emotion for a moment. Julis, my Fai Li, beloved consort, how do you know his thoughts? Are you admitting you are his daughter? Shun Qua was momentarily stumped, unsure how to respond. Beloved consort need not feel too troubled. We shall send men to return Shan Shao to the Ministry of Justice's prison. We think he is simply too comfortable. He needs to be properly entertained with some instruments of torture. Hearing this, Shun Kwa truly panicked. May your majesty show mercy. Lord Shun, my father, he was just overjoyed for a moment, having finally found your servant. He didn't know how to express himself, which led him to do these things that displeased your majesty. It was absolutely not his intention. Please, your majesty, forgive him. As soon as the emperor stepped out of the palace gate, he saw his own guard lifting his imperial consort high in the air. Shun Xiren, you're slacking off during your duty. What the hell are you doing holding our consort? Just moments before, Consort Yin had admitted she was the Shun family's biological daughter. When Shun Xiren saw his own younger sister, he could no longer hold back his tears. Shun Kwa initially thought Shun Xiren had been bullied by someone. It turned out that Shun Xiren, being a martial artist, possessed internal energy. He had overheard the conversation between Shun Kwa and the emperor. At this moment, Shun Kwa tried to move past Shun Xiren, intending to go around him. Unexpectedly, Shun Xiren grabbed her hand directly, calling out, "Sister." Shun Kwa instantly grew anxious. "Let go of me first. You're still on duty right now. Brother, we can talk later." Hearing this, Shun Xiren nearly went mad with joy. "What did you just call me?" This time, Shun Kwa clearly and earnestly called out, "Brother." In the next second, Shun Xiren swept Shun Kwa into his embrace. "I'm so happy." Just then, the Emperor Chu Li walked out. The moment he emerged, he saw Shun Xiren lifting Consort Yin high, shouting, "My dear sister." The chief eunuch quickly tried to smooth things over. What a beautiful scene. Consort Yin has finally reunited with her family. This is all thanks to your majesty. Chu Li, however, just gave a cold snort. We merely wanted this play to be a bit more interesting. But in the next second, he could no longer contain himself. Shun Xiren, what are you doing holding our consort during your duty hours? Shun Xiren immediately fell to his knees. Your majesty, forgive me. Your subordinate couldn't hold back. It wasn't intentional. Chu Li stared at him with a grim face. Men, take him away. He won't be guarding the main gate anymore. Send him to guard the latrines for us. Let's see how you embrace anyone when you stink. Shun Xiren immediately begged for mercy. Your majesty, please just give me the plank punishment instead. Chu Li revealed a wicked smile. Then we shall grant your wish. Just as Shun Kwa was about to stop the emperor, a voice came from behind her. Your majesty, please ensure you strike him with force. The newcomer was none other than the third young master Shun, Jiang Ruyan. He had arranged matters at his residence and immediately entered the palace, hoping to be the first to hear his sister. Call him brother. Unexpectedly, Shun Xiren had beaten him to it. At this moment, Shun Xiren looked utterly bewildered. Third brother, why would you do this? Am I still your biological brother? Shun Xiren cried out, utterly bewildered. Jiang Ruyan, however, didn't even spare him a glance. Anyone who tries to take my sister from me is an enemy, he declared coldly. The next second, he rushed towards Shun Kwa, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Sister, don't mind him. Fourth brother has trained in martial arts since childhood. He won't die from a little beating. I actually brought you a welcoming gift today, but the guard stopped me when I entered the palace. Saying this, he held out his empty hands towards Shun Kwa. For now, I can only offer you these. Please don't look down on them. Sister, if there's anything else you want, just tell your brother. At this moment, no one noticed that Emperor Chu Li's fury was about to explode off the charts. In the next instant, he finally erupted. Guards, drag Shun Xiren and third young master Shun, Jiang Ruyan, drag them all out. Give them a harsh beating with a plank. The moment the emperor stepped out of the palace gates, he saw his own imperial guard playfully lifting his consort high in the air. Shun Xiren, you're neglecting your duties during your shift. What the hell do you think you're doing, holding the emperor's consort? In the very next second, Chu Li saw third young master Shun, Jiang Ruyan, rushing towards Shun Kwa with an obsequious smile. Sister, please don't scorn these welcoming gifts. Sister, if there's anything else you desire, I'll bring it to you next time. At this point, Emperor Chu Li's anger completely boiled over. Guards, drag Shun Xiren and third young master Shun, Jiang Ruyan, drag them all away. Give them a severe beating with the plank for us. The scene shifted, now inside the palace of the former consortling. Ever since Shun Yin had been demoted to Jowie, she vented her frustrations on her palace maids daily. Why? Why did she get to snatch everything that was mine the moment she arrived? Status, power. I have nothing now. It was my soft heart that left behind the root of today's disaster. And Shun Kwa, her life is just too resilient. Just then, a matron rushed in. Your ladyship, stop. Third young master Shun has arrived. Your ladyship, please go and compose yourself first. This old servant will have him wait in the side hall. At this moment, the former consort Ling felt a flicker of panic. Jiang Ruyan was actually coming to see her? This shrewd third brother of hers was the hardest to fool. He always seemed to see right through her thoughts. Shun Yin had always been reluctant to interact with him in the past. Having composed herself, Shun Yin forced a charming smile and walked out. Jiang Ruyan glanced at her. Even the tea leaves in your palace cost a fortune. This pot of Taiping Ho Kue is something even the emperor might not drink every day. Shun Yin reached out, tugging at the corner of Jiang Ruyan's sleeve. It's because third brother and grandmother dote on me. They always think of sending me the best things. With your favor, naturally, the food and provisions in Bixiao Palace are the finest. Now that sister consort Yin has been found, I will send half of everything from Bixiao Palace to her from now on. Jiang Ruyan looked up, his gaze cold. You possess such kindness? Third brother, I don't like hearing you say that. Now that sister consort Yun's identity is known to the world, she and I are true sisters. Then why did you fan the flames when father was in the most danger? Why did you contribute to his downfall? Shen Yan's hand, clutching his sleeve, trembled. A cold sweat beaded on her face. Third brother, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Jiang Ruyan abruptly flung her hand off. The Shun family has always maintained an upright and honorable reputation. Even if you are not the Shun family's biological daughter, the Shun family still raised you for 18 years. How did they end up raising such an insidious, treacherous, and disloyal person like you? Father and fourth brother rarely interact with women. They might not see clearly, but that doesn't mean I can't see through your schemes. Don't even think about hiding them from me. Xinyan, out of respect for grandmother's affection for you, I will warn you one last time. If you dare harbor improper thoughts again, don't blame me for completely removing you from the family registry, stripping you of the Shun surname, and making you crawl back to wherever you came from. You'd better watch yourself. From now on, I won't give you another cent. You have disappointed me immensely. Even venomous snakes and scorpions wouldn't harm the father who raised them for 18 years, let alone someone like you, who possesses a human heart. Having said his piece, Jiang Ruyan flicked his sleeves and stormed away. At this moment, Shun Yin, sitting collapsed on the floor, let out a cold laugh. Every single one of you talks so nicely, saying Shun Kwa and I are the same. But the moment Shun Kwa appeared, you all flocked around her. Did you ever care about me, the one who lived with you for 18 years? You were the ones who were unkind and unjust first. Next time, I will strike even more ruthlessly. I will make you understand that I am 1,000 times more capable than that useless Shun Kwa. I will make you regret abandoning me. Other transmigrators get to live lavishly in the palace. But when Shun Kwa transmigrated into the palace, besides having to deal with the anger of the consorts, she must also be ready for hand-to-hand combat with assassins at any moment. An imperial consort living like a sword-wielding guard. On the very first day Shan Xiao returned to the imperial court, he proposed abolishing the 3 departments in his own position. He declared his willingness to be the first under the knife for the sake of the great young nation. The court officials were instantly aghast, their faces darkening. Chu Li, however, was somewhat surprised. Shen Xiao, are you certain? Shen Xiao's stance was resolute. The new reforms require a break from the past. Your humble servant is willing to be this sharp blade, carving out a future for our great young nation. Zhu Li Smai, I hadn't realized, Shen Xiao, that you were so devoted to the country and its people. Shen Xiao sighed. Consider it this humble servant's gratitude for being able to find my young daughter and my desire to do something for the generations to come. Chu Li immediately granted his approval. With Shan Xiao setting a precedent, it became much easier for Chu Li to make his move. He promptly announced the decree abolishing the 3 departments. This system, which had persisted for centuries, was thoroughly dismantled. However, the former court erupted in a chorus of curses. It was heard that over at Panlong Hall, there had already been multiple assassination attempts. Yet, Chu Li's martial prowess was formidable. These days, the corpses carried out from Panlong Hall required carts to be hauled away. Even Shen Kuo found herself implicated. Fortunately, Shen Kuo had been a special agent in her previous life. Possessing rather good skills, she managed to survive the successive assassination attempts. Regarding this, Shen Kuo was furious. This palace doesn't understand. Why do you insist on trying to kill me? What use is killing me? This palace cannot change that dog emperor's decisions. But the reason given by the assassin was that Shen Kuo's father supported the emperor, and moreover, the emperor doted on Shen Kuo. Because Shen Kuo had remained unharmed through several disturbances in the rear palace, her position even becoming increasingly stable, killing her would surely cause that dog emperor heartache. Hearing this, Shen Kuo nearly died of anger. That stingy tyrant is especially good to me. He snatches money from me every day. How is that being good to me? You assassins are truly blind. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Host, apologies for interrupting your chat, but I must remind you, your life force is almost depleted. This imperial consort, who seemed fueled by mad dog jerky, was currently locked in a fierce battle with an assassin. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in her mind. Respected host, your balance is insufficient. To avoid disruption to your normal online status, please recharge at the service desk as soon as possible. Shen Kuo's face darkened. This system was truly cold and heartless. Couldn't it see she was in the middle of a fight? The assassin at this point was utterly bewildered. Is this woman daydreaming? She looks down on me far too much. A dignified assassin like myself, reduced to fish on a chopping block. He roared, a scholar can be killed, but not humiliated, and launched a full-force strike toward Shen Kuo. The next second, Shen Kuo struck him down to the ground. Shut up. Can't you see I'm annoyed right now? Thinking she needed to quickly trigger the time machine renewal fee, Shen Kuo looked at the assassin on the floor. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I have an idea. At this moment, the emperor was just preparing to rest. Suddenly, he heard from outside that Consort Yun sought an urgent audience. Then, he saw Shen Kuo rush in weeping. Your Majesty, an assassin tried to assassinate your consort. Chu Li was taken aback. The assassin? Following this, Shen Kuo lifted the unconscious assassin. The assassin is right here. It was terrifying. The chief eunuch, Sun Ping, was utterly stunned. Your ladyship, you certainly keep yourself busy. Shen Kuo, however, continued to play the victim. So scary, your majesty. He frightened your consort. I was so scared. Cold sweat trickled down Chu Li's back. It does look quite terrifying. Even the assassin was beaten in such a state by her. Shen Kuo looked pitifully at Chu Li. Your consort was implicated because of you, nearly meeting a violent end. Your Majesty, surely you won't disregard your consort, will you? Chu Li grew somewhat wary. What do you want? Your Majesty, does your head still ache? Would you like your consort to sing for you? Unexpectedly, Chu Li refused outright. Then what does your Majesty wish to do? Your consort will assist you. Hearing this, Chu Li smiled. Whatever we wish to do, will our beloved consort truly assist us? Shen Kuo thought, isn't this the opportunity? Just then, Chu Li reached out and began tugging at his own robes. We happen to be preparing for a bath. Beloved consort, you shall help us wash. This stunned Shen Kuo completely. Your Majesty, surely that is quite unnecessary. Chu Li turned back, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he looked at her. Beloved consort, did you not just say you would assist us in whatever we do? Then why are you not entering quickly? Seeing Shen Kuo look like she wanted to flee, Chu Li called out directly, Eunuch Sun. The very next second, Sun Ping apprehended Shen Kuo. Consort Yun, your ladyship, if you please. Follow this servant this way. Don't keep his majesty waiting. Shen Kuo cried out, I'm not ready yet. But the next second, two palace maids had already seized her arms. My lady, you don't need to prepare anything. Just come with me quickly. At this moment, Shen Kuo's mind went completely blank. Wait. What on earth is happening? Is it too late for me to just smoothly roll away now? The great tyrant, Chu Li, actually demanded that Shen Kuo bathe him. This request nearly made Shen Kuo's jaw drop. Your Majesty, surely this is unnecessary. The next second, the chief eunuch grabbed Shen Kuo. Consort Yunfei, please proceed. It wouldn't do to keep his majesty waiting too long. Subsequently, two palace maids pulled Shen Kuo into the bathing chamber. Shen Kuo thought to herself, isn't this like a lamb entering the tiger's den? Just then, the chief eunuch brought over a basin of hot water. My lady, you may just hand his majesty the hot water from here. Shunqua's face was instantly filled with question marks. So, bathing the emperor just meant handing him hot water? At that moment, Chuli suddenly appeared beside Shenhua. Could it be that our dear consort wishes to bathe together with us? Shenhua hastily expressed that she did not. Chuli wore a mischievous smile. We just observed our dear consort's expression, seemingly quite disappointed. We had assumed our dear consort was the wild type. These words made Shenhua blush furiously. Your Majesty, perhaps you should proceed with your bath quickly. She thought, please, just let me go. You may be shameless, but I still care about my reputation. You have no shame, but I do. At this moment, Shenhua looked at her own reflection in the basin of water, overcome with shame. This damn dog emperor actually dares to mock me. I'll give you something to laugh about. Saying this, Shenhua plunged her hands into the water and washed them furiously. Let's see you use my hand-washing water later. Little did she know, Chuli had already silently approached from behind her. Then, Shenhua saw a pair of feet step before her. Caught in the act, Shenhua was so embarrassed she stammered. Your Majesty, you finished bathing already? Your servant hasn't even added hot water for you yet. Chuli flicked his damp hair. Add hot water for us? Does our dear consort wish to watch us bathe so intently? Shenhua felt as if her face was about to catch fire. No, absolutely not. Your Majesty, since you have finished bathing, your servant shall take her leave. She thought, this is utterly mortifying. Subsequently, the chief eunuch saw Shenhua rushing out. Consort Yunfei, where are you going? Are you not going to bathe? Shenhua's head shook like a pellet drum. Absolutely not. Then, my lady, are you not resting in Panlong Hall tonight? Hearing this, Shenhua flared up. Who said I was going to rest in Panlong Hall? Sun Ping was startled by this irritable consort Yunfei. Didn't consort Yunfei say she encountered assassins? Within the imperial palace, only Panlong Hall is the safest. Shenhua was rendered speechless for a moment. She thought, Panlong Hall safe? Safe my foot. Isn't the emperor targeted for assassination almost daily? I saw it with my own eyes just a few days ago. Consort Yunfei, please rest assured, those scoundrels cannot even harm a single hair on His Majesty's head. You may rest peacefully. No problems will arise. Just then, a warning flashed in Shenhua's mind. Respected host, your balance is insufficient. To avoid disruption to your normal online access, please recharge at the service desk as soon as possible. One has seen consorts vying for favor, but Shenhua, who was stubbornly insisting on staying in the emperor's palace, was truly the first of her kind, because Shenhua's time was running out. Thus, between saving face and saving her own skin, she decisively chose the latter. Host, everything is for the sake of survival. Keep going. Shenhua deeply agreed with the system's words. That's right. In this world, nothing is more important than staying alive. Host, to avoid witnessing indescribable scenes, the system will withdraw for now. My spirit shall remain with you. At this moment, 10,000 horses felt like they were stampeding through Shenhua's heart. She cursed inwardly at the system. You get lost. Just then, Chuli, who was reading, noticed Shenhua. Why haven't you left yet? Shenhua felt a pang of guilt. Wasn't it your Majesty who asked me to stay? Chuli instantly became annoyed. When did we ask you to stay? Return to your own palace. Panlong Hall does not permit women to stay overnight. The short-tempered Shenhua also grew angry. Why should I stay just because you tell me to stay, and leave just because you tell me to leave? This time, I refuse to leave. What kind of person are you? How could there be such a man in this world? Following that, Shenhua directly lay down on a nearby couch. Chuli was infuriated. Shenhua, we ordered you to get out. How dare you ignore us? However, Chuli then discovered that Shenhua had actually fallen asleep. Truly asleep. Chuli nearly exploded with rage on the spot. How could anyone in the world fall asleep so quickly? Was she a pig? In the next second, Chuli reached out towards Shenhua's neck. Damn woman. He wanted to strangle Shenhua right then and there, but Chuli hesitated. Then, he snorted coldly. We shall spare you for now, considering you are still useful to us and can amuse us. Next time, we will definitely kill you. At this moment, Shenhua was sound asleep, talking in her dreams. Chuli, in the same room, was kept awake by the disturbance. Just then, the system woke Shin Kuo up. Host, wake up quickly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a relapse of the target Chu Li's headache. As long as the host finds the right moment, you can activate the time machine to initiate time regression. Shin Kuo looked at the irritable Chu Li suffering from the episode. She thought, this isn't really worth congratulating, is it? She slowly turned her head to the other side. Is it too late to pretend to still be asleep? At this time, Chu Li was clutching his unbearably painful head. Shin Kuo, since you're awake, why are you still pretending? This consort, who seemed to have eaten a mad dog, was named Shin Kuo. She actually dared to linger in the emperor's bedchamber, refusing to leave. Chu Li, already extremely irritable, was directly angered by her to the point his headache flared up. Shin Kuo, you dog woman, you actually dared to feign sleep after waking up. Shin Kuo quickly scrambled over to Chu Li. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. Please give your servant a chance. Chu Li remained cold-faced. Beloved consort, you know you're wrong now. Weren't you quite fierce earlier, insisting on staying in our bedchamber? Shin Kuo's face instantly turned red. Isn't that because your servant is the wild type? When your servant sees your majesty, I just can't control myself. Beloved consort, you finally admit you're the wild type? Shin Kuo was already blushing furiously by now. Your majesty, don't be so blunt. Your servant will get shy. Chu Li looked at her and snorted coldly, full of lies and nonsense. Just then, he realized his head didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. We remember, beloved consort, that you have a fine singing voice. We heard from Sun Ping that last time. It was your singing that lulled us to sleep. Shin Kuo heard this. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Your servant will sing for you. You should sleep for a while. She thought, this great tyrant has been angered by me into a sleepless night. When dawn breaks, he still has to attend court. Even a god couldn't endure this. She helped Chu Li onto the bed. Then she began to sing. Chu Li, already exhausted, fell asleep instantly. At this moment, the system reminded Shin Kuo to activate the time machine. Host, you need to complete the mission within half a church in 1 hour. Shin Kuo, having traveled to the secret realm, opened her eyes. But what appeared before her was a group of people singing and dancing. Where's my little Ollie? He wouldn't be here, would he? But he's still so young. How could they let him come to this kind of place? The system prompted her to look towards a corner. There, little Chu Li was leaning against the wall, asleep. Coming closer, she realized little Chu Li had drunk alcohol. Why did you drink alcohol? Didn't anyone tell you children can't drink? Little Chu Li looked pitiful. The Hu people came to pay tribute. Father Emperor had the princes accompany them. Father Emperor and my imperial brothers all drank. Ollie couldn't refuse either. But Ollie doesn't like drinking with them. Those Hu people killed many citizens on the border. But why does Father Emperor still drink with them? Shin Kuo looked at little Chu Li, her heart aching. Little Ollie was only 6 years old at this time. Yet, what he was constantly exposed to was either fraternal strife or armed conflict. Even so, his mind was still filled with such a clear sense of good and evil. Perhaps only when you sit on that throne will there be answers. At only 6 years old, little Chu Li already knew how to attend drinking parties. Looking across the entire world of banquet attendants, this was unprecedented. Shin Kuo found him in the corner of the room and led him away from there, following little Chu Li's directions. The two arrived at little Chu Li's residence. Shin Kuo stared at the dilapidated house before her, stunned. Have you always lived in this broken house? Little Chu Li looked somewhat embarrassed. It's okay. Someone will come to fix it. If the house collapses, Third Imperial Brother won't be able to make me live here anymore. Shin Kuo looked at the adorable little Chu Li, her face full of heartache. In this imperial palace, finding such a dilapidated place wasn't easy. The third prince wanted to continue tormenting little Chu Li, wouldn't let this house collapse easily. Little Chu Li tightly gripped Shin Kuo's hand. Elder sister, can you stay with Ollie for a while? Please don't leave right away, okay? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. In the next second, he ran into the house. When he reappeared, he held a rope in his hand. Little Lee didn't want his sister to leave. Little Lee wanted his sister to stay with him every day. As Little Lee spoke, he tied the rope around Shin Kuo's hand. Shin Kuo looked at little Chu Li and smiled. How could Little Lee be so adorable? Never mind tying sister up. Even if you put me in a cage, it will be fine. It's getting late. Little Lee, you should sleep soon. Sister will sing for you. Just then, the system reminded Shun Kwa that the task was over. Mission: save the villainous tyrant. 7% complete. In the next second, Shun Kwa was back beside the Emperor. Her first reaction was to prepare to run. While the great tyrant was still asleep, if not now, when would be the time to slip away? The chief eunuch guarding the door was stunned to see Shun Kwa. Consort Yunfei, where are you going so late at night? But Shun Kwa completely ignored him. Being ignored, Sun Ping sighed. Why leave again in the middle of the night after everything seemed fine? The two gossiping guards, however, were whispering amongst themselves. The next day, the matter spread throughout the palace. It was heard that Consort Yunfei went to Panlong Hall last night. She went the previous evening and only returned the next morning. I heard from the eunuchs at Panlong Hall that the Emperor, there were sounds all night long. The sounds coming from Consort Yunfei seemed like singing. Consort Yunfei is naturally beautiful. It's understandable for the Emperor to be a bit vigorous. Just then, the chief eunuch's son Ping appeared behind the crowd. You have time to gossip here? Hurry up and get back to your work. The palace maids were instantly frightened and scattered. Sun Ping watched their retreating backs, speechless. Why is everyone so gossipy? This damned emperor had been used and discarded last night. Now, his confidence was shaken. Walking down the path, he constantly felt the palace maids were mocking him. Suddenly, he turned to Sun Ping with a dark expression. Sun Ping startled, thinking the emperor is going to harm me. In the next second, Chu Li spoke. Am I really that terrifying? Was it necessary for her to pull on her clothes and run? Sun Ping thought to himself, don't many clients in brothels also pull up their trousers and run? At this moment, a thunderclap went off in Sun Ping's mind. Heavens, doesn't this mean the emperor was essentially used and discarded by Consort Yunfei? Her pulling up her trousers and running meant she didn't want to take responsibility. At this point, Chu Li saw the look of pity in Sun Ping's eyes. Sun Ping, I haven't settled yesterday's account with you yet. You'd better restrain yourself. If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to arrange for Consort Yunfei to stay, would there have been so much trouble? Sun Ping, however, remained nonchalant, thinking inwardly, wasn't this servant just thinking of His Majesty's interests? A man must strike first to gain the upper hand. However, Chu Li did sleep well last night, which was indeed thanks to Shin Kwa. But upon hearing those palace maids still gossiping incessantly, his face darkened once more. Meanwhile, in Yixiang Palace, Shun Kwa, having just woken up, stretched lazily. Sleeping in her own palace was still the most comfortable. Last night in Panlong Hall was too uncomfortable. Her whole body felt like it was falling apart. Just then, a palace maid walked in carrying clothes. Your ladyship, breakfast is ready. Please change and dine, your ladyship. Your ladyship must be tired. Shun Kwa looked utterly bewildered. What did I do? Why are you looking at me like that? Today's breakfast was exceptionally lavish. Shun Kwa ate very slowly. Just then, noble consort Qi burst in, shouting, Shun Kwa, you slept with the emperor last night. Shun Kwa, who was eating, nearly choked to death. These rumors, who did you hear them from? Where did you get this news? Who is trying to harm me? Noble consort Qi wiped away cold sweat. Why are you more agitated than I am? So, did you or did you not sleep with the emperor? What did you two do? Shun Kwa was speechless. Can you not ask so directly? Also, we were not in the same bed. Noble consort Qi's jaw nearly dropped. You and the emperor weren't in bed? Are you two that wild? Hearing the word wild, Shun Kwa completely broke down. It's not what you think. Nothing happened between the emperor and me at all. We just rested in the same chamber. At this moment, noble consort Qi suddenly lowered her head. She spoke in an extremely disappointed tone. Shun Kwa, oh Shun Kwa, I thought you had such a beautiful face, brains when needed, and a figure to match. Yet, you and the emperor reached this stage, and you still haven't secured him? Are you incapable? Shin Kwa felt the blatant mockery coming from noble consort Qi. She lowered her head and let out a cold laugh. It seems no explanation will work. Let the world be destroyed. I'm tired. She was the most frugal noble consort in history, having once argued with the emperor over just 3 copper coins. But now, she had become wealthy overnight, sitting on a mountain of gold. Just the day before, the richest man, Jiang Ruyan, had been burning the midnight oil calculating his accounts. Just then, Xin Xiao walked in. What are you doing up so late instead of sleeping? Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruyan replied, I'm preparing the money for redemption. Hearing this, Shun Xiao instantly flew into a rage. You rebellious son, how dare you go to a brothel? Today, I'll break your wretched legs. Jiang Ruyan hastily explained. I'm going to redeem my younger sister. My spies in the palace reported that the emperor forced himself on sister, showed no tenderness at all, and then drove her out of the bedchamber afterwards. Hearing this, Shen Xiao was instantly enraged. He dared to use my daughter and then just cast her aside? At this moment, Jiang Ruyan revealed his plan. He intended to redeem Shen Kuo from the imperial palace. Then, he would go to Jiangnan and build her a mansion even more luxurious than the palace, gathering all the handsome men in the world for his sister to choose from. At this point, the father and son looked towards the imperial palace with pity in their eyes. We must let her live a carefree and happy life, free from worries about food and clothing, doing whatever she wants. The next day, in the imperial palace, Shinziren had just finished his shift and was planning to go off duty. Suddenly, he saw two familiar figures rushing towards him, both carrying ridiculously large bags on their backs. He looked at his father, completely bewildered. "Why are you two here? I just finished my shift. Is dinner ready at home?" Shen Xiao grabbed him by the clothes. "What dinner? Did you see your sister in the palace today?" Shinziren smiled. "Sister? Oh, she's doing very well. When she came to pay respects earlier, she even reminded me to eat properly." Now Jiang Ruyan was somewhat puzzled. From the sound of it, sister doesn't seem to have been wronged. Could the information be mistaken? I could only bribe some eunuchs in palace, mates to be my eyes and ears. If I acted too obviously, I fear the emperor might think our family intends to usurp the throne. Just then, Jiang Ruyan put down the large bags he was carrying. To compensate sister for the grievances she suffered, I certainly have the means. He pointed at the two large bags of gold and silver, looking at Shinziren. "Quickly, take these inside to sister." The scene shifts, arriving at Panlong Hall. "You're saying Consort Yunfei didn't accept the monthly allowance?" The chief eunuch, Sun Ping, looked awkward. Consort Yunfei said she doesn't lack money. Just moments ago, Sun Ping had gone to deliver the monthly allowance to Shen Kuo. But Sun Ping was nearly stunned speechless by the scene before him. It's Eunuch Sunday. There's no need for this month's allowance. My family has given me far too much. Even the children in the palace have benefited. Eunuch Sun, would you perhaps like to take some back to enjoy? Hearing this, Chu Li crushed the teacup in his hand, because he really didn't have anything else valuable enough to crush. Some time ago, Yunfei was fighting with us over copper coins. Now, she even disdains our monthly silver allowance? She looks down on our copper coins now. Is that it? Someone, bring Consort Yunfei here to see us. She was an imperial consort, arrogant from her overnight riches, even wearing 10 large diamond rings to her audience with the emperor. Chu Li was nearly blinded by her attire. "Next time, you are forbidden from wearing this outfit to see us." Shen Kuo almost burst out laughing internally. She was rich now, utterly bold. Just then, Chu Li took out a memorial scroll. "In a few days, the vassal king of Qingtsong country will arrive in the capital. We want you to preside over this banquet." Shen Kuo looked at Chu Li with a smile. "Since your majesty wants your servant to host the banquet, then where is the silver?" Chu Li suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. "Hasn't our beloved consort been very wealthy recently? We shall leave it to our beloved consort to figure it out." Shen Kuo instantly sensed trouble. "Your Majesty, receiving a vassal king is official business. Why should your servant use her private funds? Your servant cannot accept this task." Chu Li's face instantly darkened. "Accept the decree or defy the decree. Choose." At this moment, a thunderclap seemed to echo in Shen Kuo's mind. Defying the decree equals execution of the 9 relations, equals losing both money and life. Realizing this, Shen Kuo could only accept the decree through tears. Chu Li looked at Shen Kuo with a smug expression. "Thank you for your hard work, beloved consort. If you need anything, just mention it to Sun Ping." At this moment, Shen Kuo was trembling all over with anger. She truly wanted to leap forward and bite this dog emperor to death. "Isn't it just a mere banquet? Your servant will definitely arrange it beautifully for your majesty. Your servant will take her leave now." Sun Ping watched Shen Kuo's retreating back, speechless for a moment. "Silver is consort Yunfei's lifeblood. Your majesty, why must you provoke her like this?" We just enjoy seeing her unable to do anything to us." Back in her own palace, Shen Kuo grumbled. "This dog emperor throwing this hot potato to me. The state banquet has numerous rules. Chu Li must be trying to find an excuse for me to make a mistake, so he can punish me. An attendant Lin, who was originally in charge of receptions, probably won't miss this chance either. She will definitely wait for me to make a mistake and kick me while I'm down." At that point, I'll likely be severely punished. Thinking this, Shun Kuo sat up. Just wait and see. I am determined to pull off this state banquet. Having said this, Shun Kuo suddenly got off the bed. She pointed a finger towards the moon in the sky. That surnamed Chu. I pray that Chu Li gains Tenjin. I hope the heavens quickly send someone to deal with him. That arrogant consort Yun, acting like a rabid dog. He actually told the current Minister of Rites to go serve as a tomb keeper for the late emperor. Others, like the former consort Ling, Shun Yin, heard about this immediately. She quickly sought out the Minister of Rites. As soon as the Minister of Rites saw Shun Yin, he began to pour out his grievances. Consort Yin disregards all etiquette. This old minister doesn't know what to do. First, she wanted to just find some unused hall to hold the banquet. This old minister told her that the late emperor always received vassal kings and ministers in the Zichan Hall. This matter cannot be handled so carelessly. Shun Kuo looked sternly at the Minister of Rites. You speak of the late emperor, but the one sitting on the dragon throne now is our emperor. Minister, since you miss the late emperor so much, why don't you go to the imperial tombs and serve as a keeper? The position of Minister of Rites is too demeaning for you. At these words, the Minister of Rites nearly burst into tears. This state banquet is doomed. Why did His Majesty entrust it to Consort Yin? Just then, Shun Yin took out a pouch of silver and handed it over. Since His Majesty wants to give Sister Consort Yin a chance to gain experience, if something really goes wrong, it will be her burden alone. But one fears that you might get implicated as well. The Minister of Rites understood immediately. Subsequently, Shun Kuo received the Minister of Rites' request for leave. It seems everyone is watching this matter, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. At this moment, Shun Kuo received a letter from Shun Xiao. That old scoundrel from the Ministry of Rites actually deserted his post. I must impeach him. Daughter, you must not overexert yourself. If anyone dares to curse you, just tell father. I'll crush them in the imperial court. Shun Xiao continued analyzing in the letter. The emperor dislikes extravagance. If it weren't for the civil officials clamoring to hold a state banquet, he wouldn't even bother. It's just that the old customs passed down from the late emperor's generation are deeply ingrained. And Chu Li wants to use this state banquet to make a statement. The palace maid beside Shun Kuo looked worried. It's not that this servant doesn't trust your highness. It's just that, your highness, you haven't really managed this matter at all. In the morning, you exercise to stay fit. At noon, you secretly count your little coins. In the afternoon, you eat right on time. And at night, you sleep so comfortably. Yet Shun Kuo continued to sip her tea with confidence. Everything is under my control. I will show them a thing or two. Let them see what I'm capable of. She was the most audacious consort in the rear palace. The emperor asked her to welcome the envoys, but she intended to drive them away. At this moment, just outside the Xuanwu Gate, the large delegation of envoys from the Qingtsong kingdom arrived. However, they saw only Shun Kuo with a few palace maids and eunuchs there to greet them. The eldest prince of the Qingtsong kingdom looked displeased. We have traveled far. Is this the hospitality of your esteemed kingdom? Shun Kuo wore an arrogant expression. And so, have I not come personally to welcome you? The eldest prince gestured dismissively. Just you? Don't think I don't know the rules of the great Yong kingdom. Envoys from foreign lands are always first greeted by imperial princes, leading officials. You women should stay in the rear courtyards, dutifully serving. The men, hearing this, Shun Kuo became unhappy. The great Yong kingdom currently has no imperial princes. Naturally, I shall act in their stead. Your kingdom has come to the great Yong kingdom, this time, to pay tribute. Our nation welcomes you out of respect for the rights befitting a vassal state. Since your esteemed kingdom has no sincere intention in coming, and even speaks insolently, then my great Yong kingdom does not welcome you. The eldest prince was furious. You woman, fortunately, the state preceptor beside him stopped him. Don't lose your temper yet. The current emperor is not like his father. We already suffered a loss 3 years ago. In the past, every time they came, they would enjoy themselves in the great Yong kingdom and then return with a large sum of consolation money. When had they ever suffered such indignation? With that, the eldest prince waved his hand. Isn't it just tribute? Several attendants immediately brought forward several large chests filled with various precious gold, silver, and jewels, overflowing chests. Shun Kuo struggled to prevent her mind from being clouded by the gold and silver. Forcing herself to remain calm, she picked up a gemstone. Just this sort of third-rate quality item, brought to make up the numbers. Considering you've come from afar, I won't haggle with you. In that case, allow me to fulfill the duties of a host and show you esteemed guests around. Soon, it was time for the evening banquet. The location was set in the Imperial Garden, and many court ministers had also been invited. Just then, Chu Li slowly emerged. The eldest prince immediately stood up. We have traveled far from our country and are finally granted an audience with the Son of Heaven. Chu Li looked at him and smiled. Are you complaining that we arrived too late? The eldest prince faltered. Today, I spent the day touring with your esteemed consort Yunfei. I have been eager to seek an audience with your majesty, but haven't had the chance. It was my impatience that led to such words. I meant no offense. Chu Li let out a cold laugh directed at him. Yunfei is our consort, and our most highly ranked, beloved consort. Her company should suffice for you. At this moment, Chu Li's gaze towards the group was filled with disdain. Look quickly at those palace maids serving the dishes. They look exactly alike. At this point in the banquet, Chu Li stared coldly at the envoys. Could it be that the Qingtsong kingdom is dissatisfied that we had our beloved consort receive you? The previously arrogant young prince of the Qingtsong kingdom instantly lost his swagger. No, that's not it. We hold the utmost respect for her ladyship of your esteemed nation. Seeing her attire of bright yellow, we couldn't help but be reminded of your majesty. It turned out that in the great Yong kingdom, only the emperor could wear bright yellow. If the emperor felt his imperial authority had been offended, it wouldn't just be punishment. Punishing this consort would, in a way, settle the score for us. Hearing the words yellow clothes, Shen Kuo felt a jolt of panic inwardly. Oh no, she had forgotten to change. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Chu Li wrapped an arm around Shen Kuo's waist. Smiling at the crowd, he announced, "We and our beloved consort are always like this." The eldest prince of the Qingtsong kingdom looked awkward. No wonder this consort Yunfei was so brazen. But was Chu Li truly someone lost to feminine charms? 3 years ago, when he first met this emperor, wasn't he still radiating a sharp, formidable aura? As Chu Li announced the start of the feast, several palace maids carrying exquisite dishes walked out. It turned out these maids looked identical. The eldest prince was completely bewildered. I thought these twins were here to dance. He thought to himself, what's so special about these dishes? I want large chunks of meat. At this moment, Shen Kuo couldn't care less whether these people liked the food or not. In any case, she was on a feast heartily. After all, she had paid for all of this. Today, she absolutely had to eat her money's worth. Her chopsticks moved like a whirlwind, and in a flash, the plate before her was empty. Then, Shen Kuo glanced over at Chu Li, who hadn't eaten a single bite. Your Majesty, please eat. Your consort carefully prepared all of this for you. Chu Li looked at the slightly greasy dishes before him and stated, "We do not eat these." Just then, Shen Kuo presented a plate of peeled prawns to Chu Li. Your Majesty, just try one bite. Your consort has peeled them all for you. If your Majesty doesn't eat them, I'll have to save them for my fourth brother. Chu Li subconsciously glanced towards Shun Xiren and noticed that Shun Xiren was practically drooling onto the floor. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared on Chu Li's face. He then picked up a prawn and put it in his mouth. How can something belonging to us end up in someone else's mouth? The ministers watched the emperor and consort Yunfei. This scene of harmonious affection completely stunned. This was truly too harmonious, too beautiful. The formidable tyrant Chu Li was actually displaying affection with consort Yunfei at a banquet. This was simply unheard of. Everyone present was astonished. Was this still their tyrant? Could the person sitting on the dragon throne be an imposter emperor? This was too outrageous. Our emperor was acting far too abnormally. At this moment, Shun Yin, seated below, nearly exploded with anger. She had originally wanted to see Shen Kuo make a fool of herself, then seize the opportunity to win back the emperor's favor. Unexpectedly, not only had Shen Kuo stolen the limelight, but she was now showing affection with the emperor in front of everyone. Shen Yin simply couldn't sit still any longer. Your Majesty, merely eating like this is somewhat dull. Why not have some entertainment to liven things up? In her mind, Shun Yin fantasized about leading the court dancers onto the stage shortly, drawing all eyes to herself. Even the emperor would be captivated by her once more. But the reality was that upon hearing her words, Chu Li's face instantly filled with murderous intent. Ling Zhao, you find this dull? Just then, the eldest prince of the Qingtsong kingdom slammed his hand on the table. This esteemed consort speaks correctly. Just eating is indeed rather uninteresting, since we need entertainment. I wonder if the valiant men of Great Yong dare to compete. Xinyan was now utterly dumbfounded. Your consort meant court music and dance. But the two men had completely ignored her. Chu Li looked at the eldest prince with contempt. Eldest prince, how do you wish to compete? At this, the eldest prince stood up directly. The soldiers of the Great Yong Kingdom are renowned for their skill in battle. My Qingtsong Kingdom has long admired this fame. Today presents a rare opportunity to witness it firsthand. Shun Kuai stared across with a look of displeasure. Is this fellow complaining that the dishes I arranged weren't to his liking? Trying to settle the score with fists instead? I fear it's not that simple. This Qingtsong Kingdom, they intend to probe the national strength of Great Yong, don't they? Shun Kuai feigned a worried expression as she looked at Chu Li. At this moment, a wicked smile touched Chu Li's lips. Eldest prince, if you wish to gauge the strength of my Great Yong, there's no need for such elaborate measures. Zhen understands perfectly well the urge to show off now that your wings have hardened. The state preceptor of the Qingtsong Kingdom immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. It is merely a simple martial contest for entertainment. Our warriors of the grasslands share this custom. If the emperor dislikes it, then let us forget it. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, the emperor is indeed as difficult as ever. He hasn't relaxed his guard against us in the slightest. By feigning retreat, I make it harder for the emperor to refuse the request for a contest. Otherwise, as the ruler of a nation, he wouldn't be able to back down without losing face. Shun Kuai, standing aside, was practically seething. If not for the fear of exposing himself, he wished he could annihilate the opponent using modern combat techniques. Just then a figure strode forward. Mere foreign warriors. Your humble servant alone can take them all on. This person was none other than Shun Kuai's fourth brother, that Shun Xiren who seemed possessed by a mad dog's fury. This Shun Xiren, seemingly possessed by a mad dog's fury, he made wild claims at the state banquet, proclaiming that he alone could defeat all the warriors from the Qingtsong Kingdom. He even knelt properly on the ground, requesting the emperor's permission. Chu Li, however, wore an indifferent expression, approved, but Shun Kuai broke out in a cold sweat. Really let him fight one against a group? In that case, your consort shall go instruct the servants to prepare the grounds. After receiving confirmation from Chu Li, Shun Kuai immediately summoned her personal handmaiden, Qing Dan, and gave instructions for preparing the venue. Having finished these tasks, Shun Kuai looked towards Shun Xiren. At this moment, Shun Xiren was preparing to fight one against three, and three ferocious warriors from the Qingtsong Kingdom at that. Shun Kuai couldn't help but sweat for him. No matter how skilled he was in martial arts, wasn't taking on multiple opponents like this a bit too reckless? As for Xinyan, who had suggested the court performance, he probably wouldn't understand until his dying day how his proposal for court music and dance had somehow turned into a martial arts competition. Soon, a formal fighting arena was erected. As a member of the Imperial Guard, Shun Xiren's standard weapon was a saber, but using a saber would likely make it difficult to fight three opponents. Now, Shun Xiren was seen holding a gleaming silver spear, because his weapon of expertise was the long spear. Across from him, the three men wielded various weapons they specialized in. Leading them was a powerfully built, burly man. In his hands, he gripped a pair of large iron hammers that matched his own formidable size. Shun Kuai hardly dared to watch any longer. Please, Shun Xiren, you absolutely cannot be careless. Otherwise, if one of those hammers hits you, you'll be turned into mincemeat. At this moment, the eldest prince of the Qingtsong Kingdom wore a malicious smirk. Once that reckless fool is killed, it will also serve to severely dampen the emperor's sharp edge. As the head eunuch Sun Ping waved the horsetail whisk in his hand, the martial contest officially began. Shun Xiren tapped the ground with his toes and shot forward with the speed of lightning, too fast for the eye to follow. But the warriors opposite him were already prepared. The warrior with the handlebar mustache swiftly dodged the fierce strike. Before he could counterattack, however, Shun Xiren had already thrust his spear out again. stabbed in the thigh. The mustached warrior howled in pain. Just then, the other warrior charged forward. Shinziren whipped his spear around, striking the warrior squarely on his not-so-bright head. In a mere instant, he had easily dispatched two opponents. The next second, Shinziren was already rushing towards the lead warrior. However, when his spear struck the leader's massive iron hammer, the man didn't budge an inch. At this, the eldest prince of Qing shouted towards the lead warrior, "Useless fool! Kill this brat for me, quickly!" Hearing this, the warrior raised his great iron hammer and brought it crashing down. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison, "Quick dodge!" But at this moment, Shinziren actually raised his spear to meet the blow head-on. This Shinziren, seemingly possessed by a mad dog's fury, he actually dared to clash directly with the #1 warrior of the Qing kingdom. The lead warrior swung his massive iron hammer, smashing it downwards. The next second, the gleaming silver spear in Shinziren's hands snapped in two with the impact. Shinziren inwardly cried out, "Damn it!" Immediately following, the warrior's other great iron hammer came smashing over. Shinziren was instantly blasted back several meters and smashed heavily onto the ground. Xinyan watched, her face covered in a cold sweat. She cried out in alarm, "Fourth brother, no," thinking that fool better not die. If the Shun family found out that she was the cause of this incident too, they would settle old and new scores together, and she would be finished. At this moment, the first warrior within the arena wore a triumphant expression. Not only was his opponent's weapon broken, but now his head was cracked open too. It was time for him to finish the job. He raised his twin hammers, leaped into the air, and declared, "Now, prepare for your journey." The next second, the twin hammers struck the ground, shaking the earth. Shun Kuo was stunned by the scene before her, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shun Yin fainted dead away in her chair. If Shinziren died because of a martial contest she had instigated, Jiang Ruyin would surely make her pay with her own life. Just then, a voice echoed from within the arena. The great Yong kingdom never fears a strong enemy, and it certainly knows no path of retreat. The one who shouted this was Shinziren, and lying beneath his feet was none other than the first warrior of the Qing kingdom. "Today I, your young master, have won. Ha!" Cheers erupted instantly from the crowd. They hadn't expected Shinziren to turn defeat into victory. The eldest prince of the Qing kingdom was so enraged he smashed the wine cup in his hand. At that moment, Shun Kuo shouted, "Quickly, call the imperial physician." Chu Li looked at Shun Kuo with a hint of jealousy. "What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear Consort Yunfei's words?" An official beside him hurried off to summon the imperial physician. Chu Li then turned his gaze towards Shun Yan. A palace maid was desperately trying to wake her. "My lady, wake up quickly. Imperial Guard Shun is fine." Hearing this, Shun Yin slowly regained consciousness. Shinziren came directly before Chu Li to request a reward. Xinyan also hurried over. "Your humble servant boldly requests your majesty to reward Imperial Guard Shun for bringing glory to the nation." Chu Li glanced at Sun Ping, who was holding a tray piled with gold ingots, and waved his hand. "Indeed, he deserves a reward, but you showed no regard for your own life. How can soldiers dare entrust their lives to you in the future?" Shinziren looked utterly bewildered at Chu Li. Chu Li looked sternly at Shinziren. "As a commander, you must not rely on luck, nor can you indulge in reckless bravery." How irritable was this consort Yunfei, who seemed to have eaten gunpowder. She actually cursed the officials, telling them they were talking nonsense, passing gas. At the state banquet, just moments ago, Shinziren, by his own strength, had overturned 3 warriors from the Qing kingdom. This caused the provocative eldest prince of the Qing kingdom to lose face completely, storming off furiously after smashing his cup. At this point, various murmurs arose from the ministers. A perfectly good state banquet had ended on a sour note. Appearances should have been kept harmonious, especially at a state banquet hosting foreign envoys. When the Qing kingdom issued their challenge earlier, Consort Yunfei should have changed the subject. How could she follow their lead and resort to arms? Engaging in combat lacks the grace of our great nation. Music and dance are the core of a state banquet. Consort Yunfei is unfamiliar with state etiquette. It's no wonder she disregards decorum. Hearing these whispers, Shun Xiren could no longer hold back. Shut your mouths, you bunch of useless rice buckets. When the Qingsang Kingdom was throwing their weight around earlier, why didn't you stand up and speak? The ministers looked at Shun Xiren with arrogance. Imperial Guard Shun, don't think you're so remarkable. The road ahead is long. Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We are upholding the etiquette passed down by our ancestors. That is the proper way to treat guests. Just then, Shun Kuo slowly walked towards the crowd. Although I may not quote classics, I understand your petty calculations all too well. You're afraid of angering the barbarians, worried that if war breaks out, your own positions won't be secure, aren't you? The ministers, struck where it hurt, were instantly rendered speechless. Even common folk in a market know the principle of hitting back when bullied. Yet you ministers pretend to be deaf and dumb. And afterwards, you wipe your mouths and start spouting nonsense, passing gas. The ministers flushed red with anger from the scolding, but they didn't give up retaliating. Your Highness, your words damage feminine virtue. Several ministers looked towards the emperor. Truly, Your Majesty, as you can see, Consort Yunfei disregards propriety and the law. She is truly unfit to preside over such an important state banquet. Then, the ministers saw countless gleaming swords appear before their eyes. Chu Li gazed coldly upon the crowd. We originally intended merely to numb your tongues, but that way, we wouldn't be able to hear your tearful cries for mercy. Chu Li then signaled to the leader of the Imperial Guard behind him. Take him away. 50 strokes of a cane for each. Instantly, the minister's wails and cries echoed throughout the entire Imperial Garden. Your Majesty, this consort will go check on Imperial Guard Shun's injuries, Shun Kuo offered. But Chu Li bid her stay. What is this Chu Li planning now? Shun Kuo wondered inwardly. Then, Chu Li called out Sun Ping, summon the Minister of Rights for us. Replying to Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights has reported ill and taken leave, Sun Ping answered. At this, Chu Li's face darkened. Even if he's dead, have his corpse carried here for us. Since ancient times, the inner palace was forbidden from interfering in state affairs. Yet Shun Kuo, this seemingly audacious imperial consort, had somehow meddled her way into the duties of the Minister of Rights. Just moments ago, His Majesty Chu Li had ordered men to seize the Minister of Rights, who had claimed illness at home, and bring him forth. The Minister of Rights arrived, his face etched with terror. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. Your humble servant has been recuperating at home due to illness these past days. Whatever others in the Ministry of Rights have done has nothing to do with your humble servant. But Chu Li immediately had the imperial physician check his pulse. Reporting to Your Majesty, the physician announced, the Minister of Rights' pulse is strong and vigorous. Aside from a kidney deficiency, there are no other abnormalities. Cold sweat instantly beaded on the Minister of Rights' forehead. Shun Kuo, standing aside, let out a snort of laughter. Lord Minister, kidney deficiency? Are you quite all right? At this moment, Chu Li, his face filled with fury, glared at the Minister of Rights. You knew the envoys were coming, yet you dare to put on airs before us? Did you truly believe we couldn't manage without you? The Minister of Rights looked as though he might wet himself from fear. He hadn't imagined that simply feigning illness would bring such immense trouble upon himself. Just then, Chu Li slowly rose to his feet. This time, we were fortunate to have Consort Yun overseeing the situation. The banquet arrangements also met our satisfaction. The Qingsang Kingdom, merely a vassal state, was flattered and fawned over by you pack of incompetents, making it seem as though it was our great young kingdom paying tribute to them. This year, not only will we refuse to give them a single tael of silver, but we will also demand, with interest, that they return everything they have taken. Men, remove the official gauze hat from this Minister of Rights. Having done this, Chu Li lifted his head and gazed towards the sky. This is the real Chu Li, Shun Kwa mused. He possessed his own pride, absolutely refusing to let others climb over his head and provoke him. Only by purging the parasites from the imperial court could there be hope for the great Yong kingdom. At that moment, Sun Ping brought over the Minister of Right's confiscated gauze hat. Unexpectedly, Chu Li took the hat directly and tossed it to Shun Kwa. Shun Kwa started, "Your Majesty, why are you giving this to me? Just take it since we command you to." Saying this, Chu Li had already forcibly placed the hat onto Shun Kwa's head. "Perhaps, beloved consort, you could try defying us, just like the former Minister of Rights did." Shun Kwa immediately lost her nerve. Compared to being cursed by others for disrupting the court, your consort feels her life is somewhat more important. But your consort has one question. Is the stipend for the Minister of Rights generous? Your consort spent a great deal of money for this state banquet, you know? Absolutely no scrimping or saving. Since your majesty is satisfied, perhaps you could grant some more rewards. Chu Li simply told Shun Kwa to hold out her hand. Finally, the chance to get rich. Shun Kwa thought, obediently placing her hand in Chu Li's. But the next second, Chu Li nearly made Shun Kwa cry out in pain with a sharp slap. Shun Kwa's hand reddened at a visible rate. Your Majesty, making your consort work for you for free is one thing, but now you hit your consort too? Chu Li, however, showed no sympathy. Minister of Rights, beloved consort, you must do it whether you want to or not. The esteemed consort Yun, Shun Kwa, was actually being forced to take on a side job, and an unpaid one at that. At this point, Shun Kwa was fuming internally, cursing him. "This wicked dog of a man. If I didn't need you to sustain my life, I'd tear you apart." Shun Ziren quickly tried to comfort Shun Kwa. "Sister, don't be angry. I'll give you all my reward." Shun Kwa retorted verbally, "Is what you give the same as what he gives?" Yet her hand was quite honest as it accepted the silver. "And stop grinning like that. You made a mistake today, do you understand?" Shun Ziren looked completely bewildered. His Majesty also said, "I made a mistake earlier, but didn't I defeat the man from the Qingtsong kingdom?" Hearing this, Shun Kwa flared up instantly. "Think about it yourself. If you don't understand, don't come looking for me. You clearly had better options. So why did you have to be so reckless and risk your life? Just looking at you makes me angry. Go and reflect properly on where you went wrong. Sister, don't ignore me. Fine, it was wrong, all right. But I clearly won. Why are you all angry and scolding me?" Meanwhile, back at the post station, the eldest prince of the Qingtsong kingdom was venting his fury on his own subordinates. "You useless fools can't even defeat a mere guard." Just then, the state preceptor entered. "I've just received news. That guard today was no ordinary man. He is the son of that grand scholar Shin Shao, and the elder brother of consort Yunfei, Shun Kwa. That woman, Shun Kwa, neither of them is easy to deal with. They will surely obstruct our grand plan. The late emperor of Great Yong reigned for decades and gave us plenty of silver. Now, our kingdom's soldiers are strong and horses robust. It's time we fought them again. The most troublesome for us is still the emperor, but he cannot personally lead the troops. And the older generation of military generals is almost all dead. It's the new generation of generals that poses the greatest hidden threat to us. Preceptor, you mean eliminate Shun Ziren first, and then find an opportunity to kill Shun Kwa? The eldest prince smiled gleefully. She's good-looking and knows how to please the emperor. Without the emperor, she'd be nothing. I hear Chu Li is incapable, doesn't even have an heir. What a waste of such a beautiful woman. Hearing this, the state preceptor's expression turned grave. I advise you not to entertain thoughts you shouldn't. The eldest prince looked disappointed. I really don't understand what you're afraid of. Women should just submit beneath men. The state preceptor looked darkly at the eldest prince. I have observed that Chu Li treats her very specially. This woman can only be killed swiftly before Chu Li has time to react. Nothing else is permissible. Fine, I understand, preceptor. A wicked smile slowly spread across the eldest prince's face. The dignified fourth young master of the Shun family was actually crying like a child. He was throwing a tantrum outside Yunfei Palace, wailing and demanding to see Shin Kwa. But Shun Kwa remained completely unmoved. Chi Guerin couldn't bear it any longer. Are you really heartless enough to just leave your fourth brother out there like this? I've heard him howling for ages. It's quite pitiful. Shun Kwa, with a calm expression, replied, "Heartless or not, I must endure it. Otherwise, he'll dare to do it again next time." Thinking back to the events of a few days ago gave Shun Kwa a headache. Shinziren, covered in wounds, still considered it a man's glory. He fundamentally didn't understand where he had gone wrong. I was watching from below the stage back then, and I was sweating bullets for him too. Winning like that, so badly injured, was a Pyrrhic victory. I wonder when your fourth brother will finally realize. Fourth brother doesn't want to rely on family status to get ahead. That's why he wanted to join the army to earn merits. But he ultimately lacks experience. Now that the military imperial examination is about to be held, I hope he participates. It will be a good way to temper his character. In the original story's plotline, Shinziren didn't take the path of the imperial examination. He relied on the emperor's favor and directly became a general. No one dared to offer him guidance. And in the end, one wrong step led to his complete downfall. If I want to change his fate, I must start from here. That's right, fourth brother must not only participate in the examination, he must also become this year's top scorer in the military exam. Having said this, Shanqua suddenly slammed her teacup onto the table. Chiguerin was so startled that she spat out a mouthful of tea. What are you planning to do? Qingdai, bring out my ethereal, fairy-like dress. I'm going to cozy up to the big shot. In a flash, Shun Qua had arrived at Panlong Hall. Is His Majesty busy? This servant greets Consort Yunfei. Even if His Majesty is busy, he will always see your ladyship. This way, please, your ladyship. Shun Kui thought to herself. It seems Chu Li is in a good mood today. He will surely agree to my request. But just as she stepped into Panlong Hall, Shun Kui stopped in her tracks. Several officials were kneeling on the ground, trembling. The entire hall was thick with oppressive energy. What is going on? Your Majesty feels this humble minister's suggestion is inadequate? Then this humble minister will immediately return and reconsider. Chu Li, his face dark, interrupted. No need to think anymore. Useless fools. Even if you rack your brains, you won't come up with anything satisfactory. All of you get out. There are other arrangements for the imperial military examination. Consort Yunfei, dressed in ethereal white robes, went to curry favor with the emperor, who knew Emperor Chu Li would roar in anger. Beloved consort, are you wearing white because you wish to see me off to the afterlife? Just moments ago, Shun Qua had arrived at Panlong Hall, but as soon as she stepped into the main hall, she heard the emperor erupting in fury. Shun Qua looked at Eunuch Sun, bewildered. What's happening? Eunuch Sun, didn't you say His Majesty was in a very good mood? Eunuch Sun looked equally innocent. This servant never said that. At this moment, Chu Li had spotted Shun Qua. What are you doing here? Shun Qua hurriedly bowed in greeting to Chu Li. But Chu Li cut straight to the chase, telling her to state her business. Shun Qua hesitated for a moment. Your servant wishes to leave the palace. You want to go see Shinziren compete in the military examination? Jun forbids it. Shun Qua forced a disingenuous smile. Your servant knows it's difficult for women to leave the palace, but I could disguise myself as a man. If I dress carefully, I'm sure I can satisfy your majesty. Chu Li merely looked at her coldly. Dress up to satisfy Jun? Beloved consort, this white outfit you're wearing today, are you trying to send Jun off? Jun has never held any illusions about beloved consort's taste. At this, Shun Kuo was nearly mad with anger. Could this dog of a man be any more difficult to serve? She thought. Last time, you said you didn't like me in goose yellow. Today I changed the color, and you still scold me. Are you deliberately trying to find fault? Your Majesty, if you find your servant ugly, you can just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush like this. Chu Li remained impassive. Beloved consort, you need not disparage yourself so. Although you are a bit plain, it's not so bad that Jun cannot bear to look at you. Shun Kuo forcefully suppressed the fury rising within her. When heaven entrusts a great responsibility to a person, one shouldn't stoop to arguing with a man. Shun Kuo struggled to calm herself. Your Majesty is correct. You are the most handsome man under heaven. Everyone else is ugly compared to you. So, Your Majesty, can you let me leave the palace now? Who knew Chu Li would completely ignore Shun Kuo's obviously insincere flattery. No, this time, Shun Kuo was truly anxious. She had exhausted all her pleasantries. Why was it still no? In the next second, Eunuch Sun saw Shun Kuo rush directly towards Chu Li. This terrified him. Consort Yunfei, your ladyship, don't be rash. But Shin Kuo only rushed to Chu Li's side and poured him a cup of tea. Your Majesty, are you thirsty? Your Majesty, let your servant massage your shoulders. Chu Li had thought Shun Kuo was charging over to hit him. He only relaxed when he realized he was unharmed. Beloved consort, do you want to leave the palace that badly? To watch your fourth brother take the examination? Jun can only give you one day. You must return before the palace gates are locked. Having achieved her goal, Shen Kuo's heart bloomed with joy. Jun's permission for you to leave the palace is conditional on you satisfying Jun today. Shen Kuo understood immediately. Your servant will definitely provide your majesty with thorough service. Seeing as the dogman agreed to let me out, I'll serve him this once. Isn't it just pouring tea and fetching water? Who knew Chu Li would directly knock over the teacup on the table? Jun was talking about these memorials. Just how stingy was this dog emperor? He was making Shen Kuo work for him without pay. Sort these memorials for Jun by date. Those written too foolishly. Don't even bother bringing them for Jun to see. They waste Jun's time. Shen Kuo looked troubled. Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? The ministers worked hard writing these memorials, yet you won't even look at them? Chu Li looked indifferent. Does Jun care about those pedantic, useless things? Just review them as you're told. Why so much nonsense? How could Shen Kuo dare to talk back? She could only follow Chu Li's instructions. Chu Li sipped his tea, watching Shen Kuo, this temporary worker who didn't need wages. Shen Kuo first sorted the memorials, then handed them to Chu Li one by one for review. By the time he finished approving them, it was already night. Shen Kuo was exhausted, her back aching. No wonder this great tyrant has such a bad temper. If I worked this hard every day, I'd lose my temper too. Just organizing the memorials was so troublesome. Just then, the chief eunuch, Sun Ping, walked in. Consort Yunfei has worked hard. Usually, His Majesty reads alone until late into the night. The servants have prepared the evening meal. Please, Your Majesty and your ladyship, proceed to dine. Hearing this, Shen Kuo quickly shook her head. Your servant wouldn't want to disturb His Majesty's meal. Your servant should take her leave now. At that moment, Chu Li called out to Shen Kuo. The people from the Ministry of Rites have all been executed by Jun. Go handle the matter of the imperial examination. Shen Kuo's face instantly filled with questions. What does that mean? Your servant didn't quite understand. Surely you're not thinking of something serious? She thought. Women cannot be officials. Chu Li looked at Shen Kuo earnestly. Do you think the officials Hatan gave you was just for play? Shen Kuo truly had thought the emperor was joking. Who knew he was actually serious? Your Majesty, perhaps we should reconsider this matter. It carries great significance. Chu Li's face darkened. Reconsider how? What did you think of those memorials just now? Shen Kuo could only speak the truth. Honestly, not very good. Your servant isn't saying Your Majesty's ministers are bad. It's just that your servant cannot understand why they insist on using obscure and difficult language to write their reports. At this, Chu Li smiled. Shen Kuo's words hit the nail on the head. Those fools think they can deceive Jun by showing off their literary skills. Jun eagerly awaits the expressions on the faces of the entire court, civil and military, when they realize they are inferior to a woman. This consort Yunfei, who seems to have eaten a mad dog, he actually allowed her to leave the palace disguised as a man to handle matters. Not only did he agree to this request, but he also gave her a jade pendant. Seeing this jade pendant is like seeing us in person. No one will dare stop you. Whether you dress as a man or a woman, it's up to you. We have arranged everything. Shen Kuo, do not disappoint us. Shen Kuo recalled the emperor's words as she followed the eunuch. Soon, a carriage arrived at the main gate of the imperial palace. The guards immediately stopped the carriage for a routine inspection. May I ask which official is in the carriage? Shen Kuo's attendant quickly presented the official document. The soldier unfolded the document and was startled upon reading it. This person was actually related to the imperial family. Shen Kuo hadn't expected Chu Li to arrange an imperial surname for her and even appoint her as a second-rank minister. This power was given just like that. He didn't seem to mind at all that she was a woman, and his consort at that, meddling in court affairs. So, it is Minister Shangshu arriving. This lowly one failed to recognize your excellency, a crime punishable by death. Shen Kuo played along, mimicking the expected mannerisms. Dispense with the formalities. This official just took office today. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Shen Kuo pondered. Did Chu Li perhaps realize I dislike competing for favor in the inner palace? He truly doesn't want to spend my life fighting with Shan Yin in the harem either. Shen Kuo's carriage proceeded directly to the examination grounds. The person in charge here immediately came out to welcome the newly appointed Minister of Rites, Shen Kuo. Shen Kuo looked at the participants of the military examination. Fourth brother must be here somewhere, she thought, but he has surely hidden his identity. Indeed, Shun Xiren was currently amidst the crowd. He had snuck out without his father noticing. As long as he won the title of military examination champion, his father wouldn't be able to stop him from joining the army. By then, even if Shun Xiao wanted to break his legs, it would be too late. Thinking this, Shun Xiren smiled happily. Silly boy, what are you smiling about? I'm smiling about showing my father how capable I am in the future. I bet your father won't think you're capable. He'll probably want to break your legs. Haha, you're not my father. How would you know? Brat, do you dare turn around and see who I am? When he saw the person behind him clearly, Shun Xiren was nearly scared to death on the spot. Shun Xiren, that rascal. He couldn't even recognize the voice of his own father, Shun. Xiao, silly boy, what are you smiling about? I'm smiling about showing my father how capable I am in the future. I bet your father won't think you're capable. He'll probably want to break your legs. Haha, you're not my father. How would you know? Brat, do you dare turn around and see who I am? At this moment, Shun Xiren finally saw Shun Xiao behind him clearly. He yelled out, "Ghost!" The next second, Shun Xiao had already kicked him away. Ghost? What ghost? Your father isn't dead yet, but I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. Take the fourth young master back to the residence. Several family retainers immediately surrounded him. Shun Xiren was completely stunned. No, don't. He broke free from the retainer's hold and threw himself before Shun Xiao. I beg you, father, just let me take the exam. I'll have my coming-of-age ceremony next month. Then I won't meet the age requirement anymore. Shun Xiao looked up towards the distance. Just stay obediently by my side. Be the good fourth young master of the Shun family. Stop thinking about useless things all day. You silly boy, you don't know how hard military life is. Father doesn't need you to bring glory to our ancestors. Father doesn't have much ability, but at the very least, I can let you live comfortably for a lifetime. Hearing this, Shun Xiren suddenly grew angry. I don't like it. Why must you force me to do things I dislike? Is my learning martial arts and joining the army so detestable to you? Shun Xiao avoided Shun Xiren's intense gaze. That's right. Your learning martial arts brings me great shame. At this moment, Shun Xiren felt his heart shatter. His voice trembled. You think I'm shameful? I don't believe it. Would you think eldest brother is shameful too? Shun Xiao cut him off. Shut your mouth. My Shun family has been a lineage of scholars for generations. I will absolutely not agree to this. Just give up this idea. By now, Shun Xiren had completely broken down. Father, please don't say things like that anymore, okay? It hurts me. Kneeling on the ground, Shun Xiren couldn't hold back his tears. Just then, Shun Kuo finally found Shun Xiren. In the original story, Shun Xiren eventually received the imperial decree and directly became a general, until he died on the battlefield, pierced by 1,000 arrows. Without even a complete corpse, he never regretted it. He had overcome countless obstacles, only to be met with the phrase, "Heaven is jealous of talents." To hell with "Heaven is jealous of talents." As long as I am here, he will only live out his natural life. Thinking this, Shun Kuo shouted loudly, Lord Shun, the person whose hand you hold, is he not Guard Shun, who bravely fought the Qingsang warriors within the palace? This audacious Yunfei, she actually disguised herself as a man to fool him. Could the one Lord Shun was holding truly be Guard Shun? The Guard Shun who fought 3 men alone? Shun Xiao thought, the officials from this ministry are indeed ordinary people. But why does this person look so familiar? Shun Kuo clasped her hands in salute towards Shun Xiao. Your humble servant has long heard of your son's renown. Shun Xiao responded perfunctorily. It is only right and proper for a man to bring glory to his country. At this moment, Shun Kuo deliberately raised her voice. Lord Shun, you are too modest. Who does not know of Guard Shun's heroic deeds? Only then did the crowd react. They instantly surrounded Shun Xiren. Are you Guard Shun himself? It's him, the one who beat the Qingsang warriors so badly they couldn't find their teeth. Those barbarians were too arrogant. Guard Shun vented our frustrations for us. You are our hero. If you become a general, we will surely be your soldiers. Shun Xiren blushed crimson from the praise. Just then, Shun Kuo stepped forward again to stir things up. Lord Shun, sending your son to participate in the military examination to inspire everyone is truly a demonstration of profound righteousness. Shun Xiao became anxious upon hearing this. Minister Chu wait. This official was merely bringing his son to observe, with no intention of having him participate in the military examination. At this point, Shun Kuo produced the roster she held. called. But this official has reviewed the candidate's roster, and your son's name is indeed upon it. Shen Xiao was stunned. That wretched boy signed up secretly behind my back. But the discord between father and his son in the Shun family cannot be aired publicly. Just then, Shun Kwa slapped her thigh. It is all this official's fault. I saw the young hero and became too excited, disrupting Lord Shun and the young hero's plan to take the exam discreetly. You were afraid others would say you pulled strings for your son, afraid that even winning wouldn't be honorable. Is that right? Lord Shun is truly noble and admirable, but your son is about to reach the age of capping and adulthood. After this year, he will no longer have the chance to take the exam. Hearing this, the crowd instantly gathered around. Lord Shun, rest assured, your son is so outstanding. It is the people's expectation that he becomes the top military scholar. We certainly won't underestimate his abilities because of his status. If you don't let him take the exam, then we won't take it either. Lord Shun, please be at ease. This year's military examination is personally overseen by His Majesty. If your son does not meet the requirements, he will naturally be eliminated. At this moment, the shrewd and cunning Shun Xiao had already grown suspicious. Minister Chu, have we met somewhere before? If this official has offended you, Minister, then I offer my apologies. I only ask that you do not interfere in my family matters. Skin, Kwasmilet. This official holds no personal grudge against Lord Shun. If Lord Shun has no objection to His Majesty's arrangements, then please have Guard Shun proceed to the examination promptly. Shen Xiao felt he had been tricked. Why did this ministry official seem somewhat effeminate? But now, he was in a predicament from which he couldn't easily withdraw. This audacious Yunfei, she actually disguised herself as a man to scheme against her own father. At this moment, Shun Xiren, finally able to take the exam, almost burst out laughing. He then leaned close to Shun Zhao's ear. Somehow, I feel this Minister Chu really resembles sister. Shen Xiao nodded. I think so too. But how did my perfectly fine daughter turn into a man? Shen Xiren laughed even more brazenly. It would be great if it really is sister. Sister protecting me, arguing with you. These words infuriated Shen Xiao until he was fuming. Absolutely impossible. Your sister would never treat me like this. I must go to the palace to see her. I don't believe she'd become a minister of personnel just to oppose me. Shen Xiren continued to needle his own father. What use is it if you don't believe it? You're just deceiving yourself. Blood ties can be recognized at a glance. Just then, Shen Kuo found a subordinate. Send a few men to the post station to keep an eye on the people from the Qingseng Kingdom. We absolutely cannot let them come to the examination grounds and cause trouble. At that moment, an annoying voice drifted over. Isn't this prince already here? Shun Kwa instantly flared up. Outsiders are not welcome to trespass upon the Great Yong's military examination grounds. The Great Prince wore a disdainful look. You don't welcome me? Doesn't Great Yong claim to be a nation of etiquette? Is this how you treat envoys who have come from afar? Shun Kwa clasped her hands towards him. The Great Yong Kingdom always welcomes envoys from all nations, but on the premise that they come bearing sincerity, not weapons. The Great Prince subconsciously touched his treasured sword. This prince naturally comes bearing abundant sincerity. This prince is here merely wishing to witness the Celestial Empire's military examination selection. If this does not comply with the rules, you may go and request instructions from Emperor Chu Li. Xian Kuo said. The imperial palace was far from here. He clearly intended to deliberately delay the start of the examination. Shun Kwa, with a sharp look, declared, "This official permitted you entry. Prince, please proceed." The Great Prince's face darkened. He had intended to stir up trouble. So how could he have been let in so easily? Great Prince, are you entering or not? If you are not, then don't block the candidates behind you. Helpless, the Great Prince had no choice but to walk in. Just then, an attendant leaned close to the Great Prince's ear and whispered, "Your Highness, he had us use the side entrance, not the central gate used to solemnly welcome esteemed guests." The Great Prince was about to retort when he was forcefully pushed inside by the throng of candidates behind him. Shun Kwa stood on the platform, a smug look on his face. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, the Great Prince was nearly crushed to death. More importantly, he had been slighted. Shun Kwa looked down at him with disdain. And at that moment, the Great Prince glared back at Shun Kwa with fury. Just how arrogant was this Great Prince, seemingly possessed by a mad rage? merely due to a disagreement. He had directly killed a military examination official. Just moments ago, the military examination had officially begun. Shun Kwa announced the rules of the examination with practiced authority. The first day would test proficiency with sabers, spears, staffs, clubs, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks. The second day would test strategy and military tactics, such as those of Sun Tzu. This year, a third day was added, offering an opportunity for an imperial interview. Previously, only the top 3 civil examination scholars could gain an audience. But this time, the emperor would personally summon the top 10 finishers of the military examination. Candidates, please cherish this chance for meteoric success. Hearing they could have an audience with the emperor, the candidates instantly erupted with excitement. Even if they couldn't become the top scorer, they had to strive for the top 10 just to walk through the emperor's palace grounds. That alone would make this life worthwhile. It turned out that in this great young kingdom, the emphasis on civil matters over military prowess had persisted for more than a year or two. Only when renowned generals fell in battle did people remember which year they had been the military examination's top scorer. Shinqua looked at the candidates below. These individuals, who would one day lay down their lives for the common people, were all heroes. At this time, the first event, mounted archery, commenced. Ride a horse around the examination grounds once, each person using their representative feathered arrow to hit the bullseye. Finally, the scores would be tallied. Just then, the great prince of Qing Sang turned to a staff member. "Where are the bow and arrows for this prince?" The staff member was taken aback. "Your Highness, aren't you here to observe the competition? As a prince of noble status, why would you line up among the candidates?" Unexpectedly, the great prince flew into a rage. "Are you implying that this prince is lowering his own status just to bring glory to you people?" Following this, the crowd heard a blood-curdling scream. What happened? Hearing the sound, Shun Ziren was the first to rush over. He saw the staff member already lying in a pool of blood. Shun Ziren, his face contorted in fury, glared at the great prince of Qing Sang. "You ruthless bastard!" In the next second, Shun Ziren charged towards the great prince. Without a word, he swung his fist, landing a direct blow on the other's face. The great prince never expected Shun Ziren would dare to strike him. Having suffered a blow, how could he let it rest? The two instantly became entangled in a fierce brawl. Just then, Shun Kwa, realizing trouble had erupted, also hurried over. An official beside Shun Kwa's side. "Why has Guard Shin started fighting with the great prince? Wouldn't it be better to smooth things over?" Hearing this, Shun Kwa turned back to look at the official. "A military examination staff member has been killed, and you think we can just smooth things over? What if it were you who was killed?" The chastised official instantly dared not utter another word of nonsense. By now, Shun Ziren and the great prince were lost in the frenzy of battle. Locked in a furious exchange of blows, the two were completely unstoppable. Due to their explosive martial prowess, no one on the field dared to step forward and separate them. At that moment, Shun Kwa, seemingly possessed by a mad rage, charged directly forward. With a single move, he forcefully separated the two combatants. An imperial consort who shuns fine silks for swords and spears, and who jumps into a life-and-death fight at the slightest provocation. Has this author consumed too much madness? Damn it, if you love playing with swords and spears so much, why don't you go write martial arts fiction? Just moments ago, Shun Ziren and the great prince of Qing Sang had erupted into a brawl. But Shun Kwa, relying on his strength alone, had managed to stop them both. The great prince was somewhat astonished. "I didn't expect Lord Chu could actually withstand my fist." Shun Kwa stretched out a hand, pointing directly at the slain official on the ground. "Great prince, shouldn't you provide this official with an explanation? This person actually dared to show disrespect to this prince. What use is there in keeping such a disloyal servant?" At this moment, Shun Kwa stared furiously at the great prince of Qing Sang. "You people from the Qing Sang kingdom, could you possibly kill people at will within our great Yong kingdom?" Unexpectedly, the great prince adopted the stance of a scoundrel. "Minister Chu, are you actually reprimanding this prince for a mere servant?" Shin Kuo was thoroughly enraged by this rogue. He is not a servant. He was a living, breathing human life. It seems Minister Chu intends to oppose this prince over this servant. "You wish to speak of laws with me, is that it? Then how should we account for this little guard striking me?" Saying this, he pointed towards Shun Ziren. Shun Ziren instantly flared up. up. Does this young master need a reason to strike you? The great prince, already having lost face, instantly revealed a ferocious expression. I demand your life as compensation. Just then, Shunqua stepped between them. Calm down. Some matters don't necessarily need to be resolved with fists. Shinziren was extremely agitated. Not with fists? Are we supposed to reason with barbarians? At this moment, Shunqua drew the treasured sword from her waist. We'll use blades to settle this. This sudden turn of events startled the great prince. What do you intend to do? You permit them to settle scores, but you won't allow this prince to hold Shinziren accountable. At this point, Shunqua wore an expression of righteous indignation. It was wrong of Shinziren to strike you, but it was also you, Wu Qinai, who killed someone first. Since the great prince is unwilling to sit down and resolve this official will grant you this opportunity. You and I, on horseback, shall decide victory and defeat with swords on the field. Do you dare? At this, the great prince was provoked. Killing enemies from horseback is an instinct that flows in our blood. Do you truly wish to compete with me? Shunqua revealed a confident smile. If this official defeats you, then you shall forfeit your life for the one you took. If this official loses, I will also grant your wish and hand Shinziren over to you. Shinziren instantly broke into a cold sweat. Don't try to be brave. Even if you are, don't use me as the wager. This Yun Fei, who seems to have eaten a mad dog's gall, actually wants to duel the great prince of the Qing Sang kingdom to the death. This made the great prince of Qing Sang laugh derisively. You, a mere scholar, shouldn't push yourself too hard. Shunqua forced a disingenuous smile. Whether I'm pushing myself or not, you'll find out during the competition shortly. With a swift leap, Shunqua mounted her horse, then nearly tumbled off. Shinziren, watching from the side, broke into a cold sweat. Be careful, don't fall off. Just then, Shunqua's personal palace maid approached. Young Master Shun, watch this duel closely. Our lady has sacrificed much for you. Her ladyship was worried Wu Qinai might harm you, so she wished to watch over you personally. That is why His Majesty granted her this identity. Her ladyship is your family. She has always supported your dreams, but she also hopes you can understand her difficulties. The reason her ladyship was angry was because you acted recklessly before. At this moment, the contest between Shunqua and the Great Prince officially began. Right from the start, the Great Prince instantly took a significant lead. He arrogantly mocked Shun. Are all people in your great young kingdom useless trash like Minister Chu? At this point, Shunqua completely ignored his taunts. In my past life, I rode an iron horse after all. As long as I'm willing, I can quickly master the skills of riding. Sure enough, within moments, Shunqua caught up to the Great Prince ahead. Unexpectedly, the Great Prince let out a cold laugh. Then, he drew the curved blade from his side. Your riding skills indeed show great talent, but your fate ends here. As he spoke, the Great Prince had already slashed towards Shunqua with his blade. Yet, Shunqua had been waiting for this very moment. In the next second, she too drew her own sword. In a flash of sparks, the two had already exchanged numerous blows, attacking and defending. The crowd of onlookers instantly erupted. So, our Minister Chu is this formidable. At this time, the Great Prince grew increasingly flustered as he fought. You clearly possess no internal energy. Why can you block my attacks? Shunqua, however, looked at him with a grim expression. This official originally just wanted to eat, drink, play, and live a carefree life. But you just had to prevent this official from getting her wish. The moment you wanted to kill Shinziren, this official wanted to kill you. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Now, the timing is perfect, because on the competition field, life and death are disregarded. In the next second, the sword in the Great Prince's hand was sent flying by Shunqua's strike. At this moment, a chill crept into the Great Prince's heart. How can this weakling be as terrifying as a demon? How valiant was this Yun Fei, who seemed to have eaten a mad dog's gall? He actually intended to behead the Great Prince of the Qing Sang kingdom. At this moment, on the competition field, even the Great Prince's blade had been knocked away by Shunqua. He could only flee wretchedly, spurring his horse into a mad dash. But Shunqua pursued relentlessly, closing in from behind. The great sword in his hand swung with the ferocity of tiger. A tiger generating wind. Faced with such a valiant Shunqua, the Great Prince was now practically wetting himself in fear. but Shun Kwa cared little for his feelings. He simply swung his great sword, aiming straight for his opponent's head. The great prince shrieked incoherently in terror. His legs gave way, and he tumbled directly off his horse. Falling to the ground, the great prince nearly died from the impact. But in this life-or-death moment, he had no time to worry about the pain. When he turned his head, he saw Shun Kwa's blade already thrusting towards him. The great prince cried out, "It's over. My life is forfeit." But just then, someone struck the bronze gong, shouting, "The outcome is decided. Minister Chu is victorious over the great prince of Qing Sang." Instantly, cheers erupted from the crowd. "Lord Chu is mighty. Minister Chu is truly incredible." At this moment, Shun Kwa's blade was mere inches from the great prince, yet his thrust halted. Shun Kwa thought, is this the end? He sheathed his sword and looked down at the great prince with contempt. "Be more careful next time, great prince. Don't give this official the chance to kill you." Having narrowly escaped death, the great prince felt a wave of lingering fear. Chu Li, appointing you as Minister of Rights was truly the right decision. But mark my words, let's go. Just then, Shun Kwa suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, great prince, have you forgotten our wager? Since you lost, you must admit guilt and accept punishment. You must pay with your life to atone for my deceased attendant." Unexpectedly, the great prince shoved one of his guards forward. "He killed a man. It has nothing to do with me." The onlookers were stunned by the great prince's actions, their perception shattered. This great prince was truly shameless. Lying in broad daylight, he had utterly abandoned all sense of face. The guard who was pushed forward was bewildered. He cried out in the language of Qing Sang, "Your Highness, you cannot do this." The great prince grew angry as well. "Do you expect me, the prince, to forfeit my life for that lowly slave? I will take good care of your family." Forced into a corner, the guard drew his own sword. "I killed him. I will pay for that servant's life with my own." Then, before everyone's eyes, he took his own life. The shameless great prince of Qing Sang didn't even bother to arrange for his guard's body. He simply turned to leave with his other trembling guard. "Now we are even. Let's see who dares to stop this prince from leaving now." Shun Kwa watched his retreating back, speechless. He truly couldn't understand what gave this great prince such audacity. Afterward, he ordered his subordinates to properly handle the deceased guard's body. Regardless, this guard was a man of some courage. Having dealt with this, Shun Kwa announced that the makeup examination would continue. The candidates immediately ran back to their original examination spots. Just then, Shun Ziren ran past Shun Kwa. "Don't worry, sister. I will definitely not let you down." Shun Kwa turned to look at him. This Shun Ziren, he recognized me? After a tumultuous day, Yun Fei finally headed back to the palace. At this time, her maidservant asked, "Young Master Shun Kwa, Shun Ziren tried to speak with you several times today. Why did you ignore him?" It turned out, Shun Kwa was afraid he would expose her identity on the spot. That would have been incredibly awkward. She was already disguised as a man. If people discovered that the Minister of Rights was actually consort Yun Fei, it would spell disaster. But she had clearly deceived everyone else. Why could Shun Ziren recognize her? Qing Dai smiled. Perhaps it's because blood is thicker than water. The carriage quickly returned to the imperial palace. The head eunuch was already waiting anxiously. "Your ladyship, you've finally returned. The palace gates will be locked in half an hour." This servant was truly worried your ladyship wouldn't make it back in time. Shun Kwa looked bewildered. Where else would this consort go, if not back to the palace? The head eunuch thought, of course, "I was afraid you'd gone back to your maiden home. Today, Lord Shen came to the palace looking for you." He refused to leave the Panlong Hall, insisting the emperor had abducted his daughter. He even threw a tantrum, rolling on the floor before his majesty. Hearing this, Shun Kwa was horrified. "You mean Shun Xiao, that daughter-protecting maniac?" Oh no. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. "Just tell his majesty I fell ill and returned to the palace." Saying this, Shun Kwa prepared to slip away. Just then, the head eunuch grabbed Shun Kwa, pulling her back. "Your ladyship, please don't make things difficult for this servant. Please accompany this servant at once." Shun Kwa quickly arrived at Panlongdian. At this moment, Chu Li was seated there, his face dark and sullen. It seemed Chu Li was in a very foul mood. Just then, Shen Kuo looked towards eunuch Sun Ping. "Didn't you say my father was here making a scene? Where's my father?" By now, eunuch Sun Ping had already fled with the others. Only then did Shen Kuo realize she had been deceived. Chu Li clutched his head, which felt ready to explode from the pain. Zhen's head hurts terribly. Why hasn't Sun Ping brought the incense yet? It turned out eunuch Sun Ping's intention was to use Shen Kuo to treat Chu Li's head affliction. At that moment, Chu Li looked impatiently towards Shen Kuo and uttered coldly, "Come here." Shen Kuo quickly asked the system in her mind, "If I have to sing for Chu Li now, can it trigger the time machine?" The system gave a clear affirmative reply. Shen Kuo finally felt a sense of assurance. "Your Majesty is unwell. Allow this concubine to sing for you." With that, Shen Kuo began to sing. "Sleep quickly, Chu Li," she thought. "It's been too long since I last saw little Ali. This is a good chance to go see him." This Yun Fei, bold as if she'd eaten a mad dog's gall, actually dared to refer to herself as this mistress in front of the emperor. Just moments ago, Chu Li's head affliction had flared up again. This had secretly delighted Shen Kuo, because she could once again lull Chu Li to sleep and trigger the time machine mission. However, she sang continuously for a long time, yet Chu Li showed no signs of falling asleep. Shen Kuo directly confronted the idiot system. "System, tell me honestly, are you broken?" The idiot system sounded quite innocent. Clearly, it is the host who failed to lull Chu Li to sleep. Just then, Chu Li, noticing Shen Kuo had stopped singing, grew angry. "Don't stare at Zhen. Keep singing." Shen Kuo looked pitifully at Chu Li. "Does your Majesty perhaps not wish to sleep?" Zhen indeed does not wish to sleep, but Zhen requires beloved consort to continue singing. This was because, previously, every time Chu Li heard Shen Kuo's singing, he would immediately fall asleep. Chu Li disliked this feeling of being uncontrollably affected. Hearing that Chu Li did not intend to sleep, Shen Kuo turned to leave. "If your Majesty does not wish to sleep, then this concubine shall not sing." This is infuriating. She fumed internally. "This palace refuses to be exploited. My singing is meant for completing a mission." At this moment, Chu Li watched Shen Kuo with a mischievous smirk. Zhen understands. Beloved consort is the wild type. You prefer Zhen speaking to you while in bed. Shen Kuo, determined to complete her mission, decided to throw caution to the wind. "Yes, this concubine just prefers your Majesty when you are lying in bed. At that time, your Majesty is devastatingly charming." For a moment, Chu Li was stunned speechless by Shen Kuo's shamelessly bold words. The atmosphere instantly became exceedingly awkward. Chu Li quickly changed the subject. "Did anything happen when you went out today?" Hearing this, Shen Kuo thought it best to slip away quickly. "Whenever your Majesty wishes to sleep, this concubine will sing for you again. I shall take my leave first." Chu Li called her back directly. "Zhen is asking you something. Sit down and answer truthfully." Shen Kuo had no choice but to obediently sit back down. She then recounted how she had thrashed the great prince of Qingsang earlier that day. She even declared that next time she would definitely beat that grandson Wu Qinai until he knelt, and called her daddy. Chu Li listened to Shen Kuo's report while continuing to review his memorials. By the time Chu Li had finished approving the stack of memorials in his hands, he discovered Shen Kuo had actually fallen asleep sitting in the chair. He walked over to her, utterly speechless. She can fall asleep sitting up? Is this Yun Fei a pig? Who knew that just then, Shen Kuo would suddenly grab onto the corner of Chu Li's robe. Chu Li was startled. Yun Fei released Zhen. Defying Zhen's command is punishable by beheading. At this moment, Shen Kuo was only half awake. She was seen rubbing against Chu Li's collar. "Does your Majesty wish for this concubine to sing?" Hearing Chu Li say he didn't want to listen, Shen Kuo surprisingly grew indignant. "This mistress insists on singing for you. You listen obediently, and after listening, you must sleep well. Do you know? She was the most audacious noble consort in the harem. Just moments ago, she had actually referred to herself as this mistress in front of the emperor and forcibly made him listen to her singing until he fell asleep." Realizing that this had not been a dream, Shen Kuo was utterly dumbfounded. "It's over. I am doomed. I'm definitely going to die a miserable death later. Host, you should first go to the academy to find the target, Ali." At this moment, the target, Ali, was on the grass, organizing some books. Hearing someone call his name, Ali quickly looked up. "It's Pretty Sister." The next second, Ali rushed forward, throwing himself towards her. "I missed you so much. Pretty Sister." Shun Kuo gently cupped little Chu Li's adorable face. This soft little cub is just too cute. Tell big sister, did the third prince bully you again? It was Ali who begged Father Emperor to let me attend the academy. So third brother got angry. At this moment, little Chu Li's face was full of grievance. Was I naughty this time? Shun Kuo quickly comforted him. Our Ali is the bravest. This is the first time our Ali has actively sought something for himself. Little Chu Li's thoughts were simple. He just wanted to study hard, earn money in the future, and buy a big cage. Because Shun Kuo had said that a cage could be used to lock oneself up. That way, the pretty big sister would never leave. Shun Kuo listened, bewildered. Is he really planning to lock himself up? Saying this, little Chu Li took out a piece of rope. Ali doesn't have a cage right now. Ali can only tie pretty big sister up with a rope first. This way, pretty big sister won't leave Ali. But when the rope touched Shun Kuo, it passed right through her body. Little Chu Li looked utterly confused. Why can't I tie you up? At this point, little Chu Li was so anxious he started to cry. He was afraid Shun Kuo would suddenly fly away like before. Shun Kuo could only tell him that she couldn't touch anything in this world. As she spoke, she jumped straight into the wall. Look, I can even pass through walls. I can only touch little Ali, yourself. But don't worry, big sister isn't a ghost. Ali knows pretty big sister is a fairy. Did pretty big sister come from the heavens? Shun Kuo felt a bit awkward. Something like that. So, Ali can't tie me up. Suddenly, Shun Kuo froze. Because at that moment, Ali had actually managed to tie her up. Ali, how did you do that? Ali's face lit up with happiness. Ali tore this from his own clothes. I've worn these clothes for 3 years. So we can touch pretty big sister. Shun Kuo marveled at how clever little Chu Li was. No wonder he could become the great tyrant ruling a nation. This little eunuch, acting like a rabid dog, actually dared to curse little Chu Li as a bastard. As a result, Shun Kuo taught him a lesson in minutes. Just moments ago, little Chu Li had taken out his soaking wet books. These were all ruined by that unlucky child, the third prince. Shun Kuo saw them and seethed with anger. Ali, you can't keep enduring this. When you're bullied, you must learn to complain. Your father emperor has already agreed to let you study. You must seize this chance and let him vent your anger for you, understand? But father emperor really likes the third prince. He won't listen to Ali. Shun Kuo stood up, full of confidence. I have a plan with a very high success rate. It can make the third prince not dare to bully you again for a short time. However, there's a little risk. Hearing this, little Chu Li decided to go all out. I trust pretty big sister's plan. Subsequently, little Chu Li arrived at the Qinqing Palace. Just then, a eunuch blocked little Chu Li's path. 18th Prince, what are you doing here? His Majesty has no time to see you now. Shun Kuo directly told little Chu Li, go slap him. Let this slave know that you are the imperial descendant. Then, Shun Kuo grabbed Ali's hand and rushed towards the young eunuch and delivered a fierce slap across his face. The young eunuch was completely stunned. This usually timid little Chu Li actually dared to hit him? Have you lost your mind? You little beast. Today I'll let you know who you can't afford to offend. Little Chu Li adopted a majestic expression. No matter how unfavored this prince is, I am still a prince. You insolent slave. No matter your position, you are still a slave. Understand. But the eunuch had already charged towards little Chu Li. Shun Kuo swiftly pulled Ali inside. Little Chu Li's foot kicked over a nearby vase. Suddenly, little Chu Li shouted loudly, help! Someone knocked over Father Emperor's vase. Now the young eunuch was bewildered. It was clearly you who kicked over His Majesty's vase. And what Shun Kuo wanted was precisely for this young eunuch to take the fall. At this moment, little Chu Li pretended to slowly pick up the vase fragments. If the vase could be put back together, blaming Ali would be acceptable. The young eunuch flew into a rage. Little bastard, what are you saying? If it's not your fault, should Wu Chang be blamed? Just then, a stern voice commanded insolence from behind them. Only then did the young eunuch realize the emperor was standing behind him. And at this moment, the emperor had already drawn the great sword from his side. The young eunuch was so scared he nearly wet himself. Your Majesty, you must believe this slave. It was that little bastard who broke the vase. In the next second, the emperor directly chopped off his dog head. A mere slave dares to curse a prince as a bastard? What do you take Shun for? He looked at little Chu Li before him. Which number prince of Zhen are you again? Shun Kuo was utterly speechless. How many children has this emperor fathered? He probably doesn't even know himself. Little Chu Li respectfully cupped his hands, replying to Father Emperor, your son ranks 18th. At this moment, little Chu Li's gaze was incredibly firm. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the emperor took a sudden step back. Oh, so you're that jinx. The old emperor actually called his own son a jinx. Hearing these words, little Chu Li trembled all over. Imperial father truly detests me. At this moment, Shen Kuo immediately comforted little Chu Li. Don't listen to him. You're not a jinx. Just listen to me. That's enough. Little Chu Li, following Shen Kuo's instructions, continued. Your humble son came today to plead guilty before you. Imperial father, you specially granted permission for your son to enter the academy. But your son failed to protect Imperial father's gift. These books were ruined. Please, Imperial father, punish your son. The old emperor seemed thoughtful. What happened to your books? Who got them wet? Little Chu Li stammered. It was your son. Your son was careless. Hearing this, the old emperor flew into a rage. Tell Zhen the truth. Zhen will seek justice for you. Or are you trying to protect someone? Little Chu Li immediately spoke the truth. Imperial father, please don't be angry. Don't let such a trivial matter damage your dragon health. It was third brother. The old emperor looked at little Chu Li with suspicion. You're saying the third prince dirtied your books? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Hearing this, little Chu Li immediately burst into tears. Ollie would never lie to Imperial father. Ollie knows third brother certainly didn't mean it. Ollie doesn't blame third brother at all. Ollie failed to protect the honor bestowed by Imperial father. Please, Imperial father, punish Ollie. Ollie is willing to bear any punishment. Subsequently, the old emperor ordered the third prince to be summoned. The third prince arrived, his face full of smug satisfaction as he looked at little Chu Li kneeling on the ground. Isn't this 18th brother? How did you manage to anger Imperial father? As sons of Imperial father, we should be sharing his burdens. If you did something wrong today, you'll have to be properly punished later, right, Imperial father? At this moment, the old emperor's face was filled with fury. This brat, he thought, disregards Zhen's face, bullies other children, ruins Zhen's things, and still dares to play the victim. You are right. Wrongdoing must be properly punished. Otherwise, where would Zhen's dignity be? Men, drag the third prince out and whip him 15 times. At this, the third prince was stunned. Imperial father, did you make a mistake? The one you want to beat is clearly 18th brother. The old emperor slammed the table in anger. You dare command Jin? Zhen allowed the 18th to attend school, yet you dared to ruin his books. It seems Zhen has spoiled you too much in the past. Do you even have me, your imperial father, in your eyes anymore? Why haven't you brought the whip yet? If I don't teach this disobedient third son a lesson today, I'll kill all you useless trash. The eunuchs, terrified, scrambled to carry out the old emperor's command. A few minutes later, the third son was carried back. By now, his buttocks were raw and bleeding. He had fainted from the pain. Little Chu Li knelt on the ground, pleading with the old emperor to spare the third prince this time. Third brother. Although he hasn't admitted his mistake yet, third brother surely won't dare to do it again next time. The old emperor instantly became furious. Third prince, you still refuse to admit your mistake? Douse him with cold water. Wake him up. Today, Zhen is determined to beat him until he behaves. At this moment, 10,000 horses galloped through the third prince's mind. I want to admit my mistake, but I've fainted. She was perhaps the most audacious imperial consort in history, grabbing the emperor, insisting on singing him a song, even trying to forcefully lull him to sleep. Waking up now in the emperor's bedchamber, Shen Kuo finally realized the magnitude of the trouble she had caused. She quickly called out the system. I remember I was resting in Panlong Dian earlier, wasn't I? How did I end up in the emperor's bedchamber? The system sounded utterly bewildered. Host, do you really not remember what you did? With that, the system initiated playback. Shen Kuo was seen grabbing the emperor, insisting on changing his clothes for sleepy time. Chu Li looked about to explode with rage. Shen Kuo, are you mad? If you continue this nonsense, Zhen will kill you. Saying this, Chu Li forcefully threw Shen Kuo aside. He then drew his great sword, but Shen Kuo just looked at her bleeding hand and started crying. Chu Li directly tossed over a bottle of golden sore medicine. Shen Kuo looked utterly wronged. Your servant was injured competing with the great prince of Qing Sang precisely because I was handling matters for your majesty. How can you make your servant apply the medicine herself? Your majesty is too cruel. You won't even apply medicine for me, and you yell at me. Oh, right, my money. The money I worked so hard to earn, and the 3 gold rings he gave me. It was all spent organizing the state banquet for you. Your Majesty, hurry up and give me back my money. Shun Kwa, assuming she was dreaming, blurted out all her pin-up grievances in one breath. At this point, Chu Li was truly provoked. Xian Kuo, that's enough. Then, Chu Li realized he was indeed somewhat in the wrong. There's no money. Hold out your chicken claw. Mine is not a chicken claw. Only then did Chu Li pick up the golden sore medicine and apply it to Shun Kwa. Watching her, Chu Li asked with some confusion, "Aren't you afraid of the pain?" Shun Kwa, however, was nonchalant. What good is being afraid of pain? This old lady has fought her way across the world, undefeated. Anyone who sees me must kowtow 3 times. Besides, so what if it hurts? Am I supposed to just die if no one bandages my wounds? She thought, recalling her past life without parents to protect her. She had long grown accustomed to such minor injuries. These words reminded Chu Li of his own tragic childhood. The third prince, leading a group of children, would surround, beat, and humiliate him daily. Thinking of this, Chu Li felt his headache flare up again. This greatly delighted Shin Kwa, who was beside him. "Your Majesty, is your head hurting again? Oh, this is wonderful. Your humble servant will immediately sing for you." Watching the playback, Shun Kwa was now trembling uncontrollably. "So, that means before entering the instance, I sleepwalked and did such outrageous things to Chu Li." At this moment, Shun Kuo was utterly frantic. "It's over. I've completely offended Chu Li this time. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for this." She looked at Chu Li sleeping on the other bed, hoping he would sleep a little longer, and that when he woke up, he would have forgotten everything from yesterday. In the palace, 2 maids were gossiping. "Did you hear? Last night, Yun Fei and His Majesty, they were pulling at each other as they entered the bedchamber. Both had their clothes in disarray. I heard that when her ladyship came out, she seemed embarrassed and deliberately tidied her appearance. They also supposedly heard Yun Fei begging His Majesty to let them go." Meanwhile, Shan Kuo was sighing heavily in her palace quarters. "Qing Dai, prepare some food for me. After this meal, I must go see His Majesty. Since I'm going to die sooner or later, I might as well go on a full stomach." Then, Shun Kwa nearly stuffed herself to death. Dragging her almost bursting belly, she arrived at the hall of the coiling dragon. However, plagued by guilt, she couldn't muster the courage to step inside. "Since I have to apologize to His Majesty, how can I just go in unprepared?" Thinking this, Shun Kwa decided she needed a proper rehearsal. The next second, she was treating a stone lion as if it were Chu Li. A perfectly standard 90-degree bow was promptly executed. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I was wrong, Your Majesty. I'll never dare to do it again. Please spare me." After practicing, Shun Kwa felt this approach might be too serious. What if it triggers the dog emperor's desire to kill me? Then, Shun Kwa tried putting on a coquettish act, but halfway through the flirtatious words, Shun Kwa felt nauseated by her own performance. This is just too sickening. This time, Shun Kwa decided to try a tragic melodrama. Sobbing, she hugged the stone lion. 8,000 wrongs, 10,000 wrongs. They are all your humble servant's fault. Your Majesty, you must listen to my explanation first. Yesterday, your humble servant thought she was dreaming. It wasn't intentional disrespect towards you. Just then, a voice came from behind her. "So, my beloved consort, is this wild even in her dreams? Or perhaps you actually think about disrespecting Zhen every day?" Shun Kuo froze on the spot. How could she possibly answer this? This mad dog-like Emperor Chu Li, just because Yun Fei hugged a stone lion, he ordered it smashed to smithereens. Just moments ago, Chu Li had happened to see Yun Fei hugging the stone lion and talking to it. Discovered, Shun Kuo was so embarrassed she could have died on the spot. "Your Majesty." The next second, she rushed to Chu Li's side. "Your humble servant knows her fault. Your Majesty, please spare your humble servant." Chu Li's face was cold. "Zhen will give you one last chance. If you don't let go of Zhen's clothes now, Zhen thought your mind was addled. If there is a next time, Zhen will definitely kill you." Forgiven, Shun Kuo beamed with relief. "Whatever your Majesty says goes," she thought. Chu Li actually didn't pursue the matter. Then she heard Chu Li speak again. "Men, smash these 2 stone lions for Zhen." Grand Eunuch Sun Ping was stunned. "Your Majesty, you mean smash these stone lions?" Chu Li showed no hesitation. "Smash them right here, in front of Zhen and my beloved consort." A wicked smile played on Chu Li's lips internally. "Let's see how you hug stone lions in the future." At this moment, the stone lion's hearts felt like 10,000 horses galloping through. Shinko was also dumbfounded. What does this mean? He finds even the stone lions I touched dirty? Thinking this, Shun Kuo clenched her fists. This is utterly humiliating. Just then, the Grand Eunuch approached. Nyang Nyang, please change your clothes and accompany His Majesty. Today is the martial arts section of the palace examination. As the Minister of Rites, you must attend. Only then did Shun Kuo remember she still held an official position. The next second, she had already dashed off. I'll be right back. Soon, Shun Kuo followed Chu Li to the Hall of Diligent Governance. The ministers had already been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Shun Kuo, the crowd instantly broke into discussion. Who was that? To actually have His Majesty personally lead her in? How could she command such prestige? Shun Kuo looked at them, her face full of smug satisfaction. Go ahead and guess, she thought. His Majesty himself is clearing the path for me. This is something you could never envy. Meanwhile, Shun Xiao recognized Shun Kuo at a glance. The Minister of Rites was indeed his own daughter. His Majesty bringing Shun Kuo to the Hall of Diligent Governance. Did this mean His Majesty acknowledged the capabilities of this new Minister of Rites? It was only then that the ministers realized Shun Kuo was standing in the position reserved for the Minister of Rites. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Can someone so young really be the Minister of Rites? What merits has she achieved? Does she have any political accomplishments? At this moment, Chu Li's face darkened as he looked upon the assembly. You all seem quite curious about the Minister of Rites newly appointed by us. How about we gouge out your eyeballs and bury them for you? The crowd, which had just been buzzing with discussion, immediately fell silent. Just then, the top performers from a military examination were summoned into the hall. Leading them was none other than Tyrant. These civil officials, right here in the imperial court, began to loudly berate the 5 military candidates. Just moments before, Emperor Chu Li had posed a question. The Great Yong has always selected its civil officials from the noble families. Therefore, for those of you from humble origins, the military examination is the only path to officialdom. We understand the resentment in your hearts. At this, one of the military men stepped forward. This commoner dares to ask your Majesty, do you truly understand our resentment? We train through the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. The effort and hardship we endure. The only difference between us and the sons of noble families is that we lack the money to afford brushes and ink. But I just want to prove, to show those civil officials from noble and aristocratic families, that we military men can also stand alongside them through the strength of our fists. Another military man stepped forward. If the world were a slightly better place, who wouldn't want to be a civil official? There's no danger, no need to risk one's life, and their power is so great. My home is near the border, constantly harassed by barbarians. Even if we have a harvest, it gets stolen. I took the military examination precisely because I want to go to the battlefield and kill those barbarians. Hearing this, the civil officials erupted in anger. You're talking nonsense. It's because you're poor and can't afford books, yet you blame the imperial court. Truly rustic bumpkins. Scholars from humble backgrounds can only risk their lives. Who told you to be poor? Your Majesty, you must not believe their words. Our great Yong enjoys peace and prosperity. These troublesome commoners are like weeds, stubbornly resisting improvement. They should be taught a lesson. Chu Li's face was cold as he looked towards the civil officials. The decisions of the 6 ministries are all personally determined by us. Is your arguing useful? Even if you argue, would we listen to you? The civil officials were instantly rendered speechless, unable to refute. They could only glare at Chu Li with furious eyes. Chu Li, however, offered a cold smirk. We currently only wish to focus on the military examination. If you continue to cause trouble, be careful we don't replace you all. With that, Chu Li swept his gaze over the military candidates. Do any of you have anything else to say? At this moment, Shun Xiran stepped forward. Reporting to your Majesty, I was born into a prominent noble family. I do not know the hardships of the common world, but since childhood, I have yearned to be like the famed generals and heroes in the history books, feeling that dying gloriously on the battlefield is the true calling of a man. I didn't understand before why my father wouldn't let me take risks. Nor did I understand why. Even when I won martial contests, my younger sister wasn't happy for me. But now I understand. The purpose of being a military official isn't to defeat everyone, but rather, it is a responsibility to protect. My father never allowed me to participate in the military examination. I once thought he felt it was disgraceful for me to be a mere guard, losing face for the family. But only now do I realize it was a father's worry for his son. Now, what I want most is to protect my family and the lights of the myriad homes after night falls. Therefore, I now choose to take up the sword. The esteemed minister, Shun, actually hid silver notes in his shoes, and then had someone deliver these reeking notes to Shun Kwa. Just moments ago, Shun Xiren had been officially named the new top scorer of the military examination, the Wu Zhuangyuan. As the Minister of Rights, Shun Kwa personally pinned the large red flower onto him. Congratulations, fourth brother. Your wish has been fulfilled. The other military candidates who had entered the top 10 also received their titles and rewards. They wholeheartedly admired Shun Xiren. They had originally thought Shun Xiren was just a profligate son from a noble family joining in for fun. They hadn't expected him to be a true man willing to renounce his family status and abandon the pen for the sword. At this moment, Shun Xiren saw Shun Xiao behind him. He walked awkwardly before his father. Father, I'm sorry. I still didn't listen to you. But please don't expel me from the family. I still want to remain a part of the Shun family. Shin Xiao gazed at the son standing before him. His own mischievous boy. It felt like just a blink of an eye, and he had transformed into the grown man before him now. Now, he even understood how to wield a sword, not for showing off, but with the desire to protect countless homes. At this thought, Shun Xiao suddenly burst into joyous laughter. Truly, a worthy son of Shun Xiao, full of ambition. Shun Xiren's heart leaped with joy. Father, does this mean you agree to let me become a military official? You're not angry anymore. You foolish boy. Father has never thought being a soldier was shameful. Whether you're a humble guard or a common peddler, in Father's eyes, you're all people earning a living by your own skills. This sent Shun Xiren into raptures. He impulsively lifted Shun Xiao right off the ground. The next second, Shun Xiao delivered a swift slap upside his head. Get praised twice, and you lose all sense of proportion. Did you make your sister angry? Don't think I don't know. Saying this, Shun Xiao began to take off his shoe. I have something here. Take it to your sister. From within his shoe, Shun Xiao pulled out a wad of grimy-looking banknotes. Give these banknotes to your sister. Shun Xiren nearly fainted from the smell. Father, how can you give such filthy banknotes to sister? Less nonsense. Just give them to her when I tell you to. I secretly smuggled these in. She's all alone in the palace. She can't be without money. There's no telling how much hardship she might face. He was history's most tight-fisted dog emperor. With one gesture, he rewarded Yin Fei with 3 copper coins. Just moments ago, Yin Fei had found Chu Li leaving court. Wearing a fawning smile, she sidled up to him. Your Majesty, you must be tired. Allow this servant to support you as you walk. Who knew the emperor would completely ignore her? Shun Kwa looked awkwardly at Chu Li. Is your Majesty disgusted because this servant is dirty? Saying this, Shun Kwa wrapped her hand in her sleeve. This way, this servant won't touch your Majesty's pristine white dragon claws. Chu Li's face darkened. What do you mean, pristine white dragon claws? Yin Fei, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you here to thank us on behalf of Shun Xiren? Shun Kwa paused, bewildered. Why would this servant thank you for him? This servant is here because you allowed me to attend court in the capacity of Minister of Personnel. Originally, Shun Kwa had thought the thrill of being in the examination hall last time was the end of it. She never expected that this time, Chu Li would actually let her show her face in the front court. As a woman disguised as a man, it's easy for my cover to be blown. This servant is deeply grateful for the opportunity your Majesty has given. In the future, this servant will definitely work hard. Chu Li looked impatient. And after you've worked hard, are you going to cry and demand money from us again? And then stick out those chicken claws for us to bandage? Yin Fei, are you looking to die? At this moment, Shun Kwa wore a mischievous grin. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. It's not worth harming your health. As she spoke, her hands kept patting Chu Li's body. Chu Li yelled, do not touch us. Seeing Shun Kwa still trying to approach, Chu Li reached out, pressed his hand against her face, and then fled the scene in a flash. Shin Kwa watched Chu Li's retreating back, musing inwardly. Men just love getting angry. not easy to coax at all. Just then, Grand Eunuch Sun Ping came up behind Shenhua. His Majesty just instructed this servant to deliver medicine for your injured hand. Saying this, Sun Ping produced 3 copper coins, and these His Majesty also bestowed upon you. Shenhua stared at the copper coins, fire blazing in her eyes. Is this dog emperor trying to infuriate me to death? As soon as Sun Ping left, Shenhua furiously threw the copper coins onto the ground. This dog of a man really drives me mad. Calming down, Shenhua looked at the coins on the ground. As the saying goes, even mosquito meat is still meat. She bent down again to pick up the copper coins. Only then did she discover that the money was actually gold. Could it be that the dogman had a pang of conscience? Just then, a voice sounded from behind Shenhua. What a coincidence, we meet again. Others who transmigrate into the palace engage in scheming and plotting, but Shenhua's days are spent either bickering or physically fighting with others. Moments ago, Shenhua had once again encountered the Grand Prince of the Qingseng Nation, and the Grand Prince, upon seeing her, immediately launched into brazen provocation. Have you never seen money before? Picking up even a few copper coins. Shenhua, however, remained completely unfazed. This official aspires to be a good official. Grand Prince, your presence here at this time, does it require this official to provide you with proper entertainment? Speaking of entertainment, the Grand Prince recalled the previous time he was beaten up. He thought to himself that he must find a way to get revenge. Shenhua noticed him glancing around hesitantly. The next second, she had already rolled up her sleeves. Grand Prince, are you looking to start a fight? This official's hands happen to be itching right now. Let's have a practice session right here today. The Grand Prince instinctively took a step back. You still want to kill me? Don't think this prince is afraid of you. You crippled one of my hands. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Shenhua laughed. Was the Grand Prince's hand crippled by this official? Quickly tell me, was it the left hand or the right? The Grand Prince gritted his teeth in fury. If only he could defeat this scoundrel Shenhua, he would have charged forward long ago. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Minister Shan. This prince had his less used left hand crippled. Shenhua shook her head. It matters not. As long as the Grand Prince remains here in Great Yong, I will have my chance to strike sooner or later. At this point, the Grand Prince was nearly mad with rage. Every word Shenhua spoke made his teeth itch with fury. He truly wished he could draw his blade and kill Shenhua right then and there. Yet, Shenhua remained relentless. A crippled hand is crippled. The Grand Prince should mourn its loss. As the saying goes, crippled early, crippled late, it was bound to be crippled eventually. Inwardly, Shenhua was laughing herself silly. She particularly relished the sight of him despising her, yet being utterly unable to do anything about it. The Grand Prince, who had intended to endure quietly for the sake of peace, could finally bear it no longer. I have never suffered such humiliation in my life. Damn it all, I'll fight you today. In the next second, he had already lunged towards Shenhua. Shenhua, however, had no intention of dodging. According to the laws of Great Yong, whoever strikes first bears full responsibility. Just touch a single hair on my head, she thought with glee, and see how I deal with you today. Seeing the Grand Prince's fist about to connect, Shenhua felt a surge of wicked delight. Just then, a hand seized the Grand Prince's fist, accompanied by a loud shout. Stop! The newcomer was none other than Tyrant. He cursed loudly. You dare provoke my sister? Then, the two of them mercilessly proceeded to gang up on the Grand Prince. Even the onlookers couldn't bear to watch. The Grand Prince of the Qingseng Nation was truly too pitiful. Finally, the prince, beaten to the ground, managed to struggle back to his feet. You people are simply going too far. With that, the Grand Prince ran off, weeping. I'm going to find the state preceptor and report you. Just you wait. She was the most irascible palace consort in history. With the slightest disagreement, she beat the Grand Prince of the Qingseng Nation until he cried. You people are simply going too far. I'm going to find the state preceptor and report you. Just you wait. Even the palace guards couldn't watch anymore. This consort Yin is truly too brutal. The Grand Prince looks so wretched after that beating. Shun Ziren looked at Shun Kuo with concern. What just happened? Sister, what was Wukanai doing coming to the rear palace? Only then did Shun Kuo realize that Wukanai's direction indicated he was heading towards the rear palace. This Wukanai, sneaking around here, he must have some ulterior motive. What could it be? Shun Ziren felt a jolt of alarm. He couldn't be looking for you, could he? Sister, could he have come seeking revenge against me, risking danger to find me in the rear palace? Wukanai certainly wouldn't appear here for no reason. Did he get lost on his way to the Imperial Hospital to treat his hand? Or did he genuinely intend to seek revenge against me? Even if I speculate, I have no proof. Forget it. I'll just adapt as things unfold. At this moment, Shun Kuo looked at Shun Ziren. Speaking of which, what brings you to the rear palace looking for me? Only then did Shun Ziren remember his actual purpose. Saying this, he pulled out the bank notes he carried. These are the bank notes Father gave you. There should be 10, right? Count them. Seeing the bank notes, Shun Kuo became incredibly excited. Each one was a large note worth 10,000 taels. Hadn't she struck it rich again? She happily counted the notes. Let me kiss my little darlings. Just then, Shun Ziren suddenly shouted, Wait a moment. Sister, don't kiss them yet. Didn't you? Didn't you smell a foul odor on the banknotes? Shun Kuo paused. What smell? Do you mean the stink of money? Only then did Shun Kuo notice that the notes indeed carried a slight stench. Shun Ziren had a dark look on his face. Sister, listen to me. I'll tell you the truth, but you mustn't hit me. Actually, it's the smell of Father's feet. The Emperor strictly forbids outside officials from bringing silver into the palace, so Father hid the bank notes in his shoes, although I wiped them clean before coming. Hearing this, the bank notes in Shun Kuo's hands fluttered to the ground. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm unclean. Shun Ziren also cried out. I'm unclean too. At this moment, Shun Kuo's eyes took on a sinister glint. I must scheme another 100,000 taels out of Father to get revenge. Fourth brother, let's join forces. The two simultaneously looked towards their father's residence. A project to scheme against their father was officially launched. Although Shun Ziren wasn't fond of money, the prospect of scheming against their father alongside his sister greatly interested him. Meanwhile, the Grand Prince had suffered another beating. Just moments ago, he had been ganged up on by the Shun siblings. Bruised and swollen, he was currently in a state of extreme displeasure. Originally, his purpose in entering the palace today was not only to seek treatment for his hand, but also to incidentally catch a glimpse of that wretched woman, Shun Kuo, because he was utterly captivated by Shun Kuo's face. Little did he know, the Minister Chu who had just struck him was Shun Kuo. He furiously kicked a roadside flower pot, sending it flying. It was all the fault of that wretched official, interrupting his chance to see the beauty. Grand Prince wishes to see the beauty? The Grand Prince startled at the sudden voice. He turned to see a figure dressed as a palace concubine emerge. Don't be angry, Grand Prince. I am your friend. It matters not if you don't recognize me. Grand Prince, you need only know that I am someone who wishes to help you. The Grand Prince paused. And why should you want to help me? The woman opposite him wore a grim expression. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yun Fei acts with impunity in this palace, covering the sky with one hand. I've long found it intolerable. An opportunity presents itself. It merely depends on whether the Grand Prince dares to seize it. What is there that this prince wouldn't dare? As long as you can fulfill my desire, this prince can even promise you an additional favor. And so, the two cheerfully reached an agreement to cooperate. Meanwhile, within the Yixiang Palace, Shun Kuo was delightedly fiddling with her personal treasury. I am now a woman wielding 3 gold coins and bank notes worth 100,000 silver taels. I must carefully consider how to spend this enormous sum. First, I shall buy many beautiful clothes, wearing a different one each day, ensuring no single piece is repeated. Then, I must acquire countless pieces of jewelry, adorning myself with a new set daily, to fully radiate the aura of a wealthy woman. Alright, I also need to commission several gold bracelets and rings for myself. That way, I can truly glitter and gleam. Lost in these thoughts, Shun Kuo quivered with excitement. So many ideas, easy to forget. She took out a brush pen, intending to write a list, but she had no idea how to use it properly. Staring at her own ghost-like scribbles, she fell into contemplation. Just then, her personal palace maid entered. Your ladyship, are you painting? Is this charcoal briquettes? Shunko was speechless for a moment. Would you believe me if I said I was writing? The palace maid giggled. Your ladyship jests. How could writing look like this? You are clearly painting. Shunko swiftly destroyed the paper evidence. Can you write? She asked the maid. This servant cannot. A woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. Besides, books are prohibitively expensive. How would learning to write ever fall to the likes of us? Shunko slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Who says girls cannot study? Go and count how many women reside in our palace. Tomorrow, we shall purchase books for all of you to read. As a newly rich woman, Shunko felt incredibly bold at this moment. News of Shunko's windfall quickly reached the ears of Chuli, and this dog of an emperor immediately began scheming about the 100,000 silver taels. Since it is within the imperial palace, everything belongs to Jun. At that moment, the Grand Eunuch continued his report. Recently, it is heard that Consort Yunfei intends to teach the palace maids reading and writing. Also, the Grand Prince of Qingsang has indicated his intention to return to his country soon. Before departing, he wishes to tour the imperial palace. Chuli casually picked up a document and handed it to Sun Ping. Let Yun Fei handle this matter. Shunko obtained 100,000 silver taels. Does she think Jun wouldn't know? Since it is within the rear palace, it all belongs to Jun. Only then did Chuli seem to register the earlier point. You just said Yun Fei wants to teach the palace maids to read. Suddenly, Chuli's bro furuba depoli. Sun Ping startled at his reaction. Teaching palace maids literacy. This matter could be trivial or grave, depending entirely on the emperor's perspective. People who have read books are harder to control. Her ladyship allowing palace maids to read and write is akin to permitting them to carry swords. If the emperor were to hold her ladyship accountable, wouldn't he himself become the one responsible for her demise? After a moment's thought, Chuli decided against punishing Shunko. Instead, he resolved to give her some silver. Jun has never minded if someone wishes to assassinate Jun, or even rebel. Go to the Imperial Household Department and allocate 50 taels of silver to Yun Fei. Consider it funds for hosting the Grand Prince. A mere Grand Prince of Qingsing, Jun has never paid him any mind. Spending 50 taels to treat him to a meal is already giving him face. Tell Yun Fei to simply erect a temporary awning. Let the Qingsang Grand Prince eat and then promptly leave. Jun was quite satisfied with that last shoddy banquet. Also, find 2 literate imperial guards to send to Yun Fei to guard her gate. Following instructions, Sun Ping brought 2 imperial guards to the Yixiang Palace. Your ladyship, you are usually occupied with official duties. The task of teaching the palace maids can be left to them. Shunko rose and appraised the 2 guards before her. Both possess strong physiques, offering a good sense of security. Regrettably, their faces bear scars from battle. Their appearances are not pleasing. But as long as they teach properly, that is sufficient. There's no need for handsome features in this task. Shunko looked at the 2 individuals and asked directly, "What are your names? Are you here under orders from a superior, or do you genuinely wish to teach the palace maids reading and writing?" This consort has never been willing to force anyone to work for me. Just how stingy is that dog Emperor Chuli? He tasked Yun Fei with organizing a banquet, but only allocated 50 taels for expenses. Just moments ago, Chuli had dispatched Sun Ping to the Yixiang Palace and assigned 2 guards to Yun Fei. The guards were named Xiao, Yi, and Xiao Er. Shunko was stunned by their names. What kind of parents were these? Naming their children so simply and crudely. Sun Ping quickly explained, "Your Highness Consort Yun Fei, these 2 have complex backgrounds. Their names are merely designations. If you dislike them, you may rename them." Shunko showed little interest in renaming them. "Since these are the designations you chose yourselves, let's keep them. However, this consort has only one requirement. Since you are to follow me, you must be absolutely loyal to this consort. Can you do that?" Previously, when Shunko had first arrived, she lacked the means to clear out the spies in the Yixiang Palace. Now, holding power, she would no longer tolerate bombs ticking right on her nose. You may consider this carefully. It doesn't matter if you decline. At worst, this consort will simply find others. Your Highness Consort Yun Fei, from this day forward, we belong to you. Subsequently, Shunko turned her gaze towards Sun Ping. Sun Ping startled. "Your Highness, please don't look at this servant." servant. Since his majesty has assigned them to you, they are your people. He will not inquire about them, nor will he ask for them back. This consort does not doubt his majesty. It's just that, regarding certain matters, this consort prefers to state the unpleasantries up front. He has his bottom line, and I have my principles. Clarity benefits everyone. At this moment, Sun Ping produced a pouch of silver. His Majesty instructed this old servant to bring your highness some silver. His Majesty is truly thoughtful, sending both people and silver. It makes one feel quite embarrassed. The Grand Prince of Qingsang is about to return to his country. His Majesty said for you to use these 50 taels of silver to arrange a farewell banquet. Shen Kuo paused, taken aback. Is there some mistake? Are 50 taels of silver enough? Sun Ping, equally helpless, confirmed, truly, it is only 50 taels. Shen Kuo felt exasperated. How am I supposed to arrange the dishes? Does his prestige as a great nation even matter anymore? Is he expecting me to pay out of my own pocket for this banquet again? Rest assured, Your Highness. His Majesty mentioned that the canopy you erected in the Imperial Garden last time. At this, Shen Kuo revealed a mischievous smile. This consort never intended to give him a grand reception anyway. We have a grudge. Not poisoning him to death is already showing immense leniency. This Yin Fei, who seemed to have eaten a mad dog's gall, turned out to be quite the drinker. Just moments ago, the farewell banquet organized by Shen Kuo had commenced. However, the Grand Prince, upon arriving at the banquet, was visibly displeased. Your Highness Consort Yin Fei, what is the meaning of this? The dining area, the tableware, the setup, it's identical to the last time. Surely this isn't leftover from the previous occasion. Shen Kuo merely smirked triumphantly. Grand Prince, you need not doubt. This is what was left from last time. In our great young nation, everyone from His Majesty down to the common folk is extremely frugal. We live counting every copper coin. Previously, the Grand Prince wouldn't have believed it, but having witnessed Shen Kuo picking up copper coins last time, he now accepted it. Your great young nation is truly impoverished. Shen Kuo ignored his mockery and directly ordered the food to be served. Seeing the cabbage and potatoes brought forth, the Grand Prince was dumbfounded. I refuse to eat this bland, watery rubbish. I shall eat the meat and fine wine we brought ourselves. As the drinks flowed and courses passed, a large number of the Qingsang warriors had already succumbed to drunkenness. At this point, the Grand Prince himself was quite intoxicated. Your Highness, let's share a drink. This wine is a unique specialty of our Qingsang nation, brewed using ancient methods and aged for several years to achieve this exquisite flavor. This prince only has this one jar remaining. Your Highness must not miss such a delicacy. Shen Kuo immediately ordered someone to bring it over. Regardless, as the host providing the farewell drinks, refusing would be improper. A palace maid approached with the wine. Your Highness, please drink without worry. This servant has already tested it with a silver needle. There is no poison. Shen Kuo raised her cup directly and toasted with the Grand Prince. Seeing Shen Kuo down the cup in one go, the Qingsang warriors were quite impressed. Your Highness possesses great capacity for liquor. Unexpectedly, after just one cup, Shen Kuo seemed to have developed a taste for it. This wine has a crisp, strong flavor with an endless aftertaste. It is indeed quite good. Before long, Shen Kuo had already downed 5 consecutive cups. Even the Grand Prince had been drunk under the table by her. Your Highness, His Highness the Grand Prince, is intoxicated. Might we borrow a side hall in your esteemed palace for him to rest? Upon hearing this request, Shen Kuo instinctively shook her head. Palace regulations forbid outside guests from staying overnight. We are not seeking lodging, the attendant quickly clarified. We merely wish to borrow a place in your esteemed palace for our Grand Prince to rest for a while. As soon as he sobers up, we shall depart immediately. With the request phrased so earnestly, Shen Kuo found it difficult to refuse further. This palace shall arrange a side hall for you then. I trust your Grand Prince will leave promptly once he awakens. At that very moment, the thoroughly intoxicated Shen Kuo also staggered to her feet and began to act out drunkenly, babbling incoherently about needing to find Zai Zai. Her maids, quite helpless, could only support her and guide her to the nearest available room, a side hall within Qingmen Palace. Qingdai instructed the other palace maids to ensure consort Yunfei was well looked after before hurrying off to the kitchens herself to press for the sobering soup. It was precisely then that a thin bamboo tube stealthily poked through the window from outside. A stream of green, poisonous smoke was slowly, deliberately blown into the room where Shun Kuo lay unconscious. That grand prince, so audacious in his lust, he actually dared to make advances towards the emperor's own woman, consort Yunfei. Just moments before, a bamboo tube had extended through the window into Yunfei's chamber. Within moments, the palace maids inside collapsed, overcome by a potent knockout drug. Following this, several shadowy figures slipped into the room. "Aha, success," one whispered. "Quickly, take her to the Grand Prince. He grows impatient." Very swiftly, Shenhua found herself being moved into another room. Her mind was a fog. She vaguely sensed being carried, shifted from place to place, yet her eyelids felt impossibly heavy, refusing to open. Just then, the Grand Prince, having waited with barely contained eagerness, strode into the room. "I have waited so long for you," he purred. "Little beauty, huh?" Shenhua, still lost in the haze, frowned slightly. What was that repulsive odor? Instinctively, she turned her face away. The Grand Prince immediately pressed closer, seizing her hand. "Still trying to evade this prince? Let's see where you can possibly run now." Unexpectedly, though still trapped in her stupor, Shun Kuo's hand lashed out, landing a sharp slap across the Grand Prince's face. Instead of anger, the prince merely laughed, a cruel twist to his lips. Hitting his affection, scolding his love, he murmured perversely. "There isn't much time left until the palace gates are locked for the night. Time is indeed tight, but rest assured, this prince will still cherish you most tenderly." Saying this, he roughly pulled open Shun Kuo's outer robe. To his shock, Shun Kuo's eyes suddenly snapped wide open, blazing with fury. "Bastard, how dare you show such insolence towards this palace?" In the next instant, she seized the Grand Prince by the front of his robes and hurled him away with surprising force. Caught completely off guard, Wukanai crashed heavily onto the floor. For a moment, he lay there, utterly stunned. He never imagined that consort Yunfei, who always appeared so delicate and frail, could possess such astonishing strength. Furthermore, her movements, the way she struck, it felt disturbingly familiar. Meanwhile, Shun Kuo was practically vibrating with rage. "Wukanai, are you courting death? This palace is Yunfei. I am the highest-ranking consort in the imperial harem. How dare you treat me with such contempt?" Wukanai chuckled darkly. "And what if I do? Even if something were to happen between us today, would you truly dare to report it to Chu Li? Besides," he added with a sinister grin, "this prince possesses a wondrous exotic technique capable of making you forget everything that transpires tonight." Shenhua fixed him with a chillingly grim stare. "You believe this palace would not dare inform the emperor?" As she spoke, her hand moved towards her waist. "If you lay a hand on this palace today, not only will I ensure I never forget, but I will personally see to it that you are flayed alive and your tendons ripped out. I truly never wish to use this blade for killing," she murmured, almost to herself. At that moment, Wukanai lunged again. "Beauty, here I come." But Shen Kuo moved faster. In a fluid motion, she drew the gleaming, treasured blade from her side. "Wukanai, I shall grant you the mercy of leaving your corpse intact. Go now, and repent before the King of Hell." Meanwhile, within the solemn Panlong Hall, Emperor Chu Li was attending to matters of state. "Strange," he murmured, setting down his brush. "Why does we feel so unusually restless today? It is as if something terrible is about to occur." Sun Ping approached his side respectfully. "Your Majesty, Consort Yunfei is currently hosting the farewell banquet in the Imperial Garden. Perhaps Your Majesty would care to take a look?" Feeling the unease persist, Chu Li nodded. "Yes, let us go and see." That mad, shameless Grand Prince, his audacity truly knew no bounds. To actually dare lay hands on the Emperor's women. Just then, Chu Li and his entourage arrived at the Imperial Garden. However, the festive scene was strangely subdued. Neither Consort Yunfei nor the Grand Prince were anywhere to be seen. A nearby palace maid informed them that Her Highness Consort Yunfei had already departed, though her destination was unknown. Sun Ping ventured a guess. "The banquet must have concluded, Your Majesty. Consort Yunfei has likely returned to Yixiang Palace." At the mention of Yixiang Palace, A sharp, ominous premonition pierced Chu Li's heart. Without delay, he led his men, turning sharply towards Yixiang Palace. En route, they passed Chengmin Palace, situated not far from the Imperial Garden. Chengmin Palace, however, had long stood deserted and unused. Yet today, it emanated an unusual level of noise and activity. Frowning, Chu Li strode directly inside, his guards following closely. There, he saw Shen Kuo's personal palace maid, her face etched with panic, desperately calling out for her mistress. Her ladyship was drunk at the banquet. She was originally resting here in the side hall. But after this servant returned with the sobering soup, I found her ladyship missing. Could she be in danger? Chu Li immediately asked her who else was in the palace. The Grand Prince of the Qingsang nation was also drunk. He is currently resting in the side hall on the other side. As she spoke, the palace maid broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be the Grand Prince meant to harm her ladyship? Without a second thought, Chu Li charged directly into the side hall. Seeing Chu Li, the Qingsang warriors tensed up. Chu Li stared coldly at them. Tell Wukanai to come out and see us. The two warriors quickly claimed that Wukanai was drunk and resting. It is inconvenient for him to come out. Your Majesty should please return. Chu Li instantly flew into a rage. And what if we insist on entering? Hearing this, the Imperial guards beside Chu Li already had their hands on the hilts of their sabers. The next second, Chu Li kicked open the door to the side hall. The two warriors had already been disarmed by Chu Li's guards. Inside the room, the Grand Prince was now lying on the ground, having suffered multiple stab wounds. And Shen Kuo was also injured. Seeing Chu Li, Wukanai turned pale with fright. Chu Li didn't even need to ask to know what had transpired. An enraged Chu Li surged forward, seizing Wukanai by the throat. You wish to die? We can grant you that. As Chu Li's grip tightened, Wukanai looked moments away from being strangled to death. Just then, Shen Kuo rushed towards Chu Li. Your Majesty, spare his life. He cannot die just yet. At this moment, the effects of a drug on Shen Kuo had not fully subsided. Her legs gave way, and she stumbled into Chu Li's arms. Your Majesty, your consort fought with Wukanai. He snatched my dagger and stabbed me with it. Shen Kuo stopped Chu Li, not truly wanting to spare the Grand Prince's life. Previously, she had considered leaving Wukanai's body intact, but now she didn't want Wukanai to die so easily. She wanted Wukanai to spend his next life hiding whenever he saw her. Your consort does not wish to command your Majesty, but Wukanai harbored ill intentions towards me. We cannot let him die too easily. Chu Li was nearly angered to death by Shen Kuo. She was injured herself, yet still thinking about torturing Wukanai. You, be silent for us. Now relaxing, Shen Kuo felt increasingly weak all over. Chu Li directly scooped her into his arms. If you're tired, just sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over. Leave the rest to us. Shen Kuo, you damnable woman. How dare you bear another man's child behind our back? Seeing Shen Kuo continuously murmuring, Zai Zai, veins pulsed on Chu Li's enraged face. Tonight, the Imperial Palace was destined for a sleepless night. Chu Li personally ordered that all 10 fingers of the Grand Prince Wukanai of the Qingsang nation be chopped off, along with the state preceptor Yesa, who was stationed outside the palace. Chu Li ordered him arrested and imprisoned, awaiting interrogation and execution. The entire envoy accompanying Wukanai was interrogated and executed overnight. Their bodies were directly thrown into the mass graves to feed wild dogs. The commander of the Imperial Guard arrived directly at the Imperial Medical Academy. All Imperial physicians, please come with us to Panlong Hall. The physicians looked bewildered. All of them? Such a grand mobilization. Could it be that the Emperor was dying? Before they could ask, they were whisked away by the Imperial Guard. The physicians exchanged glances, unsure if this trip portended fortune or disaster. The Imperial Guard commander sighed. Now he still had to go outside the palace to request several ministers to enter the palace urgently to discuss matters concerning dispatching troops to the Qingsang nation. The thought of notifying Shen Xiao made him slightly fearful. He absolutely could not tell him about Shen Kuo's injury, or else Shen Xiao might beat him up first. Then he would surely demand Wukanai be drawn and quartered. When the physicians entered, they saw that the emperor didn't seem ill at all, but lying on the emperor's bed was actually a woman. For a moment, the physicians thought their eyes were deceiving them. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and attend to Consort Yun Fei. Only then did the physicians realize they were here for consort Yin Fei. Thankfully, Eunuch's son reminded them. Otherwise, they would have violated the great taboo of an outside official directly taking the pulse of an imperial concubine. Apologies for the trouble, Eunuch. Please tie this red thread to her ladyship's wrist. At this moment, Shun Kwa, the alcohol not fully worn off, was still talking nonsense. Zai Zai, don't run. Let me kiss you. As she spoke, she hugged Chu Li's arm, rubbing against it. Good Zai Zai, I like you the most. My dear baby. Hearing this, veins popped on Chu Li's forehead. This damnable woman. How dare you bear another man's child behind our back? The next second, Chu Li again saw the wound on Shun Kwa's arm. Seeing as you're injured and look so pale, Chu Li conceded, his voice tight. We shall reluctantly refrain from holding this against you. But Shun Kwa clung stubbornly to his arm, shaking it insistently. Zai Zai want kisses. Kume, ug Zai Zai. Lift Zai Zai high. Chu Li could bear it no longer. Tell us honestly, who did you have this child with? What is that man's name? And where are you keeping your Zai Zai? Just then, Sun Ping entered, reporting to your majesty. The imperial physicians have all arrived. The physicians instructed this servant to place this thread on her ladyship's wrist to take her pulse. Simultaneously, Sun Ping marveled inwardly at the scene before him. It seemed so incredibly warm. Who knew that the very next second, he would witness Chu Li erupting in fury? Take what pulse? Let her die, for all we care. Sun Ping was utterly stunned. What on earth had happened now? Damnable woman, Chu Li seethed internally. How dare you bear another man's child behind our back? Just then, Eunuch's son entered, reporting to your majesty. The imperial physician says, to have this servant place this thread upon her ladyship's wrist to take her pulse. Chu Li instantly flew into a rage. Take what pulse? Let her die. Eunuch's son jumped in fright. In just a short while, what had gone wrong again? He stared speechlessly at the red thread in his hand. With a cold snort, Chu Li snatched the red thread. We merely find her useful to us, a rare amusement we happened upon. We cannot let her die. Don't misunderstand. He tied the thread around Shun Kwa's wrist. Eunuch's son nodded repeatedly on the surface, thinking, as if I'd believe you for a second. Only then did Chu Li finish securing the red thread onto Shun Kwa's hand. He was still muttering under his breath. What does consort Yin Fei having a child have to do with us? Standing behind him, Sun Ping wished he could press his ear right up to Chu Li's lips to hear better. Then, the next second, he heard Chu Li's furious roar. Get out, Sun Ping replied. This servant will roll out immediately. But his expression was utterly delighted. A moment later, Sun Ping returned, carrying a bottle of ointment. The imperial physician says, consort Yin Fei's external wounds need to be treated as soon as possible. Let the pain kill her, Chu Li thought viciously. Yet, his hand acted honestly, taking the medicine bottle. His face was a thundercloud as he glared at Shun Kwa. When you wake up, if you don't explain clearly to us who you had that child with, we will skin you alive. He then poured the medicine onto Shun Kwa's wound. The sharp sting jolted Shun Kwa awake instantly. She struggled, trying to prevent Chu Li from applying the medicine to her injury. Chu Li seized her hand firmly. Didn't you claim before that you weren't afraid of pain? Shun Kwa turned her head aside, desperately trying to hold back the tears welling in her eyes. How could anyone truly not fear pain? Chu Li hadn't expected the invariably formidable consort Yin Fei to have moments of weakness. Then, he watched as Shun Kwa grabbed his arm and bit down hard. Chu Li let out a muffled grunt of pain, but didn't pull away. He simply allowed Shun Kwa to keep biting. Shun, you petty-minded woman, you even hold a grudge over this. Having vented her frustration, Shun Kwa collapsed directly into Chu Li's embrace. You didn't push me away. You're a good person. Anyone who can tolerate my awful temper is a good person. Chu Li found himself inexplicably labeled a good person. Afterward, Chu Li personally fed Shun Kwa more medicine. The grievances you suffered today, we will reclaim them for you, bit by bit. As he spoke these words, Chu Li's tone held a rare gentleness. Shun Kwa grabbed onto Chu Li as he was about to leave. Zai Zai is actually my younger brother. My dear younger brother. Chu Li pondered. Shun Kwa was the youngest child of the Shun family. This younger brother must be from her adoptive parents' side. But Shun Kwa's entire adoptive family had been murdered. Since the boy was dead, he wasn't worth dwelling on. Rest well. We shall go handle the subsequent matters. It turned out that the tyrant Emperor Chu Li of Great Yong was fiercely protective of his wife. Merely because the Grand Prince of Qingshang had injured his consort Yin Fei, he was now planning to dispatch troops to annihilate the Qingshang nation. Key ministers of the court were summoned urgently to the palace overnight by Chu Li. Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with Wukanai? This subject has heard that Your Majesty intends to send troops against Qingshang. Your Majesty, the Minister of War stepped forward. This old subject, as the Minister of War, believes this course of action is inappropriate. This subject deeply regrets what has happened to Consort Yin Fei. However, warfare exhausts the people and drains the treasury. This subject proposes that dealing with Wukanai appropriately and sending him back would suffice. There is no need to mobilize the masses and launch a large-scale military campaign. This thoroughly infuriated Shen Xiao. You claim you're considering Great Yong's welfare by opposing sending troops, but have you truly listened to the voice of the people? Do you not know how deeply the citizens on the border despise the Hu people? The Minister of War looked at Shen Xiao. It is Lord Shen. This official is aware that Consort Yin Fei is your biological daughter. You cherish this daughter whom you have regained after she was lost. This official understands that you have lost your sense of reason over this matter. Shen Xiao glared at him, grinding his teeth in hatred. Consort Yin Fei is indeed this official's daughter, but she is also His Majesty's consort. She is the imperial noble consort of our Great Yong, holding the highest conferred rank. The Minister of War found Shen Xiao's demeanor rather amusing. A mere consort held little sway. Who knew when she might be cast aside? Even if that old fool Shen Xiao insisted on deploying troops, it would be useless. Surely, the Emperor knew how to choose. Your Majesty, mobilizing troops is a complex matter. Let's not escalate a minor issue into a major conflict. At this, Chu Li finally spoke. Beloved Minister, you are correct. Mobilizing troops is a weighty decision, not to be made rashly. Hearing this, the Minister of War felt a surge of relief and joyfully exclaimed, Your Majesty is wise. Suddenly, Chu Li turned back to face him, his countenance exceptionally cold. Perhaps we should start by making an example of the Minister of War? What say you? The Minister of War was instantly stunned. Your Majesty, calm your anger. Even if my words were improper, they were spoken out of consideration for Great Yong. You certainly considered us, Chu Li replied, his voice dripping with ice. You even reminded us of a matter we had long overlooked. Men, pass down our decree. Wukanai attempted assassination within the palace and was slain by our own hand on the spot. The Minister of War, neglecting his duty to protect the sovereign, attempted to flee and was cut down by the envoy delegation. Having said this, Chu Li turned and walked away without a backward glance, while the Minister of War, utterly terrified, collapsed bonelessly to the ground. The commander of the Imperial Guard slowly approached him. General sends Minister Song on his way. A final piece of advice, Minister. In your next life, remember not to be so self-righteous. In the next instant, the man who had just been the Minister of War became the former Minister of War. Many ministers who had just arrived witnessed this very scene, their hearts pounding with fear. Your humble servant agrees to raise the troops. I will arrange the expeditionary forces provisions and fodder as quickly as possible. The Minister of Revenue was the first to step forward, thinking that if he disagreed, he would likely share the Minister of War's fate. Chu Li regarded him with an appreciative gaze. Very good. Our other beloved ministers have also arrived. We hope tonight you will lend us the full measure of your knowledge as we discuss the grand strategy for this campaign against Qingsheng. When everyone saw Chu Li systematically laying out the operational plans, they were somewhat taken aback. So, the great tyrant wasn't entirely ignorant about this tattered empire of his after all. The fiercely protective Jiang Ruyan, upon learning of Shun Kua's injury, immediately rushed to the palace. My dear sister, are you all right? These are all tonics I brought for you. You must take good care of yourself and recuperate properly. Shun Kua looked at the pile of items, rendered speechless. How long would it take her to consume all this? Third brother, compared to these things, I'd be happier if you brought money. You know me, I'm a crass and worldly person. Jiang Ri sighed. Are you? Usually, you seem so clever. Why do you always stumble when it comes to silver? Skin Kwasmilet. Money is an external possession, but one can hardly move a step without it. Third brother, come closer. Jiang Ruyan quickly waved his hands. Wait, don't move carelessly. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Shun Kwa directly grabbed Jiang Ruyan's hand. Quick, give me your hand. In the next second, Shun Kwa had already plundered the gold rings from his hand. And the right hand too, give it here. Although Jiang Ruyan verbally agreed, it's all yours. His heart ached. Just how much hardship had this girl suffered in the past to care so much about these things? Adorned with the gold rings, Shun Kwa beamed with happiness. Making Wook and I eat boiled cabbage at the banquet. 50 taels wasn't nearly enough. Now, with third brother's rings, she had recouped her losses. Jiang Ruyan hesitated for a moment, then finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. That Wook and I, did it do anything else to you? Shun Kwa, however, appeared completely unconcerned. Wook and I didn't succeed. Doesn't he know how formidable your sister is? Of course, the moment I struck, I beat him until he couldn't find his teeth. Jiang Ruyan gently poked Shun Kwa's forehead. I really don't know what to say about you. Then, Jiang Ruyan looked at Shun Kwa with a sorrowful expression. Third brother has thought long and hard, and I realize that besides money, there's nothing I can give you. How about third brother buys your freedom and takes you home? Every time something happens to you in the palace, third brother can't help. As the #1 imperial merchant under heaven, holding the lifelines of immense wealth, there's no person or matter I fear. And yet, the sister I hold dearest in my heart, I cannot protect her. Shun Kwa told Jiang Ruyan not to worry about her. This time, I was just careless. Besides, I've already figured out how to deal with the person behind Wook and I. Jiang Ruyan paused, stunned. Without a backer, no matter how audacious Wook and I was, he would never have dared to do such a thing. In the next second, Jiang Ruyan thought of someone. Could it be him? Sister, tell brother honestly, was the person behind this Shun Yin? At this, Shun Kwa stared intently at Jiang Ruyan. If it is third brother, what do you intend to do? Hearing this, Jiang Ruyan's face darkened ominously. Anyone who dares to harm you, I will make them disappear. Regarding the last time Shun Yin used that treacherous scheme to harm father, I've already warned her. If she dares to make a move against us again, I will personally cut her down. Shun Kwa toyed with the gemstone ring on her finger, casually asking, Brother, are you serious? Would you truly have the heart? Jiang Ruyan anxiously grasped her hand. I know you said before that the Shun Manor can only have one daughter. It's either Shin Yin or you. It was my scheme that forced you to accept this identity. You've been wronged. Shun Kwa curved her lips into a smile. Your words are enough. In the palace, do you have any other enemies who dislike you? Shun Kwa shook her head. Plenty. I am, after all, the highest-ranking woman in the inner palace and have presided over the state banquet twice in succession. The women in the harem are green with envy. It's normal for them to dislike me and want to harm me. Jiang Ruyan couldn't stay in the palace for too long, especially since they were currently conversing within the inner palace grounds. Thus, after a short while, he departed, filled with reluctance. Qing Dai watched Jiang Ruyan's retreating figure. Your Highness, were those things you just said true? Was it really Consort Ling who harmed you? Actually, Shun Kwa admitted, I have no proof, but I guess it's highly likely. Indeed, many women in the palace envied, resented, and hated her. Countless individuals were secretly waiting for her to fall from her consort position, or perhaps rise to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Yet, the only one with the capability and financial resources to orchestrate this was Shun Yin. She once held sway over the Phoenix Seal, cultivating countless confidants and spies. As the saying goes, I will not attack unless I am attacked. This time, I want her and Wook and I to meet the king of hell together. Though Bedreddin, Shun Kwa hadn't given up investigating the events at Qingming Palace. One order after another was dispatched from Yixiang Palace. Information flowed back, passing through the hands of Qiao Yi and Xiao Er. The two were remarkably efficient. Just then, news arrived from the imperial prison, stating that Wook and I insisted the person collaborating with him from within was noble Lady Qi. Hearing this, Shun Kwa was stunned. Are you absolutely certain? Wook and I claims he can recognize noble Lady Qi's appearance, and he accurately stated the time and place he met with her. In noble Lady Qi's body, she wasn't resting alone in her chambers that day. Since noble Lady Qi lacks a direct alibi, she has been confined to the imperial prison by the imperial guard. Noble Lady Chi would never betray me. She just wants to live out her days peacefully in the harem. There's no reason for her to harm me. No, I must go see her. See if I can get her out. Qingdai knew she was anxious. But your highness, your injuries haven't healed yet. The imperial physician forbade you from getting out of bed. Besides, without his majesty's decree, you cannot enter the imperial prison. Must I simply wait here, helplessly? When father was in trouble, noble Lady Chi took the initiative to find me, asking her father to pull strings so Shun Xiren could visit father in prison. Now that she's in trouble, I absolutely cannot stand idly by. Ignoring her severe injuries, Shun Kwa resolved to go to Panlong Hall to find Chu Li. When Chu Li received the announcement, he thought he had misheard. Who did you say seeks an audience? Replying to your majesty, it is Consort Yin Fei requesting an audience. Why isn't she resting properly in Yixiang Palace? What is she doing coming here to Zhen? Let her enter. The moment Shun Kwa stepped inside, she heard the man on the dragon throne threaten her. Shun Kwa, you had better have something truly important to seek Shin for. It's extremely urgent, a matter of life and death. Shun Kwa explained noble Lady Chi's situation. Unexpectedly, this made Chu Li even angrier. Again, for some irrelevant person, how many times have you come to Zhen for others? Every time Shin Kwa sought Chu Li, it was for various people. Unfortunately, Shun Kwa didn't grasp his underlying meaning. Noble Lady Chi is not an irrelevant person. She is your servant consort's friend. Oh, beloved consort would go through fire and water for a friend? So much so that you'd come to see Zhen despite your injuries? Should Zhen praise beloved consort for her loyalty and righteousness? That is not what your servant consort intended. Enough. Be silent. Zhen does not wish to hear it. Chu Li pressed his temples, cutting her off. Under the throbbing pain of his recurring headache, his mind uncontrollably flashed back to the image of his arm being stabbed by Wukanai. Just then, Sun Ping cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty!" Shun Kwa looked up to see Chu Li clutching his head, his face contorted in pain. Eunuch Sun frantically shouted, "Quickly, summon the imperial physician." Chu Li's headache had started acting up since the incident at Chengming Palace. He had managed to endure it these past few days, preventing it from worsening. Now, provoked by Shun Kwa, he could no longer hold it back. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded like a death knell in Shun Kwa's mind. Warning, target character's headache is severe. Host, please use your singing voice to soothe him immediately. Shun Kwa was startled. She knew she had done wrong, but she hadn't intended to provoke Chu Li. Your Highness, I beg you please sing. Let His Majesty sleep for a while. Sun Ping had wanted to go to Yixiang Palace to find her earlier, but had been scolded away by Chu Li. When his headache flared, he became extremely irritable, and no one dared to defy him again. Understand, I will support him. Perhaps it was due to the immense strain of handling this sudden episode, coupled with his resistance to resting, that the singing finally took effect. After Chu Li drifted into a deep slumber, the system's voice echoed once more. Villain time machine activated. Duration, 11 Shurchin. Host, please complete the mission to save the cruel tyrant within the stipulated time. Emperor Chu Li had known carpentry since childhood. Shun Kwa couldn't understand why little Ali was suddenly acting like a carpenter. The moment he saw Shun Kwa, he instinctively hid the piece of wood in his hands behind his back. But the wooden rings he was making were far too numerous. There was no way to conceal them all in such a short time. One ring rolled to a stop at Shun Kwa's feet. The wood looked somewhat familiar. Judging by the color, why does this look so much like your bedboard? Did you dismantle your bed? If you took the bed apart, where will you sleep? Pretty sister, the people from the Household Affairs Department gave Ali new bedboards. So, he had kept the replaced boards to carve things. Pretty sister, you came at just the right time. Ali only has a few more to finish. When they're done, could Pretty Sister help Ali test them? Shun Kwa readily agreed. Once all 49 rings were completed, little Ali excitedly tossed aside his carving knife and began connecting the mechanisms on the rings, one after another. He fashioned them into something resembling a pair of handcuffs. At this moment, Shun Kwa felt a sense of foreboding. What are you planning to do with these wooden handcuffs? Is Pretty Sister going back on her word, refusing to help Ollie test them? It's alright if Pretty Sister won't test them. Ollie isn't sad at all. He turned away, looking aggrieved, as if about to cry secretly behind Shun Kwa's back. How could Shun Kwa bear this? Helplessly, she extended her hand. Little Ollie picked up the wooden handcuffs, fastening one into Shun Kwa's right wrist and the other to his own left wrist. Why didn't you use rope this time? Spending so much time making handcuffs, don't you think it's a waste? Ever since Shun Kwa had vanished before his eyes last time, little Ali had been constantly thinking about how to keep Pretty Sister with him. He felt his previous attempt with the rope failed because he hadn't been sincere enough. Therefore, he studied desperately in the academy and finally, in one examination, surpassed more than 10 of his elder imperial brothers. When Father Emperor asked him what reward he desired, inspiration struck and he thought of having his bedboards replaced. Shun Kwa gently patted his head. You won. When you received the reward from the Emperor, did your imperial brothers try to bully you? Just as Shun Kwa asked the question, she received a system alert. Chu Qingji is approaching the target. Little Chu Li. Chu Chengji, radiating aggression, brought his men to find little Chu Li. He kicked open the dilapidated door. Little waste, hurry up and come out here to die. But there was no sign of little Chu Li in the room. The little waste runs fast. Smash everything in here for me. The bedboards rewarded by the Emperor couldn't be smashed, but everything else could. Chu Qingji began venting his fury on the furnishings inside the wooden hut, turning the place into utter chaos. Shun Kwa, hiding behind the structure, couldn't hear their words, only the faint sounds of things being smashed. Ali, they're wrecking your house. Hearing this, little Ali first revealed a triumphant smirk. This foolish third imperial brother is truly stupid. Isn't he just leaving evidence against himself? Then, as Shun Kwa looked over, he lowered his head again, appearing utterly pitiful. What should I do? Will Ali have nowhere to live anymore? Will Ali have to sleep on the streets? Imagining him homeless, Shun Kwa felt a pang of heartache. No, I can't let them get away with this. Ali, wait here for me. I'll get revenge for you. Shun Kwa glanced at little Li's old bedboards, and an idea suddenly sparked. If the handcuffs made from this material can restrain me, then I should be able to touch the wood itself, right? That makes things easier. Then, Chu Qingji watched in horror as a bedboard lifted into the air by itself and flew straight towards him. Yeah, ghost. Chu Qingji was scared out of his wits. Help, save me, this imperial prince. Those with guilty consciences are always afraid of encountering ghosts, especially when caught in the act of wrongdoing. Run! Chu Qingji watched as the eunuchs, usually his loyal lapdogs, abandoned him in his moment of peril. Come back, you dogs! Get me out first! Shun Kwa deliberately allowed the eunuchs to flee, then maneuvered the bedboard horizontally, blocking Chu Qingji's path of escape. Great Immortal, please don't capture me. I didn't mean to disturb you. It's all the fault of the person living in your house. He's too hateful. Chu Qingji tried to explain his grievances, but Shun Kwa wasn't about to listen to his excuses. The bedboard relentlessly struck Chu Qingji. He retreated until he could retreat no further, taking a severe beating. Great Immortal, I messed up your sacred dwelling. It was wrong of me. I'll clean it up for you right now. Great Immortal, spare my life. Chu Qingji, who had smashed things with such glee moments ago, now looked utterly pathetic as he scrambled to put everything back in order. Shun Kwa observed the room, now neat and orderly thanks to Chu Qingji's efforts, feeling quite satisfied. After being frightened like this today, he probably won't dare to provoke you again. Just then, the system prompted Shun Kwa. Mission time is up. Returning to the present world, Shun Kwa felt a wave of panic. The only reason she could travel back in time using the time machine was entirely because she had triggered Chu Li's severe headache. Now, Chu Li was asleep, but should she remain? Eunuch Sun perceived her thoughts. Your ladyship, please stay. When His Majesty awakens and sees you, he will surely be very pleased. Really? Why do I feel like he'll have my head? Your ladyship is undoubtedly loyal and righteous. However, His Majesty's temper, your ladyship doesn't need to do much, just yield a little. Is it that simple? Shun Kwa was skeptical. Eunuch Sun persuaded Shun Kwa to stay, even leaving her alone in the bedchamber with Chu Li, repeatedly urging her not to leave. As long as your ladyship stays, you will obtain what you desire. Chu Li slept until Mao Sure the next day. Propping himself up, his head still groggy, he vaguely recalled having a dream he couldn't remember. Attendants, the eunuchs outside the bedchamber, entered to attend to him as he woke. Suddenly, his hand brushed against someone. It wasn't the first time Chu Li had seen Shen Kuo asleep, but his feelings this time were different from before, imbued with a certain indescribable sensation. Especially seeing her injured and bullied, he would lose control. He didn't know how to explain this unprecedented emotion. Suddenly, Chu Li seemed to have figured something out. It must be because Jin doesn't want to see her bullied by others. That's right. The only one who can tease and bully her for amusement is Zhan. It's no big deal if Zhan cared a little more. Thinking this, Chu Li's mood improved considerably. Thus, he unceremoniously woke Shen Kuo. Why are you still sleeping? Zhan is awake. You should be too. Startled awake, Shen Kuo yawned, her mind still foggy as she heard Chu Li's words. Muddled, she blurted out the anger in her heart. Do you have any idea what time it is? Why are you so annoying? Just shut up. A long silence followed. In a vast bedchamber, even the sound of breathing was distinct. Shen Kuo covered her face and squeezed her eyes shut. What did I just say? How could I have the audacity to scold Chu Li? Goodbye, my world. I'll be leaving first. This consort, who seemed to have eaten the gall of a mad dog, actually dared to call the emperor annoying and tell Emperor Chu Li to shut up. But after saying this, Shen Kuo realized she might be in deep trouble. Did I really just curse at Chu Li? Will I be beaten to death with rods? Just as Shen Kuo curled into a ball, contemplating how to save herself, Chu Li had already stepped down from the dragon bed. What are you spacing out for? Hurry over and help Jin dress. Thinking she was doomed, Shen Kuo was overjoyed. He's letting me off just like that? There aren't many amusements that interest Zhan. You barely count as the only one. Zhan can tolerate some minor offenses from you. Next time won't be so easy. Watch your mouth in the future. Anyone who dared to curse Zhan is already 6 feet under. Shen Kuo gritted her teeth. Yes, your majesty. Your servant understands. Next time, I definitely won't say these things to your face. I'll certainly curse you thoroughly behind your back. Chu Li looked down, observing her feisty demeanor, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Under the morning sun, the noble and imposing man stood with arms outstretched, watching indulgently as the stunning woman beside him dressed him. The woman possessed kingdom-toppling beauty, her gaze filled with affection solely for the man. What a beautiful scene. Is His Majesty's belt tightened appropriately? Shen Kuo asked delicately. Appropriate. If my beloved consort tightens it any further, Jin will be strangled, the infinitely indulgent Chu Li replied. How could that be? Your servant wouldn't dare commit regicide. Shen Kuo smiled sweetly and tightened the belt just a little more, making Chu Li gasp for breath. My beloved consort enjoys wrestling with Zhan's belt so much, truly living up to the wild faction. The phrase wild faction triggered Shen Kuo's embarrassing memories. She didn't dare make any more moves on him and quickly finished dressing him to complete her task. Wasn't it Sun Ping who asked you to stay last night? Eunuch Sun did ask your servant to stay, but later your servant genuinely didn't want to leave. Chu Li fell silent for a moment, then said, Go find Lu Su. He will take you to the Xiaoyu prison to see noble Lady Qi. Shen Kuo exclaimed happily, Thank you, your majesty. Noble Lady Qi, hold on. I'm coming to save you, she thought. Lu Su, commander of the Imperial Guard, led Shen Kuo directly into the Xiaoyu prison. When Shen Kuo saw noble Lady Qi, she had already lost her former radiance. Seeing Shen Kuo arrive, noble Lady Qi was first surprised, then scrambled over frantically. Her hands reached through the bars of the cell, clutching Shen Kuo's sleeve. Shen Kuo, believe me, I didn't try to harm you. How could I possibly do such a vile thing to you? The first words she spoke were not to beg Shen Kuo to save her, but to explain that she hadn't harmed her. I know you wouldn't do this. Shen Kuo grasped his cold hand, comforting him. Calm down. Tell me exactly what happened. Shen Kuo went to visit noble Lady Qi in Xiaoyu prison. Here's a hand warmer I brought in, and a fox fur cloak. Also this wound medicine. It was previously gifted to me by His Majesty for my palms. If you have any wounds, take out the ointment and apply it. It won't leave scars. Oh, right, take a qi and blood replenishing pill first, then speak slowly. Noble Lady Qi looked embarrassed. Shen Kuo, I'm already so happy that you could come see me, and you even brought me so many things. Shen Kuo quickly took off her own cloak and put it on honor. What need is there for such words between us? For a moment, noble Lady Chi was too moved to speak. Tell me honestly, what exactly happened that day? Only then can I help you. That day, I just ate a plate of pastries in the morning. It upset my stomach, and it kept hurting, so I stayed in my room to rest. I ate the Snow Mountain berry and date paste cake, sesame rolls, oh right, and a plate of flaky white jade cake. It had a layer of sweet fruit jam inside, very refreshing and sweet. It was so delicious I couldn't stop eating. Shun Kwa gave a dry laugh, her expression darkening slightly. Haha, quite an appetite. Suddenly, Shun Kwa sensed something was wrong. You said the white jade cake was chilled and refreshing, and your stomach hurt after eating it? If your monthly period was approaching, or had already arrived, you shouldn't touch that kind of food. Noble Lady Chi was startled by Shun Kwa's words. My period was indeed due around that day. Could that be why my stomach hurt? Shun Kwa couldn't be entirely sure yet. Menstruation is a very private matter. Your personal palace, maids must know. If this is the reason, then there might be a traitor among them. Noble Lady Chi grew nervous. My palace maids have been with me for a long time. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Shun Kwa had no evidence yet and could only offer a rough analysis. The human heart is hard to fathom. Under heavy reward, there will always be desperate people. If it wasn't them, then the problem lies with the Internal Affairs Department. Shun Kwa, what should I do? Am I being targeted? Thinking of this, Noble Lady Chi burst into tears. I don't want to die yet. Shun Kwa understood her feelings. Don't cry. You don't need to be afraid of things you haven't done. The one who should be afraid is the person behind the scenes, afraid I'll drag them out. Rest assured, I will definitely get you justice. Shun Kwa comforted Noble Lady Chi for a long while. She also asked her about the palace maids in her residence. After more than half an hour, she finally emerged from Noble Lady Chi's cell. Commander Liu, I'll have to trouble you to look after Noble Lady Chi. Your subordinate will assign people to take good care of her. Please rest assured, your ladyship. Additionally, this consort wishes to see you Konai. May I ask Commander Liu to grant me the convenience? Lu Su hesitated for a moment, but your ladyship, your health hasn't fully recovered. The cells for serious criminals are damp and cold. Few could change Shun Kwa's mind once she decided. In the end, Lu Su could only send someone to Yishang Palace to fetch another fox fur cloak for Shun Kwa to ward off the chill. Subsequently, he led Shun Kwa into the prison area, finally stopping before the blood-covered Yukonai. Yukonai had suffered greatly. There wasn't an untouched piece of flesh on his entire body. Shun Kwa crouched down 2 steps away from Yukonai. Unbothered by the filth, she grabbed Yukonai's dry, matted hair, forcing his head up. Yukonai, open your eyes for me. Stop playing dead. This consort is going to settle the score between us today. How ferocious was this madwoman, Shun Kwa? Facing the feigning Yukonai, she directly served him with a small knife. Yukonai was jolted awake by the pain. You crazy hag, how can there be such a vicious woman like you in this world? Yukonai's shrill screams didn't frighten Shun Kwa. Instead, her praise made him even more agitated. The great prince of the Qingsang kingdom has fallen into this consort's hands. You're nothing but a dead dog. Yukonai was about to go mad with rage. This prince only regrets giving you an aphrodisiac that night instead of poison. Sken Kuologet. Regret won't give you another chance. Winner takes all. Loser suffers defeat. Your little life is in my hands. I can make you die without a burial place anytime. Yukonai felt utterly humiliated. Madwoman, if you have the guts, kill me. This consort gave you a chance to die, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Now you're begging me. Yukonai's miserable screams continuously echoed from the cell. The Imperial guards outside couldn't help but look at each other. Is Consort Yunfei really a daughter raised by commoners? This murderous aura is even stronger than ours. But whether she was lost among the common folk or a noble young lady, she shouldn't possess such killing intent. Shun Kwa gave Yukonai a savage beating, muttering, truly boring. Noticing everyone staring at her, Shun Kwa was startled. Is there blood on my clothes? Saying this, she quickly looked down to check her attire. This skirt of mine is very expensive, you know. Lu Su and the contingent of Imperial guards looked on, utterly speechless. Lu Su was the first to react. Consort Yunfei. Yukonai is incredibly stubborn. Were you able to pry open his mouth? Shun Kwa hadn't expected Yukonai to be such a tough nut to crack. He clung stubbornly to Noble Lady Chi, insisting that the person who conspired with him that day was indeed noble Lady Qi. When I interrogated him earlier, Your Highness, Lu Su reported, he swore an oath by the wolf god of the steppe that the person who gave him the idea claimed to be noble Lady Qi. Yukonai only drew a portrait identifying noble Lady Qi. Did he ever meet noble Lady Qi face to face? Lu Su shook his head. No, he did not. Having returned to her own palace, Shun Qua pondered, utterly perplexed. Why was Yukonai so insistent on implicating noble Lady Qi? But how could one person possibly appear in two different places at the same time? Just then, it seemed as if Shun Qua suddenly understood something. Relay my command. Have the consorts from every palace come to Yixiang Palace immediately to pay their respects to me. She was the most audacious consort in the harem. At the slightest whim, she would summon all other consorts to attend her. The summoned consorts arrived, their faces etched with reluctance. On what grounds does Shen Kuo demand we pay respects to her? She's merely a consort. Does she truly think she's the empress? How laughable, making so many of us bow to her. Is she even worthy of such grand courtesy from us? Shen Kuo looked at them and smiled. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and pay your respects to me. What are you waiting for? Are you unwilling? Simply by virtue of my rank being higher than yours. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to require you to come and bow before me? In the past, I've been far too lenient with you all. Today, if anyone dares to disobey my command, from now on, I will make you come and pay respects every single day. Yu Longxiong once said, a single rank higher can crush a person. In the harem, the hierarchy among consorts meant everything. Therefore, no matter how displeased the consorts were, they could only offer their greetings to Shun Qua, though their postures were utterly perfunctory. Among them, Shun Yin, standing within the ranks of the Jiaoyi, was the most defiant. Shun Qua cast a provocative gaze towards Shun Yin. Isn't this consort Ling? Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot you've already been demoted to Jiaoyi. Otherwise, you wouldn't be kneeling below, paying respects to me today, would you? Shen Yin was so furious, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Being demoted from the rank of consort, Fei, to Jiaoyi was an eternal sore spot in her heart. Now, Shun Kuo brought it up in public, making her lose face even more. But she could only endure it. We are all sisters here. There's no need to mind these things. Shun Kuo scoffed and laughed aloud. Who considers you a sister? Even among blood siblings, there's a distinction between the legitimate and illegitimate lines, let alone someone like you who was merely adopted. Shen Yan's face instantly turned extremely unsightly, yet she couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. Ignoring Shun Yan's murderous glare, Shun Kuo continued, I summoned everyone today for no other reason than this. My third brother insisted on spending a fortune to hire a painter to create my portrait. He threw a tantrum when I refused. Let's take this opportunity to have the painter create a portrait for everyone. Having a brother who spoils me so much is truly quite bothersome, you know. Shun Kuo's tone dripped with ostentation. It would be a lie to say the consorts weren't feeling sour, especially Shun Yan. In the past, those brothers had all been hers. The painter Shun Kuo had invited was a renowned master artist from outside the palace. With just a few strokes dashed across the paper, it was as if the person had come alive within it. One could instantly recognize who was depicted. One consort admired her portrait, unable to put it down. Can we take these paintings back with us? Shun Kuo, who cherished money above all else, immediately changed her expression. You want to take it for free? Absolutely not. One painting costs 500 taels of silver. Seeing how much you like it, let's make it 1,000 taels of silver for you. At this moment, Shun Yin stood up, feigning benevolence. Consort Yunfei, why must you make things so difficult for us? Shun Kuo, however, looked at the crowd nonchalantly. The price is clearly marked. Buy it or don't. Helpless, the consorts could only leave in a huff. Shun Kuo had important plans for these portraits. How could she possibly let them take them away? After obtaining the paintings, Shun Kuo went directly to Jiaoyu prison. Soon, Lu Su brought Yukonai out. Shun Kuo placed the portraits directly in front of Yukonai. Today, if you can identify noble Lady Qi from these portraits, I will believe what you said. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Just how arrogant is this consort Yunfei? Without a second thought, she'd chop off the dog head of the crown prince of the Qingsang kingdom. Yukonai, Your eyes must be playing tricks on you. I am very curious. You clearly only met the noble Lady Qi you speak of once, yet you were able to draw her portrait so clearly. You must possess a photographic memory. So now, tell me, which one is the portrait of noble Lady Qi? A bewildered Yukonai nearly went mad with frustration. What's the difference between these women? Why are you showing me repetitive portraits? Shun Kwa smiled. These are not repetitive portraits. For instance, the person on your left is Rong Pin. Just today, she tried to take advantage of me and got scolded for it. The one on your right is Li Pin, and the one directly in front of you is Zhao Ling. How could they possibly be the same? Upon hearing Zhao Ling, Yukonai, perhaps triggered by something, suddenly let out a furious howl. Yukonai, you examined the portraits so intently just moments ago. How is it that when it came to Zhao Ling, you suddenly lost your composure? Are you attempting to conceal something? Or perhaps, hearing this palace call her Zhao Ling was what triggered you? Yukonai roared. I did not. Shun Kwa, however, cut him off by splashing a cup of water directly onto his face. You know perfectly well what the truth is. Yukonai, have you forgotten the oath you swore to your sky wolf god? Are you truly willing to forsake your own lands and people, merely to shield a woman who used you? Yukonai's throat tightened. Shun Kwa, what are you implying? Shun Kwa glared at him fiercely. Because of your ignorance, you were manipulated, leading to the utter annihilation of the diplomatic mission you led. Now, the only survivors are you and the state preceptor Yesa. The heads of your envoys will be sent back to the Qingsang Valley as a declaration of war. If your kingdom falls, you will be branded a traitor in history. You will be eternally cursed by your own people. Every word Shun Kwa uttered pierced Yukonai's chest like daggers, plunging him into a state worse than death. No royal prince could bear the thought of his nation being destroyed because of him. Yukonai, this palace will grant you one final opportunity. Who among those in the portraits conspired with you? At this point, Yukonai knew further struggle was futile. His desolate eyes now held only admiration for Shun Kwa. Before coming to the Great Yong, Yukonai began, his voice raspy but filled with a newfound clarity. This prince admired only one man, Chu Li. But now, besides him, there is you and Chu Jun. You must be Chu Jun, aren't you? Otherwise, how could you possess such skill, such acuity? How could a mere woman of the inner palace understand such matters? I once told you, Chu Li is fortunate indeed to have you as his Minister of Rights. But now, I believe your horizons extend far beyond that. Like the eagles of the steppe, who never content themselves solely with the skies above the grasslands. They yearn for heavens far more distant. Having said this, Yukonai picked up the portrait belonging to Shun Yen. Then he slammed his head violently against the corner of the wall, ending his own life. At that moment, Lu Su asked how Yukonai's corpse should be handled. Shun Kwa replied, her tone chillingly indifferent. Sever his head and send it to the Qingsang kingdom. The heads His Majesty sent previously were merely appetizers. This, Shun Kwa declared, this is the main course that I, Shun Kwa, present to the entire Qingsang kingdom. This Yin Fei is stirring up trouble again. Today, I summon my brother and father here for one reason only. I intend to kill Shan Yan. Her doting father and two brothers were all taken aback. What has happened now? Zhao Ling, Shun Yan, you colluded with a foreign state, plotting to frame this palace. As the woman holding the highest rank in the inner palace, this palace has the authority to deal with you according to the law. Shun Kuo produced Shun Yan's portrait, still bearing Yukonai's mark upon it. Shun Yan was now kneeling before Shun Kuo. Just as she opened her mouth to unleash a torrent of curses, Shun Kuo struck her across the face before everyone, stunning her into silence. Silence. Did this palace give you permission to speak? Shun Yan stared at Shun Kuo, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, unable to fathom such ruthlessness. Considering your name is still listed in the family registry, this palace grants you the special mercy of a clean death before you depart, lest you bring shame upon the Shun name. Hearing Shun Kuo intended to expel her from the family, Shun Yan instantly grew frantic. I've been part of the Shun family longer than you. By what right do you strip me of my surname with a single sentence? Who do you think you are? You illegitimate child. What proof do you have of your identity as a daughter of the Shun family? A sister is a sister. She needs no proof. Shun Xiran interjected hotly, unable to bear it. He had only just managed to get his sister to acknowledge him. How could he let this woman negate it all with a demand for proof? Jiang Rian concurred, his voice dangerously low. I say she is, therefore she is. And likewise, I say you are not, therefore you are not. Saying this, he drew his sword. Shun Yan, I warned you last time, yet you dared to harm her again. Do you believe I won't kill you right now? Shen Kuo quickly stopped him. Third brother, don't act rashly. Leave this to me. Jiang Rian hesitated for a long moment, but ultimately chose to relent. Shen Kuo turned her gaze back to Shun Yan. You speak of proof? You've killed everyone involved, so naturally, there's no proof. But I have my own methods. Following her words, the palace maids serving in Bixiao Palace, along with Matron Chao, were brought forward. Shen Yan's heart lurched. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to coerce them? Shen Kuo reached out and took a whip. Does the blood on this whip seem familiar to you? Seeing this whip, do you perhaps recall the vengeful spirits of the palace made you beat to death? In your eyes, the lives of palace maids are worth less than grass. Did you never realize they were living, breathing beings? Shen Kuo tossed the whip down in front of her. To save themselves, they were more than willing to reveal all your secrets. Shen Yin couldn't believe it. Matron Chao, she was my wet nurse. Why would she betray me? Faced with Shun Yan's accusation, Matron Chao averted her gaze. Your ladyship, I do not ask for your forgiveness. But people's hearts are made of flesh and blood. Why did you have to control my family? Shun Yin sneered. Naturally, it was so you could serve me better. Besides, I haven't treated your family poorly, have I? I even bought them a residence. Matron Chao shook her head, but doing this made me feel endangered. It only made me want to leave you more. Shun Yin glared fiercely at Matron Chao. If you hadn't betrayed me, what danger could you possibly be in? To think I treated you with such sincerity, Matron. It seems you too are an ungrateful wolf I couldn't tame. Shen Kuo let out a cold laugh. Shun Yin, when you sent people to Liqing to annihilate that family, did you ever consider they were your birth parents? You yourself are a venomous snake, far more vicious than any ungrateful wolf. How ruthless could this viper-like woman be? She had actually dispatched men to eliminate her own biological parents. The Yao family brutally wiped out. Shen Kuo pointed at her, demanding, who exactly is the ungrateful wolf? When you sent men to Liqing to slaughter the Yao family, didn't you feel even a shred of heartache? Hearing Shen Kuo mention her birth parents, Shen Yan's heart first seized. But then realization dawned. Only Matron Chao knew about these matters. Naturally, she would tell you everything. But to say those country folk from Liqing are my parents, those destitute farmers, surnamed Yao, how could they possibly be worthy of being my parents? Shen Yan's parents had to be noble, belonging to an esteemed clan with a century-long legacy, like the Shun family. Shen Xiao, who had remained silent, could finally bear it no longer. Does this mean you knew your true parentage all along, yet you continued to deceive me? A cold smile touched Shun Yan's lips. I knew on my 6th birthday. They came looking for me, wanting to reclaim me. How laughable. They didn't even look at their own impoverished state. Shun Yan burst into laughter as she spoke. I sent them away like beggars. Weren't you the one who pitted them and gave them money? That little wild seed, Shen Kuo, was there too that day. Why didn't you recognize her immediately? You even gave her leftovers from my birthday feast. Scraps that even De Huang, the gate dog, wouldn't eat. Shen Xiao clutched his chest, his face flushing crimson. He was deeply remorseful. How can I not have recognized you? It's Father's fault. Father let you suffer. It's all my fault. The dignified first-rank high official, a man who stirred storms and turned tides in the imperial court, actually wept out of remorse and regret. How could I not recognize her? Why couldn't I even recognize my own daughter? Seeing Shun Xiao on the verge of being overcome by distress, Shen Kuo quickly helped him into her chair. Father, I'm all right. It's all in the past. Seeing his profound grief, Shen Kuo quickly grasped his hand. Father, just pretend you have 2 daughters, all right? You recognized me in the end, and I acknowledged you. Isn't this the best possible outcome? You're right. I did recognize you eventually. This is the best outcome. Shun Yan's utterly defiant words left Shun Xiao completely disillusioned. You, Shun Yan, are no longer part of the Shun family. He no longer wished to manage this affair. Transfer her to the Ministry of Justice according to the law. Let them pass judgment. Shen Kuo, directly had people send Shun Yin to the Ministry of Justice building. This consort Yunfei was about to stir up trouble again. Today, she deliberately dressed herself beautifully, intending to seduce Chu Li. Her goal was to get Chu Li to permit her to leave the palace. Today was Shun Xiren's coming-of-age ceremony, and also an auspicious day for the Grand Army to depart on its expedition. When she arrived at Panlong Hall, she happened upon Chu Li dressed in his court robes. Chu Li had been in a foul mood since early morning. Seeing the flamboyantly dressed Shun Kuo only angered him further. "What do you think you're going so early in the morning?" Shun Kuo wore an expression full of flattery. His Majesty has guessed my intentions. His Majesty is wise and divine, full of dragon spirit and horse vigor. No, a dragon among men. That's not right either. Chu Li was nearly driven mad by this illiterate woman. A belly full of fire was choked back by her terrible idioms, unable to be vented. Regardless of whether it's a green dragon, white dragon, or any other dragon, you can forget about leaving the palace dressed like this today. Shun Kuo looked down at her attire. "Your humble servant spent over half an hour fussing over this outfit today, trying on every new dress and piece of jewelry in the wardrobe. Besides, your servant never intended to leave the palace dressed like this." With every word she uttered, Chu Li's expression darkened further. Yet, she ended by saying she hadn't planned to leave dressed this way. "What do you mean? Are you not attending Shun Xiren's coming-of-age ceremony today?" "Of course I am. It's just that your servant intends to leave the palace in the capacity of the Minister of Rights." The head eunuch, Sun Ping, reminded him from the side, "Your Majesty, it is so. The army regulations state that women cannot see the troops off on an expedition. Their yin energy will obstruct the army's yang energy, making defeat more likely." Chu Li had never heard a more preposterous joke. Victory or defeat on the battlefield. What does it have to do with whether the person seeing them off is a woman? Saying this, Chu Li removed the dragon-patterned jade pendant hanging from his waist. "Take this and go. If anyone dares to obstruct you, tell them to bring their head to see us. We would like to see, if we permit you to go, who under heaven dares utter half a word of dissent." Shun Kuo gazed at Chu Li's suet white jade pendant featuring two dragons playing with a pearl. Her eyes lit up, and she carefully reached out with both hands to accept the pendant, only to find she couldn't lift it. "Your Majesty, surely you haven't changed your mind about giving this consort the pendant?" Zhen never regrets a decision made. However, Zhen just thought of something. Yun Fei, after using the jade pendant, remembered to return it to Zhen immediately, exactly as it was. "If you dare, take it out to sell for money. Zhen will have both your chicken claws chopped off." Shun Kuo was momentarily speechless. "Your Majesty, this consort does indeed love money, but how would this consort dare to sell your jade pendant? Wouldn't that be driven mad by the desire for money?" Chu Li scrutinized her from top to bottom. "Aren't you already driven mad by the desire for money?" No matter how much Shun Kuo loved money, she wouldn't dare sell the suet white jade pendant with the twin dragons playing with a pearl. If this pendant were taken out, who wouldn't know it belonged to you? Chu Li? Even if I dared to sell it, who would dare to buy it? Having given his instructions, Chu Li couldn't be bothered to argue further with her. He still had to attend the morning court session. Unexpectedly, Shun Kuo blocked his path. "Your Majesty hasn't yet said whether this consort's clothes look good today." Shun Kuo had spent a long time getting ready. Not receiving a compliment left her feeling upset. Besides, she felt that since she had taken his valuable item, she should at least offer her appearance in return, allowing him to appreciate the white moonlight in his heart through her visage. Hearing this, Chu Li actually did give her a careful look. Then, averting his gaze, he unnaturally spat out a single word: "Ugly." Shun Kuo and Sun Ping were both stunned. Shun Kuo, particularly incensed, turned around and stormed off. Chu Li wore a puzzled expression. She received Zhen's reward. Why did she not express her gratitude? Grand Eunuch Sun Ping closed his eyes, unwilling to speak. "Your Majesty, you're hopeless, destined to be alone for life." That doting sister maniac Jiang Ruyan, in order to welcome Shun Kuo back to the residence, had actually constructed a boudoir out of gold. Shun Kuo gazed at the glittering room, utterly delighted. If she ever ran out of money, she could just casually pry off a piece, and it would be enough to spend. Shenxiao also grandly held a welcome home ceremony for Shenhua. Almost everyone from the Shun clan had gathered. Next was Shun Xiren's coming-of-age capping ceremony. Shun Xiao entrusted this opportunity to Shun Hua. Shun Hua's congratulatory words were not ornate. May my fourth brother find joy in all he obtains. May his path forward no longer be fraught with hardship. Pursue the hero you admire. Protect our home and country, and return victorious. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Vanguard Commander Shun Xiren, step forward. Proceed immediately to the East Gate front to muster the troops. Prepare for departure. As the saying goes, military orders are like mountains. Shun Xiren could only obey the command. Shen Xiao, meanwhile, had the servants prepare a carriage to see Shun Xiren off at the East Gate. However, at the East Gate, Shun Kuo was stopped. An order from above stated that women were not allowed to see soldiers off. Even if you are Yun Fei, you cannot defy the order. Shun Kuo directly produced Chu Li's jade pendant. This highness is here under His Majesty's decree. Who dares to obstruct me? The guards reluctantly had no choice but to let her pass, though they still muttered under their breath. So what if she's a consort from the palace? What if the battle is lost because of this? Unexpectedly, Shun Kuo charged right up to him. You there, little brother soldier. You seem to look down upon this highness. The guard was startled by Shun Kuo, but didn't dare speak. Shun Kuo looked at him with a solemn expression. This highness will lay down the words right here, today. If this battle is lost due to the ill fortune brought by this highness, then this highness shall commit suicide before all under heaven as an apology. If this battle is not lost due to this highness's arrival, then from this day forward, none of you shall obstruct women who come to see off their loved ones. The guard was nearly scared to death by Shen Kuo. Shun Xiao didn't understand why Shun Kuo, clearly possessing the emperor's jade pendant, still felt the need to say what she just did. But he didn't know that Shun Kuo had long known this battle was destined for victory. Shun Xiren was instantly happy upon seeing Shun Kuo. The coming-of-age ceremony hadn't been fully completed earlier. Shun Kuo had her personal palace maid bring out a helmet. She personally placed the helmet onto Shun Xiren's head. Fourth brother, I will await your triumphant return. The dog emperor, Chu Li, was angry again. As soon as Shun Kuo returned to the palace, she rushed directly to Panlong Hall. The moment she entered, she was met with Chu Li's murderous gaze. Terrified, Shun Kuo quickly used her eyes to ask Eunuch Sun what had happened. In response, Sun Ping pointed his horsetail whisk at her, then made a throat-slitting gesture across his neck. Witnessing this, Shun Kuo performed an instantaneous face-changing act on the spot. She immediately knelt before Chu Li. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. 1,000 wrongs, 10,000 wrongs. They're all this consort's fault. Please spare me. She wore a mournful expression, as if she knew she had committed some heinous crime. However, Chu Li's single sentence shattered her act. Oh, does beloved consort know where she erred? Shun Kuo felt like a scumbag boyfriend, the kind who never knows what he did wrong, but immediately apologizes to his girlfriend anyway. Shun Kuo's pleading gaze once again sought out Eunuch Sun, hoping he could give her just a little more of a hint. But all she saw was Eunuch Sun frantically gesturing at his neck with the horsetail whisk, making the motion so many times his hand nearly cramped. Shun Kuo's eyes widened in horror. No way. Is this dogman really angry enough to kill me? Isn't taking my head once enough? Does he plan to desecrate the corpse repeatedly too? To save her own wretched life, Shun Kuo steeled her heart. She pinched her own thigh hard. Tears of pain immediately welled up and flowed. No matter where your concubine went wrong, angering you is my fault. Your concubine knows she was wrong. Please give your concubine another chance. Fury blazed in Chu Li's dark eyes. Shun Kuo, Jean gave you the jade pendant so you could smash it in the faces of those idiots, not so you could use it as a stake to threaten suicide. Shun Kuo hadn't expected Chu Li to be this furious. For For a moment, she didn't even know how to appease him. Your concubine only wanted to allow the women to see off their husbands departing for battle. Chuli appeared exceptionally cold. Do their lives or deaths have anything to do with you? Shun Kwa disagreed with his words. If it didn't matter, your majesty wouldn't have given the jade pendant to your concubine. You don't like this rule either, do you? Chuli denied it flatly. Do you misunderstand Jin? Jin has already resigned to the reputation of Tyrant. Would Jin care if they live or die? Chu Li raised his hand. Shun Kwa could clearly feel the air around her compress. Something unseen forced her head upwards. Jun will say it again. Jun detests you bothering Jun with other matters. Even if everyone under heaven died, it has nothing to do with Jun, and it has nothing to do with you. You are Jun's possession. Jun does not like the plaything Jun keeps dying outside. Do you understand? Shun Kwa twisted her neck, struggling against the force, but found it unyielding. Shun Kwa's stubborn streak flared up. Your concubine doesn't know why your majesty is angry, but when you gave your concubine the jade pendant this morning, it clearly wasn't like this. Your concubine doesn't feel she did anything wrong. I used the fastest, best method to handle it. Chu Li sneered. The fastest, best method? To commit suicide? In the next second, Chu Li was right before Shun Kwa. He personally clamped his hand around Shun Kwa's neck. If you want to die so badly, why doesn't Jun grant your wish right now? The two stared at each other. Chu Li wanted Shun Kwa to yield, but Shun Kwa felt she was not in the wrong. It wasn't until Shun Kwa's breathing grew faint, as if she might be strangled to death in the very next second, that Qing Dai rushed in. Your Majesty, her ladyship is newly recovered from serious illness and is still taking medicine. Please, your Majesty, show mercy. Hearing this, Chu Li seemed to awaken from his violent rage. He snatched his hand back as if shocked, forcibly suppressing the crazed killing intent within him. He roared, "Get out!" Shun Kwa took out the jade pendant and placed it on a handkerchief. Your concubine takes her leave. Panlong Hall returned to its deathly stillness. That night, Chu Li was sleepless. Eunuch Sun kept watch outside the bedchamber. He gazed at the moon in the sky and sighed deeply. If one grows accustomed to darkness, one no longer knows how to face even the gentlest moonlight. Consort Yin had lost favor. Consort Yin and the emperor had argued. It was heard that Consort Yin had run out of Panlong Hall in tears. Hearing this news drove the concubines of the rear palace into a frenzy. They rushed towards Panlong Hall in groups of 3 and 5. Your Majesty, it is your concubine. Your concubine feared you were tired and brewed you some soup. Your concubine has also come. Your concubine brought pastries made with her own hands. A large crowd of women, thinking their chance to compete for favor had finally arrived, all desperately pushed forward. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from within Chu Li's chambers. The women before the entrance were so frightened they collapsed onto the ground. Zhen does not know who gave you all the wrong impression, making you flock before Zhen one by one to court death. But today, Zhen is willing to give you an opportunity. All concubines who came to Panlong Hall today may be directly promoted 1 rank. The concubines stared blankly at Emperor Chu, none understanding. Then, Chu Li looked coldly at the crowd. You are not yet qualified to anger Zhen, but if you do not scram now, the consequence will be losing your heads. The concubines scattered like frightened birds. Soon, Qing Dai reported this matter to Shun Kwa. Yesterday, His Majesty promoted 6 consorts in one go. Eunuch Sun says His Majesty is trying to provoke you. Shun Kwa, however, was nonchalantly eating dried fruit. How childish. Does he think I'll get jealous just because of this? Qing Dai looked anxious. But today, the entrance to Panlong Hall is packed with Jowie. They're aiming for promotion to the rank of Fei. Seeing Shun Kwa completely unmoved, Qing Dai directly deployed the ultimate tactic Eunuch Sun had taught her. Your ladyship, if this continues, your ladyship's money will be snatched away. Hearing the word money, Shun Kwa shot upright. What money? Who dares to snatch Bengong's money? The palace rules state that the monthly allowance for the Fei rank is divided equally, meaning the more consorts of Fei rank there are, the less your monthly allowance will be. Hearing this, Shun Kwa suddenly stood up. You can fight over the emperor, I don't care. But trying to snatch my silver is like murdering my parents. The next second, Shun Kwa charged towards Panlong Hall. When the other consorts saw Shun Kwa, they hurled malicious words at her. Consort Yin, you've already fallen out of favor. What right do you have to stop us? Shun Kwa, however, was as arrogant as ever. You don't even greet this consort when you see me? slapped their faces. Then, the sound of slapping echoed throughout the great hall. A group of lowly women, unable to provoke her, could only leave obediently. Sun Ping, seeing Shen Kuo about to leave, quickly asked if she wasn't going to pay respects to the emperor. Shen Kuo touched her neck. A few days ago, he had nearly strangled her to death, and now he expects me to pay respects to him? Dream on. Just then, Chuli inside Panlong Hall summoned Sun Ping. Why has it suddenly become so quiet outside? Sun Ping could only answer honestly. It was Consort Yin who drove away those consorts who didn't understand the rules. Chu Li's face instantly darkened. Damn woman. Her audacity truly grows by the day. Does she really not fear that we will kill her? Damn emperor. Chu Li was angry again. Shen Kuo, that damn woman. Her audacity truly grows by the day. Does she really not fear that we will kill her? Sun Ping shook his head helplessly. You can't entirely blame Consort Yin, Your Majesty. Women care most about favor and appearance. Consort Yin still has a red mark around her neck. When the consorts see this servant, they all ask if Consort Yin has fallen out of favor, if she's going to be cast into the cold palace. They're waiting for her position to become vacant for them. Hearing this, Chu Li slammed his hand on the table and rose. They're daydreaming. We would rather discard it than let that group of women benefit. Sun Ping sighed. Your Majesty, you are acting out of pique. Consort Yin was not wrong to gamble using her own life, but you shouldn't have used that method. Common folk raise cats. The owner often indulges and cherishes the cat. After all, it's something one likes. What else can be done? Something one likes. Chu Li found himself inexplicably fond of this phrase. Fine. Indulging her a bit more is no big deal. Have the Imperial Household Department send the best white snow lotus to Yixiang Palace. Soon, Shen Kuo received these medicines. She held the various small medicine bottles with a look of disdain. Instead of sending these, he might as well send money. That damn man is just stingy. King Dai approached. Your Highness, aren't you going to thank the Emperor? Aren't you afraid he'll get angry? Afraid of what? That damn man is too much. He actually dared to strangle me. This consort needs to train him properly. Let him know this consort has a temper too. I'm not some obedient amusement you speak of. This old lady has thorns. News that Consort Yin refused to offer thanks quickly reached Panlong Hall. Chu Li couldn't help but picture Shen Kuo's arrogant appearance. This woman refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. We bestowed gifts upon her, and she dares not to thank us? But soon, Chu Li calmed down again. A little pet occasionally showing its claws. It's not something we cannot accept. Furthermore, execute by beating all those who have withheld Yixiang Palace's provisions during this period. Just then, an Imperial Guard entered, reporting to Your Majesty, the newly built prison by the Ministry of Justice has collapsed. It might be related to embezzled funds from the Ministry of Works. Chuli's Gazadapanat. Investigate. Summon the Minister of Works and the Minister of Revenue to the palace for questioning. Order the Grand Court of Revision to assist in investigating this case. Also, inform Yixiang Palace of this matter. Do not interfere with what she wants to do. The Ministry of Justice prison collapsed. Shen Kuo's first reaction was, is Shen Yin dead? Reporting to Consort Yin, Ling Jiaoyi was buried under the rubble. She's already dead. Shen Kuo felt something was strange. Dead just after being sent out of the palace? And Matron Chao's family was massacred last night? Did Matron Chao herself commit suicide by biting her tongue in the Shengxing Temple prison? Shen Kuo didn't believe Matron Chao would commit suicide. She betrayed Shen Yin precisely so she could live well. She even begged this consort to let her leave the palace before. Someone who wanted to live so badly wouldn't kill herself. Soon, more news arrived. Shen Xiao personally went to the Ministry of Justice to identify the body. The female corpse, crushed beyond recognition by the collapsed prison cell, was merely a woman dressed in Ling Jiaoyi's clothes. Neither her physique nor the scars on her body matched Ling Jiaoyi's. That discrepancy was quite obvious. Shen Kuo murmured the words, discrepancy obvious. If that's truly the case, why would she make it so obvious? The former consort Ling truly is resourceful. She actually managed to escape from death row. Shun Yin is no fool. Her previous clashes with me all involved very covert methods. This time, she must have a backup plan, and a significant one at that. Shun Kwa had an ominous feeling, but she was tormented severely by this consort. Even if she escaped, she couldn't have gotten far from the capital yet. This consort must go to Panlong Hall and request an imperial decree to seal the city gates. Shun Kwa absolutely cannot let Shun Yin escape, or the future trouble will be endless. At this moment, Panlong Hall was filled with many court officials discussing state affairs. Their clamorous voices could be heard from afar. Eunuch Sun, seeing Shun Kwa proactively coming to Panlong Hall, scurried over to greet her. "Your Highness has come to see the Emperor." Eunuch Sun guided her towards the main hall of Panlong Hall. Chu Li, infuriated by the minister's arguments, roared, "All of you, shut up for us. We have our own decision on this matter. All of you get out." Upon seeing Shun Kwa, the irritation vanished from Chu Li's face, replaced by a subtle shift he himself didn't notice. His tone softened, laced with a patience he hadn't intended. "You were looking for us?" Shun Kwa entered, sinking gracefully into a curtsy before Chu Li. "Your servant greets your majesty." "Speak. Are you here regarding Xinyan's matter?" "We are already aware of it. An order will be issued to seal the city. You may take Lu Shu and leave the palace yourself." Shun Kwa immediately changed into the attire resembling that of the Minister of Rights and departed the palace with Lu Shu. "Lu Shu," Shun Kwa began, adopting the persona her clothes suggested. "If this official seals the city gates, won't it incite chaos among the capital's populace?" Lu Shu initially looked puzzled by her question, then understanding dawned. Turmoil was already brewing within. The common folk were rife with complaints. At this juncture, even the slightest disturbance could trigger a violent backlash. Lost in thought, Shun Kwa sat within the carriage, her hand tightly gripping the imperial edict. Public resentment could only be soothed, not provoked. If, at this critical moment, she closed the capital's 4 main gates to apprehend someone, what would others think? More importantly, what would the common people think? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Shun Kwa shouted towards Lu Shu, "Stop the carriage. Shun Yin alone is hardly worth such a commotion. We are returning to the palace. As long as Shun Yin dares to seek me out again," she declared firmly, "this official will ensure he never leaves. He will certainly come looking for me again, bringing the new backer he has latched onto." Shun Kwa desperately wanted to know who this hidden supporter was. Seeing her return with the edict still in hand, Chu Li knew she had interfered once more. "Didn't you want to kill Shun Yin? Why didn't you go apprehend him?" Shun Kwa shook her head. "I do wish to kill him, but not now." "Does your majesty know that Shun Yin has someone backing him?" Naturally, Chu Li could deduce as much with minimal thought. Not only does us know, but us also knows this person delights in seeing the capital descend into chaos. If you had sealed the city gates today, by tomorrow, rumors would engulf the capital. Within a day, every tea house and tavern in the Great Yom would curse us as a tyrant who only delights in killing. Since your majesty knew, why did you still grant this servant the edict? Julis gop diets me sin. Let them curse all they want. Us remains the emperor. If they have the capability, let them overthrow our rule. Otherwise, they can only kneel at our feet and obey our commands. On my way back to the palace, your servant passed by Zhuke Avenue and happened to encounter Father returning from the palace. Father mentioned that your majesty clearly agreed yesterday to his proposal for appeasing the public sentiment. Yet, for some unknown reason, today you withheld its implementation. Exposed, Chu Li felt a flicker of awkwardness but quickly masked it with defiance. Us enjoys being capricious. Is there a problem? Shin Kwa instinctively touched her neck. Your majesty, naturally whatever you say goes. In that case, your servant will take her leave. Seeing Shan Kwa turn to leave so readily, Chu Li grew displeased. Sien Kwa, did us permit you to retire? Halt! Do you believe us wouldn't have you beheaded? A scene flickered before her eyes. Little Chu Li was being bullied again. Did you all see? He's still riding a juvenile pony, one child jeered. Third imperial brother can already handle adult horses with ease. A gaggle of unruly children laughed mockingly at little Chu Li. Ha! Father Emperor will inspect our riding skills later. Just wait to be embarrassed. Sure enough, the old emperor arrived at the training grounds just then. He looked down at Chu Li, who had fallen to the ground. With a cold snort, he demanded, "Why are you so useless? Can't even ride a pony properly." Beside him, Consort Yu, accompanying the emperor, wore a malicious smile. Your Majesty, don't be angry. It's the 18th prince's first time riding. It's understandable if he's not proficient. Unlike our third prince, who is naturally gifted and learned instantly. He can already command a Fergana horse now. Forget it, let's not watch. It's too disgraceful. With that, the old emperor turned and walked away. Just then, Shun Kwa triggered the time-traveling task again, arriving at this very scene. Ali, are you alright? It turned out little Ali's ankle was dislocated from the fall. Fortunately, with Shun Kwa's past life skills as an assassin, setting bones was child's play for her. With a sharp crack, little Ali's face contorted in pain. Shun Kwa, her heart aching, pulled little Ali into her embrace. There, it doesn't hurt anymore. Little Ali happily stood up, realizing his foot truly didn't hurt. Ali wants to learn horse riding. Pretty sister, can you teach me? Of course, no problem. Whatever Ali wants to do, sister will accompany you. Shun Kwa affectionately stroked little Ali's head. Then, using the same gentle motion, she stroked the pony's head. To tame this little wild horse, you must first learn to treat him kindly. First, we gently touch his head to build a connection, then slowly climb onto his back. You cannot treat him merely as a mount. You must regard him as your friend. The next moment, the little pony was carrying little Ali galloping freely. Little Ali laughed with delight. Pretty sister, look quickly. Ali can ride a horse too. As Shun Kwa completed the task and opened her eyes again, she found herself back in reality. Then she saw Chuli staring intently at her. Startled, Shun Kwa let out a sharp cry and collapsed onto the floor. Chuli immediately frowned, displeased. Beloved consort, were you having a nightmare? You look at us as if you've seen a ghost. Shun Kwa quickly shook her head. Your Majesty, why were you standing so close to your servant just now? Us merely observed that beloved consort always sleeps very soundly in Pan Long Hall. We thought perhaps beloved consort intended to stay the night here. Hearing this, Shun Kwa turned to flee. This consort absolutely had no such intention. This consort will make herself scarce immediately. The army had suffered defeat on its campaign. Yet, the common folk claimed it was because Consort Yin had gone to see the troops off. Because of this, rumors swirled wildly within the capital city. Upon hearing this news, Chuli flew into a rage. These people dared to intercept military reports and spread such malicious nonsense. Investigate thoroughly for us who is stirring up trouble. Once caught, rip out their tongues for us. At this moment, another person was also about to explode with fury. That was Shun Kwa's third brother, Jiang Ruyan. In a fit of anger, he shut down all his shops. Since those commoners were idle enough to enjoy cursing others, he would halt all his family's businesses. This sparked protests among the populace, as the Jiang family controlled many essential resources for daily life. Facing these people, Jiang Ruyan delivered a harsh ultimatum. Since you dared to speak ill of my sister, you should have anticipated the consequences. She is the treasure cherished by our entire family. She is the eldest young lady of our Shun family, and also the consort holding the highest rank in the imperial harem. And what are you? How dare you curse our Shun family's treasure? I, Jiang, am not an unreasonable person. I am happy when anyone treats my sister well. But if you wish to continue wagging your tongues, then I will play along until the very end. I've suddenly thought of a more amusing, more thrilling, and more humiliating method. You want to buy my goods? Fine. Then I will increase the prices in all the shops under my name by tenfold. This will continue until you apologize to my sister. Initially, when people saw the prices of oil, grain, rice, noodles, and clothing shops near their homes had risen, they didn't think much of it, figuring they could just shop elsewhere. However, they soon discovered that the prices in every shop along the entire street had surged by more than tenfold. At this, they could no longer remain indifferent. Just then, an imperial edict emerged from the palace and was read aloud before the crowd. The content of the edict was simple, so simple it barely bothered with refined language. It essentially stated, "Our affairs and our woman are none of your business. So what if we favor our own woman? If you have a nerve, then go incite a war yourselves in a fit of rage. If you lack the power, then don't you dare challenge us. All of you, shut your mouths. For an imperial edict to be written in such a manner as Chu Li's, throughout history, he was likely the only one. Yet, his intimidating advantage lay in being the emperor. In his eyes, there were only two choices: obey or die. Confronting such a madman yielded no benefit whatsoever. Thus, the rumors among the populace were swiftly suppressed. Jiang Ruyan chuckled as he looked at the edict. It seems His Majesty is somewhat serious about my sister. Chu Li had actually issued an edict declaring Shen Kuo was his woman and under his protection. This news instantly caused a sensation throughout the harem. Noble consort Qi, in particular, came calling early in the morning. It appears His Majesty hasn't given you the cold shoulder because of your previous quarrel. You must still hold a place in His Majesty's heart. When Shen Kuo learned of this, she felt a headache coming on. I must go ask him personally what that edict was all about. However, Chu Li's reply was, the edict has been burnt. It was just something we said casually. Why keep a draft? Shen Kuo knew that nothing good ever came out of Chu Li's mouth, but hearing him say it was merely casual talk brought her some relief. Just then, Chu Li suddenly handed Shen Kuo a memorial scroll, telling her to review and comment on it. Shen Kuo frantically shook her head, refusing. It turned out she was afraid of being embarrassed by her ugly handwriting. But under Chu Li's combination of threats and inducements, Shen Kuo could only comply and review the memorial as instructed. Consequently, Chu Li stared blankly at the memorial, which looked like it was covered in talismans drawn by ghosts. What's the difference between this handwriting and a dog's scratching? Shen Kuo knew her writing was unsightly, but hearing Chu Li say it like this still dealt a severe blow to her pride. Chu Li pointed at the characters on the memorial. Even if we brought a dog here, it would write better than you. If this memorial were seen by others, it is we who would lose face. Then, with a stern expression, he pinched Shen Kuo's chin. You will start practicing calligraphy for us immediately. Shen Kuo could only agree profusely. Chu Li even personally assigned Shen Kuo calligraphy homework, stating he would check it later. Shen Kuo verbally agreed. All right, but thought to herself, I have so much to do anyway. I'll just find someone to write it for me later. There's no way you'll be able to tell. However, Chu Li's next sentence immediately extinguished that thought. We are well aware of the current standard of your handwriting. If you dare to deceive us with someone else's writing, that constitutes the grave crime of deceiving the monarch. Consider yourself warned. Shen Kuo instantly felt like collapsing. Steeling herself, she declared, Then your Majesty might as well kill me now. Unexpectedly, Chu Li actually drew his great sword. Fine, then we shall grant your wish right now. Seeing the gleaming sword, Shen Kuo immediately lost her nerve. Your Majesty, spare my life. This consort was merely joking with you just now. This consort will write. This consort will go back and write right now, all right. The dignified consort Yun, holder of the highest rank in the harem, had handwriting worse than a dog scrawl. At this moment, she was practicing calligraphy as per Chu Li's imperial decree. Beside her, noble Lady Qi wore a mischievous smile. It seems His Majesty truly values you. Shen Kuo, infuriated, snapped the brush in her hand. If he valued me, he'd give me money. Treating me like this is clearly a punishment. She casually tossed the broken brush to the floor. This old lady isn't writing anymore. This old lady needs to rest. Noble Lady Qi was long accustomed to Shen Kuo's unrestrained nature. I get to go home for a visit in a few days. My father got promoted and requested a favor for me. He told me some things about what's happening outside recently. One matter concerns your third brother. Shen Kuo's first reaction was, don't tell me my third brother's business failed and he's become penniless. No, it's that your third brother raised the prices in his shops tenfold. He said even if it means exhausting the family fortune, he will fight to the end against those who speak ill of you. Your third brother is willing to become penniless for your sake. You must be very moved, right? Noble Lady Qi looked envious. This is truly beautiful sibling devotion. At this moment, Shen Kuo was so angry she wanted to storm off. Move my head. I'm so moved I want to twist his head off. Summon that idiot here. Soon, Jiang Rian was called into Yixiang Palace. He looked a bit guilty. These gold rings are for you, little sister. Can you help me take them off? But Shen Kuo kept her head down, silent, seemingly gathering her anger. The next second, Shen Kuo grabbed Jiang Rian's hand. Third brother, I'm very happy that you stood up for me, but I'm very unhappy that you spent all the money. Saying this, Shenque pulled out her treasured dagger. Jiang Ruyan quickly begged for mercy. Little sister, spare me. Little sister, don't worry. I'm just teaching those people in the capital who spoke ill of you a lesson. We'll talk after they apologize and make amends to appease you. Shenque wasn't concerned about these things. Right now, her only worry was her fourth brother fighting on the front lines. Recently, while accompanying the emperor to review memorials, Shenque had noticed something. It seemed someone in the court was deliberately leaking military intelligence, causing public unrest. Moreover, correspondence between the capital and the border was very slow. Fourth brother, could you discuss with father about helping me establish my own correspondence team? I want to know the situation on fourth brother's front line at the earliest possible moment. Some things I can't always rely on others to tell me. I want to hold important intelligence in my own hands. Just how audacious was the doting brother, Jiang Ruyan? Simply because Shenque wanted to receive her fourth brother's letters faster. Jiang Ruyan spent a fortune creating a dedicated communication channel. This team's message delivery speed was much faster than military reports. Yet, others mocked Shenque for wasting money. However, as the war situation intensified, everyone realized the importance of communication speed. Consequently, some despicable court officials proposed nationalizing Shenque's communication team for state use, even saying that Shenque using this team for family letters was like using a butcher's knife to kill chicken. Hearing these words, Chu Li was furious. Although we are displeased with Consort Yin acting on her own initiative, you stagnant dog officials are even more detestable. Not thinking about building bridges and roads yourselves is bad enough. Now you want to seize the communication network Consort Yin painstakingly built? What use is there in letting you live? You might as well go die. Hearing this, Lu Shu drew his great sword, waiting only for Chu Li's command to lop off these dog officials' heads. Those officials immediately cowered, pleading, "Your Majesty, calm your anger." This prevented Chu Li from unleashing a massacre. Shenque was quite pleased when she heard about this. It seemed the Dog Emperor was merely dog-like in name. If he had truly issued a decree to confiscate her things, she wouldn't have dared to resist. However, having caused such a commotion, the Dog Emperor was surely unhappy. She'd better go soothe his ruffled feathers quickly. At this time, Chu Li was in the palace reading military reports. He completely ignored Shenque's calls. Shenque decided that the dogman just had those few days every month, forcing herself to be considerate. Then, forcing a smile, she sidled up to him. Only then did Chu Li look up at her. Consort Yin now has her own correspondence network. No need to come to our place every day to read military reports anymore. How could Shenque miss the sourness in his tone? Your servant was just thinking of receiving fourth brother's family letters sooner. Today, your servant came to invite your majesty to eat melon seeds. In the past, your servant always came to find your majesty only when there was business. But this time, rest assured, your servant truly just wants to invite you to eat melon seeds. Chu Li snorted coldly. We shall trust you this once. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Shenque's mind. Host, don't busy yourself feeding the target yet. The target's headache condition has flared up. Please seize every opportunity to awaken the time machine, because your remaining lifespan is only 1 day. Shenque's life now only had 1 day left. But looking at Chu Li's current state, he didn't seem to be suffering from a headache. What if I suddenly started singing right now? Would Chu Li think I was a fool and have me thrown out? And so, she began to ponder how she could provoke Chu Li into an outburst. Yet, Chu Li didn't seem to erupt in fury as she had imagined. It wasn't until Shenque started asking Chu Li for money that he showed a hint of impatience. The Dog Emperor was truly stingy. Just then, Chu Li stood up abruptly. Consort Yin, come here and sing for me. Jin needs to rest for a while. Shenque was pleasantly surprised. How perfectly timed. Soon, Chu Li drifted off to sleep amidst Shenque's singing, and Shenque, too, entered the mission instance. She froze, staring blankly at the place she found herself in. Isn't this the legendary brothel? System, did you send me to the wrong place? Could it be my little cub is in a brothel? My cub is so kind and lovely. How could he possibly come to such a place? Someone must have forced my cub to come here. I must rescue my cub quickly. I cannot allow him to be defiled. With this thought burning in her mind, Shenque charged inside furiously. At that moment, she heard the sounds of joyous songs and laughter. The heavy aroma of incense invaded Shun Kuo's nostrils. And there, amidst the crowd, was little Chu Li, his face flushed with intoxication. Shun Kuo's heart shattered. What in the world had happened? Where was her kind, pure little cub? When little Chu Li saw Shun Kuo walk in, he thought he must be dreaming. Seeing Shun Kuo staring at him blankly, he burst into tears. Why is pretty sister being so fierce to me in my dream? Without uttering another word, Shun Kuo yanked little Chu Li out from the throng of people. Let's go quickly. Leave this filthy place. Unexpectedly, two intimidating figures blocked little Chu Li's path. Stop. 18th Prince, where do you think you're going? The third prince has given orders. You are not permitted to go anywhere until he returns. Shun Kuo's face contorted with rage. It was that third prince's scheme again. Just wait until I deal with him. Young little Ali, actually indulging in wine and women in a brothel. He couldn't comprehend why the third imperial brother, who had promised a proper meal, a meal with meat, had ended up giving him sweet, sugary water instead. He couldn't understand why pretty sister was angry, why she wouldn't even let him call her pretty sister anymore. But making pretty sister angry was his own fault. Ali shouldn't have snuck out of the palace just for the sake of food. Little Ali was already out of favor, and now, being constantly suppressed by Chu Qingji within the palace, delicious food rarely ever reached him. Even though he was a prince, delicacies like meat were something he could only taste a few bites of at banquets. And even then, not much, bound by the strict dining etiquette for princes, only 3 bites allowed per dish. Seeing the helplessness and sorrow emanating from the small figure before her, how could Shun Kuo possibly remain angry with him? Little Ali, don't come to places like this again. And don't let those women touch you casually. As long as you don't come here, I won't be angry. Ali swears he will never come again. Little Ali, terrified Shun Kuo might change her mind, immediately raised his fingers and swore an oath to the heavens. Ali will absolutely not touch them randomly in the future. No, I won't even glance at them. Everyone else in the world, combined, isn't worth a single strand of pretty sister's hair. Shun Kuo quickly covered little Ali's mouth. It's enough that you feel this way. Who can say what the future holds? Little Ali looked very serious, his small face etched with unprecedented solemnity. If Ali fails to keep his promise to pretty sister can not only be angry and ignore Ali, she can also kill me. Shun Kuo's eyes widened. Pa. What nonsense are you talking about? You only have one life. It's incredibly precious. It's precisely because it's precious that Ali wants to give it to pretty sister. Little Ali saw nothing wrong with his words. Pretty sister, you're the prettiest. Can you hold Ali's hand, please? Little Ali was invariably soft and endearing in front of Shun Kuo, practically melting with his coaxing. How could Shun Kuo possibly resist this? She could only immediately offer him her hand. Only then did little Ali's tightly wound nerves completely unwind. Pretty sister truly wasn't angry anymore. Simultaneously, he made a silent vow in his heart. He must strictly adhere to his oath from now on. Shun Kuo realized that this brothel was absolutely not a place to linger. Chu Qingji could return at any moment. We must leave first. The women who had been in the room had already departed earlier, leaving only the 2 of them. The main entrance is heavily guarded. You won't be able to force your way out. Doing so might even hasten Chu Qingji's return. So, we need to find another way. Shun Kuo scanned the room, her gaze finally settling on the window. This was the 3rd floor. Chu Qingji hadn't stationed any guards outside the window. This was their opportunity. The 3rd floor wasn't excessively high, nor was it particularly low. Jumping from the window might result in a broken bone at worst, but falling to one's death was a significant risk. However, for Shun Kuo, this level of difficulty felt like mere child's play. Just to be safe, Shun Kuo still meticulously checked the area outside the window for any potential hazards. She discovered that this window overlooked the brothel's rear courtyard. At this hour, the patrons were all gathered in the front hall watching the songstresses dance or indulging in pleasures within private chambers. The rear courtyard, in contrast, was relatively deserted, with only a few scattered servants passing through delivering wine and water. As long as they exercised caution and avoided making any noise, they they wouldn't be discovered. I'll jump down first. Then, when you jump, I will catch you. Shunqua pointed out the spot she planned to land to little Ollie. Worried that he might be afraid of heights and hesitate to jump, she continuously reassured him. Ollie, don't you worry. Big sister is very skilled. When the time comes, just jump. I will definitely catch you. Little Ollie nodded. He wasn't afraid. Only when Shunqua leaped down from the room's window did an unseen guardian instinctively gather a surge of internal energy to ensure her safety. Little Chu Li's own internal power wasn't formidable, yet he still did his utmost to stay beside Shunqua, protecting her. He only relaxed when he saw her land steadily on the ground. Following her, little Chu Li also jumped down without the slightest hesitation. The moment he launched himself from the third-floor window, a cool breeze rushed to meet him. The refreshing zephyr carried with it the sensation of weightlessness. In the instant of descent, the beautiful vista of distant lights and everything else in the world vanished entirely. There was only the woman stretching her arms out towards him. Seeing her, all danger ceased to exist. Just before falling into that embrace, little Ollie closed his eyes, carefully savoring this moment. Only after landing in the fragrant warmth did he slowly open his eyes. Don't be scared, don't be scared. I've caught you. Shunqua thought he was frightened and quickly comforted him gently. Ollie, don't be afraid. Don't fear. I'm here. Shunqua ruffled his hair. Once they left that wretched place, their journey was smooth. After leaving the vicinity of the brothel, they reached the main street. The long street was bustling with activity, lined on both sides with vendors shouting their wares. None of the goods displayed on their stalls seemed repetitive. Pedestrians strolled down the middle, carrying flower lanterns, a dazzling sight. Little Ali explained, "Today is the Lantern Festival. In Great Yong, the ruler is supposed to share joy with the people. Father Emperor and my other imperial brothers just watched the fireworks with the common folk at the Meridian Gate not long ago. Then, third imperial brother brought me here to eat." Shunqua understood. Happy Lantern Festival, Ali. Little Ali hadn't expected her first words to be this. Thank you, pretty sister. Ali wishes you happiness every day, too. Since it's a Lantern Festival, wouldn't we be missing out if we didn't stroll around? Shunqua proactively took little Ali's hand. Let me take you to see the festival. I haven't seen it before either. In the Great Yong Dynasty, there was usually a nightly curfew. Commoners could only come out at night during holidays and festivals. Thus, at times like these, the capital city would become exceptionally lively. Shunqua led little Ali forward with the crowd, noticing that everyone held a lantern. Consequently, she wanted to buy one for little Ali as well. But then she realized she had no money. She couldn't even take out the copper coins in her pocket because they weren't currency from this era. So, she could only lead little Ali to wander here and there, admiring the goods sold by the vendors along the street. They were mostly common little trinkets, incomparable to the treasures Jiang Rian had given her, nor as fine as the food, clothing, and daily necessities bestowed by the dog emperor in the palace. Yet, Shunqua simply liked them. Liking them, she couldn't help but want to buy them. Wanting to buy them, she again realized she had no silver. She fell into a frustrating cycle. Finally, little Ollie noticed. He took out his own money pouch. Pretty sister, what do you want to buy? Ollie will gift it to you. You have silver? Shunqua squeezed his pouch. It wasn't heavy, but it held about 5 taels. Let's forget it. Shunqua couldn't bear to spend little Ali's money. It's okay. Does pretty sister want this flower lantern? Ollie will gift it to you. Little Ollie hadn't been looking at the scenery at all. He had been watching Shunqua the entire time, noticing her glance several times at the flower lanterns others were holding. Shunqua did indeed want one. Shopkeeper, how much is this flower lantern? Just as Shunqua was about to say she did want it, to buy it for little Chu Li, little Ollie was already clutching his meager monthly allowance to buy the flower lantern for her. Simply because she wanted it, even though he didn't have much money, he would spend it all on her. Shunqua felt touched, thinking she truly hadn't doted on him in vain. The little cub she raised had learned to show filial piety. Flower lanterns came in cheap and expensive varieties. The most common ones cost 21, but the one little Ali held cost 5 taels. Little Ali only had 5 taels, but he wanted to buy the most expensive, best one to give to Shunqua. The goddess-shaped flower lantern was exquisitely crafted. The fairy maiden in her celestial dress looks just like pretty sister. She's not as beautiful as pretty sister, Nothing compares to Pretty Sister. I want this one. Ali's mouth was swiftly covered by Shun Kua's hand. Shin Kua hadn't expected him to possess such a talent for extravagance. Why buy such an expensive one? It's not good looking at all. Shun Kua actually thought that one was beautiful too, but she couldn't bear for little Ali to spend the money. I like that one. Quickly buy it as a filial gift for me. Shun Kua pointed to a round cat head lantern. The little animal was rendered vividly, looking endearingly simple and honest. Its two small eyes were pitch black, strongly resembling someone on the verge of tears from being wronged. So cute. Little Ali clearly knew what Shun Kua was implying, and his small face flushed with embarrassment. Just now you said you wanted to buy me something, and now you regret it? That's not it. Little Ali braced himself, bought the lantern, and presented it to Shun Kua. The cathead flower lantern cost 3 taels of silver. Shun Kua still felt it was very expensive, but much better than the previous one. I can't hold the lantern properly. You hold it for me. Shun Kua actually wanted to buy it for Little Ali. Little Ali thought about it and agreed. But if the lantern wasn't held by Pretty Sister, how could it count as gifting it to her? His round, dark eyes darted around. He saw many adults, bigger than him, holding hands with the girls beside them while carrying flower lanterns. Little Ali took the lantern in his left hand, then let Shun Kua take his left hand to continue walking forward. This way, they were carrying the flower lantern together. He was truly clever. Shun Kua looked down, saw the smile playing on his lips, and couldn't help but smile along with him. Walking along the long street, they had no destination, only the person walking beside them, and the cat head lantern in hand. When fireworks exploded in the sky again, Shun Kua saw by the riverbank, someone wearing a mask was dancing, a shamanistic dance. This was a Juyo dance for exorcising evil spirits. People performed it during every festival, praying for the banishment of all evils in the coming days, for no illness and no disaster. Little Ali explained everything Shun Kua saw, worried that the fairy maiden from the heavens wouldn't know the affairs of the mortal world. Shun Kua indeed did not know. She spent almost every day in the palace and rarely went out. Even when she did, there were various matters needing her attention. The masks they wore were quite interesting. Shun Kua didn't find them scary. She even saw a certain cuteness in them. What's truly terrifying in the world has never been demons or ghosts. Little Ali thought so too. He was extremely happy tonight. His temporary worries also vanished like smoke into thin air. Carrying the small lantern, he was just about to continue strolling with Shun Kua. Unexpectedly, the crowd, which had been orderly moments ago, suddenly descended into chaos. Help! Save us! Someone fell into the water. Third Prince. This unlucky child was about to stir up trouble again. Sneaking off to a brothel was one thing, but he also wanted to push the blame for visiting the brothel entirely onto little Chu Li. Discovering Chu Li had run off, he immediately led people in pursuit, and the originally peaceful crowd was suddenly thrown into chaos by the Third Prince and his men charging through. Shun Kua suddenly had a bad feeling. She took little Ali's hand and pulled him into the depths of an alley. Just as they left, Zhu Chengdi appeared with his men where they had just been standing. What's going on? Where's the little waste? Reporting to the Third Prince. The 18th Prince was clearly here just now. How did he suddenly disappear? Because of Chu Qingji's forceful intrusion. The Lantern Festival, bustling just moments ago, grew increasingly chaotic. Chu Qingji ignored the negative consequences he created, only wanted to quickly find the runaway brat. This prince went to that kind of place tonight. Someone must take the fall for me. The reason he brought the clueless little Ali to the brothel was precisely to make him the scapegoat. Unexpectedly, the person ran away. Shun Kua calculated as she ran with little Ali. Today is a festival. There are many children on the street wearing masks and carrying lanterns. In a moment, you put on a mask and blend in. Try to disguise yourself as someone else's child. Little Chu Li nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, Shun Kua seemed to think of something. Right? This also needs attention. Quickly take off your outer robe. Chu Qingji knows what clothes you're wearing today. If you go out like this, you'll be a living target. Hearing this, little Chu Li immediately blushed crimson. Little Ali didn't want to take off his outer robe. More accurately, he didn't want to take it off in front of Shun Kua. Pretty Sister, can you turn around? I am shy. Shinko wanted to respect the child's sense of shame. But then she heard the sound of guards searching nearby. There was no choice but to refuse the little cub's wish and personally help him strip it off. No need to be shy. What haven't I seen about you? It's not like you're naked. Hurry up and take it off. Shunko's movements in untying the belt and pulling off the clothes were swift. In no time, she helped little Ali remove his outer robe. The motion of readying his belt for him was incredibly practiced. In the entire city, only little Ali's face was flushed earth red, like a fully ripened apple, making one want to take a bite. Let's go, let's get out quickly. Don't let anyone find us. After instructing little Ali to hide the outer robe well, Shunko led him running towards the street. Shunko brought little Chu Li, finally reaching the palace gate with difficulty, only to find Chu Qingji waiting there early. The little waist is getting smarter. I'll just wait here and see how he runs. Shunko, unwilling to give up, wanted to lead little Ali to enter through another palace gate. But just then, she heard Chu Qingji's subordinate come to report. Your Highness, third prince. Men have been arranged at the other 3 gates. As long as the 18th prince returns, he will definitely be caught by our men. Subsequently, Chu Qingji led his men to the other 3 gates to search for little Chu Li. Before leaving, he remembered something else. The little waist is full of tricks. He's escaped several times. Notify me immediately if you have any news. Once he left, Shunko was no longer anxious. Servants all shared a common failing, which was slacking off when their master wasn't around. Last time when she pretended to be a ghost to scare Chu Qingji, his subordinates ran even faster than he did, clearly showing how easy these lackeys were to deal with. She just needed to quietly wait for the right moment. Shunko's prediction was correct. As soon as Chu Qingji left, the 2 remaining servants began to slack off. Consort, you already said. Let His Highness the Third Prince be quiet during this period. It wouldn't be too late after she finds an outstanding noble lady from marriage alliance. Why can't His Highness the Third Prince just stay idle? Who knows? And dragging the 18th prince into it. The 18th prince is only 10 years old. Would anyone believe it if word got out? Never mind if others believe it or not. As long as the emperor believes it, it's fine. True, the emperor listens most to consort you. It wouldn't be the first time calling a deer a horse. Anyway, he's just an unfavored son. The topic the 2 discussed drifted further and further off track. They had already started gossiping about their own master's affairs. They were lost in their chat, which gave Shunko the perfect opportunity. Ali, throw a pebble into the opposite corner. When they go over to check, seize the chance to enter the palace. Little Ali picked up the pebble Shunko mentioned and threw the stone in his hand with force. The 2 eunuchs standing there heard the sound and immediately walked over to investigate. All right, they've been distracted now. Then Shunko told little Ali to run. As long as he entered the palace, he would be safe. Little Ali always listened obediently to Shunko. When she said run, he ran. Unfortunately, the lantern in his hand was too bright, especially conspicuous in the night. The young eunuchs were merely foolish, not blind, seeing a streak of light run past. How could they not turn back to look? 18th prince, so you really were here? The eunuch spoke, reaching out to grab little Ali. Ali, throw the lantern out. It might buy us some time. But little Ali clutched the lantern, unwilling to let go. Shunko's expression turned grave. There's no time. If we wait, it'll be too late. When there's another chance, I'll bring you out of the palace to buy one again, all right? Seeing the eunuch about to catch up, little Ali could only, with tears welling in his eyes, hurl the lantern away. The fire inside spilled onto the eunuch, who instantly shrieked as he caught fire. He frantically patted out the flames on his body, terrified of getting burned. Seizing this brief moment, little Ali entered the palace. The guards at the gate registered his name in a roster. With that, the dust settled. Even if Chu Qingji wanted to harm him, there was nothing he could do. The roster clearly recorded his entry into the palace, and once written, the entry manual could not be altered by anyone. Shunko let out a breath. They had finally made it. She felt relieved for little Ali, only to see him anxiously clutching her hand. Pretty sister, you're leaving soon, aren't you? Little Ali felt a pang of selfishness. He knew he should have brought Pretty Sister back to the palace right after leaving the brothel. then none of this would have happened. As they were about to part, little Ali made a request. "Pretty sister, can you crouch down and let me put the mask on you one more time?" The kitten-head flower lantern had already been stomped to pieces by the furious eunuch. All he had left was the mask worth 2 taels of silver. Shinko was always happy to fulfill her little cub's wishes. She crouched down, letting little Chuli hold the mask up to her face, adjusting it. "Thank you for the gift, little cub. I like the mask very much." As soon as Shinko finished speaking, her body vanished on the spot, leaving only the mask behind as proof that she had been there that night. Ali clutched the mask, staring blankly into the empty air. "Pretty sister, even if you are a fairy from the heavens, I will pluck you down." Having completed her task, Shinko returned to the bedchamber in the hall of the coiling dragon. On the dragon bed, Chuli lay with his eyes closed, resting. Shinko rarely had the chance to see such a quiet Chuli. The sleeping Chuli was much more agreeable to look at than when he was awake. Both the imposing aura around him and the murderous glint in his eyes had faded considerably. Most importantly, his mouth was shut, so he wouldn't provoke Shinko into fits of anger every few minutes. Just then, Eunuch's son entered. "Your Highness, His Majesty is asleep. Will you be returning to Ishiang Palace now, or staying here in the hall of the coiling dragon?" Shinko shook her head. "Go fetch the melon seeds this consort brought over but didn't finish shelling. This consort will finish shelling them before going back to deal with Chuli." Since he had cooperated so well this time by singing him to sleep, Shinko felt he deserved a little reward. She really was quite a generous person. Soon, the armies of the great Yong dynasty would return triumphantly. When the news reached the capital, the common people across the nation rejoiced. When the grand army returned, Shinko received an imperial edict to welcome them outside the palace in her capacity as consort Yunfei. As the triumphant procession passed, the commoners below suddenly shouted, "Consort Yunfei, we commoners have come to offer our apologies. We beg Consort Yunfei's forgiveness. We misunderstood you before, Your Highness, and even blamed man-made calamities on you. We were wrong. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Today, the great army returns victorious. Your Highness, you used your act of self-sacrifice to ensure that we, as women, could welcome our families home today. Yet, we spoke of you in such ways before." Among the crowd, some women sobbed sorrowfully. The returning army did not entirely enter the city. The majority set up camp in the military barracks outside the city walls, awaiting orders. Those who entered were the elite troops and some meritorious officials and soldiers. Even so, their numbers were vast. Upon seeing Shinko, Shun immediately ran over. "Little sister, let's go home for dinner." At this moment, the Shun residence was filled with joyous celebration. Seeing the gold, silver, and jewels in the room, Shinko exclaimed, "How dare you hide so many spoils of war, and you leave the leftovers for the emperor?" Shinziren looked quite aggrieved. "I just thought you would like these pretty things, little sister. Even though we all know you went to annihilate a state and confiscate its assets, there's no need to be so blunt about it. And you even dare to give the leftovers to Chuli? What audacity!" This man, who seemed to have eaten mad dog gall, was a divine doctor. According to the original text, Shun Jichin had been obsessed with medicine since childhood. At the tender age of 8, he practiced his medical skills daily using his own younger brother, Shun Ziren. If you want to know how skilled his medical arts were back then, you only need to look at Shun Ziren's current dazed and foolish mental state to get an idea. Later, Shun Jichin entered Medicine King Valley to cultivate his skills, becoming the renowned divine doctor he was today. Shun Ziren, being injured on this expedition, was also saved by him. There was a reason why Shun Ziren's vanguard had been defeated. In the entire army camp, only their vanguard had problems with their provisions. The soldiers ate moldy grain and all suffered from diarrhea. However, when Shun Ziren requested a temporary rest from General Wang, he was refused. He sternly reprimanded Shun Ziren's vanguard, accusing them of wanting to wait and freeload off military merits. Don't think just because you're the favored consort's brother, you can sit back and reap the rewards. Left with no choice, Shun Ziren could only lead his sick vanguard into battle. But this nearly resulted in the entire vanguard being wiped out. If it weren't for the sturdy helmet Shun Kwa had given Shun Ziren, he wouldn't have survived. Upon hearing that Shun Ziren was injured, Shun Jichin immediately rushed to the military camp. Only then was the severely wounded Shun Ziren rescued. After learning the full story, Shun Jichin went directly to find General Wang. He even performed his unique skill, the flying needle, for him. Meanwhile, after third brother Jiang Rian's investigation, it appeared there was something suspicious about the defeat of Shun Xiren's vanguard unit. It seemed someone had deliberately plotted against Shun Xiren's vanguard, and this mastermind behind the scenes was very likely General Wang. However, as General Wang was the commander-in-chief and had just won a battle, further investigation would not be easy. At this moment, Shun Jichen seemed to sense something as well. It appeared the matter wasn't simply about embezzling some rations and money. To deliberately cause the vanguard unit to be undermanned during a tense battle situation, it was highly possible someone was attempting to diminish the Great Yang's military strength at the border, harboring greater ambitions. Shun Jichen looked towards Shun Kwa. Although fourth brother escaped disaster this time, as long as the mastermind isn't caught, even greater troubles could arise. You must be extra careful in the inner palace. Shun Kwa thought about what Shun Xiren had said. General Wang intentionally wanted Shun Xiren to propose Shun Kwa's elevation to empress. It seemed he was plotting something sinister. Thinking this, Shun Kwa stood up. Tomorrow is the court ceremony to confer titles upon the generals and soldiers. Both General Wang and fourth brother will attend to receive their honors. At that time, I want to try and make him reveal his true intentions. As long as someone with a guilty conscience shows a flaw, I have ways to make them confess. Consort Yin Fei was about to stir things up again. At this moment, in the imperial court, Chu Li was rewarding the triumphant generals and soldiers based on their merits. However, after accepting his reward, that fellow Shun Xiren said he had an unreasonable request. That was, he didn't want any reward. He only hoped His Majesty could grant his sister, Shun Kwa, a promotion in rank. General Wang, standing aside, instantly smirked. That idiot Shun Xiren really couldn't hold back and fell for his bait. The civil and military officials were very dissatisfied with Shun Xiren's words and actions. Vanguard Shun, His Majesty's grace is vast. You should kowtow in thanks. How is it your place to bargain here? What sort of decorum is this? If everyone acted like you, where would the rules be? Your humble servant believes this victory was entirely due to General Wang's command. Merit should be awarded primarily to General Wang. At this, Chu Li suddenly grew angry. Don't think Shun doesn't know what you're all thinking. It's nothing more than the Shun family producing another meritorious official. You fear the Shun family becoming too dominant in the inner palace and the court, so now you're trying every means to suppress them. All of you, remember this for Shun. Those who deserve rewards will not receive one less, and those who deserve punishment will not escape either. General Wang immediately began to show his loyalty. His Majesty is wise. Your servants should naturally exert themselves to the utmost and fulfill their duties loyally. Just then, Shun Kwa, as if having eaten a mad dog's gall, actually rushed in. General Wang is truly wise. It's just that having the army soldiers led by you is perhaps not a blessing. Chu Li was almost angered to death. Consort Yin Fei, what are you doing here? This is the reward ceremony. Don't you understand etiquette? But Shun Kwa, seemingly devoid of sense after eating the mad dog's gall, persisted. Your Majesty, your concubine knows this is abrupt, but the matter is of grave importance. General Wang deliberately framed the soldiers of the vanguard unit. I am here to demand justice for those soldiers who died. Although General Wang felt guilty, he maintained an innocent facade. Consort Yin Fei, what do you mean by these words? Shun Kwa glared at him angrily. You clearly knew the vanguard unit was poisoned due to contaminated rations, yet you forcefully ordered them to lead the charge, causing them to be nearly wiped out. How do you explain this? Casualties on the battlefield are commonplace. Didn't we win in the end? Consort Yin Fei, you can't just blame us because you fear your own brother dying on the battlefield, can you? This is truly absurd. At this moment, Shun Kwa directly produced a letter. This is a letter sent from Yaowang Valley. They can prove this matter. At the time when the vanguard soldiers' illness was most severe, General Wang insisted on dispatching them. The sons of Great Yong are all heroes who go to battle to protect their homes and country. But, General Wang, why did you deliberately send them flying towards hell? By now, Chu Li's face had turned black after reading the letter. General Wang, shouldn't you give Zhen an explanation? Zhen entrusted hundreds of thousands of troops to you, yet you made such a basic mistake. Are you blind and couldn't see the soldiers were poisoned? Or was it intentional? Don't think Zhen doesn't understand military deployment. If you try to fob Zhen off again, it is deceiving the monarch. Zhen has said those deserving rewards won't be shortchanged, and those deserving punishment won't escape. Don't assume Zhen knows nothing. Moreover, Zhen does not need others to teach Zhen how to act. Saying this, Chu Li looked towards Shen Kuo to thoroughly investigate the military rations incident. Chu Li personally went to the imperial prison. The current clues pointed in the same direction as Shun Yan's disappearance. Perhaps only Yesa, the state preceptor of the Qingsang kingdom, knew the full story of this matter. 18th Prince. This state preceptor recalls seeing you over a decade ago. You were just a pitiful little thing then, rolling in the mud like a bedbug. I never imagined it would be you who ultimately ascended the throne. The ways of the world are truly unpredictable. Had I known, then, that you were a wolf cub destined to destroy my Qingsang, I would certainly have killed you right then and there. Chu Li remained unprovoked by his words. Seating himself on the chair Eunuch's son brought for him. Even within the bloody, grim confines of the Zhao prison, he was every bit the sovereign. Most childhood matters we no longer recall clearly. We did not come here to reminisce with you. Back then, your attempt to murder Yunfei failed. We wish to know how many assassins you still have remaining. Suddenly, Yesa burst into wild laughter. I thought someone as ruthless and sinister as you would have no weaknesses. Who knew you would personally come seeking me out for a woman? This woman ruined my entire plan. What's even more interesting is that this woman is actually your soft spot. Chu Li flew into a rage. If you dare spout any more nonsense, I will have your head. Yet, Yesa showed not a shred of fear. You're flying into a rage out of humiliation. You are cruel and bloodthirsty. If you didn't care about that woman, why would you appear here? You could even strike down your own father and elder brother. How could you possibly admit that a woman is your weakness? Chu Li raised his hand, a sharp killing intent emanating from his fingertips. In the next instant, a wretched scream echoed through the cell as Yesa's ear was sliced off by Chu Li's fingertip. Yesa cried out in pain, yet the venom and resentment in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. I have nothing left. Tricked by that fool Yukonai to the point where even my country is gone. Why would I still fear you? With that said, Yesa moved to bite his own tongue and commit suicide right before Chu Li's eyes. Chu Li did not want him dead, at least not before forcing him to reveal the enemies behind the scenes. However, Yesa watched him with a mocking smile even as he died, as if to say, "Your good days are over. My fate will be your fate hereafter." The annihilation of Qingsang foreshadows the destruction of Great Yong. Chu Li drew a deep breath, his gaze as dark and deep as an abyss. The angrier he became, the more Yesa's dying words echoed in his ears. Chu Li's head felt like it was splitting apart, about to explode. A monarch could not afford to have a so-called weakness. The consequence of mercy and soft-heartedness was eternal damnation. And now, it seemed only two choices lay before Chu Li. Either eradicate the potential threat completely, or let Shui Yunfei witness. This Shen Kuo, acting utterly foolishly, the very first thing she did after being promoted to imperial noble consort was to ask how much her salary would increase. Also, had this dog of a man, Chu Li, undergone a personality change? Could he really be this kind? Was this not another scheme to trap her? Chu Li ignored Shen Kuo's dazed expression, directly handing her the golden seal and the imperial edict. Beloved consort, your current monthly stipend will increase by 50 taels of silver compared to before. At this, Shen Kuo's grin nearly reached her ears. Only upon Sun Ping's reminder did Shen Kuo remember to express her gratitude for the imperial grace. Chu Li let out a chuckle. Is that all you aspire to? Acting as if you haven't seen money in 800 years. Being mocked, Shen Kuo inwardly snorted, "None of your business." After her promotion, Shen Kuo seized the opportunity to apply for leave from the palace to visit her family. Xin Xiao was overjoyed when he heard the news. But what made him happiest was the copper coin Shen Kuo gave him. In his eyes, this copper coin was far better than any gold, silver, or jewels. Taking this chance, Xin Xiao brought up a matter with Shen Kuo. Father cannot watch over you forever. Your fourth brother must go into battle and cannot always be by your side to protect you. and your enemies are not just external ones. What's more dangerous is your proximity to the monarch. Years ago, the late emperor suddenly passed away. Originally, the throne would not have passed to Chu Li, who ranked 18th. Among the princes capable of competing for the throne back then, there was the third prince in terms of status and legitimacy, and the left Changwang in terms of reputation and military merit. But both met unnatural deaths. That left Changwang, who wore a mask and guarded the border, was a true hero. He protected the safety of this nation on the frontier. Countless people hoped he could take charge of the great Yong Empire. Yet, in the end, he was executed by the late emperor because his achievements overshadowed his ruler. As for the crown prince's death, there are many accounts, but the most widely circulated one is that he was personally assassinated by the current emperor. Shun quote calculated inwardly. So, little Chu Li might have killed the third prince. Shun Shao spoke earnestly. The inner palace is as deep and perilous as the sea, and the imperial family is the most ruthless. The emperor's favor towards you is certainly an honor, but the dangers you face will also increase. When the day comes that your existence hinders the emperor, no one knows what might happen. Telling him she would take good care of herself. Chu Li was indeed a terrible tyrant in the original novel. But after she had undertaken several instance missions, Chu Li's twisted personality seemed to have gradually healed quite a bit. Perhaps, then, she might have a chance to save him completely. Having been promoted to noble consort, Shun Kwa now ran to the hall of the coiling dragon every day, ostensibly to curry favor with the powerful. But today, as soon as she arrived, she discovered Chu Li's head ailment had flared up again. Just then, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Level 1 red alert. Target character detected suffering a severe head ailment attack. Initiating time, rewind mission. This mission will take 3 days. Upon completion, the estimated reward is 60 days of life value. Shun Kuo was stunned. What was happening? The mission duration was actually as long as 3 days, and the reward was a generous 2 months. The system explained to Shun Kuo that danger and opportunity coexist. This mission is a 5-star S-rank mission. Please treat it with the utmost seriousness, host. As it spoke, Shun Kuo had already been transported into the instance. At this moment, little Chu Li unexpectedly appeared in Xiangshan village in the outskirts. He was already a 10-year-old boy, looking considerably taller than before. Shun Kuo didn't understand what he was doing here. It turned out the emperor was on a spring hunt and passed through Xiangshan village, deciding to rest his feet here. However, the emperor refused to stay in a tent, so the soldiers drove the villagers out of their own homes. Little Chu Li felt terribly guilty and wanted to fetch some water for the disturbed hunter families as an apology. But the hunters refused little Chu Li's kind gesture. How could they dare let a prince apologize to them? Shun Kuo gently stroked little Chu Li's head. Ali, you've grown up. You know how to take responsibility now. You did very well. How about Big Sister helps you deliver the water to the villagers? So, little Chu Li picked up the water again and went to the hunter's house. Only then did the hunter notice that little Chu Li's shoes were completely soaked from fetching the water. This deeply moved them. Coincidentally, the family had just made meat buns. The hostess invited Ali into their home to eat together. Ali initially wanted to refuse, but the hunter husband had a very hearty personality and, without taking no for an answer, pulled little Ali into the house. Little Chu Li stared blankly at the table full of food, deeply moved in his heart. The fragrant buns smelled incredibly appetizing. Shun Kuo watched little Ali's dazed look from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Ali, you're too thin. You must eat more. Just like that, Chu Li had a hearty meal at the hunter's home. However, a crisis was quietly approaching. Late at night, the dogs in the small mountain village suddenly started barking frantically. The poultry were also agitated, each wishing they could fly over the fence and escape. Ali felt like the earth dragon was turning over. Shun Kuo's first reaction was an earthquake. All living things have spirit. They sense it first. Quickly go back and tell Hunter Li to take his wife and run first. Little Ali didn't know what an earthquake was, so Shun Kuo rephrased it in terms he could understand. The earth dragon turning over. Weren't you about to say that just now? Ali had read about it in books, vivid descriptions of the Earth Dragon turning over just like this. Is the Earth Dragon truly angry? Shen Kuo couldn't explain it clearly in the moment. I'll explain later. First, notify Hunter Lee to leave. Shen Kuo had a bad feeling, a premonition stemming from the system's generous reward and the enormous amount of time she had in this world. Ali, you must be quick. Don't linger in the village. Xiangshan is at the foot of the mountain. Many houses aren't sturdy. You need to run to open flat ground. The paddy fields outside the village are a good spot. Little Ali ran, listening to the knowledge Shen Kuo imparted. He first knocked on Hunter Lee's door, telling him about the Earth Dragon turning over. Impossible. Our village has never had the Earth Dragon turn over. There's no time to explain. Please take Annie Lee and run quickly. Little Ali told him again about the wild dogs and the frantic chickens and ducks. Although Hunter Lee didn't understand, he was willing to believe. Little Ali, I'll go get my wife right now. You come with us too. I can't leave. I have to warn everyone else. You two hurry and run. Little Ali urged them to leave first, then took out a bronze gong from the house, preparing to go door to door, shouting warnings. Some people refused to believe his words about the Earth Dragon turning over. They said the same thing as Hunter Lee, firmly believing that Xiangshan village had never experienced such an event, and thus resolutely refused to leave. At this point, Shen Kuo suggested Ali find the village chief. You're an outsider. Some villagers are xenophobic, but it's different if the village chief speaks. Find him first. Fortunately, little Ali had an astonishing memory. Having seen the village chief only once, he could accurately find and recognize him. The Earth Dragon is turning over. Please organize the villagers to leave quickly. Impossible. Little child, don't speak curses. This joke isn't funny at all. Little Ali became anxious. I'm not lying. I am the 18th Prince of Great Yong. I now command you to lead the villagers to evacuate and seek refuge. If you fail to do so, I will send people to kill you all. The village chief of Xiangshan village was terrified by little Ali. This humble servant will go immediately to notify the villagers to retreat to the fields. Pretty big sister, am I disliked now? Not at all. Sometimes forceful measures are needed to achieve a goal. Let's hurry and leave too. But little Ali said he needed to inform his imperial father. He ran, notifying nearby villagers along the way. Only then did he realize his imperial father, along with a group of people, had already fled long ago. The emperor always had many capable individuals around him to solve his problems. Little Ali just hadn't expected that none of them had thought to call him along at that time, leaving him behind in Xiangshan village. Whether he died in the earthquake or not, they didn't show the slightest bit of concern. Little Ali stood frozen in place, heartbroken. Just then, Hunter Lee ran back. Seeing little Ali had come out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, you're out. I was just about to look for you. Quickly, go wait in the fields. I need to get the doctor's medical kit. Hunter Lee had run back this time for two reasons. First, he wanted to try and find Ali. Second, his wife, startled by the events, had gone into premature labor. The village doctor had retreated in such a hurry that he'd forgotten his medicine box. Ali will go with you. Little Ali was deeply grateful for their shelter and the meal they had shared. Two people would be faster than one. Let's hurry. Seeing that the earth hadn't overturned yet, Hunter Lee didn't waste time arguing. The two of them ran together towards the village doctor's house. One person would look for the medicine box, the other would gather the herbs. Hunter Lee knew his wife's prescription and gathered the medicine quickly. Just as they found what they needed and were preparing to run out of the village, the ground suddenly began to move. The violent shaking made it difficult to stand. Gravel and clumps of earth were thrown into the air. Little Ali, holding the medicine box, was a step too slow. In an instant, he was pinned beneath the collapsing door frame. He was too thin and weak. There was no way he could lift the fallen door by himself. Hearing the noise, Hunter Lee immediately turned his head. He wanted to help lift the heavy door off him, but the ground trembled with increasing violence. Go quickly. Li Shun is waiting for you. Your child is waiting for you too. Little Ali's back throbbed with pain, feeling as if his organs were about to be squeezed out. But he didn't show it. I'm really all right, and thank you so much for the meal. It's been a long time since someone genuinely invited me to eat. Faced with the choice between a child he had known for only one night and the life of his wife, Hunter Lee chose the latter. I'm sorry. I don't deserve your thanks. I'm sorry. Hunter Lee finally grabbed the herbs and the medicine box and ran frantically. Little Ali watched him leave the village. He smiled at his retreating back, then was swallowed by the darkness as the earthquake consumed everything. Shenhua finally found little Ali in the pitch-black cellar. Little Ali didn't know how long he had been unconscious. When he opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness. He couldn't see his pretty older sister anymore. Is Ali blind? Pretty sister, please don't leave Ali. Shenhua pressed her forehead against his. Little Ali, don't be afraid. Sister is right here. The earthquake split the ground open, and you fell into the village doctor's cellar. Then you were trapped by the falling rubble. The cellar is very dark, and there's no light, so you can't see. You're not blind. Knowing he hadn't become a little blind boy, little Ali sighed in relief. Then he started urging Shenhua. Pretty sister, there's so much dirt and rubble here, it's very dirty. You should go outside. Don't stay here with me. He didn't want Shenhua to suffer like him. What are you saying? I'll stay right here beside you. I'll stay until someone comes to rescue you. Shenhua couldn't touch anything in this world. The only person she could touch, little Ali, was trapped. She wanted to pull him, to drag him free, but she was afraid of aggravating his wounds. If his injuries worsened and he started bleeding uncontrollably, it would be disastrous. Little Ali shook his head and started crying. No one will come to save me. Nobody likes me. Father Emperor and the others. They don't want me anymore. Shenhua pulled little Ali into her arms. Trust me, don't give up on yourself. How could nobody like you? Sister likes you. Ali, trust pretty sister. You must hold on. Wait for someone to come save you. Little Ali's face contorted in pain. It feels like something hit my back. Shenhua's pupils contracted sharply. She immediately leaned over to check. Sure enough, her hand came away covered in blood. Thick, sticky blood had already mixed with the piece of wood embedded in his flesh. The slightest movement brought him excruciating agony, worse than death. And little Ali was also running a fever. If this continued, he might not last until help arrived. Little Ali had already lost too much blood, and now he was developing a fever. His condition was rapidly deteriorating. In her desperation, Shenhua bit through the skin of her own arm, breaking the flesh, and held it to his lips. Ali, be good. I found some water for you. Open your mouth and drink some. Little Ali's perception of the outside world was weak now. He could only vaguely hear his pretty sister whispering by his ear, telling him to drink water. He subconsciously opened his mouth. A warm liquid slid down his throat into his stomach. The comforting sensation made him instinctively open his mouth to suckle more. Shenhua hadn't expected this method to actually work. She had just been grasping at straws. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Host, what are you doing? Although the target character can touch you, and you can touch him, wounds inflicted by him or yourself are irreversible. You will be very weak when you return to the real world. Stop it. The system detects that the life force in your blood has already begun to decrease. Host, the injuries you sustain in this world will not heal. That means your body's hematopoietic cells won't react. Can you even hear me? Shut up. I know what I'm doing. Having been fed something by Shenhua, little Ali's consciousness gradually returned. The sense of taste on his tongue slowly came back. Opening his eyes, he saw his pretty sister's badly bitten arm. Pretty sister, you're bleeding so much. Shenhua used a strip of cloth torn from her own clothes, barely managing to staunch the bleeding by tying it tightly around the wound. She hid the injured arm behind her back, unwilling to let him see it. It's just a little blood, nothing so terrifying. Save your strength now. Don't talk. Someone will come when dawn breaks. Fortunately, Shenhua's deduction was correct. Early on the third day, before the sun had even risen, the sounds of voices finally drifted from outside, along with the noise of wood and earth being moved, clearing the debris. Ali, make some noise. See if anyone outside can hear you. Little Ali's voice was hoarse, pushing down the sorrow in his heart. He shouted towards the outside. Help! Help! Hunter Lee looked considerably worn out. When he heard the cry for help, his eyes instantly lit up. It's the little benefactor. We've finally found you, little benefactor. Everyone was overjoyed to see little Ali, quickening their pace to pull him out. Doctor, quickly, come take a look at the little benefactor. He's injured. Will moving him like this cause any problems? A sharp-eyed villager spotted the wound on little Ali's back, shouting loudly for the village doctor to examine their young savior. The virtuous are protected by heaven. He must be all right. This old lamp was a renowned miracle doctor, notorious for refusing to save the dying. And his reason for not saving people? Simply because he was in a bad mood. When the villagers rescued little Ali from the ruins, he was already breathing his last. Not only was his back severely injured, but he was also running a high fever. Currently, the only hope to save him was to seek the old miracle doctor on Mount Helion. However, the journey was long. Thankfully, a villager knew of a shortcut that could save a lot of time. But hearing that the miracle doctor had a very peculiar temperament, the villagers could only try their luck. Thus, Hunter Lee and the villagers, carrying little Ali, set off without delay. The group finally reached Mount Helion before sunset. They just needed to climb this heavenly ladder to reach their destination. Without a second word, Hunter Lee hoisted little Ali onto his back and started climbing. At this moment, there were two other people ahead of them. It was precisely the 14-year-old Shinjichin carrying the 9-year-old Shinziren. Shinziren's complexion was extremely poor at this time, while Shinjichin constantly comforted him. Hunter Lee and Shinjichin knocked on the miracle doctor's main gate, but no matter how hard they knocked, no one came out to open it. Only after a full incense stick time did a young child open the mountain gate. A white-haired old man also walked out. He spoke only one cold sentence. "I'm in a bad mood today. I don't feel like saving anyone. You should all go back." The villagers immediately became anxious. It was a matter of life and death. How could it be decided by someone's mood? This was truly outrageous. A slightly older villager stepped forward. "My Shanshan village has suffered a disaster unseen in a century. This little benefactor sustained such grave injuries because he saved us. Miracle Doctor, how can you ignore such a calamity? If word of this gets out, I fear it might tarnish your reputation as a miracle doctor." The miracle doctor hesitated for a moment. "Such a young benefactor. This is truly the first time I've seen one. Very well, I shall make an exception today and save him just this once." Just then, Shunjichin grabbed the miracle doctor's sleeve. "Can you please save my younger brother? He's about to die too." The miracle doctor ignored him. "Today, I am saving only one. That's already breaking my rule. I have no spare time to bother with you." Little Ali looked at the barely breathing Shunziren, feeling great pity. Using the last bit of his strength, he pleaded with the miracle doctor to save Shunziren. The old man felt quite astonished. Thinking of others, even when you yourself are dying. He finally agreed to save Shunziren. However, he had one condition. This old man had recently been researching a new medicinal formula. He needed a human test subject. This person subjected to the experiment might have to endure the daily torment brought by the trials of the formula. Without the slightest hesitation, Shunjichin agreed to his demand. He absolutely would not stand by and watch his younger brother die. When little Ali woke up, half a month had already passed. His first instinct was to turn his head, searching for the pretty sister. But he didn't see her. Has she left again? That's wonderful. You're finally awake. The young man's voice was gentle, filled with deep concern. Little Ali accepted his kindness and smiled back at him. "Ali is fine. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, my younger brother wouldn't have been saved. Is he better now?" "Yes, he's recovered. We've already notified our family to take him home." Little Ali tilted his head a step behind. "Why didn't you go back with them?" Shinjichin remained silent. Little Ali immediately realized, "Did I ask something I shouldn't have? I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with you. I chose to stay here voluntarily." Although little Ali was young, he had already honed the skill of discerning people's thoughts from a young age. Even though the world is full of circumstances beyond one's control, one must strive to do what one loves. Just then, a white-haired old man walked in. He carried the air of an immortal sage. Entering the room, he swept his gaze over the two people sitting and talking together. "So you're both here. That saves me the trouble of making 2 trips." He first pointed his finger at little Ali. "Your family has come to pick you up. Quite the background, eh? Turns out you're an imperial prince from the palace." "They are not my family." Ever since Emperor Qin had abandoned him, little Ali no longer wanted to acknowledge him as his father. This old man couldn't care less about the grievances within your imperial family. "Since you're awake, perfect. Pack your things quickly and be gone." Little Ali didn't want to leave. He didn't want to return to that place. In his urgency, he looked towards Shunjichin beside him. "Can I stay here like him? Ali will be good and stay here just like him." The old miracle doctor chuckled, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Why don't you have him roll up his sleeve for you to see?" Little Ali didn't understand, but Shunjichin clutched his arm in alarm. Shunjichin had never been one for indecision. Gritting his teeth, he decisively rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm covered in countless needle marks. Each puncture point looked terrifyingly sinister. Some marks had already turned to dark, bruised purple, while others were still weeping blood. The sight of such an arm would strike fear into anyone's heart. Ali frowned. His first instinct was to ask Shinji-chan if it hurt. Did the bad old man do this? I'll beat him up for you. Little Ali tried to summon his meager internal energy, only to find his dantian completely empty. What's happening? You were barely clinging to life when you were brought to me. While I could save your soul, your body suffered irreversible, severe trauma. How could you expect to survive an earth dragon turning over completely unscathed? The old miracle doctor found it amusing that little Ali actually intended to fight him. He stared down at the boy with the gaze one reserves for an ant. From now on, forget about the path of orthodox martial arts. You could learn unorthodox techniques, perhaps, but there's a reason they're called unorthodox. The price is immense. Little Ali stared blankly at his hands, finding it hard to believe he was now crippled. All his internal energy, painstakingly cultivated through early mornings and late nights, was gone. How could he do the things he wanted to do now? How could he protect himself from being bullied? The old miracle doctor paid no mind to whether the boy was heartbroken or utterly devastated. He turned his head to Shinji-chan and said, "My medicinal formulas have improved again. Come here and help me test their efficacy." Shinji-chan nodded, lowered his sleeve, and walked numbly towards him. After more than half a month of living death, he had grown accustomed to it. It was just a little pain. Can you please not go? Little Ali rarely made friends, and few people ever willingly spoke to him. He didn't want to believe, even though they had only met twice. Shinji-chan looked down at the small figure blocking his path, trying desperately to stop him. This child reminded him so much of his younger brother, just as sincere, just as kind. I hope you stay like this forever. If there's a chance, I'd like to introduce you to my younger brother. You two would become good friends. With that, ignoring little Ali's protests, he left with the old miracle doctor. That consort you. The lives of so many innocent commoners are worth less than dirt in her eyes. My dear younger brother, you've made your elder brother's search so hard for you. Don't disturb the miracle doctor any further. I'll take you back right now. Chu Qingji's words struck little Ali's ears like the clang of golden chains. Therefore, little Ali's first reaction was to run. But Chu Qingji had finally found him. How could he possibly let him escape? The experts he had brought with him immediately rushed forward, trapping little Ali. Little Ali's strength was too meager. He couldn't break free. However, the third prince did not take him back to the imperial palace. Instead, they arrived at Xiangshan village. The earth dragon turning over had shaken the entire Daong nation, and for a time, countless eyes across the country were focused here. Word spread of a young imperial prince who had risked his life to save others, preventing many casualties among the villagers. While people sang praises of his deeds, they also yearned to know his identity. As soon as little Ali was brought here, he saw Consort Yu. Well, look at our little hero. So famous now. Done a good deed, and now you won't even listen to this consort's words anymore. Consort Yu stood up, walked over to little Ali, and forced his head up. Then, shockingly, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. You wretch. You and your mother are cut from the same cheap cloth. You're just tougher than your mother, managing to survive this long. Didn't I warn you? Not to stand out, not to be better than my son. Did you treat my words as mere wind whistling past your ears? Blood trickled from little Ali's mouth. Yet he stubbornly stared back at the woman whose face was contorted with rage. Ali just did what he wanted to do. If you don't like Ali, then don't bring Ali back. I don't want to go back either. But Consort, you would never admit she was wrong. Don't want to return to the palace? Do you think you have any say in this matter? Consort Yu beckoned with her hand. At her signal, the imperial guards she had brought quickly dragged Hunter Lee's family forward. The newborn baby began to wail loudly. The piercing cries grated on Consort Yu's nerves. Kill the little one first. We'll deal with the other ants later. Terror seized little Ali. He recognized whose child it was. Let them go. I'll do whatever you want. Consort Yu relished his submission. She had someone bring an object to him. This consort will not permit anyone to threaten my son's position. I originally intended for Jinger to take your place, to become the hero in the mouths of the common folk. But alas, your ages didn't match. So, this consort devised another method. Consort Yu ordered someone to present little Ali with a pure black ghost mask. The ghost mask was ugly and terrifying. The new identity consort you had chosen for him. The 19th prince was also part of the emperor's hunting entourage, but he encountered the Earth Dragon turning over during our retreat. He is already dead. Your ages are close, and you are both bastards born of palace maids. It couldn't be more fitting for you to take his identity. Little Ali didn't understand consort Yu's meaning. What does take his identity mean? I have adopted the 19th prince as my godson. The emperor himself has given his golden word and agreed to this. From now on, I want you to wear this mask and, using the identity of the 19th prince, clear the path for my son, aid him in ascending to the position of crown prince, and eventually inherit the great throne. No, I refuse. How could little Ali possibly help Chu Qingji? The two of them are mortal enemies. It matters not whether you agree. Consort, you had long anticipated little Ali's resistance. She gave a subtle glance to the guard beside her. In the next instant, everyone watched as he tossed the newborn infant aside. This consort Yu was utterly devoid of humanity. A newborn child killed just like that without a second thought. Little Ali was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. He screamed, his voice raw with anguish. Why did you kill him? Hunter Lee and his wife were utterly heartbroken. At this moment, little Ali's heart churned with not only fury, but also guilt. Uncle Ali, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I never thought it would turn out like this. Little Ali, you don't need to explain. I know this woman is forcing you. As soon as we returned to the village, this woman had us all captured. At first, I thought we had done something wrong. Only now do I understand. She's using us to threaten you. With a roar, Hunter Lee snatched a sword from a guard's hand and charged towards Consort Yu. I'll kill you today, you venomous woman. But little Ali's attempt to stop him was too late. How could he possibly succeed in killing Consort Yu? In the next second, Hunter Lee lay dead, struck down by a guard blade. Agony tore through little Ali's heart. Uncle Lee, don't die. It's all Ali's fault. If I had been crushed to death, none of this would have happened today. Little Ali, don't blame yourself. Hunter Lee's wife choked out through her tears. If it weren't for the medicine you brought, my child and I would have died long ago. Perhaps this is just our fate. Neither my child nor I will blame you. Our family, we're just going to another place to be reunited. Then, the woman turned the guard's blade upon herself. Little Ali stood frozen, rooted to the spot. They were such good people. Why treat them like this? How could a perfectly happy family be destroyed just like that? Tears streamed down little Ali's face. Didn't you want me to agree to help the third prince? A sly smile spread across Consort Yu's face. So, you finally come around? Little Ali stared blankly at her. I haven't come around. Are you planning to kill everyone in the mountain village? The answer, unspoken but certain, was yes. I can agree to become the 19th prince for you, but you must not harm the villagers any further. And you must provide Hunter Lee's family with clean clothes and allow them to be buried peacefully. Consort Yu granted his request. With trembling hands, little Ali picked up the mask. One day, I will make you regret what you've done. I was deeply grieved to hear the tragedy that occurred nearby, Consort Yu announced later, addressing the gathered villagers. I heard that you saved my godson, so I came specially to thank you. She prompted Chu Qingji to take the lead, distributing gold and silver to everyone present. This is my biological son, and also His Majesty's third prince, Chu Qingji. He begged me to come here and distribute these blessing funds to you. All this gold and silver before you is his pocket money, saved up over time. Consort Yu wanted them to remember Chu Qingji favorably. But the people of Shangshan village weren't fools. She had captured them, imprisoned them for 3 days, left them drenched in the rain, blindfolded and gagged them. No matter how they looked at it, she didn't seem like a good person. Their reaction was within Consort Yu's expectations. She nudged little Ali, prompting him to speak. Little Ali stepped forward, wearing the ghost mask. His figure was familiar to everyone, yet they wondered why he wore the mask. Little Ali, what happened? The village chief voiced the question on everyone's mind. And Hunter Lee and his family? Why don't I see them? Hunter Lee's family is dead. Just burn some incense for them during festivals and holidays. Don't ask anything else. Someone is giving you silver, so take it gratefully. Rebuild Shangshan village. Live your own lives well. As for me, pretend you've never seen me. I was never here. From this day forward, you walk your path, and I'll cross my bridge. We owe each other nothing. Is that clear? The heartless words pierced the ears of every Shangshan villager. They looked at little Ali, soaked to the bone by the rain, then at Consort Yu, sheltered under an umbrella held by others. Understanding dawned. They trusted only their own feelings. When Shun Kua's 3 days were up, the system returned him to the real world. According to the system's self-check results, the host's 60-day life value could be credited immediately. However, the progress bar for the target character's mission would only update after half a month. Shun Kuo didn't understand. According to the system's self-check results, the target character will suffer a severe setback in half a month. The attitude with which he handles the situation will directly affect the mission progress. Then why don't you just transport me to half a month later? Shun Kuo hit the nail on the head, asking the crucial question. Host, crucial plot points cannot be altered. Shun Kuo was now extremely worried about little Li's situation. Chu Qingji, always a light sleeper, woke instantly at the sound. Opening his eyes, he saw Shun Kuo sitting on the stool opposite him, fidgeting restlessly. He didn't know why he had suddenly fallen asleep, only that he felt uncomfortable all over upon waking. Your Majesty, are you all right? Shun Kuo asked softly, noticing Chu Li's pale complexion. Chu Li didn't speak. He remembered now. Before he had fallen asleep, this woman had been talking to him about Shun Xiren. It seemed if he didn't teach her a lesson, she would chat with him about Shun Xiren all day long. Shun Xiren, have you finished practicing your calligraphy sheets? His sudden question made Shun Kuo's heart jump. She stood up from her chair and retreated several steps towards the door. That, Your Majesty, this consort just remembered. This consort still has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Just as one foot was about to cross the threshold of the Panlong Hall, Chu Li called her back. Shun Kuo bit her lip. Your Majesty, this consort is merely returning to my palace to fetch the calligraphy sheets. Please grant this consort a little time. Merely returning to fetch the calligraphy sheets? Beloved consort need not hurry. We shall order someone to fetch them for you. Attendants, go at once to the Yixiang Palace and bring the beloved consort's calligraphy sheets here. Shun Kuo closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. Her last shred of hope was extinguished. Emperor Chu Li had decided to conduct a surprise inspection of Yunfei's homework. But he discovered that on the calligraphy sheets he had given Yunfei, not a single character had been written. Beloved consort, it seems you are very dissatisfied with us. Not only have you not written a single character, but 2 of the calligraphy sheets we gave you are missing. Shun Kuo gave up the struggle. She sat down on the floor without regard for her image, looking ready to accept any punishment. She had torn up those 2 calligraphy sheets of Chu Li's. Practicing calligraphy was simply too infuriating. She had no desire to learn it from the bottom of her heart. Chu Li hadn't expected that asking her to practice calligraphy would be so difficult, nor that she would be audacious enough to tear up his calligraphy sheets. Come here. We will write it again for you. Watch carefully our brush strokes and how we hold the brush. Chu Li pushed aside the memorials on the dragon desk, laid out 2 clean sheets of paper, and picked up a wolf hair brush to write the calligraphy models. As long as he wasn't angry or enraged, his appearance while concentrating seriously on a task was quite handsome. His features were flawless. He was the best-looking man Shun Kuo had ever seen. Did you see clearly what we just wrote? I saw clearly. Your Majesty is truly good-looking. I mean the characters. Your Majesty's characters are truly beautiful. We thought you were staring at us for so long because you found us handsome. We didn't expect you meant the characters. Chu Li passed the calligraphy sheets over. Since the characters are beautiful, then beloved consort should quickly copy them once for us to see. Shun Kuo nearly cried. Is it too late now to say you are handsome? Shun Kuo could only brace herself, pick up the wolf hair brush, and begin writing. However, on the very first stroke, she used too much force, causing the brush tip to splay. That was just, this consort's opening method was wrong. This consort will try again. Chu Li truly couldn't bear to watch anymore. He reached around from behind and grasped her hand. If we still can't teach you this time, we will genuinely have your head. The first requirement for practicing calligraphy is a calm heart. If your heart isn't calm, you cannot write good characters. Go practice over there first. Show them to us once you have completed 10 sheets. One of them read memorials, the other practiced calligraphy. Neither spoke. Only the soft, rustling sound of brush on paper could be heard. The atmosphere was quiet and unusually harmonious. At least for this moment, both gradually forgot the passage of time, enjoying the present ambience. By the time Shun Kuo finished writing the 10 calligraphy sheets, the sky had already darkened. She stood up excitedly to hand in her work. Who knew that suddenly her vision would blacken? Her head felt dizzy, and she staggered back a step before collapsing back into the chair. The commotion interrupted Chu Li's reading of the memorials. He pulled his thoughts away, only to see Shun Kuo sitting in the chair with a deathly pale face and bloodless lips. This thoroughly frightened Chu Li summoned the imperial physician. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. Reporting to your majesty, her ladyship's pulse indicates a condition of excessive blood loss. Could she have sustained an injury? Excessive blood loss? Injury? Chu Li could only think of the time she fought with Wu Kanai. But Wu Kanai was dead now. Yes, and the entire Qingtsong nation had been destroyed by him. How could she possibly have excessive blood loss? Chu Li stood up and observed Shun Kuo closely, only then discovering an injury on her arm, marked with faint, dotted teeth marks. Just as Chu Li was about to wonder where the wound came from, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he unexpectedly choked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Eunuch Sun, outside the door, heard Chu Li coughing blood. He was so frightened he immediately tried to push the door open. Scram! Chu Li wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring his own condition, he took out several bottles of medicine from the bedside cabinet. He cleaned Shun Kuo's wound, applied medicine, and then wrapped her arm layer upon layer with gauze. Only then did he allow the imperial physician and Sun Ping to enter. Your Majesty, should we have the imperial physician check your pulse? This time, Chu Li finally did not refuse. Your Majesty's pulse is normal. Only the chronic headache still cannot be eliminated. It might be due to excessive exertion causing the old ailment to recur. The imperial physician couldn't figure out why Chu Li had coughed up blood. The only plausible reason he could offer was related to Chu Li's recurring headache, the conclusion that something was wrong with his head. Your Majesty, the noble consort's singing can alleviate your headache. Why not let her? There's clearly a better method available every time, yet your Majesty insists on not using it. Before, it was because you didn't care. Now that you've realized your feelings, must you still refuse? Chu Li still refused decisively. We know what you were thinking. We wouldn't before, and now that we understand, we certainly won't do so now. Will you take Shin Kuo for? A tool to alleviate our headache? This matter is not to be mentioned again, and you are forbidden from speaking of it in front of her. If you dare go behind our back to find her, we will have your life. Chu Li was fierce and violent, speaking harsh words. Go find a palace made to help Yun Fei change out of the dirty clothes. Only after Shun Kuo woke did she notice the wound on her arm. Puzzled, she murmured, How did the wound on my hand come back too? Wasn't it just physical deficiency? Who told you it was just physical deficiency? This system certainly never said that. Host, please do not randomly add lines for the system. The system has a brain too. I wanted to ask, has a reward for your previous strategy progress bar arrived? The host's task reward has been credited. A weight lifted from Shun Kuo's heart. Task success meant little Ali was alright, didn't it? It was only then that Shun Kuo realized she was actually lying on the dragon bed in Panlong Hall. The clothes she wore seemed different too. Could her mind have been muddled? Had she sullied Chu Li's innocence? Did she need to take responsibility? Just then, Chu Li walked in. Shun Kuo asked frantically, Your Majesty, last night, was your concubine dreaming? Seeing the dark circles under Chu Li's eyes, Shun Kuo felt her transgression deepen. Your Majesty, your concubine is already your woman. Surely your concubine doesn't need to take further responsibility towards you. Chu Li was rendered speechless for a moment. So, you were wondering what we did last night? The palace maids helped you change your clothes. If you absolutely insist on taking responsibility, we will not refuse. No. Your concubine has no desire to take responsibility at all. That just now meant I didn't want to pay. Shun Kuo blurted out her true thoughts in a slip of the tongue. Fortunately, nothing had actually happened between them. Shun Kuo breathed a sigh of relief, shaken. This sight left Chu Li utterly perplexed. So, letting her sleep on her dragon bed was worth less than a few miserable coins in her mind? Did she have any idea how many women in the rear palace yearned for a chance to lie here? Chu Li took a deep breath, feeling that sooner or later she would infuriate him to death. Shun Kuo, Your Majesty, is there anything else? Having just woken up, Shun Kuo possessed a naive charm not usually present. Her hair must ask you by her terrible sleeping posture. Your Majesty just said your concubine didn't need to take responsibility. You can't go back on your word. The way she clutched her money pouch suggested that a single copper coin within it was worth more than Chu Li himself. Having grasped this layer of meaning, Chu Li could no longer hold back and pointed towards the door. Shun Kuo, we give you 1/4 hour. Scram far away from us, quickly. He told Shun Kwa to scram. This suited Shun Kwa perfectly. Excellent. Finally, no need to take responsibility. My money pouch is safe. Eunuch Sun, witnessing Shun Kwa's fleeing figure, let out an indelicate chuckle. He thought to himself, retribution was finally coming. Your Majesty, given how you acted before, no matter what you do now, her ladyship will think you have ulterior motives. Wouldn't you say you deserve it? The moment Chu Li heard Eunuch Sun laugh, his face immediately turned towards him with a benevolent glare. Eunuch Sun instantly declared his intention to deliver medicine to Shun Kwa. Could Chu Li let him escape? Sun Ping, we see you still haven't learned your lesson from cleaning the latrines last time. Go and sweep them again. You dare laugh? Let's see if you can still laugh then. Shun Kwa hug her money pouch all the way. My dearest big baby, thank goodness you weren't snatched away by that dog man. That dog man would even fight me over 3 copper coins. There's nothing you wouldn't do. Xin Xiao, entering the palace to discuss court matters with Chu Li, happened to witness this scene. His own daughter, hugging and nuzzling her money pouch. It was truly mortifying. He cleared his throat twice before finally capturing the attention of the certain money lover. Xin Xiao has come to the palace this time because, well, isn't winter approaching? Seeing as this entire year is almost over and next year's spring hunt is drawing near, His Majesty has yet to hold it, nor mention it, nor permit others to mention it. The court official's opinion is that since our great young has won a victory, we should celebrate grandly and hold the spring hunt that has been delayed for so long. Firstly, it can boost morale. Secondly, it will encourage martial spirit among the populace, so they no longer solely revere civil officials. Our great young nation has too few military commanders. We can barely pick out a few usable generals. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen to Wang Yonghuai to remain and lead the troops. This man merely comes from a minor household. His perspective is fundamentally shallow. If the previous emperor hadn't killed off all the generals above him, would it even be his turn? Shun Xiao could only bid a hasty farewell to Shun Kwa and walk into Panlong Hall. Chu Li was already vexed because of a certain woman's money pouch. Then he saw Shun Kwa and Shun Xiao passing each other, one after the other, at Panlong Hall. He didn't ask Shun Xiao why he had come, only if he had seen the noble consort upon entering. She urged your humble servant to quickly enter and attend to official business. My daughter truly understands the greater good, absolutely unambiguous. Shun Zhao's original intention was to praise Shun Kwa before Chu Li, who knew that what Chu Li wanted to hear was Shun Kwa's reaction after leaving Panlong Hall. He wanted to know if she had spoken ill of him behind his back, cursing him for wanting to snatch her money again. Yet, his concern was court matters. What court matters did you discuss with her? Your humble servant only mentioned the matter of the spring hunt to the noble consort. The spring hunt? Chu Li had always been unwilling to hold it. It could be said that since his ascension, he had delayed it again and again. He had intended this year to be like previous years, dragging it into the next year until it was forgotten. Unexpectedly, she actually cared about it. He was not an indecisive person. He could react swiftly to any matter. So, after only a short while, he gave his reply. Notify them to prepare for the spring hunt. Xin Xiao was baffled. Your humble servant hasn't even begun to explain anything, yet your Majesty has agreed? Chu Li no longer wanted to see him. You may retire. Soon, Shun Xiao was also ushered out. Rolling out along with him were the eunuchs who had been serving within Panlong Hall. They could all perceive Chu Li's displeasure. But if he was displeased, why did he agree? An imperial decree was issued to hold the spring hunt. Officials throughout the court, high and low, instantly plunged into a flurry of activity. Shun Kwa, as the noble consort, the highest-ranking concubine in the inner palace, naturally needed to accompany the emperor's sacred presence. However, among the accompanying consorts, it wouldn't be right if she were the only one. Therefore, after much deliberation, Shun Kwa decided to have the inner palace concubines draw lots. Whoever drew the lot would go. Rest assured, she announced, this palace disdains cheating. I will not make things difficult for anyone simply because our relationship isn't good. Of course, Shun Kwa added, referring naturally to Qi Guren, as the temporary mistress of the inner palace. Those whose relationship with this palace is good can also be exempted from the draw and accompany this palace. Finally, a chance to go out and have fun. How could she possibly not bring her best friend along? On the day of the spring hunt, the grand army assembled and set forth from the Wu Gate. This time, the security detail was entirely entrusted to the Imperial Guard, led by Lu Su, with Chu Li personally appointing Shun Xiren to assist from the side. Many people could not comprehend such an arrangement. It was well known that the Imperial Guard had previously only been responsible for protecting Chu Li. They disregarded all other security matters. Now, they were suddenly tasked with maintaining the security of the entire procession. It was utterly baffling, but those familiar with Chu Li knew he never made pointless arrangements. Naturally, this arrangement was made because the emperor wished to cultivate Shun Xiren. The great Yong nation suffered from a decline in military commanders, and Shun Xiren was a rising star among them. His personal capabilities were self-evident, visible to anyone with eyes. His only flaw was his exceedingly poor management skill. Some things required slow learning, and someone had to provide him with opportunities and resources. Chu Li happened to be willing. Chu Li, this capricious dog of an emperor. 1 second, he was all terms of endearment with his beloved consort Shen Kuo. The next second, he turned ruthless and kicked her out. Shen Kuo repeatedly confirmed with Eunuch Sun, "Are you certain this is this palace's carriage?" The dragon motifs carved onto it were made of pure gold. If she sat in it, wouldn't she truly be executed? "Your ladyship, noble consort," Eunuch Sun sighed, "you have already asked this question 5 times. This servant absolutely would not make a mistake. Please hurry and board. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time." Shen Kuo felt terribly embarrassed, delaying the entire army just because of her. She could only brace herself and step onto the carriage. As it turned out, an emperor was indeed an emperor. The carriage's space and seating were exceptionally large. Not only was there ample room for sitting, but a redwood bamboo table stood in the center. Half of it was piled high with memorials, while the other half held paper, brushes, and calligraphy practice sheets. Clearly, this half was prepared for Shen Kuo. Upon seeing it, Shen Kuo decisively turned, intending to slip away. A rare chance to leave the palace for hunting, and she still had to practice calligraphy? Was this some kind of joke? Just then, the carriage suddenly lurched into motion. Due to inertia, Shen Kuo stumbled and fell onto the seat, right in front of her paper, brushes, and practice sheets. Chu Li diverted half his attention from the memorials to Shen Kuo. "These past few days, while we were occupied with matters of the spring hunt, you slacked off and didn't write. Did you truly think we wouldn't know?" "Your Majesty," Shen Kuo began, "your servant sees that you are also quite busy, even needing to review memorials in the carriage during the spring hunt. Surely, the trivial matter of your servant practicing calligraphy doesn't require troubling your Majesty." Chu Li ordered her to roll up her sleeve. Shen Kuo, puzzled, pulled up the sleeve of her right arm. After several days of recuperation, the bite mark and traces on Shen Kuo's wound had completely faded. Since the injury has healed, then continue writing. Chu Li, considerate of her injured hand, had already tolerated her negligence for several days. Now that it was finally fully healed, how could he possibly let her off? In the blink of an eye, the convoy had halted. Chu Li ordered the troops to stop and rest. Shen Kuo could finally take a break as well. She instantly slumped onto the table, utterly drained. "Reporting to Majesty, ahead lies Xiangshan Town. The court has not established a post station there. Are you certain you wish to rest here?" The name Xiangshan Town sounded very familiar to Shen Kuo. So familiar that she voiced her thoughts aloud. "Are you sure it's Xiangshan Town and not Xiangshan Village?" The local magistrate appeared, a middle-aged man with a large belly, a prosperous-looking yet somewhat greasy appearance. "Answering your ladyship, noble consort," the magistrate began, "Xiangshan Town, within this humble official's jurisdiction, was indeed formerly called Xiangshan Village. Later, due to the favorable development of this place, it has now transformed from a village into a town." This magistrate thought to himself, he must properly flatter this noble consort. Perhaps he could secure a promotion and fortune in the future. Thus, he continued boastfully, "Speaking of Xiangshan Village's development, we should really thank Prince Zongqing." Chu Li suddenly cut him off with a sharp voice. "Enough. Drag him away. Cut off 3 of his fingers for us. Let him remember this lesson." The local magistrate's anguished cries instantly echoed throughout the entire procession. "Control your tongue," Chu Li warned coldly. "Speak carelessly again, and we will have it torn out." "Your Majesty," a military officer reported. This subordinate sent men to inquire. "Xiangshan Town is very exclusionary. They detest members of the imperial family, especially you. Hearing this, Chu Li's expression remained impassive. Let them be. No need to interfere. Shun Kuo looked utterly bewildered. Little Ollie had saved them. Normally, shouldn't they revere him? How could they possibly hate Chu Li? Just as she opened her mouth to ask, Chu Li suddenly flew into a rage and ejected Shun Kuo from the carriage. She was the most arrogant noble consort in the inner palace. Bullying the other concubines was practically routine for her. At this moment, Shun Kuo, having just been thrown out of the carriage by the emperor, wore an expression full of indignation. Just then, she heard other concubines discussing amongst themselves, "Why must we pitch tents? This bedboard is so hard and broken. I heard from the patrolling soldiers that there's a town up ahead. Couldn't we just have the villagers inside clear out a few rooms? Why must we stay in these tents? What about my meticulously cared-for skin? Wouldn't one night sleeping in a tent ruin it?" Shin Kuo, already in a foul mood, grew furious upon hearing this. These people in the palace only ever thought of themselves. The next second, she charged toward the crowd, kicking the brazier in front of them into smithereens. The concubines instantly shrieked from the heat. "Shin Kuo, are you mad? What are you trying to do? Don't go too far." Shin Kuo looked at them with a stern expression. "You don't want to sleep in tents, so you want to take someone else's house? Why should they make room for you?" One of the concubines immediately retorted indignantly, "Why not? It's their honor that we grace the homes of those country bumpkins with our presence." Shin Kuo stared coldly at this concubine. "Are you trying to say they should be grateful for your great benevolence in letting you sleep in their houses?" The concubine looked entirely self-righteous. "Whether by birth or status, we are superior to those country folk. Isn't that how it should be?" Unable to tolerate it any longer, Shun Kuo delivered a resounding slap straight across her face. The concubine, caught completely off guard, was stunned by the blow. "I thought you were merely foolish," Shun Kuo declared. "I didn't realize you were also so wicked. Since you bring up status, then I shall use my status as noble consort to beat you into submission. Men, seize these esteemed ladies. Today, I shall personally teach them a lesson. Let them understand what hierarchy means." Soon, word of this incident reached Chu Li's ears. "It's terrible, Your Majesty. The noble consort has struck someone again." Chu Li remained expressionless. Shin Kuo is Zhen's noble consort. She may strike whomever she wishes. Even if she were to kill someone, there is no need to report it to Zhen. Hearing this, Eunuch Sun retreated, his face darkening. That night, Shun Kuo slept soundly, while Chu Li, plagued by a headache, lay awake all night. The next day, the procession set off once more. Inside the carriage, Shun Kuo cautiously asked Chu Li, "Your servant struck your women last night. You aren't angry, are you?" Chu Li appeared indifferent. "You were the one who insisted on bringing them. Why ask Shen now, if Zhen is angry?" With that, he tossed a stack of calligraphy practice sheets onto Shun Kuo's face. "Hurry up and practice your calligraphy for Zhen. Don't think about slacking off." Just as Shun Kuo was about to begin practicing, the carriage suddenly lurched violently. Then the guards outside shouted, "Protect His Majesty! Reporting to Your Majesty, there are bandits attempting to hijack the carriages. Their target seems to be the carriages of the harem concubines." These audacious assassins actually dared to attack Chu Li's imperial convoy. Although Chu Li cared little for the lives of his concubines, it didn't mean he would stand by and watch assassins stir up trouble right under his nose. He ordered Shin Ziren to handle the situation and leave the Xiangshan town area as quickly as possible. He did not wish for bloodshed on this land. Shin Ziren immediately led his men over. However, the frightened concubines, upon seeing the assassins, panicked like headless chickens, screaming and scattering in all directions. Suddenly, from the mountainsides flanking the road, hundreds of masked assassins emerged, charging directly towards the central Golden Dragon carriage. Their objective was clear. The earlier attack on the concubines was merely a diversion. The true target this time was the assassination of Chu Li. Hearing the sounds of assassination outside the carriage, Chu Li couldn't recall how many years it had been since he last encountered such a thing. "Lu Su, go resolve this." In the next instant, Lu Su led the remaining half of the Imperial Guard. They clashed fiercely with the assassins. His outstanding command skills and ability to adapt impressed Shun Kuo, who watched from the carriage with admiration. I always knew Commander Liu was formidable, but I never realized he was this powerful. Chu Li disliked hearing her praise another man. He reached out and forcefully closed the window curtain. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Your servant praises your capable subordinate, and you are displeased. This was a difficult question for Chu Li to answer. Any response would put him at a disadvantage. He couldn't very well say that the subordinate he chose was incompetent, could he? Shenhua, save me, save me. I'm so scared. Shenhua immediately recognized the voice of her close friend, Noble Lady Qi. How could she ignore Noble Lady Qi's plight? She instantly drew the dagger hidden in her sleeve and rushed out. Chu Li couldn't stop her in time. She had already dashed outside. Chu Li irritably pinched the bridge of his nose. This woman was truly troublesome. Yet, unable to rest easy, he followed her out of the carriage. His golden dragon carriage was forged from pure gold and black iron, impervious to blades and spears. But the moment he stepped out, he exposed himself to the enemy, the assassins lying in ambush. The third group that had yet to appear saw their chance and unleashed a volley of arrows from the shadows, their target precisely Emperor Chu Li. However, the arrows in midair seemed to encounter some invisible barrier, swerving around Chu Li one by one to embed themselves in the ground. Is this the extent of your abilities? Daring only to strike from ambush on a narrow mountain path. Chu Li walked forward without looking sideways. With each step he took, the arrows suspended in midair would fall, ultimately turning to dust and vanishing. Welcome to the Grand Harem Martial Arts Show. The dignified ruler of a nation, Chu Li, actually resorts to throwing sand when fighting. If anyone else knew about this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Emperor Chu Li showed no fear facing the assassin's attack. With just a gentle wave of his sleeve, he used his inner energy to sweep up countless grains of sand and stone from the ground. Each particle swirled with a deadly aura, flying towards the archers positioned in the trees on both sides. The assassins didn't believe Chu Li's sand and stones could do anything to them. They merely scorned the dignified emperor for resorting to throwing sand in a fight. The result was that these seemingly insignificant grains of sand and stone ended their lives. Bodies continuously fell from the trees. Each one had a bloody hole, the size of an infant's fist, in the center of their forehead. What kind of inner power could be this terrifying? For a moment, everyone, whether enemy or ally beside Chu Li, stared at him as if looking at a monster. Shenhua, standing aside, let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Wow, so cool. Chu Li, however, crooked his finger at her, signaling her to return to his side. But Shenhua shook her head. She still had to save Qi Guiran. You are grown men. Aren't you ashamed to hold a weak woman hostage? At this moment, Qi Guiran had an assassin's blade pressed against her neck. The fact that the noble consort is willing to risk herself proves the hostage in my hands is useful. The speaker was a masked assassin with a woman's voice, one that sounded remarkably familiar. So familiar that both Qi Guiran and Shenhua would recognize it even if they turned to dust. You are Shunyan? The figure opposite did not answer her question. Since we couldn't kill the dog emperor, we must at least take someone back to report. Noble consort, I'm afraid your friend will have to come with us. How could Shenhua possibly allow them to leave? You had best release my friend. Otherwise, when I personally take action, you won't be so lucky. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Noble consort. The female assassin seized Qi Guiran and turned to flee. Judging by her speed, this assassin clearly possessed considerable skill. Shenhua gave chase, cursing as she ran. If you have the guts, stop and fight me to the death. The pursuit led them straight to the summit of Xiangshan Mountain. At this point, Qi Guiran shouted, "They lured you to the summit. There must be a backup plan. Run quickly, don't worry about me." Shenhua, however, stared fiercely at the assassin. "Release Qi Guiran, and I might leave your corpse intact." The female assassin laughed. "You are quite arrogant, knowing you've fallen into a trap, yet still acting so brazenly." Then, the female assassin blew a whistle. In the next second, assassins lying in ambush on the mountaintop surged towards Shenhua like a great net. Shenhua, age 21. Just how formidable was the most audacious consort Yun Fei in the harem? Facing the siege of numerous assassins, she showed no fear. With swift movements of her sword, she cut them down. Clad in yellow, she stood tall, one woman, one sword, enough to look down upon the world. Is this all the skill you possess? Trash. Shun Kuo's killing aura intimidated the masked female assassin, forcing her to retreat continuously. Stop. If you don't stop, I'll kill her. Her life threatened. She could only resort to dragging Qi Guiran down with her. Shen Yan, is this the only trick you have? The female assassin didn't fight back, but instead questioned. Noble consort, are you certain you can actually kill me right now? Shun Kuo didn't understand what she meant. A trace of smugness appeared on the female assassin's face. Having you exert yourself killing so many people just now, did you not feel any physical discomfort? Shun Kuo's sword hand felt stiff. Indeed, it was becoming increasingly difficult to wield. It felt as though the life force within her body was gradually draining away. It's the balsam flowers, the way you treated Concubine Ping and the others. Naturally, they joined forces with me to poison you without you ever noticing. So it was betrayal. Realizing this, Shun Kuo showed no fear. Now all your subordinates are dead. The ambushers here have also been completely wiped out by me. I alone am enough to kill you and rescue her. Is that so? Look behind you. See who has arrived. Shun Kuo turned her head and saw, to her surprise, Chu Li. The assassin suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone's here. I didn't expect the master was right. You really came? I truly don't understand why you people, one after another, willingly walk into traps for others. Aren't you afraid of death? Suddenly, the female assassin's voice changed, becoming that of a man. Shun Kuo was startled. Are you a man or a woman? The masked person pulled off the mask from their face, revealing what was indeed Shen Yan's face. Noble consort, I am, of course, a man. Shen Kuo started bewildered. Chu Li patiently explained to her. It's wrong, a deceptive trick from the Jianghu. Crude or not, a plan that accomplishes the mission is a good strategy. The masked person, wearing Shen Yan's face but speaking with a man's voice, created a bizarre dissonance. Your Majesty the Emperor, since you dared to come to the mountaintop alone today, you should be prepared for your demise. Chu Li looked coldly at the assassin before him. Jin does not believe you have that capability. Don't be so confident. Even dragons have soft spots, like being shackled. If you don't believe me, look at the woman beside you. I'm Fine. Shun Kuo didn't want to be used as a bargaining chip to threaten Chu Li. In truth, she couldn't even understand why Chu Li had chased after her. No need to keep up the pretense, noble consort. You will all die here today. Seeing this, it seemed Shun Kuo and Chu Li were truly done for. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Shun Kuo's first reaction was to wonder if this was an earthquake. Chu Li grabbed Shun Kuo's hand. This is black powder. Quickly, let's go. They intend to trigger a landslide. Seeing that noble Lady Qi in his grasp was of little use, the assassin casually tossed her down the mountainside like trash. When Shun Kuo saw noble Lady Qi falling, she moved to save her. But at that moment, the assassin drew his blade and charged towards Shun Kuo. Noble consort, go die. Yet, standing behind Shun Kuo, Chu Li finally made his move. The formidable internal energy erupting from his palm decapitated the assassin in a mere instant. On the other side, Shun Kuo moved swiftly. Before noble Lady Qi could fall further, she managed to grab hold of her tightly. At this moment, noble Lady Qi's face was etched with pain. She didn't want to implicate her only friend because of herself. Shen Kuo, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. Please go. Don't worry about me. Leave this place quickly. All right, you be quiet. I'll deal with you about this when we get back. Shun Kuo, already weakened by the poison, had little strength left. After exerting immense effort, she finally managed to pull noble Lady Qi up. But just then, the rock beneath their feet began to crumble. Shun Kuo knew it was impossible for both of them to escape unscathed. Gritting her teeth, Shun Kuo shoved noble Lady Qi forward. The ground where she stood, weakened by her presence and the constant leveraging, collapsed completely. Just then, a dark figure shot out. Chu Li leaped down, closely following Shun Kuo. Damn woman, if you dare to die, Zhen Asterisk will kill noble Lady Qi and the entire Shun family. I'll burn their ashes and scatter them on your grave. Shun Kuo was stunned. Why would this damn man follow her down? Chu Li roared in fury. Shen Kuo, the next time Zhen tells you to come back, if you dare disobey again, Zhen will kill you first. Shun Kuo remained silent. If she could survive this, she thought perhaps she could share some of her money with Chu Li in the future, considering he risked his life to save her. When Shun Kwa regained consciousness, her surroundings were pitch black. She struggled to sit up. Julie, where are you? Where do we fall? I can't see anything. Are we in a cave? Unable to see clearly, Shun Kwa could only guess wildly. She thought, even if it were night, she should at least be able to see some stars or moonlight above. Shun Kwa called out for a long time, but there was no answer. She had no choice but to feel her way around in the dark. Suddenly, Shun Kwa touched someone's hand. The hand was ice cold, as if belonging to a dead person. She found the person's wrist. Only then did she realize there was no pulse. Could Chuli already be dead? Chuli, don't scare me. Are you dead? At this moment, Chuli slowly appeared beside Shinqua, just in time to see her sobbing heartbrokenly. He was almost angered to death on the spot. Jun is not dead, but I'm about to be angered to death by you. Shinqua, how dare you hold another man's hand? Startled, Shinqua quickly let go of the man's hand. Just then, Chuli also reacted quickly. Why can't you see? Shinqua subconsciously rubbed her eyes. It seems I can't see. Have I gone blind? Were you poisoned? Chuli's tone was certain. The person at your feet poisoned you. Shinqua shook her head. It was the concubines. There was a spy among them. But I'm still not sure who. Are your legs injured? Or do you have external wounds? If it's an external wound, I have medicine here. Shinqua fumbled in her pockets. Chuli didn't want to explain his condition. I don't need your help. Just sit there and don't move. Knowing she couldn't help Chuli, Shinqua decided not to cause him more trouble. In a space unseen by Shinqua, a layer of black mist, visible to the naked eye, began to emanate from Chuli. An unknown amount of time passed before Chuli opened his eyes from within the black mist. Shinqua had remained where she was, afraid to disturb him. Only when she heard movement behind her did she dare to speak. Chuli, are you all right now? Chuli grunted in affirmation, then took off his outer coat and draped it over Shinqua. Shinqua instantly felt less cold than before. Because she couldn't see, she hoped someone would talk to her more. But Chuli remained silent. Why did you suddenly stop talking? Are you still unwell somewhere? But Chuli just replied coldly, no. Shinqua felt dissatisfied. Can't you say more than a few words to me? Are you really not unwell anywhere? You weren't like this before. Can't you talk more? Don't be so sparing with your words. Forget it. Perhaps your servant is asking too much. It doesn't matter if your majesty doesn't agree. Shinqua had only spoken half her sentence when she realized someone had sat down beside her. I am right beside you. Do not be alarmed. This was likely the longest and most reassuring sentence Chuli had spoken all evening. Perhaps it was the psychological comfort of having Chuli beside her, but Shinqua soon felt drowsy sitting there. Hazy with sleep and feeling cold, she unconsciously snuggled closer towards Chuli, lying on Chuli's lap. Shinqua drifted off to sleep without realizing it. In her dreams, her hand kept fumbling against Chuli's body. Chuli irritably grabbed her hand, telling her not to touch him randomly. Mumbling in her sleep, Shinqua whimpered, asking Chuli, will I be blind forever? No, Jin will search the entire world to cure you. Without hesitation, Chuli placed his fingers on her wrist. He felt her pulse. Martial artists were intimately familiar with meridians. He could feel her heartbeat from here, or perhaps use his internal energy to check her injuries. Chuli considered using his internal energy to force the poison out of Shinqua's body. However, the moment he tried to channel his internal energy, Shinqua shivered violently. He almost forgot his own internal energy was different, incompatible with ordinary people. Chuli pulled his lips into a self-deprecating smile. Withdrawing his hand, he sat there despondently. He had never before felt there was anything wrong with his cultivation method. Now, strangely, he began to regret his past decision. How odd. Could this be liking someone? If this was liking, Jin did not dislike the feeling. Suddenly, Chuli pulled Shinqua into his embrace. Then you can forget about ever leaving Jun in this lifetime. You provoked Jun first. For this life, you are mine. Shinqua remained completely oblivious, held in Chuli's arms, utterly unaware that his own nascent affection, receiving no answer, was already beginning to twist into something forceful, possessive. Shinqua slept until broad daylight, but when she opened her eyes, before her was still pitch darkness. Chuli, is it dawn? Should we check the surroundings? See if we can contact Lu Su and fourth brother? I'm hungry too. Then let's go find something to eat. Shinqua sat up from the ground, then froze. I can't see. How am I supposed to walk? Your Majesty, perhaps you could walk a little louder? Let your concubine hear your footsteps to follow the sound. Before Shan Kwa had a chance to demonstrate her supposedly incredible hearing, she instead performed a spectacular faceplant right in front of Chu Li. She lay sprawled on the ground in an incredibly awkward position, as if offering him an early morning bow. Chu Li sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. How could someone fall so hard? The next second, Shan Kwa felt her body become weightless as she was lifted into someone's arms. Actually, Your Majesty, you could carry your concubine on your back. Shan Kwa's voice trailed off. Even though her eyes were blind, she could still sense that the damnable man carrying her was in a foul mood. She thought about it. He was already willing to carry her, setting aside past grievances, yet here she was making demands. That's not what your concubine meant. Your concubine meant that if you carried me on your back, it might be less strenuous. Chu Li's face completely darkened. Silence. If you don't shut your mouth, Jin will throw you into the water. This time, Shan Kwa truly felt she was done for. Not only had she been blinded, but now it felt as though she'd gone deaf as well. Chu Li carried Shan Kwa, walking aimlessly through the mountain forest. They had intended to find something to eat first to fill their stomachs. Who knew that the sky would suddenly open up with rain? Even the animals in the mountains hid themselves away. Chu Li carried Shan Kwa for a long time. Forget wildfowl or game, he couldn't even find a rabbit or pheasant. The only visible creatures were the flocks of birds occasionally flying overhead. Just then, Shan Kwa's stomach rumbled insistently again. And so, Chu Li found a nearby dry cave to take shelter from the rain. Stay here, don't move. Jin will be back shortly. Before Shan Kwa could react, Chu Li was already gone. Unable to see, Shan Kwa felt like a useless invalid. She swore that in both her lifetimes combined, she had never felt so helpless. She sat hugging her knees, waiting. When Chu Li returned, holding a bird, he saw Shan Kwa sitting alone forlornly, exactly in the same position as when he had left. It seemed that since losing her sight, she had become much more docile. Back when they were in the palace, Chu Li had countless times wished she would be a little more obedient. But now that Shan Kwa was truly quiet, Chu Li found himself unaccustomed to it. Jin caught a bird. I'll roast it for you to eat. Hearing this, Shan Kwa's expression indeed brightened somewhat. Chu Li quickly roasted the bird, and the two finally managed to fill their stomachs. For the next 2 days, the rain continued to fall relentlessly in the mountains. Chu Li and Shan Kwa remained inseparable. Whether searching for people or for food, Chu Li always kept her with him. Later, the rain grew even heavier. Xiangshan Mountain, continuously battered by the downpour, began to suffer landslides. It became even more difficult for Chu Li to navigate while carrying someone. And it was precisely at this moment that Shan Kwa discovered the food she was eating had begun to taste like nothing. At first, she assumed it was simply because the roast bird lacked salt. But later, she realized she couldn't even hear Chu Li when he spoke to her. Shan Kwa had an ominous premonition. Chu Li was also puzzled. He had clearly been speaking to her just now. Shan Kwa, can you not hear Jin speaking to you? Chu Li knew Shan Kwa's poisoning was getting progressively worse. He stepped forward, grasped Shan Kwa's wrist, and began channeling his own internal energy into her, hoping to use his power to stabilize her heart meridian and force the poison out for her. Initially, Shan Kwa could bear it. She knew Chu Li was trying to help her. But soon, it became unbearable. Chu Li's internal energy felt like ice, threatening to freeze her very blood vessels. Just then, Chu Li noticed frost beginning to form on Shan Kwa's eyebrows and hastily withdrew the internal energy he had already channeled into her body. Due to the abrupt interruption of the energy transfer, Chu Li suffered a backlash. He couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood that choked its way out. Chu Li discreetly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the weakened Shan Kwa. Anxiety burned within him. If this continued, she would be in grave danger. What on earth could be done? Chu Li had tried using his internal energy to heal Shan Kwa, but alas, his power was too potent and chillingly keen. Shan Kwa's body simply couldn't withstand it. Chu Li watched as the person collapsed in his arms began to blur before his eyes. In desperation, he could only draw the dagger Shan Kwa kept in her pocket, slice open his palm with it, and feed her his blood. Chu Li's bloodline made his internal energy cold and keen, yet his blood was scorching and potent, effectively alleviating the coldness in Shan Kwa's body. Seeing it had an effect, Chu Li began to channel his internal energy anew. If he couldn't forcibly expel the poison, what about luring it out? Chu Li had no other method. He could only risk everything. Finding the blood flow from his palm too slow, he simply cut open his own forearm to feed Shen Kuo. While feeding her his blood, he simultaneously used his internal energy to slowly draw the poison from her body into his own. For some reason, this scene felt incredibly familiar. It was as if images were flashing rapidly past his eyes. He tried to grasp them, but it only triggered intense pain in his head. Chu Li didn't allow himself to be distracted further. The process of drawing out the poison went smoothly. To be safe, Chu Li didn't use his internal energy on Shen Kuo for an extended period. Once he confirmed the poison no longer posed a threat to her life, he stopped. The rest would require finding someone with medicine to counteract it. With this thought, Chu Li picked up Shen Kuo and started walking toward Xiangshan Mountain. If they followed this road out, they would reach Xiangshan Town. Xiangshan Town didn't have a mayor. Even though they had reached the scale of town, they still preferred to think of themselves as a village. Therefore, there was only a village chief, a man past his 70th year. He hadn't experienced many storms in his life. The only significant one was the earthquake from over a decade ago when the Earth Dragon turned over. He knew their young benefactor was avoiding them, and they, in turn, wouldn't hold her back. They just silently hoped their benefactor would fare better and better. Yet, even this humble wish, heaven refused to grant him. Their young benefactor had died in the end. The newly ascended king disliked anyone discussing that benefactor. Just then, a villager ran in, saying someone outside the town was asking for help, wanting to enter the village to ask a doctor to treat them. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly invite them in. At this moment, the village doctor, hearing someone at the village entrance needed him, immediately grabbed his medicine kit and ran out. Let me prescribe some medicine for internal injuries first. Your condition is quite severe. It seems you've also been poisoned. The doctor opened his medicine kit. Fortunately, he had brought both types of medicine. Take the internal injury medicine first. I'll treat your external wounds now. Chu Li evaded his kind offer. Please check her first. The doctor stated that Shen Kuo's condition was quite stable, but Chu Li stubbornly insisted the doctor check Shen Kuo's pulse. She indeed doesn't have major issues, just some residual poison yet to be cleared. Why are you both poisoned? All right, I won't ask. You should come stay at my place first. Soon, Chu Li arrived at the doctor's home. My house collapsed during the earthquake when the Earth Dragon turned over more than 10 years ago. But I didn't rebuild it. I just planted a tree where the old cellar was, as a way to commemorate surviving that disaster. The village doctor brought Chu Li and Shen Kuo to his home and arranged a side room for them. My house is old and worn. I can only ask you two to make do. My youngest daughter is about the same age as your wife. You can use her clothes for your wife to change into. Oh, look at me. I almost forgot you two aren't married yet. You probably haven't had intimate relations. Later, I'll have my youngest daughter come help your fiancée change her clothes. Chu Li was bewildered. What fiancé? We are already married. The village doctor looked unconvinced. Really? Did you perform the wedding ceremony? If you haven't bowed in the ceremonial hall, young man, you can't take advantage of the young lady. That would be quite dishonorable. Chu Li was speechless. How could he explain that an emperor's wedding doesn't require bowing in the hall? The village doctor could tell that although the man and woman before him were in dire straits, their bearing was extraordinary, unlike common folk. To appear in their remote village at this time, there was only one possibility. Their families disapproved of their marriage, so they were eloping together. Regardless of Chu Li's excuses, in the end, the task of changing clothes and helping Shen Kuo bathe was given to the village doctor's youngest daughter. If Sun Gongong were here, he would surely scorn Chu Li for being useless. Such a good opportunity, mistress like that. Doesn't he know how to make the raw rice into cooked rice? When Shen Kuo woke up, it was already the next day. Her eyes still couldn't see. Her hearing and sense of smell, however, had completely recovered. As for the issue with her eyes, the village doctor's answer was that she had been poisoned for too long, and the residual toxins couldn't be cleared out right away. For the days to come, it would really be hard work for your fiancé. Shen Kuo, who was in the middle of drinking medicine, almost choked to death on the word fiancé. What fiancé? Why did she wake up to find herself suddenly saddled with a fiancé? The village doctor was quite puzzled. Didn't you two run away from a marriage and escape to our Xiangshan town? You said this is Xiangshan town? Shun Kuo's attention quickly shifted from the fiancé matter to Xiangshan Town. Where is he? I want to see him. Shun Kuo's urgent tone made the village doctor assume she was anxious to see her lover. His injuries are much more serious than yours. He should be resting next door right now. Hearing this, Shun Kuo became even more anxious, unsure if Chu Li had been injured while protecting her during the fall from the cliff. Thus, the village doctor led Shun Kuo to Chu Li's room. Miss, you must be hungry since you just woke up. I'll go to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat and bring it over for you. Before leaving, the village doctor thoughtfully helped Chu Li close the door properly. Chu Li helped the blind Shun Kuo over. Shun Kuo repeatedly asked Chu Li to confirm how his injuries really were. Chu Li stuck to his line that he was fine, but Shun Kuo didn't believe him. Just moments ago, the village doctor had clearly said his injuries were worse than hers. Seeing no one else in the room, Chu Li wore a mischievous smile and pinched Shun Kuo's face. What? Does Fei wish to take responsibility for our injuries? Chu Li, this dog emperor, was actually teasing the blind Shun Kuo. He was seen pinching Shun Kuo's cheek very suggestively. Does Fei intend to take responsibility for us? However, Shun Kuo wore a completely serious expression. This time is different. If your majesty was injured because of this concubine, then this concubine must certainly take responsibility. Shun Kuo's words held both gratitude and guilt. She had implicated Chu Li. Chu Li hated her guilt. In any case, it has nothing to do with you. It was us who mishandled our internal energy. He didn't want to explain further. Shun Kuo also didn't want to keep dwelling on a question the other person clearly didn't want to answer. That doctor just now said we are an engaged couple. Is that how your majesty explained it to them? What else did you say? Shouldn't we align our stories? It would be terrible if our identities were exposed later. Shun Kuo remembered Lu Su had said that the people of Xiangshan village deeply disliked the royal family, especially Chu Li. Chu Li felt the same way. He also didn't want his identity exposed and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. They guessed that we came here eloping. Chu Li found it hard to articulate. Shun Kuo was also rendered speechless by the word elopement. Eloping? Did they look like they were eloping or fleeing disaster? Why didn't they just say they were dying for love? It was too absurd. Your Majesty, you didn't just default to that because you were too lazy to find another excuse, did you? Chu Li didn't speak. He used his actions to show Shun Kuo how he had responded back then. Shun Kuo was utterly speechless. Shun Kuo had never dreamed that she would one day be acting out the drama of ill-fated lovers with Chu Li. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle with embarrassment. This script, she could carve out an entire imperial palace with her toes from cringing so hard. Chu Li glared at Shun Kuo. Although he didn't like this identity either. What was with her looking so disgusted? Perform well, Fei. You should be very experienced in acting. Shun Kuo was quite displeased. When did this concubine ever give your majesty the mistaken impression that she could act? Chu Li scanned her up and down once, finally saying sarcastically, "What do you think? Have the times you pretended to cry before us to wheedle money been few?" At this moment, Chu Li took Shun Kuo's hand. "We need to go out and get familiar with our new identities. Don't you agree? My fiancé." Shun Kuo tried hard to brainwash herself. "I love my fiancé very much. Wish we could never be apart for a moment. I also have to act like I really like it here. Don't want to leave at all. And I even have thoughts of settling down here." Shun Kuo's acting skills were superb. When explaining their elopement to the villagers, she could even spontaneously weave a love story so sad it would break the listeners' hearts and move hearers to tears. At the most moving parts, she would pinch her own thigh hard, making herself cry out tearfully. With her exquisite acting and modulated storytelling, all the villagers in Xiangshan town were convinced. They were a pair of ill-fated lovers who had fled to the ends of the earth. "Young master and miss, why don't you just stay here in Xiangshan town? We're just a poor, remote place, but we still have a few spare rooms. I wish you happiness. You must grow old together and have children soon." Hearing "have children soon," Shun Kuo spat out a mouthful of water. A villager saw her reaction and found it strange. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Chu Li promptly walked over. "She's fine, just moved by everyone's blessings." As he spoke, he forcefully patted Shun Kuo on the back. Shun Kuo thought inwardly, "Is Chu Li trying to pat me to death?" She snatched the handkerchief from Chu Li's hand. "Chu Li smikindi. No need to be polite. Just helping you wipe your mouth." Shun Kuo shivered inwardly. The two looked at each other, but in the eyes of the onlookers, it appeared as a gaze full of deep affection. Look how loving the young couple is. In Xiangshan village, there was a tradition. If outsiders wished to stay in Xiangshan town for a short period, they needed to go to the village's Hall of Public Virtue to pay respects. Thus, the village chief led Shen Kuo and Chu Li to the Hall of Public Virtue. At this moment, Shen Kuo, whose eyes still couldn't see clearly, needed Chu Li to support her upright. Chu Li could now accept even the most cloyingly intimate actions, and helping someone up was certainly no issue at all. He could even adeptly remind Shen Kuo of obstacles near her feet. Lift your foot, there's a threshold. Shen Kuo returned Chu Li's gesture with a smile. She noticed he was becoming increasingly considerate. The moment he entered the room, Chu Li stopped in his tracks. He saw that the object enshrined in the Hall of Public Virtue was actually a ghost mask. No one was more familiar with the style of that ghost mask than he was. How could this be? Chu Li staggered back a step, his body becoming unsteady. Chu Li's internal energy, already unstable due to his incomplete recovery, now rampaged violently within him. Because his heart was attacked by sudden rage, he began to cough intensely. The blood-flecked spittle he choked up was jarringly crimson. What's wrong with you? Are you unwell? Chu Li's old injuries, yet to heal, were now aggravated further. He choked so hard he couldn't utter a complete sentence, only managing to intermittently tell Shen Kuo not to kneel. At this point, stimulated by the ghost mask, Chu Li's chi and blood flowed in reverse. Then, with a thud, he fainted and collapsed to the ground. Shen Kuo was terrified. Chu Li, what's wrong with you? Quick, someone help. Chu Li, having vomited blood and lost consciousness, was carried back to the village doctor's home by passing villagers. To prevent any further mishaps, Shen Kuo had no choice but to stay by his side without leaving for even a moment. She stayed until late at night, eventually falling asleep, slumped over his bedside. When she groggily woke up again, she saw a figure heading out the door. Initially, she didn't even register that her eyes could vaguely see again. Her mind was solely focused on that figure being Chu Li. This disobedient patient, running outside right after fainting. Her eyes still couldn't see perfectly clearly, but she could only hurry to follow him. Shen Kuo followed Chu Li's blurry figure as it wound through Xiangshan town. Chu Li finally stopped in front of Tombstone. The tombstone was very well maintained. Someone had also planted a poplar tree at this spot. The tall poplar tree seemed like an umbrella raised for the tombstone, sheltering it from wind and rain. That man, who commanded thunder and rivers and held all creation beneath his notice, actually performed a grand salute towards the tombstone. Shen Kuo could sense Chu Li's sorrow, so she didn't disturb him. Just then, the system spoke in her mind. Congratulations, host, for triggering the custom scenario. Time rewind. Duration for this instance, 3 Shurchen, 6 hours. Please complete the Save the Cruel Tyrant mission within the specified time. Current completion progress for the Save the Villainous Tyrant mission, 30%. After Shen Kuo finished listening to the system's mission announcement, her vision suddenly brightened. Shen Kuo found herself once again transported into the red-walled, yellow-tiled Imperial Palace. Little Ollie, have you changed residences? Shen Kuo noticed that the place where Little Ollie lived was no longer the previous dilapidated small wooden cabin, but a palace 100 times more luxurious than the little broken hut. Little Ollie heard the familiar voice, and a trace of long-absent panic flashed through his lifeless eyes. He quickly hid the ghost mask he was holding. Pretty sister, you came to find me. Shen Kuo realized little Ollie had grown even taller than her. How could she not see that little Ollie was secretly hiding something? Little friend is starting to have little secrets. Little Ollie, you seem to have grown quite a bit taller. Has Chu Qingji been bullying you recently? No, pretty sister, rest assured. Little Ollie showed Shen Kuo a smiling face. But looking at his smile, Shen Kuo always felt like he was forcing himself to appear happy. This room is the 19th prince's bedchamber. Whatever he wants is of the highest quality. Pretty sister, about the promise last time to make flower lanterns together with Ollie. Do you still remember? Last time, little Ollie was tricked by Chu Qingji into visiting a brothel, and his cat head flower lantern was destroyed. Shen Kuo had promised she would personally make another one with him. Shen Kuo sat down with him and fiddled with a carving knife. She thought her hand would pass right through it, but unexpectedly, she could hold the tool firmly. Looking up, she saw little Ollie's proud expression. Only at this moment did Shun Kwa feel that his emotions were genuine. Did you make all these yourself? They're all covered in your scent. Only things completely imbued with his aura could Shun Kwa touch. Ollie changed his bedboards every year. Half of the replaced boards were kept for making handles for carving knives, and the other half were perfectly suitable as wood material. Little Ollie smiled slyly. Ollie wants to make a different kind of flower lantern. Can Pretty Sister help me? Little Ollie wanted Shun Kwa to help him make a flower lantern. But no matter how Shun Kwa looked at it, it seemed Little Ollie was making a cage. At Little Ollie's repeated pleas, Shun Kwa still agreed. As long as Little Ollie could be happy, she would accompany him in making it. Little Ollie had clearly been planning this for a long time. He had already drawn up the blueprints for this flower lantern early on. 2 hours later, Little Ollie nodded with satisfaction. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked at his creation. Although it wasn't exquisite, it was sufficient. Pretty Sister, can you get inside the flower lantern and act as the candle for a bit? Shun Kwa's face was instantly filled with question marks. Me? A living person? Go inside a flower lantern to act as a candle? Ollie, are you sure you wanted to get in? After confirming with him repeatedly, she ultimately ended up acting as the flower lantern Little Ollie spoke of. The candle lantern was immense, wide, and spacious. Shun Kwa, this candle, stood inside with more than enough room. After Shun Kwa entered the cage, Little Ollie took a few steps back, admiring his work from afar. The dream he had longed for was finally one step closer. He had finally locked the Pretty Sister inside the cage he had built with his own hands. This way, she would never leave him, wouldn't she? She would belong solely to him, forever. Little Ollie's eyes brimmed with possessiveness, with the madness of wanting to claim this treasure entirely for himself. Ollie, can I draw the Pretty Sister? He asked. Pretty Sister accompanied Ollie for so long, making the flower lantern. You must be leaving again soon, right? Ollie wants to draw the Pretty Sister, so I can treasure the memory forever. Shun Kwa saw no reason to refuse. Go ahead and draw if you want. Standing in the center of the flower lantern, Shun Kwa struck the most beautiful pose she could manage for Little Ollie to capture. The scene shifted. Little Ollie had already finished the drawing. Pretty Sister, do you prefer golden lock or silver lock? Without a second thought, Shun Kwa replied, golden. She simply adored gold. Just then, Shun Kwa received a system notification. She had only a quarter of an hour left. Once the 3 shirtshon were up, she would have to return. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. System bug detected. Shun Kwa temporarily unable to leave the instance. Shun Kwa was stunned. Had Little Ollie truly managed to keep her here? Shun Kwa was trapped by Little Ollie's flower lantern. The system directly prompted, humanoid bug detected. Host, please face reality sternly. This flower lantern is clearly a cage. Target character Little Chu Li possesses a dark mentality. Shun Kwa flared up instantly. Nonsense. My boy is upright and kind. How could he be as terrifying as you say? Little Ollie circled the cage contentedly. Pretty Sister, Ollie succeeded. My boy is the best. Yet, just as Shun Kwa finished speaking these words, she began to fade away. Because of her indulgence, Little Ollie didn't feel too much grief. So, I couldn't keep her after all. Little Ollie's fingers tightened around the blank sheet of paper. Right at that moment, Chu Chengji walked in with his men. Put on your mask and come with me, my 19th Highness. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa had already left the time machine and returned to the present world. Shun Kwa pushed open the door, expecting to see Chu Li resting alone in bed. Instead, she found another young woman in the room, tending to Chu Li. The young woman became flustered upon seeing Shun Kwa. Miss Shun, you're back. But Shun Kwa was agitated. Are you surprised that I'm back? Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why are you and that dog in my fiancé's room late at night? The girl retorted anxiously. I am Wan Zhongwen's daughter. This is my home. Shun Kwa's anger flared. Your home? But right now, my fiancé and I are staying here. For you to appear here late at night, it doesn't look appropriate, no matter how you spin it, does it? Wani clenched her teeth and braced herself. But you two haven't clarified your relationship. Why can't I come? If it's not clarified, it means there's still a chance. I've taken a liking to him. I want to pursue him, to be his bride. The last time Shun Kwa heard such a direct confession was, well, the last time. So, she carefully sized up the young woman before her. There's indeed nothing wrong with pursuing someone you like. But the premise is, you know the relationship between him and me, yet you still insist on pursuing him forcefully. Isn't that just being a homewrecker? We've only been in Xiangshan town for 2 days. You haven't known him long either. Given his personality, You two certainly haven't exchanged more than a few words. You can't call it love. As for liking him, it can only be said that you find him handsome, noble, and capable, a world apart from the men you usually see. That's why you've developed feelings for him. But entrusting your life based solely on this is a mistake. The best love is when two people are equals. Yet you don't know who he is, you don't even know his name, and you say you like him. Don't you think that's far too casual? These words made Won Yi's face turn pale. Her affection did indeed seem quite shallow. Yet, she was unwilling to give up just like that. I can't see that you like him. He went out alone while injured. If you cared about him, how could you let him wander around wounded? Shun Kwa pinched the bridge of her nose. How do you know he went out alone, with no one accompanying him? Besides, many things don't require sticking close to someone's side to be called caring. In any case, think it over carefully yourself. Don't easily entrust yourself to someone whose background you don't understand. Shun Kwa gently took Chu Li's hand, her expression soft. At least I know. You went out alone tonight because he didn't want to be disturbed. He wanted to offer incense for someone very important to him. Wan Ning watched Shun Kwa flaunt their affection right in front of her, trembling with anger. She turned and ran out, sobbing. As for Shun Kwa, she simply lay down beside Chu Li and fell asleep. This time, Chu Li was truly in critical condition. Siyuan had no choice but to seek out the divine physician from Medicine King Valley to save Chu Li. But the moment Shin Jichin from Medicine King Valley entered, he recognized Chu Li. Of course, he recognized Chu Li's face. This was his enemy, that ruthlessly cruel tyrant who had plundered all of his benefactor's merits and achievements. If I had known the person the villagers of Shangshan Town rushed to Medicine King Valley overnight asking me to save was you, Shun Jichin hissed, his voice dripping with venom, I would have let you die out there without a second thought. Chu Li tried to signal Shin Jichin to lower his voice, but it was too late. Shun Kwa had already been roused by the commotion. Still groggy, she vaguely heard someone saying Chu Li was going to die. A surge of fury instantly cleared her mind. Chu Li will not die, Shun Kwa declared fiercely. Even if everyone in your divine physician manor drops dead, he still won't die. Shun Kwa's impression of the divine physician manor was still stuck in the past, shaped by her experiences in the time machine, where lives were treated as insignificant as weeds. The moment Shun Jichin saw Shun Kwa, he was struck by her resemblance to his own mother and had been observing her since. He hadn't expected such hostility directed at him. Divine Physician Manor was a name chosen by the old, undying one. He explained coolly. He believed everyone within its walls, myself included, was unworthy of the title Divine Physician. So, when the opportunity arose, I changed it to Medicine King Valley. You cursed me the moment you opened your mouth, Shun Jichin continued, his tone hardening. I was initially inclined to help with your eyes, but given your unpleasantness, don't blame me for refusing aid now. Fine by me. Sven Quoretorted Sharply. This young lady has no desire to beg for help from anyone from the Divine Physician Manor. Even if I remain blind for the rest of my life, I won't ask you for anything. Their first meeting as siblings dissolved into a bitter argument. Only then did Shun Ku remember Chu Li's critical condition. She had to find a way to make this man treat him. Both she and Chu Li, though unspoken, seemed to reach a silent, calculating understanding. They would find a way, use any means necessary, to compel Shun Jichin to provide treatment for the other. After leaving the residence, Shun Jichin went to the Hall of Public Virtue. He stayed inside for an hour before slowly making his way out of Shangshan Town. Along the road, many residents of Shangshan Town greeted him warmly, their expressions a mixture of respect and gratitude. Meanwhile, Shin Ziren, having tracked someone down to Shangshan Town, spotted his own aloof, sharp-tongued second elder brother, the one who only ever seemed to feed him bitter medicine, surrounded by a crowd of villagers. They claimed to be seeking medical advice, but in reality, they just wanted an excuse to chat with Shun Jichin and forcibly stuff some local goods into his hand for him to take back. Seeing his own younger brother, Shun Jichin had no intention of acknowledging him. He turned, planning to head straight back to Medicine King Valley. Shin Ziren, however, called out, completely bewildered, "Second brother, are you also here looking for our sister?" Shun Jichin automatically assumed he meant Shun Yin. Shun Ziren was rendered speechless once more. Shun Yin hasn't been the daughter of the Shun family for a long time now. Second brother, have you really been so isolated in Medicine King Valley that you haven't heard? Our family has acknowledged a different daughter, Now it was Shun Jichen's turn to be utterly confused. What acknowledged a different daughter? Shunyan isn't our biological sister. Our real younger sister is someone else entirely. Her name is Shun Kwa. The moment Shun Jichen heard the name Shun Kwa, he immediately recalled the woman beside Chu Li. He froze, feeling as though struck by lightning. That ill-fated pair, Chu Li and Shun Kwa, they were truly in a miserable state now. Shun Kwa was blind, and Chu Li was gravely injured and unconscious. Comprehension finally dawned on Shun Jichen of Medicine King Valley. The woman he had just argued fiercely with was his own biological sister. A wave of speechlessness washed over him. He had picked a huge fight with his sister the very first time they met. His voice trembled as he asked Shun Xiren, "If father finds out that I refuse to save my sister, what will happen?" Shun Xiren blinked. "He'd probably beat you to death, wouldn't he? You met sister? Quick, take me to her." But just then, Lu Su stepped forward, blocking Shun Xiren's path. "The Emperor's decree forbids disturbing the peace of Xiangshan Town. Are you intending to defy an imperial edict?" Without further ado, the guards flanking Lu Su escorted Shun Xiren away. Shun Jichen paid them no mind, instead hurrying back toward Xiangshan Town with newfound urgency. Inside the room, Chu Li slowly regained consciousness, his eyes focusing on Shun Kwa, who had remained faithfully by his side. Seeing Chu Li awake, Shun Kwa immediately moved to get him some water. Her vision still a blur, she groped uncertainly by feel and ended up knocking over the water cup on the table. With lightning reflexes, Chu Li caught her, pulling Shun Kwa swiftly into his embrace. "Are you all right?" At that exact moment, the door was violently slammed open. Shun Jichen burst in, only to see Chu Li holding Shun Kwa tightly in his arms. He nearly choked, feeling a mouthful of old blood rise in his throat. Why was she so close to this dog emperor? Struggling to regain his composure, Shun Jichen forced himself to speak calmly. "You come with me. Let me examine your eyes." Shun Kwa, however, cut straight to the point. "What are your conditions?" Shun Jichen stated, "I have no conditions. I simply wish to heal your eyes. As for Chu Li, I will not concern myself with him." Hearing this, Shun Kwa grew extremely anxious, her priority solely on getting Chu Li treated first. Shun Jichen felt like he could die from sheer anger. This Chu Li before him was his sworn enemy. He glared fiercely at Shun Kwa. "Why do you keep insisting I save him? What does his life or death possibly have to do with you?" Shun Kwa quickly explained, her voice earnest. "Of course it's related, because he is my Xianggong." She was the most tempestuous, most ferocious imperial noble consort in the history of the harem, a palace consort who brandished herself like a sword-wielding imperial guard. At this moment, prone to conflict at the slightest provocation, she was once again about to clash fiercely with her own second elder brother. Shun Jichen glared intently at Shun Kwa. "If you don't wish to become a widow, you'd best not invest too much emotion in Chu Li. His internal energy has already begun its backlash." Shun Kwa grew frantic upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that? Is he going to die? Make yourself clear." Chu Li quickly grabbed Shun Kwa's arm, not wanting her to worry about him. However, seeing Chu Li touch his sister, Shun Jichen became agitated. He roared, "Let go of her!" Simultaneously, two hidden weapons shot from his hand towards Chu Li. Shun Kwa, ever vigilant, reacted instantly. In the next second, she had drawn the saber from her back and precisely deflected the two projectiles. "I say, Physician Shun, attacking someone with hidden weapons isn't very honorable. My husband is severely injured, yet you take advantage of his vulnerability. If you truly wish to spar, I can take you on myself." Shun Jichen's expression turned exceedingly grim. He sighed helplessly. "If I told you I was your brother, would you believe me? Do I look like a fool? You say you're my brother? I could just as well say I'm your father." Beside them, Chu Li couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing with a pft. Being mocked, Shun Jichen's eyes blazed with fire as he glared. At Chu Li, Shun Jichen was genuinely infuriated. He forced an awkward smile onto his face. "Fine, since it's come to this, I'll take him on as my patient today." Meanwhile, he schemed inwardly, "If I accidentally kill him during treatment, it won't be my fault." Turning back to Shun Kwa, he had already put on a very gentle smile. You agreeing to treat him? That's truly wonderful. However, divine physician, with your benevolent heart of a healer, you surely wouldn't resort to making things difficult for your patient, right? Divine physician, Shun Jichin, his thoughts exposed, felt a wave of embarrassment. You truly are second brother's good sister. You really understand me. Here was a bowl of murky water, so nauseating that even looking at it made one sick. Yet Shun Jichin claimed it was the invincible divine medicine he had meticulously concocted. Shun Kuo looked utterly incredulous. Divine physician, are you sure this is all right? Shun Jichin maintained a solemn expression. Since I've promised you, there won't be a problem. But inwardly, he thought, it's indeed effective for treating internal injuries, no doubt. I just made a slight modification. He intended to use this medicine to make Chu Li suffer bitterly to death before actually curing him. Shun Jichin cast a deeply mocking gaze at Chu Li. Are you afraid to drink it? Without a second word, Chu Li picked up the medicinal soup and downed it. Afterward, he wiped his mouth, his expression unchanged. Not bitter at all. His attitude was as defiant as could be. Considering you can heal Shun Kuo's eyes, he thought, we shall overlook this for now. Just then, Shun Kuo quickly produced a paper packet. These are Qingtuan I specifically bought from Granny next door. Take a bite after drinking the medicine, and it won't be bitter anymore. Don't underestimate these 2 Qingtuan. They cost me everything I had. Granny had initially wanted to give them to Shun Kuo for free, but Shin Kuo never took things from others without giving something in return, so she gave Granny the last hairpin she possessed. Only after hearing this did Chu Li realize that there was no such thing as free room and board anywhere. This meant Shun Kuo had been managing all these affairs during this time. Didn't that make him someone living off a woman now? Meanwhile, Shun Kuo chattered on, luckily, I usually like wearing gold jewelry. Otherwise, forget about staying here for treatment. We'd probably be out surviving on air by now. At this point, Shun Jichin, standing nearby, finally couldn't listen anymore. He grabbed Shin Kuo's arm and pulled her out the door. Come with me. It's time to treat your eyes. As Shun Kuo was led away, she kept reminding Chu Li to finish the Qingtuan. Those Qingtuan had cost her entire fortune. Under Shun Jichin's acupuncture treatment, Shun Kuo felt her vision finally begin to recover somewhat. Then she saw Chu Li sitting outside, fiddling with a wooden stick. Chu Li explained to Shun Kuo, this walking stick will make it a bit easier for you to move around. Shun Kuo couldn't believe her eyes. The dignified emperor of the Great Yong was making a walking stick for her? Could she keep this as a family heirloom later? Just then, Shun Jichin also walked out. He saw the two studying the walking stick. This gave Shun Jichin pause. That temperamental tyrant, now chopping firewood and cutting trees, had apparently done so merely to make a walking stick for his sister. This wasn't just any walking stick. It was one personally crafted by Emperor Chu Li. Shun Kuo even considered keeping it as a family heirloom. With her new walking stick, Shun Kuo secretly went to the grave Chu Li had paid respects to earlier. However, her eyes hadn't fully recovered yet, and Shun Kuo couldn't make out the words on the tombstone. At that moment, Shun Jichin appeared. Worried about Shun Kuo, he had followed her. The moment you can move freely, you start wandering off. What if you fall? Seeing Shun Jichin, Shun Kuo's eyes lit up. You're just in time. Quickly, help me see what's written on this tombstone. Do you know who is buried here? Shun Jichin's face remained cold, yet he answered Shun Kuo's question. I overheard the villagers mention it once. The owner of this tomb was a hunter surnamed Li. Back then, through diligent hunting, he became the wealthiest man in the village. Hearing this, Shun Kuo's heart skipped a beat. A hunter named Li. At this moment, Shun Kuo had already guessed most of it. Do you know when they died? This question stumped Shun Jichin. I only know Hunter Li died many years ago. Years ago, I had a chance encounter with him. At that time, my younger brother was beaten and his life hung by a thread. I carried him to the divine physician's mansion, begging the divine physician to save him. By chance, I met this Hunter Li. He was also carrying a child, seeking medical help. Later, I heard that after he returned home, he was killed by people from the imperial family, along with his wife and their newborn son. Shin Kuo was stunned by Shun Jichin's words. She forced herself to calm down. The boy Hunter Li was carrying, was he about 10 years old? Thin, with injuries on his back. Shun Jichin was baffled by Shun Kuo's question. How do you know? Shun Kuo's next words left him even more bewildered. You were the youth in white robes carrying your brother back then. After saving your brother, you didn't descend the mountain, but stayed at the Divine Physician's mansion to study medicine, correct? Did you ever see that little boy again at the Divine Physician's mansion? Yes, he was my friend. While he was unconscious and recuperating, I was the one taking care of him. He was the purest, most sincere person I had ever met. Unfortunately, we hadn't known each other long before his family came to take him away. It wasn't until I became the young master of the Divine Physician's mansion that I learned he had died long ago. Shin Kwa, however, had already pieced together the entire sequence of events. Your friend didn't die. I know who he is. Just then, a sharp cry from Chu Li cut Shun Kwa off. His eyes, filled with malice, fixed on Shun Kwa. How could this woman know these things? Clearly, we ourselves cannot even recall them. Chu Li had never imagined that the youth he met back then was the Shun Jichin before him now. Chu Li felt like he was about to be angered to death by Shun Kwa. At that moment, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Shun Kwa quickly moved to support Chu Li. Divine Physician, quickly, take a look at him. You must examine him thoroughly, otherwise you will regret it. Shun Jichin couldn't fathom why he would regret Chu Li's death, but he couldn't ignore his sister's urging. Chu Li's condition was clearly dire. Shun Jichin grasped Chu Li's arm, feeling the pulse indicative of poisoning. Are you trying to court death? How could you use internal energy to suppress the signs of poisoning? When Shun Jichin had checked Chu Li's pulse before, there were no symptoms of poisoning. Just then, Chu Li collapsed unconscious. Back at Wang Zhongwen's home, Wang Zhongwen was vexed upon hearing that Chu Li had concealed his poisoning. I detected his poison pulse long ago, but never mentioned it, assuming Aunt Shin knew all along and it would be fine. Isn't Divine Physician Shun still here? Initially, Shun Kwa hadn't thought much of it, but hearing that Shun Jichin hailed from a prominent family in the capital left her momentarily stunned. As far as she knew, the only prominent Shun family in the capital was hers. She recalled her father mentioning that her second brother was studying medicine, an unfilial son who stayed away year-round. But wasn't he studying at Medicine King Valley? Dr. Wan, what is the relationship between the Divine Physician's Valley and Medicine King Valley? You're talking about the same place. Divine Physician's Valley was their former name. Medicine King Valley is the new name they adopted a few years ago. At that moment, Shun Kwa felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her from head to toe. She had actually been play-acting with Chu Li right in front of her own second brother, calling Chu Li husband time and again. Shun Jichin must have been furious enough to want to pierce her to death with his silver needles. Shun Kwa trembled all over from embarrassment. You knew about our relationship all along, didn't you? Faced with this, Shun Jichin could only nod. If I had told you, would you have believed me? But Shun Kwa could no longer dwell on that. Do you have the fastest, most effective method to help me regain my sight quickly? Shun Jichin hesitated. I do have a way to forcibly restore your sight, but it is excruciatingly painful. Comparing the slow expulsion of the fish poison versus extracting it all at once, the latter was clearly the more agonizing process. I don't care. Shun Kwa always knew what she wanted. To obtain something, one must always pay a price, mustn't they? Silver needles pierced acupoints, forcibly unblocking meridians to expel the fish poison. Even though Shun Kwa had braced herself, after just 3 needles, cold sweat beaded on her forehead from the sheer pain. An hour later, the needling finally concluded. A piece of candy was offered to Shun Kwa's lips. Following the hand that offered the candy upwards with her gaze, she finally saw this Divine Physician. The moment Chu Li regained consciousness, he saw a bowl of medicine before him. Without a second thought, he picked it up and drank it down. Then he realized that today's medicine wasn't bitter at all. Did you prescribe the wrong medicine? He knew that the medicine he usually drank was bitter enough to make a child weep. Shun Jichin, however, lacked his usual composure. The scene unfolding before them was nearly identical to the one from years past. At this moment, Chu Li seemed to recall something as well. He suddenly shouted at Shun Jichin, ordering him to get out. Hearing Chu Li's outburst, Shun Kwa hurried inside. Second brother, please leave first. Leave this to me. But Chu Li didn't spare Shun Kwa a kind look either. How do you know so much? Shun Kwa's expression remained serene. Your Majesty can just consider me well-informed. Chu Li nearly choked with anger. She truly couldn't even be bothered to fabricate an excuse. Chu Li glared at Shen Kuo. Shall we tell you how to make up a reason? If you had claimed it was your family history, we might have believed it. Shen Kuo was unfazed. And so, deceive myself like your Majesty does. Hearing this, Chu Li couldn't help but pause. Then he saw Shen Kuo staring intently at his eyes. Just like your Majesty suppressed the poison in your veins before, preventing anyone from discovering it. This time, Chu Li fell completely silent. For the next few days, feeling guilty, Chu Li didn't bring up the matter again. Shun Jichen left Xiangshan town, found Lu Shu, and obtained some effective medicine. Only then could Shen Kuo and Chu Li recuperate peacefully in Xiangshan town. Chu Li's injuries had also recovered significantly. He sought out the elderly woman next door. The granny took out Shen Kuo's gold hairpin, intending to return it to Shen Kuo. It was just some green rice balls. How could I accept something so valuable in exchange? Chu Li did not accept the granny's gold hairpin. He took out a jade pendant from his robes. I wish to retrieve that copper coin. How about I exchange this with you? The granny's face instantly filled with question marks. Just to exchange for a small copper coin? Chu Li spotted his coin in the granny's money pouch at a glance. Then, holding that copper coin, he actually smiled. Seeing Chu Li's expression, the granny smiled too. Looks like this copper coin is a token of affection between you young couple, isn't it? Chu Li and Shen Kuo settled into days of peaceful recovery, eating, drinking, talking, and laughing together daily. This greatly displeased Wan Ying, who came to deliver meals. I bring him food and brew his medicine, yet he doesn't even look at it. His heart and eyes are only for Shen Kuo. Is Shen Kuo really that wonderful? Beside her, the village chief's son, Wan Jian, smiled. Ying, you know they like each other. They even defied their families and fled an arranged marriage to be together. You can't insert yourself into such love. Wan Ying flared up. What do you mean insert myself? He's unmarried. She's unwed. Can I show that I like him? Wan Thien understood clearly. Liking someone doesn't mean constantly indulging their bad temper. It means telling them when they are wrong. Wan Ying's eyes reddened. Having been rejected continuously these past few days, she could gradually recognize her mistakes. But she just couldn't accept it. Must a young girl's budding affection end without fruition? Wan Jin handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. No matter how much you like someone, you cannot become the third party. Wan Ying hadn't intended to cry, but being comforted, her tears could no longer be held back. She ran while crying, thinking, shouldn't the heartbreak described in storybooks be gut-wrenching? Why did she not only feel none of that, but instead feel an unprecedented sense of relief? Unknowingly, Wan Ying had walked out of Xiangshan town. Suddenly, she heard voices speaking not far away. Peeking over, she saw it was soldiers. Then she overheard the soldiers' conversation. We've searched for so many days and still haven't found them. No idea where the emperor and the noble consort have gone. I bet they're in Xiangshan town 9 times out of 10. But Lu Tongling said we cannot enter that place. Wan Ying covered her mouth in terror. She couldn't believe what her ears had heard. Running back to the village, Wan Ying encountered Wan Jin, who was searching everywhere for her. At this moment, Wan Ying was extremely flustered. Broter Fien, I just ran into soldiers. I heard them say, the 2 people staying at my house are the emperor and the noble consort. Wan Jian was also startled upon hearing this. He had never dreamed that the eloping couple staying in their village would be the current emperor and noble consort. But he has never harmed me. How could he be that tyrant? Just then, an exclamation came from behind them. You 2 are saying, the one staying at Dr. Wan's house is the tyrant? Instantly, this news spread throughout the entire village. The tyrant has come to our village to kill people. Enemy, get out of Xiangshan town. In panic, Wan Ying quickly ran back home. Something terrible has happened. Your identities have been exposed. You should run quickly. The villagers are about to arrive. What Shen Kuo had worried about had finally happened. Yet Chu Li showed no intention of running whatsoever. Seeing Chu Li's attitude, Shen Kuo and Shun Jichen also calmed down. The trio's nonchalant reaction took Wan Ying by surprise. Aren't you going to run? We won't leave, because we haven't done anything wrong. Shen Kuo, the noble consort, actually began arguing with the villagers like a shrew. At this moment, countless villagers gathered at the entrance of the Wan family's house. Holding various knives and tools, they shouted, "Tyrant, come out!" Their clamor was loud, easily reaching Chu Li's ears inside the house. Village Chief Wan Zhongwen hurriedly ran out. "Fellow villagers, what exactly do you want coming to my house? I still have patients resting here." But the villagers were not concerned now whether Chu Li was ill. In everyone's eyes, his name represented death and danger. They told the village chief that the one staying in the room was the great tyrant, Chu Li. The village chief was stunned after hearing this. Just then, Shen Kuo rushed out directly. "Have you all said enough? Coming here one by one, carrying knives? Are you looking to spar with me? I hope you understand clearly. It is you who came carrying knives, intending to harm people." Seeing Shen Kuo, the villagers felt she was twisting logic. "Clearly, it was you who hid your identities first, even claiming to be an eloping couple." Shen Kuo admitted she was wrong about that matter. "But we have not harmed your lives. Whatever we did, we paid for with silver." Which transaction wasn't compensated doubly. Shen Kuo's words brought everyone up short. It was true. They had never taken anything for free. Everything they used, they had paid for. Sometimes the amount was so much it could cover a whole year's expenses for them. Calling it compensation for the emotional distress of being deceived wouldn't be an exaggeration. "Are you really the tyrant and his pampered consort?" Hearing herself called a pampered consort, Shen Kuo instantly rolled her eyes. "I am certainly no pampered consort. Then what about the tyrant? Have a tyrant come out to see us." Shen Kuo refused outright. "Are you mistaken? He is the emperor. Acting like this, you still expect him to come out voluntarily?" A villager immediately became agitated. "Do you admit to your identity and his?" Shen Kuo surugit. "There's nothing difficult to admit. I think, rather than our identities, you should reflect more on the rumors you've heard. Can mere baseless rumors outweigh the facts you've seen with your own eyes?" Wan Ning was the first to agree with Shen Kuo's words. "My interactions with Sister Shen these past few days weren't fake. She's a good person. She would absolutely never do anything to harm everyone." But his words were quickly cut off by a villager. "You're young. You've been deceived by them. Don't you know that Tyrant kills people in the palace every day? Don't you know he is our enemy?" Just then, Chu Li finally walked out. All the people were killed by Zhen. Not only did Jin kill them, Jin also exterminated their 9 relations. "You wish to question Jin? You do not yet have that right." At this, the villagers surged forward, wanting to beat this tyrant to death. But the village chief blocked their path. "Your Majesty the Emperor, please calm your anger." Yet, he never bowed to Chu Li. At the same time, a measure of resentment flickered in his eyes. "We originally had no grievance with you, but because of one sentence from you, all the merits of our benefactor were erased. The world should not forget him. We even less so. May I ask the Emperor, do you still remember your adopted brother, the 19th Prince, His Highness Prince Suocheng?" Saying this, the village chief took out a mask. Upon seeing that crimson-black, blood-stained ghost mask, Chu Li couldn't help but be startled. His complexion instantly turned extremely unsightly. Seeing that demonic mask, Chu Li suddenly let out a series of violent, fierce coughs. His eyes were seen gradually turning blood red. The next second, the mask had already been blasted into fragments by his internal energy. The villagers of Xiangshan town were greatly alarmed. "What are you doing? Truly a tyrant." Just as the furious crowd wanted to rush towards Chu Li, several silver needles embedded themselves in the ground at their feet. Shen Jichen stood before Chu Li, silver needles in hand. "If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless." The villagers looked astonished. "Even you, divine physician, want to help this tyrant?" But Shen Jichen said he was helping himself. "I hope you won't do things you will come to regret." It turned out Shen Kuo had already told Shen Jichen about the events of the past. Chu Li was the youth he had known back then. But the villagers didn't understand. "Why would we regret it? Divine physician, please speak more clearly. Don't speak in riddles with us." Shen Jichen looked towards Chu Li. In an instant, all eyes converged on him alone. Chu Li said only one sentence. "Except for the villagers who have always lived in Xiangshan village, everyone else get lost for Zhen. Otherwise, all will be dealt with as a capital offense." A moment later, those who remained were mostly elders. Chu Li glanced around. Many among them he no longer remembered. Some felt familiar, yet as soon as he tried to think closely, his head would begin to ache. Xiangshan Village's development is somewhat stagnant, but I absolutely did not wish to see you cling to the old ways. You should remember your promise to me. You shouldn't linger in the past. I told you bridges are bridges, roads are roads. I wanted you to look forward, not get entangled in this. Why didn't you do it? Chu Li's voice was very soft, as if sighing. Why didn't you listen? Yet his words were heavy, landing with immense weight in the ears of everyone present. How could you know these things? Why would you know our pact with the little benefactor? Could it be you're him? Why did it become like this? Which one is your true identity? Which one is the real you? Village Chief Wan tried his best to make every word gentle, as if afraid of startling the memory of the child who cried in the storm years ago. Shun Kuo stood beside Chu Li. She had stood with him from beginning to end. Village Chief Wan, if you don't understand, then use your eyes to see, use your heart to feel. Meanwhile, Chu Li had already pushed through the crowd and was walking away. The first to react was the village chief. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his face already streaked with tears. Little benefactor, Lumbo, don't go. It was us who were wrong. Chu Li's expression remained calm. Zhen is long past being the person I once was. The benefactor in your hearts is already dead. From now on, you should continue with your own lives. Village Chief Wan shook his head. Many times, we wished you could protect yourself more, not sacrifice everything for others. You protected us, but who was there to protect you? We know our abilities are meager, and there wasn't much we could do. That's why we established the Merit Hall, hoping to preserve a piece of pure land for you. It wasn't about constantly dwelling in the past. We have all listened to your words and lived our lives well. But you should also accept what we do for you. How can one only give without ever receiving? Whether as the 19th Prince, His Highness Prince Zhuo Cheng, or Your Majesty the Emperor, you should all be lauded. Now, we trust you. Those you killed must certainly have deserved it. With you in that position, we can feel more at ease bringing our children and grandchildren into this world. Village Chief Wan bowed low, knocking his head heavily on the ground. May the rest of your life be smooth and free from worry, with no further tribulations. Kill those who deserve to be killed. Do what must be done. The other villagers also knelt together, shouting loudly, "We commoners pay our respects to your majesty. Long live your majesty. 10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years." Chu Li and Shun Kuo finally departed from Xiangshan town. Lu Su, who had been waiting vigilantly outside the town, immediately hurried over to welcome the two. Sun Ping, however, had not come. It turned out that Sun Ping, fearing Chu Li's disappearance might cause unrest, had taken the retinue towards the hunting grounds, while Lu Su secretly searched for Chu Li and Shun Kuo's whereabouts. Chu Li was reasonably satisfied with this arrangement and thus ordered them to set out for Hellion County. Hellion County was precisely where the Divine Physician's manor used to be, and it was also their last relay station before reaching the hunting grounds. It seemed Chu Li had finally let go of the taboo associated with Xiangshan town in his heart. Lu Su drove the horse carriage steadily along the road. The group gradually moved further and further away from Xiangshan town behind them. At this moment, inside the carriage, Chu Li was asleep, resting his head on Shun Kuo's lap. Just then, Shun Kuo received a system notification. Host has triggered a specific scenario. Villain time machine activated. This mission must be completed within 2 Shurchen, 4 hours. Current Tyrant rescue mission completion, 35%. Following this, darkness enveloped Shun Kuo's vision. When light returned, he found himself in a bamboo forest. Little Ali, dressed in form-fitting dance attire, was practicing his swordplay here. He had grown taller again. Shun Kuo stood appreciating the sight for quite a while. Only when the other party sheathed his sword did Shun Kuo step forward and applaud. Not bad, not bad. Our Ali knows how to use a sword now. Little Ali had been so engrossed in his practice just now that he hadn't noticed Shun Kuo's presence at all. Hearing his sudden praise startled him. Pretty big sister, how long have you been watching? Why didn't you call me? Shun Kuo pointed towards the sword in his hand. I was afraid calling out would distract you. Your killing moves? Why do you seem to hold back some force with every thrust? As soon as little Ali heard Shun Kuo mention killing moves, he lowered his head in shame. Ali shouldn't practice the sword to kill people. Is pretty big sister blaming Ali? Shun Kuo looked at little Ali and smiled. How could I? Everyone must learn to protect themselves. If someone bullies you, you hit back. Counterattacking isn't wrong. If you don't eliminate your enemies, are you going to keep them around for the New Year festivities? Unfortunately, Ali has no internal energy. If you added internal energy, the effect would be much better. Shinqua felt a headache coming on just thinking about this matter. But I feel that fundamentals are also very important. If one needs to rely on internal energy for everything, then what's the point of weapons? That internal energy stuff can easily fail. I once saw someone suffer a backlash from internal energy. He was very seriously injured, and the physician also said that internal injuries are extremely difficult to heal. In short, if Ali wants to protect himself, there's no need to rush into learning internal energy. Mastering the fundamentals can equally allow you to crush experts. How about I teach you a few moves? I'm quite decent with a dagger, you know. Yet, little Ali said he didn't want to learn Shen Kuo's techniques. Shen Kuo was puzzled. Do you think daggers and long swords are different, so learning would be useless? Little Ali grew anxious. What Ali worries about is if pretty big sister teaches me. What if you end up at a disadvantage when fighting Ali in the future? It doesn't matter. You definitely won't fight me. Shen Kuo still has this much confidence. My little cub is so pure, innocent, and honest. How could he possibly harm me? Little Ali was truly remarkably clever. He managed to learn 3 moves in just half a shirt in 1 hour. Shinqua thought about how such an intelligent child was practically raised by him, feeling quite gratified in his heart. Little Ali used a handkerchief to wipe away his sweat, but in doing so, accidentally dropped the ghost mask. Little Ali immediately used his outer coat to cover the mask. Shinqua also noticed something was amiss. Ali, what's wrong? Little Ali clutched the mask tightly to his chest. Pretty big sister, I have to go now. I just remember my lessons at the academy are about to begin. Shen Kuo hadn't actually seen it at first, but Ali's actions thoroughly confused him. Only then did he realize that Ali was hiding something in his hands. However, Shen Kuo didn't expose him, merely following little Ali's footsteps and running outwards as well. Little Ali had actually learned how to lie now. Little Ali, however, simply didn't want Shen Kuo to see his ghost mask. Just then, 2 young eunuchs spotted little Ali. Isn't that the 18th prince? Wasn't he supposed to be better than? It's been ages since we last saw him. Little Ali dashed into the schoolroom in one breath, finally letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Shen Kuo also walked in. Ali, is this your seat? Hearing this, Ali froze instantly. Shen Kuo pressed on. Why aren't there any books you like here? It's all toys like swords and spears. Little Ali shot up like lightning. It's because Ali didn't sleep well and was too tired. I actually sat in the 19th prince's seat. My chair is over here. Little Ali walked to the last row. Shen Kuo had hoped little Ali would take the initiative to talk to her about it. Unexpectedly, he avoided the topic again and again. She understood in her heart that getting him to honestly tell her about this matter was impossible. Ali, you can tell me about any difficulties you encounter. Little Ali, unaware of Shen Kuo's thoughts, habitually shook his head. Pretty sister, Ali is fine. It's just a small matter. Ali can handle it himself. But if Ali didn't bring it up himself, Shen Kuo couldn't help him. These are the rules of this world. I cannot violate the system's regulations. Just then, Shen Kuo's mission time was up. The next second, she vanished from the room. Suddenly, Chu Qingji walked into the schoolroom. His gaze immediately fell upon little Ali sitting in the last row. Yet, he turned and shut the door behind him. What do you think you're doing? Sitting there for what? The 3rd row is your place. Third Prince Chu Qingji slapped the precious book out of little Ali's hand. Is this trashy waste paper worth cherishing so much? What mother consort gave you are treasures. Just play with those. Little Chu Li was already in a foul mood, and now, being insulted by Chu Qingji, he finally erupted. He lunged forward, landing a fierce punch squarely on Chu Qingji's face. Chu Qingji was stunned by the sudden blow. Chu Li, you dare hit me? The two then began to scuffle. But how could he possibly overpower little Chu Li, who had been trained? Little Chu Li grabbed Chu Qingji and executed a clean, sharp shoulder throw. Previously, Chu Qingji had, at most, seen little Chu Li angry. But seeing him like this now, radiating a murderous aura, was something he had truly never witnessed. Go ahead, have your mother consort kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, if you ever dare damage my things again, I will kill you. Little Ali picked up the scattered books from the floor, carefully putting them away. Chu Qingji looked utterly disheveled. If Mother Consort didn't just want me to properly study the ways of imperial governance, do you think you'd even matter? Stop struggling. Books are not for you to read. The sword is your only path. 19th Prince, wield the sword in my hand well. Help me expand our territory, and I won't treat you unfairly. Chu Qingji reached out, intending to pat little Ali's shoulder, but little Chu Li dodged him. Instead, Chu Qingji picked up the ghost mask from the table and forcibly placed it onto little Chu Li's face. With a mask properly, 19th Prince. Just then, it was time for class. The other princes waiting outside were let in by Chu Qingji. Immediately, everyone noticed the bruises on his face. Third Imperial Brother, how did you get those injuries on your face? Chu Qingji glanced sideways at little Chu Li. It's nothing. I fell myself. At this point, everyone's gaze shifted to the other person in the classroom. He wore a terrifying ghost mask, sitting in the third row, fiddling with a gemstone toy in his hand. He was Consort Yu's adopted son, known by all for his love of martial arts. That woman is a disastrous consort, throwing the court into chaos. Meanwhile, Consort Yu, upon hearing her son had been beaten, flew into a rage. That little brat dares to hit my son? It's time to trim his claws and show him who's master. Consort Yu was trimming flowers at that moment. As the most favored woman in the harem, she was always attended by a flock of palace maids wherever she went. Her confidant, Bai Xiao, spoke up, Your Highness, if you move against the 19th Prince, aren't you afraid that if he dies, there will be no one left to do your bidding? Consort Yu had initially chosen little Ali, precisely because she couldn't bear for her own son to suffer the hardships of martial training, to be wounded by swords. I originally intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but if the pawn is disobedient, it must be disciplined. Consort Yu, holding the pruning shears, snipped off a blooming peony. Wang, rest assured, I haven't lost my senses. Even if he is the sword I chose for Jie, it must be sharpened to be effective. Currently, the Qizhou Lu Ming rebellion is rampant. The court needs someone to quell it. Emperor Qin Tai's incompetence has already stirred much resentment among the people. Sending any general is less effective than sending an emperor's son. At this time, the 19th Prince has volunteered. This mission happens to be dangerous. I want him injured. Just ensure he doesn't die. Emperor Kintoi Doton Concertu Imenslu. Whatever she said went. Now, hearing her offer a solution to his troubles, he agreed without a second thought. That very night, little Chu Li was ordered to lead an army of 30,000 men and set out. Little Chu Li was essentially scolded away by Consort Yu. Before he left, Consort Yu repeatedly warned him not to remove his mask in front of others. Otherwise, Consort Yu would kill those ants from Xiangshan village. Little Ali could only follow Consort Yu's instructions, and so he led 30,000 cavalry out of the capital city, traveling through the night towards Qizhou. However, as soon as little Chu Li arrived in Qizhou, he was besieged by the common people. Worthless ruler, feasting and indulging every day. When have you ever cared about whether we live or die? What understanding the people's plight? You're just here to suppress us. Are you planning to kill us again? Only then did little Chu Li understand the truth of the matter. Why did no one tell this prince that the riots in Qizhou were caused by Father Emperor increasing taxes? No one answered his question. Everyone tacitly understood that the 19th Prince was just a shield pushed forward by the beauty upstairs. Only the most inconspicuous soldier in the ranks answered his words. The problems in Qizhou were reported to the imperial court long ago. His Majesty dislikes unruly commoners causing trouble without reason. I implore the 19th Prince not to order a forceful suppression of the people. They don't intentionally oppose the court. They truly cannot survive anymore. Qizhou suffered from locust plagues in earlier years. The people harvested nothing. Because they couldn't pay the exorbitant taxes, the county magistrate demanded they sell their children. Driven to desperation, the people stormed the government office at night. The county magistrate was killed by them in his concubine's bed. Little Chu Li turned his head to look at this soldier. How do you know all this so clearly? Even if the local magistrate deserved death, he should have been punished according to the law. You shouldn't have taken matters into your own hands. The soldier lowered his head. Because I am from Chijo, Your Highness. If the magistrate hadn't died, this matter would never have reached the capital, and we wouldn't be here. Hearing this, little Chu Li finally fell silent. He looked at the soldier. What is your name? With a thud, the soldier knelt on the ground. This humble officer, Lu Su, pays respects to the 19th prince. Shen Kuo had just located little Ali using the time machine. But the moment he opened his eyes, he saw little Ali bathing in a wooden tub. White steam rose languidly from the hot water, like graceful dancers pouring all their effort into a performance. They were enchanting and sensual, stepping to the drumbeat of the rippling water, making Shen Kuo burn with the urge to gouge out his own eyes. Why did you transport me to the exact moment the kid is taking a bath? The system was speechless. Unless necessary, the system doesn't know the time and location of the time machine's transport. Host, what are you shy about? It's not like you're the one being seen naked. Shen Kuo cursed at the system. Shut up. At this moment, little Ali suddenly heard a noise in the room. He drew the long sword placed beside him and thrust it towards the source of the sound. Seeing a weapon flying towards him, Shen Kuo instinctively dodged. Ali, it's me, pretty sister. Little Ali felt like thunder had exploded in his head. The next second, with a splash, he shrank down into the water bucket. He tried desperately to submerge his entire body in the water. Shen Kuo quickly explained, Ali, come out. I didn't see anything just now. His words only made little Ali more reluctant to emerge, staying motionless at the bottom of the water. Shen Kuo sighed helplessly and walked towards the door. I'll turn around so I can't see. I'll wait outside the door, okay? Only after confirming no one was around did little Ali stand up and hastily put on his clothes. The first thing he did after getting dressed was hide the ghost mask under his pillow. Only then did he open the door. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have thought you drowned in there. All right, no more teasing. I'm on a time limit here. Then, Shen Kuo's expression turned slightly more serious. Ali, are you in some kind of trouble? After a moment of silence, little Ali told Shen Kuo what had happened, though he omitted many unpleasant details, such as how no one in the palace had told him what was really going on in Chijo, or how, among the 30,000 elite cavalry he brought, none obeyed his command, leaving him with only one young soldier. Just 2 people, including himself. Even if he didn't say it, Shen Kuo could guess. A prefecture is like a province. Within the province, there are many cities, districts, towns, and villages, layer upon layer going down. It's time-consuming, exhausting, and often a thankless task. I don't recommend, Ali, that you visit every single place. Little Ali didn't understand what Shen Kuo meant by province or city, but he indeed planned to visit every location. Shen Kuo pointed towards the beggars on the street. The people of Chijo are defiant because those currently in power are incompetent. When they struggle even to eat, they are burdened with heavier taxes. Amidst such human tragedy, why should they worship the Son of Heaven? As they spoke, the two happened to walk past a grain and oil shop. These merchants had rice, but were hoarding it. To prevent anyone from trying to seize it, they had even hired many guards at the entrance. They wouldn't even spend the money they paid these people to offer even a single measure of rice to relieve the Chijo famine. Yet, merchants continued business as usual, proving that a bigger fish was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. What you need to do is find him, and then kill him. Shen Kuo instructed little Ali to uncover the mastermind behind the shops and kill this person to appease the people's anger. Little Ali was quite taken aback upon hearing this. Must someone really be killed? Shen Kuo's attitude was firm. He must be killed as a warning. Let all the merchants in Chijo see. They only know how to hoard grain, but not how to provide disaster relief. This will be their fate. Just then, another child starved to death right before their eyes. Lil Ali was stunned. If these cancerous tumors of Chijo were not removed, the unrest in Chijo could not be quelled. Then, more and more people would starve to death. To catch the mastermind, Shen Kuo took little Ali to the Chijo Prefecture Yamen. The prefect of Chijo, fearing he too might be killed by the unruly populace, had surrounded the entrance with many martial artists. The guard stationed at the gate saw the 14-year-old boy and immediately drew their blades, stepping forward. All idle personnel must stay away from the prefect's entrance. Little Ali instantly summoned the aura of a prince. The prefecture yamen opens its doors to handle cases. How am I considered idle for coming here? I do not wish to fight you, but if you still refuse to go in and announce me to the prefect, I will not be courteous. Soon, a servant reported the matter to the prefect. Unexpectedly, the prefect flew into a rage. Why notify me of such things? What do I feed you people for? Hurry up and drive them away. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the servant opposite him flying towards him. The prefect was instantly knocked backward as well. The next second, little Ali had already appeared in the room. With a swing of his sword, he sent the prefect's black gauze hat flying. If his sword had been just a fraction lower, it would have been the prefect's own head sent flying. I have matters to discuss with you alone. At this, the prefect's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. He immediately ordered everyone else to withdraw and instantly clung to little Ali's leg, beginning to wail. Your Excellency, spare my life. I haven't done anything. This prefect was a rotund, large man. At this moment, kneeling on the ground and hugging little Ali's leg, he looked utterly comical. This portly man, weighing over 200 jin, was the prefect of a prefecture. Yet now, he was clinging to the leg of the 14-year-old little Ali, desperately begging for mercy. The scene, no matter how one looked at it, felt incredibly absurd. Little Ali frowned and kicked the man away, shouting, "Don't touch me." The prefect, kicked by little Ali, rolled twice on the ground, looking even more ridiculous. However, the prefect's performance did not deceive little Ali. He constantly remembered the pretty sister's words. Anyone who could become a prefect was definitely not simple. Sure enough, the moment the main door closed, little Ali sensed danger approaching. The prefect, who had seemed so cumbersome, unexpectedly drew a dagger and lunged towards little Ali. Little Ali instinctively sidestepped, his sword already poised before him. In the next instant, the dagger in the prefect's hand struck empty air. Little Ali was somewhat surprised. You know martial arts? He had never imagined that the prefect, who seemed to need help even to walk, actually knew martial arts. The Chijo prefect, having failed in his attack and been exposed, decided to drop the pretense. Good kid, you're not bad yourself. What exactly do you want from me? If you're thinking of killing me, this official won't let you succeed easily. At this point, little Ali produced the token signifying his command to quell the rebellion. Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. This prince has come under imperial orders. You still haven't kneeled? The gleaming token and the self-proclamation made it impossible for the Chijo prefect to doubt its authenticity. This subordinate pays respects to His Highness the Prince. May your highness enjoy good health. The Chijo prefect knew someone would be sent from above, but he hadn't expected a prince. Ali looked at the prefect and mocked. You put on quite an act. The Chijo prefect dared not be presumptuous. No matter how well this subordinate acted, I was still seen through by your highness. This subordinate had no choice. If I didn't pretend, the one who died wouldn't have been the county magistrate, but this subordinate. Chijo's 4 counties, large and small, appear to be governed by the imperial court, but in reality, power has long since fallen into other hands. There is a major local merchant named Li Yongxin. As a local magnate, he possesses immense wealth, and his methods of buying people off are extensive. Anyone who disobeys him has been dealt with, one after another, without anyone noticing. What's more terrifying is that he kills imperial officials, yet no one dares to say anything. He even has colleagues covering for him. The magistrate of this county is one of Li Yongxin's men. Because the situation in Chijo was escalating, he considered stopping. It turned out he had been murdered by men sent by Li Yongxin. It wasn't a case of commoners storming the yamen at night to kill the magistrate at all. Little Ali couldn't comprehend how Li Yongxin, a mere merchant, could wield such power. Knowing full well the court was sending investigators, how could he alone act with such impunity? The root of the problem, it seemed, lay in the Chijo famine 5 years prior. At that time, the imperial court had allocated an enormous sum for disaster relief silver. However, due to layers upon layers of exploitation, the funds ultimately proved insufficient. Just as the situation escalated and exposure seemed imminent, this Li Yongxin stepped forward to help the officials out of their predicament. He used his own silver to fill the deficit, and in doing so, gained leverage over all the officials involved, holding their secrets in his hands. After this incident, Li Yongxin's influence snowballed, growing ever larger. He became a thorn in the side of every official in Chizhou. Yet, having taken one wrong step, they couldn't turn back, doomed to lose everything in the end. 3 years ago, this portly man was transferred to Chizhou to serve as prefect. But upon assuming office, he discovered just how rotten Chizhou truly was. His position as prefect was merely that of a figurehead. In truth, this current famine was engineered by Li Yongxin and his cohorts. A famine meant the court would allocate relief funds, allowing Li Yongxin to gorge himself even further. The Chizhou prefect wept, tears and mucus streaming down his face. I can see your highness possesses great wisdom. I only hope you can resolve this matter swiftly. Little Ali remained composed throughout, his mind working independently. You paint yourself in such a pitiful light, but this prince refuses to believe you've done absolutely nothing, that you are entirely innocent. Little Ali slammed his hand on the table, rising in fury. If you don't speak truthfully, believe me, I could kill you right now. An hour later, little Ali emerged from the prefect's yamen. Pretty sister, he didn't seem to be lying. But did he embezzle any silver or not? Shun Kwa believed the prefect might indeed be the type to gain weight just by drinking water, but that certainly wasn't proof of his innocence. 80% of what he said just now was true. This Li Yongxin is the mastermind behind the scenes in Chizhou. Even the prefect fears him. But he's clever. He plays the part of a bumbling fool very well. Li Yongxin was likely deceived by his plump appearance. Otherwise, he would surely have killed him first. We proceed according to the original plan. Didn't the prefect just give you the map of the Li residence's defense patrols? Whether he intends to use us to kill his enemy or not, we must first send Li Yongxin to the Western Paradise. What little Ali hadn't expected was that Shun Kwa meant literally sending Li Yongxin to the Western Paradise, and right away. Pretty sister, are we really going to do this? Little Ali followed Shun Kwa, crouching on the roof of the Li residence. The defense layout map provided by the Chizhou prefect was already committed to their memories. The pair smoothly navigated their way to Li Yongxin's bedchamber. He's the hidden hand in Chizhou, and you are here under orders to quell the unrest. Who else would you kill if not him? To be safe, Shun Kwa leaped down from the roof to scout ahead. He swaggered into Li Yongxin's room, confirmed the person lying on the bed was indeed Li Yongxin, and then checked for any hidden mechanisms or guards within the room. After completing all preparations, Shun Kwa signaled little Ali to come out. Li Yongxin, aware of his countless wicked deeds, had stationed hundreds of men around his bedroom. These included ordinary guards and yamen runners. Ironically, the prefect of Chizhou wouldn't dare employ yamen runners himself, yet Li Yongxin used them openly. A moment later, Shun Kwa had already helped little Ali identify the weakest point in the defense. He had little Ali knock out 3 or 4 yamen runners dozing off in the night. Then, Shun Kwa led little Ali charging into Li Yongxin's bedroom. Quick, eliminate Li Yongxin, then run. Kill him. Once he's dead, the mission to quell the unrest is halfway successful. The moment little Ali struck, all hesitation vanished. Just as Shun Kwa had said, once he set his mind to something, he would pursue it to the extreme. In the dim light of night, half of little Ali's face was cloaked in shadow. As he raised the blade, its gleaming edge reflected in his dark eyes. When he thrust downwards, Shun Kwa saw his hand tremble uncontrollably. Ultimately, Shun Kwa couldn't bear it. He covered little Ali's hand with both of his own, helping him apply force. Ali, you never need to be afraid. No matter what you do, I will support you. Ali, my time is up. I have to go. You go find the prefect. Have him accompany you to force the other merchants to open their granaries for disaster relief. Execute any who refuse without mercy. With Li Yongxin dead, they've lost their leader and won't dare threaten the court anymore. Once you've pacified the famine victims, you must restore local grain cultivation. Only by restoring the local livelihood will other counties within Chizhou's jurisdiction rush to follow suit. Then, when you lead patrols, your efforts will be doubly effective. Little Ali watched as his figure gradually faded into the void. Only belatedly did he realize that throughout everything he had done today, he hadn't worn the ghost mask. Didn't that mean everyone in the prefect's yamen had seen his face? The Chizhou prefect is a clever man. You've done him a great service this time. He will appreciate your decisiveness and continue to cooperate with you. Ali, remember this. No matter your status, you are still you. People will remember what you have done. My child must always stand in the sunlight. Little Ali quickly returned to the inn, retrieved the mask hidden under his pillow, and put it back on his face. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The person who entered was the Chijo prefect. The 200-gene fatty had reverted to his usual public persona of a bumbling fool. Yet, managing to track him here showed he was anything but a fool. Your subordinate heard that His Highness the Prince achieved a swift victory and has already succeeded. Your subordinate has come to offer congratulations to His Highness the Prince. As soon as the Chijo prefect entered, he saw the ghost mask on little Ali's face. Though surprise flickered in his eyes, he wisely refrained from asking questions. This prince just killed someone last night, yet before dawn breaks, you've already found your way here. The prefect's information network is quite impressive, isn't it? The Chijo prefect quickly forced a smile. Chijo is your subordinate's territory. It's only natural that my information network is somewhat efficient. We both know the real situation. You sought out this prince for more than just congratulations, didn't you? The Chijo prefect spoke frankly. Your subordinate wishes to continue cooperating with Your Highness the Prince. In these times, who wouldn't want a reliable backer in the court? Your subordinate swears to follow Your Highness the Prince's lead. The Chijo prefect readily kowtowed to little Ali. Your subordinate knows what must be done. Little Ali nodded in satisfaction. What is your name? Your subordinate, Zhao Fong, pays respects to His Highness the Prince. Why aren't you called Zhao Yuan? Shun Jichen inserted a silver needle into Shun Xiren's tear duct. The next second, Shun Xiren instantly began to sob uncontrollably. It turned out Shun Jichen simply found Shun Xiren too noisy. Is the Medicine King Manor on the mountain where you live, second brother? It's so high up on a mountain. Won't you starve to death? Second brother, that conical hat you wear on your head, won't it make people think you're a woman? At this point, Shun Jichen, having reached his limit, directly jabbed him with a silver needle. The next second, tears streamed down Shun Xiren's face like rain. Second brother, what did you stick me? Why can't I stop crying? Second brother, I was wrong. Please save me. Inside the carriage, Shun Kuo burst out laughing. She hadn't realized second brother and fourth brother together were this hilarious. Shun Xiren cried even harder. Even you're laughing at me, little sister. Am I not your favorite person anymore? Shun Kuo was laughing so hard tears came to her eyes. Of course you're not my favorite brother. I only love money. What use are men? Unexpectedly, Chu Li, also inside the carriage, grew angry. In our presence, you say men are useless? So, beloved consort, you only love money. Shin Kuo turned back warily, staring at Chu Li. Your concubine loves money. It's not like you don't know. Did your concubine disturb you? Chu Li's face was grim as he uttered only two words. Get out. And just like that, Shin Kuo was ruthlessly kicked out of the carriage. Shin Kuo was stunned. Chu Li actually made her get out and ride a horse? She looked aggrieved. It wasn't me being noisy. Besides, isn't it better to have some liveliness when traveling? Your Majesty, your concubine was wrong. Utterly, completely wrong. I won't be noisy anymore. I won't ever say, I love money in front of you again. Suddenly, the carriage door opened. Chu Li looked down at Shun Kuo outside. Beloved consort, not saying it in our presence means you plan to say it behind our back. Caught red-handed, Shun Kuo felt a wave of embarrassment. That's not what your concubine meant. Your Majesty, please listen to your concubine's feeble explanation. Shun Kuo couldn't exactly say it was a habit ingrained from her past life. Suddenly, she pinched her own thigh hard. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. It's all your Majesty's fault for always scamming your concubine out of silver. You even haggle over copper coins with your concubine. Your concubine is poor. Your concubine suffers. Who can understand the heart of your penniless concubine? She was the most arrogant and domineering imperial noble consort in the harem, also notoriously greedy for money and lustful. Yet, over a single copper coin, she cried buckets, making even Emperor Chu Li shake his head repeatedly. Impatiently, he could only promise to personally craft a hairpin for Shun Kuo. Just then, 4 figures flew through the night sky in an exceptionally bizarre manner, carrying a sedan chair between them. The Imperial guards outside immediately tensed as if facing a great enemy. Anyone with half a brain could see this arrival did not bode well. The figures claimed to be disciples from Medicine King Valley, sent under the orders of the Valley Master to respectfully escort Shin Jichen back to the mountain. However, it was clear Shinji-chan had no intention of returning with them. Subsequently, a disagreement escalated into a fight. Shun Xiren, being a martial artist, struck first, but the mountain guardians of Medicine King Valley were also highly skilled. Facing the siege of several opponents, Shun Xiren gradually began to lose ground. At this moment, Chu Li, who had remained silent, suddenly made his move. Instantly, a powerful surge of internal energy erupted from his hand. They stared at Chu Li in utter shock. Could someone in this world truly not fear death enough to cultivate such a wicked technique? Seeing they couldn't defeat Chu Li, the men resorted to reasoning. As the young master of Medicine King Valley and the Valley Master's first-generation medicine person, Shinji-chan naturally had to obey the Valley Master's orders. Seeing Shinji-chan refuse to return with them, the few mountain guardians could only head back to Medicine King Valley to report. If the Valley Master were to lay blame, it wouldn't fall on them. Shun Xiren and Shun Kuo were stunned. So, Shinji-chan hadn't been hiding in Medicine King Valley all this time. Back then, to save Shun Xiren, he had agreed to the Valley Master's demand to become a medicine person. He was merely a creation, a piece of work by the Medicine King Valley's master. Over the years, Shinji-chan had endured immense suffering in Medicine King Valley. Every single prescription developed there was the result of experiments on a human body. To find an antidote, one first had to be poisoned. To develop a burn remedy, one first had to be burned. Perhaps it was Shinji-chan's luck, or perhaps his medical skills grew increasingly refined. Regardless, he survived and even became the young master of Medicine King Valley. Learning the truth, Shun Xiren nearly collapsed weeping on the spot. It was his fault Shinji-chan had suffered so much. But the reason he had fought with others that time was all for Shun Yen. Back then, Shun Yen had offended the reigning princess. To protect Shun Yen, he willingly took a savage beating from several guards, nearly losing his life. At this moment, Shun Xiren decided he had to make a trip to Medicine King Valley. Since he had caused the trouble, he should be the one to bear the consequences. Shinji-chan didn't try to stop Shun Xiren. If his fourth brother wanted to go, let him. He was no longer the naive, ignorant child he once was. Meanwhile, Shun Kuo was determined to find Shun Yen and settle the score. Chu Li offered to help, but was refused by Shun Kuo. She knew that with Chu Li's Imperial Guard, resolving these matters wouldn't be difficult, but she preferred to handle it herself. The arrogant and domineering Imperial Consort Huang was making waves again. Word was out that someone, claiming to represent a family from the capital, had recently been severely injured in a cliff fall and was now near death, seeking medical treatment. This person was temporarily residing in Huliang County and had offered a staggering reward of 30 million gold taels, seeking a divine doctor from anywhere under heaven to cure them. One extravagant sum, truly befitting someone connected to the capital. But this reward wasn't easy to claim. It was said that several doctors who had visited the patient all declared that Shun Kuo was beyond saving, even by immortals. They lamented one after another. How could such a stunning beauty be so tragically ill-fated? That very afternoon, Shun Kuo received an invitation from the siblings next door. They claimed their elder brother had just recovered from a serious illness and would be hosting a grand feast for 3 days to thank all the doctors and neighbors in Huliang County. And so, Shun Kuo, dressed exquisitely, stepped into the neighboring courtyard residence. The lady of the house next door was a slightly plump, wealthy woman. She introduced herself as Mrs. Feng. As she spoke, she warmly attempted to take Shun Kuo's arm. Shun Kuo subtly evaded Mrs. Feng's hand. I heard your esteemed brother has recovered, so I came especially to share in the joyous occasion. Please forgive my intrusion, Mrs. Feng. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked. Mrs. Feng had an honest face, and her every move was considerate and natural. She seemed quite adept at socializing. She had even specially prepared the central, most elegant seat for Shun Kuo. Just then, Shinji-chan, disguised as a guard, approached. Was she trying to assess your condition just now? Shinji-chan found this Mrs. Feng overly enthusiastic. Even he could sense something was amiss. Shun Kuo nodded. Shun Yen was cautious and would surely want to confirm things personally before making a move. This banquet was crawling with people Shun Kuo had planted. Hopefully, Shun Yen wouldn't be scared off. Lu Tongling had repeatedly urged her to return early tonight. But suddenly, Shun Kuo thought of something. That dog emperor had handed over most of the Imperial Guard to her. Did he have enough men around him? Though, given Chu Li's skills, he probably wasn't in any danger. Yet, for some reason, Shun Kuo's heart kept pounding erratically. immediately. So she summoned an attendant and ordered him to go to Medicine King Valley and call Shinziren back. Better safe than sorry, as the saying goes. Sure enough, not long after the banquet began, a servant came to pour wine for Shun Kwa and accidentally spilled it on her clothes. Seeing this, Mrs. Feng immediately rushed over, apologizing. "My servant is clumsy. How embarrassing." Mrs. Feng used a handkerchief to help dab at Shun Kwa's sleeve. "The wine has soiled your clothes. If you don't mind, perhaps you could step inside with me to change?" Shun Kwa looked down at her soaked sleeve with a troubled expression, sighed, and said, "I suppose that's the only option. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mrs. Feng." Just as expected, such a cliché plot. Shun Kwa felt inwardly speechless. Knowing full well this Mrs. Feng was up to no good, Shun Kwa decided to play along with the scheme and followed her into the rear courtyard. As they reached the entrance to the bedchamber, Mrs. Feng stopped Shun Kwa's attendant, demanding that Shun Kwa enter alone. Shun Kwa offered Shinjichin a reassuring glance before following Mrs. Feng into the room. At that moment, Shun Jichin felt deeply uneasy. Yet, he feared that speaking out would expose Shun Kwa's plan to lure the snake from its hole. Thus, he could only suppress his anxiety and watch her depart. As soon as Shun Kwa entered the room, she detected the scent of incense. The fragrance was pervasive and lingering, quite pleasant. Shun Kwa bantered with Mrs. Feng. "Madam, the fragrance in this room is truly unique." Mrs. Feng smiled, a hint of malice in her expression. "If you like it, I shall send you a pouch later, enough for you to enjoy to your heart's content." "Then I thank you, madam." "Madam, please let me find some clothes first. Wearing these damp clothes is uncomfortable." As the other woman turned away, Shun Kwa removed the medicinal sachet from her waist and held it to her nose, taking a sniff. By the time Mrs. Feng turned back, she had already collapsed. Hearing the thud of a heavy object falling behind her, Mrs. Feng revealed a triumphant smile. "Someone come. Quickly, bind her and send her to the hall master. Then call out the body double to handle the Imperial Guards outside. If they don't see someone, they will force their way in." Swiftly, from a corner of the room, emerged a woman of similar build to Shun Kwa. Wearing one of Shun Kwa's masks, she left the room. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa was taken to another chamber and bound to a wooden rack. "My dear sister, you're finally awake." Shun Kwa instantly recognized the voice as Shun Yan's. She opened her eyes, and indeed, saw the very person she had painstakingly sought. "My dearest good sister, had you not woken up soon, I feared you might have breathed your last." Shun Yan had now completely shed her former pure and lovely demeanor. She wore a dark purple dress embroidered with black flowers, her lips painted with bright red rouge, resembling a spider spirit or a viper taken human form. Observing her attire, Shun Kwa let out a chuckle. "I wonder how well you could possibly fare after losing Shun Xian's favor. It turns out it's merely this." Shun Yan remained unfazed. "My life now is far more interesting than staying in the rear palace. I could do anything I wish, kill anyone I desire. Unlike you, who is about to die. Tell me, wouldn't it have been better if you had died at the bottom of the cliff? It would have saved you this suffering. Truly a waste of my efforts. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." At this moment, Shun Kwa bit her own tongue. As blood trickled from her mouth, she feigned a near-death state. "Since I am about to die anyway, Shun Yan, let me die understanding. Tell me, who is the person behind you? And who was it that rescued you back then?" Shun Yan relished Shun Kwa's appearance of gasping for her last breath. "Very well. I might as well tell you. His name is worthy of being sung praises for. Hall Master, you cannot say." Just then, Mrs. Feng stopped Shun Yan. This fiercely reckless imperial noble consort Huang, nicknamed the sword-bearing guard by others, was currently bound by her nemesis, Shun Yan, in a dungeon. Shun Yan thoroughly enjoyed Shun Kwa's desperate struggle for survival. She revealed a smug smile. "I might as well tell you, the master's name is worthy of being glorified." At this point, Mrs. Feng, standing aside, interjected a reminder. "The master's name cannot be casually spoken to others, not even to the dead. Only then did Shun Yin realize she had nearly been tricked by Shun Kwa. You are unworthy of knowing the master's name. However, seeing how pitiful you are, I can tell you this. After you die, Shun Xiren and Jiang Ruyan, they will follow you, one after the other. The Shun mansion will meet its ruin at my hands. Shun Kwa voiced her disbelief. You're talking nonsense. The Shun family is a prestigious clan with a century-long history. Just you, the person behind you, and this old woman beside you dare to dream such grand illusions. Shun Yan's expression turned grim. Let me tell you plainly, a new emperor brings new officials. It is time for the Shun family to fall. Shun Kwa's eyes widened. You intend to usurp the throne? You are rebels. Shun Yan burst into wild laughter. You realize this only now? It's too late. At this moment, Shun Kwa had already undone the ropes binding her hands. In the next second, she flashed behind Shun Yan. Mrs. Feng and the others were aghast. She shouted, "Seize her!" Yet before her words faded, she was struck down by Shun Kwa with a single fatal blow. Until her death, she couldn't comprehend how Shun Kwa, clearly lacking inner power, possessed such formidable offensive strength. Shun Kwa held Shun Yin under control. She lifted her gaze towards the group of lackeys. Don't waste time. Come at me together. A moment later, silence fell upon the prison cell. The minions were utterly vulnerable. Shun Kwa threw Shun Yin directly onto the ground. Now it's your turn, Shun Yin. Though death was imminent, Shun Yin remained defiant. Shun Kwa, you were merely luckier in birth than I. If our roles were reversed, how could I possibly face today's outcome? Shun Kwa found her words laughable. Even now, you still feel wronged, don't you? You believe the Shun family wronged you, is that it? If your hatred were directed solely at me, perhaps it could be excused. However, you even schemed against the very brothers you grew up alongside since childhood. Shun Yin, you belong in hell. As she spoke, Shun Kwa's dagger pierced through Shun Yan's chest. Rest assured, I will toss your corpse into the snake pit to feed the serpents. At this, Shun Yin let out a wretched laugh. Shun Kwa, even if I die today, the master still has a second plan for tonight. Your double should be intimately entangled with Chu Li right about now, shouldn't she? Once Chu Li is dead, your own and won't be far behind. Chu Li stood by the window, admiring the moon. Behind him, Shun Kwa was gradually drawing closer. Tonight is the 15th of full moon night. The moonlight is beautiful. Does your majesty like it? Chu Li neither confirmed nor denied his liking. You returned very early today. What happened to your clothes? He turned his head and noticed Shun Kwa had changed her attire. The wooden hairpin in her hair was also gone. Your servant accidentally soiled her clothes during the banquet earlier. Fortunately, the hostess of the banquet helped your servant find a replacement. That's why I'm dressed like this. Your majesty was admiring the moon without inviting your servant. May I watch with you? Chu Li's brow twitched slightly, his eyes fixed on her face, observing her closely. He reached out and removed the pure gold hairpin from her hair. And what if I disagree? Then your majesty can leave your life behind as an apology to your servant. Suddenly, Shun Kwa drew a poison-laced dagger from her sleeve and lunged towards Chu Li. They were extremely close, and behind Chu Li was the window ledge, leaving no room for retreat. She attacked with almost certain victory in her eyes. The flames of determined revenge, coupled with her crimson attire, made her resemble a vengeful spirit. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of heaven and slay you, Tyrant. With a sharp crack, blood instantly splattered within the room. Lu Su, outside the door, heard the commotion and rushed in, only to see Chu Li standing before the window, while Shun Kwa lay bleeding on the floor. Your majesty killed noble consort Yin. Chu Li waved a hand dismissively at him. Drag her away. Peel off her face. Hearing the command to peel off her face, Lu Su instantly understood. So, it was an impersonator? Your majesty, since the impersonator dared to strike at us, they must have further plans. Assassination attempts were commonplace for Chu Li. But today, the assassin had dared to disguise themselves as Shun Kwa. I must dig out the person behind this. Just then, the two suddenly heard the clamor of intense, fighting outside. Your Majesty, there are many assassins outside, and they've released poison smoke. Tonight, the wind blew from the northwest. Anything carrying scent or smoke would easily spread throughout the courtyard where Chu Li resided. Chu Li immediately ordered someone to find Shun Jichen. Also, send men at once to bring Shun Kuo back. Shun Jichen had, at some point, already prepared the antidote. He was helping the Jinwei guards clear the poisonous smoke. Lu Su also charged into the fray, fighting bravely against the enemy. Just as the assassins were about to reach Chu Li, Shun Xiren finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Though he was alone, he was exceptionally valiant. His silver spear danced, creating fierce gusts of wind. Wherever he passed, enemies fell dead. The assassins had already expended considerable energy fighting the Jinwei guards. Now, disrupted by his arrival, they began to falter. Chu Li was quite surprised. Why has Shun Xiren returned? Didn't he go to Medicine King Valley seeking revenge? Shun Jichen explained it was sister who feared something might happen at the courtyard and ordered someone to notify fourth brother. Chu Li remained expressionless, but Shun Jichen knew he must be pleased. Shun Xiren charged into the enemy ranks like a whirlwind, instantly disrupting the assassin's formation. The assassin leader had been directing the battle. Seeing Shun Xiren's unstoppable advance, about to cut a path from the main gate straight to Chu Li, he made a swift decision, shouting to his subordinates, "Ignore him. Today's mission is to execute the tyrant. We must give our all to claim his head." The assassins, organized and disciplined, charged madly towards Chu Li. Just then, Shun Kuo hurried back from the neighboring residence. "This palace originally couldn't be bothered with you lot. Since you seek death, don't blame this palace." Casually picking up a sword from the ground, Shun Kuo joined the battle. The assassins, already struggling against Lu Su and Shun Xiren, were now faced with another formidable opponent. With Shun Kuo's arrival, their defeat was imminent. Trying to run? Not one of you will escape today. From the moment she engaged, Shun Kuo had been searching for the enemy leader. Spotting him signaling retreat to his men, Shun Kuo directly threw the longsword in her hand, piercing the leader's chest. The assassin leader was instantly run through, chilled to the core. The remaining assassins were swiftly eliminated. Having finished, Shun Kuo rushed to Chu Li's side. "Are you alright? I heard someone impersonating me. Came specifically to kill you. Were you deceived by her? Are you underestimating me?" Chu Li sauda dit split. Noticing Shun Kuo's disheveled hair, Chu Li reluctantly smoothed the wooden hairpin for her. Her appearance wasn't even that similar to yours. Shun Kuo skeptically entered the room and looked at the double, finding the dead impersonator looked exactly like her. Where was she dissimilar? My mouth has been irritated from cracking sunflower seeds these past few days. The broken skin at the corner of my lips. They even imitated that wound with uncanny realism. Could it be that our clothes were different? Or perhaps my hairpin gave it away? Shun Kuo began treating the corpse like a game of spot the difference. "It's neither," came a dismissive voice, likely Shun Yan's, echoing the earlier explanation. "I've already explained. I don't wish to repeat myself." Shun Kuo glanced at the replica of herself on the floor. "Drag it away and burn it," the voice commanded coldly. "There's no need to keep the ashes. Anyone who dares impersonate this palace in the future will meet the same end." Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of Haoyang County, two figures clad in black spoke with tense expressions. "Our men failed, completely wiped out. Hall Master Yin was also killed. This subordinate accepts punishment." The other figure, however, remained remarkably calm. Tonight, he was merely a pawn in the master's game. "Let me ask you, did the tyrant make a move today?" The tyrant did not intervene from beginning to end. Our men couldn't even get close to him. A smile touched the lips of the black-clad man. "Then today's mission was a success, a complete victory. Go back and receive your reward. The master will be very pleased." This man, holding a silver spear, was named Shun Xiren. Following Shun Kuo's method, he had tied a red ribbon signifying certain victory around his head. Sure enough, his confidence instantly soared. He felt like he could take on 10 opponents right now. Today was the momentous day Shun Xiren would formally ascend the gates of Medicine King Valley, seeking to wash away the shame of his repeated defeats. Shun Kuo gave a light cough and patted his shoulder. "Well done, young man. You will surely achieve victory and success today." "How about it, little sister?" Shun Xiren asked. "Will you ascend Medicine King Valley with me today?" Shun Kuo was naturally willing. Soon, the two arrived at the mountain gate of Medicine King Valley. The disciples guarding the gate glared at Shun Xiren. "You dare to come back? Yesterday, you got lucky and won once. Today, we'll definitely beat you to death right here at the entrance of Medicine King Valley." Remembering yesterday's humiliation fueled their anger. Before the disciples could even draw their swords, Shun Xiren charged forward, spear leveled. "If this young master could beat you yesterday, I can certainly beat you half to death again today. If you don't want to die under my spear, hurry up and tell your Valley Master to roll out here and see me. What status does our Valley Master hold? How could he possibly come out to see you? D. Use your blood to atone to the Valley Master." Shun Xiren and the Guardian Medicine men clashed once more. For the past half-month, Shun Xiren had descended the mountain injured every single time. He couldn't win, couldn't overpower them. Yet, he believed that as long as he worked hard enough, one day he would be able to crush his enemies underfoot. Heaven rewards the diligent. Each time Shun Xiren returned injured from Medicine King Valley, the wounds were slightly less severe than the day before. This was the fruit of his relentless effort. Shun Kuo could clearly see that Shun Xiren's spear techniques had improved again. Compared to his first clash with the Guardian Medicine Men, he had made a qualitative leap. "Is this all the skill you possess?" Shun Xiren taunted, his long spear sweeping like a silver dragon, holding his own against four opponents without faltering. The battle raged fiercely. Shun Xiren suffered cuts from their long swords, and in turn, his spear left marks on them. Towards the end, Shun Xiren used his long spear to forcefully snap the long swords held by two of the medicine men clean in half. Victory and defeat were instantly decided. The last two Guardian disciples lowered their heads in submission. "Let me see your Valley Master," Shun Xiren demanded. "Since you have one, we will naturally honor our promise." As the four disciples turned to leave and notify the Valley Master, Shun Xiren executed a flashy spear flourish, but nearly stumbled, catching himself only by leaning heavily on the spear shaft. Otherwise, he might not have been able to stand at all. Shun Kuo took out the medicine she had brought before ascending the mountain, giving him one bottle to ingest and grinding the contents of another into powder to sprinkle on his wounds. "Little sister, I won. I finally defeated the four of them." Shun Xiren's smile was bright and cheerful. Just then, the main gates of Medicine King Valley swung open, and an elderly man with white hair and a stern countenance walked out. "So, you are the ones forcing your way up the mountain? It was you who confused the young master, preventing him from returning." Shun Xiren and Shun Kuo looked at the Valley Master with surprise. The master of Medicine King Valley was actually so young? He didn't look much older than their father. Shouldn't he be an ancient monster? Shun Kuo stepped forward and replied, "It's not a matter of confusion. My second brother comes if he wishes, and leaves if he wishes." The old Valley Master let out a cold laugh. "Comes as he wishes, leaves as he wishes? It's not up to him. Even if he dies, he must die here in our Medicine King Valley." This defiant, untamable old man was the Valley Master, and he delivered his harsh words right to Shun Kuo's face. "Shun Jichen must die here in Medicine King Valley, even in death." Shun Kuo instantly flared with anger. "My second brother is a living person. You have no right to imprison anyone. What do you take him for?" The white-haired old man's attitude remained unyielding. He made a deal with this old master. He is also this old master's most prized creation. In life, he belongs to Medicine King Valley. In death, he is a ghost of Medicine King Valley. Shun Xiren nearly lunged forward to strike the old man down, but thankfully, Shun Kuo held him back. "Since you bring up a previous agreement," Shun Kuo said, regaining her composure, "then let us discuss this clearly. You saved my fourth brother. Our entire Shun family is deeply grateful. Whatever compensation or reward you desire, you need only ask us." However, the old man remained utterly unmoved. "This old master doesn't want any compensation or reward. I want Shun Jichen, the person." Shun Kuo looked intently at the Valley Master, speaking with gravity. "My second brother, to repay your kindness, agreed to become your medicine person. He dedicated the best years of his youth to you, serving as a human ingredient, even becoming the young master of Medicine King Valley. After your passing, he was to uphold the reputation of your Medicine King Valley. All this should have been sufficient to repay your kindness." Shun Kuo smoothed down the goose-yellow palace attire she wore. "My second brother is the national uncle of the De Yong Empire. According to the Yong law, anyone who intentionally harms him shall be taken to the public execution ground at Kaishiku and beheaded as a public example. No matter how formidable your Medicine King Valley is, you are ultimately subjects of the Yong. As subjects, you must obey the law and act according to the rules and regulations. As she spoke, Shun Kwa drew an imperial edict from her sleeve. Valley Master of Medicine King Valley received the decree. In his entire life, the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley had never knelt to anyone. It had always been others begging favors from him. Thus, he did not kneel. If you do not kneel, then you die. Shun Kwa uttered the words coldly. In the next instant, her dagger was already poised before the old man's face. This palace shall personally send you on your way. The Valley Master of Medicine King Valley should feel honored. The Valley Master had lived a life of smooth sailing. Never before had anyone pointed a blade at him. He roared furiously. How audacious! If you dare touch a single hair on my head today. But before he could finish his sentence, a flash of the blade was seen. A lock of the old man's white hair was severed by Shun Kwa's dagger. The white jade hairpin securing his hair fell to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Is there anything this palace dares not do? That this palace is willing to personally meet you today, exempting you from the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows, is an act of extraordinary grace. Do not be insensible. Remember, the land beneath your feet belongs to the Yong, not to you. If you defy this decree, then prepare to die. If the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley did not bow his head now, she would truly strike. No matter how heaven-defying the Valley Master's medical skills were, he had no way, after his head was severed, to pick it up and sew it back on. Thus, he could only bow his head to the imperial edict in Shun Kwa's hand. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, henceforth, throughout the realm of the Yong, the practice of using living humans for medicine or as medicinal catalysts is strictly forbidden. Any violator shall be dealt with according to the severity of the offense. Minor offenders shall be punished by way severing. Severe offenders shall have their hands and feet amputated and be turned into human swine. So be it. The Valley Master of Medicine, King Valley, finally understood. So, you intend to kill me? He knew full well that he had been using medicine people for many years. Pursuing his past crimes would be more than enough to have him turned into a human swine. No, the imperial edict states from this day forth. This means past matters can be disregarded. However, from today onwards, you are forbidden from creating any more medicine people. You must also grant them their freedom. You should be thankful that over a decade ago, you saved my 4th brother and that little boy. Otherwise, the imperial edict I hold today would not begin with from this day forth. The Valley Master looked at Shun Kwa in astonishment. Back then, climbing the mountain with Shun Jichin, there was only one other. After putting away the edict, Shun Kwa added, "It's good that you remember." He also remembers. My 2nd brother isn't here today. When he does arrive, you must speak with him properly. From now on, my 2nd brother goes wherever he wishes. The Valley Master nodded. At this point, besides nodding, he had no other path to choose. The great tyrant, Chu Li, was finding himself increasingly inseparable from his beloved consort. Just one day without seeing Shun Kwa's shadow, and he flew into a rage, overturning a table. Meanwhile, Shun Kwa, having just returned, found Shun Jichin. She told him about her visit to Medicine King Valley. Shun Jichin was deeply moved, yet also felt a pang of sorrow. 4th brother has become increasingly capable. And thank you too, little sister. If not for Shun Kwa, he would never have spoken of the Medicine King Valley matter for his entire life. Shun Kwa, however, wore a happy expression. We've done what needed to be done. 2nd brother, how do you plan to handle Medicine King Valley? Although Shun Jichin disliked the place, his medical skills were indeed learned there. Right now, the urgent matter is something else. Shun Jichin took out the medical book that Shun Kwa had ordered Fei Xiashi to compile for him. Cases involving the evil art cultivation method are rare. Ordinary people would never learn it. Therefore, this unique copy doesn't detail the side effects experienced by those who cultivate the evil art. The side effects, they vary depending on the specific cultivation method and the individual's constitution. I heard you mention he suffers from head ailments. 2nd brother means the side effect of Chu Li's evil art cultivation is headaches. Shun Jichin currently lacks sufficient information, so he couldn't be entirely certain. He needed to understand Chu Li's pulse condition better and required his cooperation. Shun Kwa's brow furrowed, her face crinkling. If Chu Li were cooperative, honestly, I wouldn't have needed to secretly search for medical books. Shin Jichin, like Shun Kwa, saw no other option for now but to focus on the head ailment angle. If it's not that, we'll eliminate possibilities one by one. Shun Kwa slumped onto the table in frustration, practically rolling. It seems that's the only way. When his head ailment flares up next time, I'll come find you again, second brother. Elsewhere, Chu Li was currently overturning tables. Shun Kwa, is she back yet or not? Vanished early in the morning. Is she busier than us? Lu Su replied with a helpless look on his face. The imperial consort indeed has many family matters to attend to, so she is rather busy. Chu Li, now, like a lion feeling neglected and ignored, retorted, "Did we ask you that? Do we not know she is busy with family affairs? Do we need you to tell us?" At this moment, Lu Su deeply missed Eunuch Sunday. In the past, when he was there to take the scolding, it wouldn't have fallen upon him. Just then, Shun Kwa walked in from outside. "Was Her Majesty waiting for your servant to dine together?" Hearing Shun Kwa's voice, the agitation in Chu Li's heart subsided considerably. "Beloved consort, which eye of yours saw us waiting for you?" Lu Su quickly instructed people to serve another table full of dishes. Shin Kwa indeed hadn't had time to eat yet. "Your servant is quite hungry. It turns out Your Majesty hasn't eaten either. Let's eat together." Shin Kwa picked up her chopsticks first. She had always been rather informal when eating. Chu Li lightly tapped the table with his finger, his dark eyes coolly fixed on her. Shun Kwa didn't react at first. "Your Majesty, aren't you eating? People are iron. Food is steel. Skipping a meal leaves you starving. Your Majesty should eat." Chu Li maintained his cold expression. So, this ruthless tyrant, who killed without batting an eye, was actually coaxed by Shun Kwa with just a piece of braised pork belly. The braised pork was a perfect mix of fat and lean, garnished with chopped green onions. From its appearance, it was top quality. Chu Li glanced at it but still said nothing. "Oh, right, I remember now. Your Majesty doesn't eat green onions." Shun Kwa used her chopsticks again to help Chu Li pick off the green onions before pushing the meat back towards him. Chu Li finally spoke. "You know we dislike eating scallions? Back in Shangshan town, Your Majesty wouldn't touch any dish that had scallions in it." Shun Kwa silently made a mental note. She didn't forget to turn her head and instruct Lu Su, "Tell the kitchen not to add chopped green onions to the dishes in the future. His Majesty's appetite. He also dislikes overly greasy food. Don't use pork belly for the braised pork. And prepare a bowl of soup before the meal." While Shun Kwa was speaking with Lu Su, the anger simmering in Chu Li's chest instantly vanished into thin air. He picked up his chopsticks and ate the braised pork Shin Kwa had served him. A whole day's worth of sullen anger was resolved because of a few tiny bits of chopped green onion. Lu Su, standing beside them, looked completely bewildered. With Chu Li's mood improved, Shun Kwa served him some more dishes. Just then, the unexpected happened. Chu Li, who had been perfectly fine, suddenly suffered an attack. Seeing this, Shun Kwa hurriedly rushed over, using her voice to soothe him. Simultaneously, the time machine task was triggered. Villain time machine activated. Duration, 2 hours. Host, please complete the mission within the specified time. Save the villainous tyrant. Mission completion rate, 42%. Only after entering the time machine did Shun Kwa remember something. Bayer Gu said to check his pulse when Chu Li has an attack. But I forgot to send someone to call him just now. How could I forget something so important? Who knows when the next time will be? Shun Kwa suddenly recalled something else. You said if Chu Li's illness is caused by practicing the evil cultivation technique, then if I stop him from practicing it, will the outcome be different? If the host can ensure the target character never practices the cultivation technique, perhaps it might. At this moment, little Ali was being ambushed by a black-clothed assailant who was attempting to remove the mask from little Ali's face. But in the next second, the assassin was sent flying. Shin Kwa had seen it very clearly just now. Little Ali hadn't used sword techniques to repel the assassin, but rather an almost cheat-like internal energy. 18th Prince, does your highness require your subordinate to help clean the mask? It's stained with the assassin's blood. Lu Su was now little Ali's personal attendant. Ever since little Ali had resolved the Chizhou famine, Lu Su had sworn loyalty to him alone. Little Ali took off the mask and saw that it was indeed spattered with blood. He tossed it to Lu Su. Careful, walls have ears. Regardless of whether you can see anyone nearby with your own eyes, you must always address me as the 19th prince. Yes, 19th prince. Shun Kuo watched from outside the bedchamber as Lu Su dragged the assassin's body away before emerging from the shadows. Ali, did you encounter trouble in Qizhou? Little Ali immediately recognized Shun Kuo's voice. He rubbed his face with his hands, and by the time he turned around, the sinister aura on little Ali's face had completely vanished, replaced by the innocent and romantic charm Shun Kuo knew so well. Pretty sister, Ali missed you so much. His dark eyes curved into a beautiful arc as he hurried over, letting Shun Kuo pat his head just like before. Ali, you've grown taller again. Did Ali encounter trouble in Qizhou? Most importantly, how did you learn internal energy? Little Ali's gaze drifted to a wooden hairpin in Shun Kuo's hair. Pretty sister's head should wear the finest golden hairpins. Why is this wooden hairpin so unsightly? Meaning, what's the deal with the hairpin in your hair? Shun Kuo's first reaction was to touch the wooden hairpin in her hair. Her subconscious action made little Ali even angrier, angry enough to want to destroy it. Shun Kuo tried to take off the wooden hairpin, only to find she couldn't remove it. Not wanting to disappoint Ali, Shun Kuo tried again, but no matter how much force she applied, it wouldn't come off. So, pretty sister doesn't want to show Ali, little Ali murmured, crestfallen. It's okay. If pretty sister doesn't want to show Ali, that's fine. Ali won't look. Pretty sister, he ventured, this hairpin, it must have been a gift from someone very important, right? This wooden hairpin was indeed a gift, Shun Kuo admitted, though she felt uneasy saying Chu Li's name aloud. Little Ali seemed even sadder now. It must be from an important man. Ali understands. Shun Kuo quickly interjected. Don't talk nonsense. Ali, you are my most important little cub. Irreplaceable. Important, irreplaceable. Little Ali looked up, a spark finally returning to his eyes. Seeing this, Shun Kuo pressed on. Yes, yes. No one compares. Only then did little Ali manage a smile. Pretty sister, weren't you asking about what happened in Qizhou earlier? Ali ran into trouble. He continued, things in Qizhou are far more complicated than Ali thought. There's someone else behind the merchant Li Yongxin. He's helping someone in the palace collect wealth. Anything involving the imperial palace inevitably becomes troublesome. Little Ali held out his injured arm. Ali was so scared. I was almost killed. A wound, deep enough to reveal bone, was still oozing blood. They're all bad people. It hurts so much right now, Ali, he whimpered. Can pretty sister kiss it better? Like he used to in Shanshan Town. Shun Kuo's mind blanked, overwhelmed with concern. She leaned in, gently blowing on the wound, her heart aching. There. Pain, fly away. After the kiss, little Ali's mood visibly brightened. Pretty sister, when did you arrive today? How come Ali didn't see you? What little Ali truly wanted to ask was whether she had witnessed him killing someone. Pretty sister, Ali's greatest gain in Qizhou was learning to use internal energy. He channeled his internal energy towards a solid wood table in the distance. Instantly, the table and chairs collapsed. Shun Kuo grew worried. From what I know, different types of internal energy can cause different kinds of harm to the body. Will yours? Ali's won't. Don't worry, pretty sister. Ali knows what he's doing. Shun Kuo studied him, her expression complex. What could this child possibly know? She thought, a wave of unease washing over her. You've been deceived. Don't you realize the technique you're practicing is flawed? It's not an orthodox path of internal energy. It's an evil art. The realization struck Shun Kuo, deepening her heartache. Her cub was so naive. The villain who tricked him is truly heartless. Little Ali seemed to want to lock Shun Kuo up again. He led her towards the wooden cage he had built himself some time ago. Unlike before, there was now a bed placed inside the cage. Can pretty sister try it for Ali? Steeling herself, Shun Kuo stepped into the cage. She approached the large bed and tentatively sat down, noticing the faint scent of little Ali clinging to the bedsheets. Pretty sister, Ali said from outside, the bedsheets are Ali's. You don't mind, do you? Pretty sister shouldn't touch anything in this world except Ali. So, Ali changed the sheets to his own. I don't mind at all. Shun Kuo quickly replied. How could I mind? You must have seen I was tired from standing and prepared this bed for me. Trying to put a positive spin on it, she lay down comfortably, her eyelids suddenly feeling heavy. Pretty sister, how much time is left? Shun Kuo stifled a yawn. About half an hour, I think. She fought to keep her eyes open. It was rare to see her cub. Sleeping felt like such a waste of time. Little Ali stood outside the cage, clearly seeing how drowsy Shun Kuo was. Pretty sister, if you're tired, just sleep. Ali will watch over pretty sister from out here. Shin Kuo was already exhausted, and Ali's words carried a strangely hypnotic quality. How could she possibly resist? Remember to wake me when the time is up, she murmured, her voice thick with sleep. I need to say goodbye to you. Little Ali pulled up a chair, propped his chin on his hand, and sat outside, watching her. Pretty sister, he thought, you can only belong to Ali. When Shun Kuo awoke from the time machine, she found herself back in reality. Little Ali didn't wake me up. I didn't even get to say goodbye. Host, the system's voice chimed in. You were forcibly detained for an extra quarter hour by a humanoid bug this time. It is recommended that the host avoid touching anything related to cages in the future. That wasn't a cage. It was a flower lantern Ali made for me. Shun Kuo corrected the system's terminology. Just then, Shun Jichin walked in carrying a medicine box. Second brother, Chu Li, is asleep. Can you check his pulse? Shun Jichin nodded. There's nothing unusual about Chu Li's pulse, Shun Jichin reported after a moment, relative to his constitution, that is. If you compare his pulse to that of an ordinary martial practitioner like fourth brother, his pulse flows in reverse. Then, second brother, Shun Kuo asked anxiously, can you determine if his headaches are related to his internal energy? Shun Jichin shook his head. I can't be certain yet. I still need to check his pulse when he's actually having a headache. This Shin Tyrant, who seemed to have eaten a mad dog gall, actually dared to call himself young master in front of Emperor Chu Li. The next second, Chu Li ordered him to be dragged away. Meanwhile, Shun Jichin decided to return to Medicine King Valley. He needed to handle the valley's affairs personally. The medicine men had to be eradicated. To prevent the medicine men from making a comeback, they had to be thoroughly dealt with. He would have to ascend to the position of Valley Master. Shun Kuo wanted to dispatch the Wei troops to follow, but Shun Jichin refused, stating, they will not make a move against me. That same day, news spread from Medicine King Valley. The former Medicine King announced his retirement to the mountains and forests, passing the position of Medicine King to Shin Jichin. Shin Jichin issued an order. It was to establish a branch hall in Hualiyang County, sparing those seeking medical help from climbing the 4,000 steps. On the same day, a letter arrived from Eunuch Sun, explaining matters concerning the spring hunt. Because they had waited for Chu Li for so long without his arrival, he had taken the initiative to complete all the procedures for the spring hunt. He was now leading the main contingent to rendezvous with the emperor. In the evening, Shun Kuo prepared a banquet table laden with wine to celebrate Shun Jichin's success. She very boldly raised a wine bowl, drinking heartily, celebrating her second brother becoming the master of Medicine King Valley. From now on, go wherever you wish. No one can restrain your freedom. It was the first time the few people present had witnessed her capacity for alcohol. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Especially Shan Tyrant, who loved to stir things up the most. Little sister is drinking from a wine bowl. As a man, I can't fall behind. Bring this young master a wine bowl. He stood up swaggeringly, one foot propped on a chair, completely forgetting Chu Li was still at the table. Someone, drag him out for us. Shin Tyrant hadn't even postured for 3 seconds before he was kneeling on the ground, suffering. Forgive me, your majesty. It was my mistake. This subordinate wouldn't dare again. Can I just watch my mouth? Please don't subject me to the plank. Chu Li, quite uncharacteristically, showed mercy this once. Let this be the last time. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, your majesty. Shin Tyrant returned to his seat to eat. He insisted on using a wine bowl, wanting to maintain a manly image in front of his younger sister. However, after 3 bowls, he collapsed head first onto the dining table, dead drunk. Haha, fourth brother, you really can't hold your liquor either. Shin Kuo teased him. Then, Shin Kuo realized she too was drunk. I can't drink anymore. Chu Li spitefully cursed Shin Kuo under his breath. Shin Jichin raised his wine cup and looked towards Chu Li. This cup I toast to you, my friend. Once we return to the capital and enter the palace, it might be difficult to meet again. Whether you acknowledge it or not, we made a promise over a decade ago. Chu Li couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The white-robed youth from his memories had never changed. You should know, we do not acknowledge that identity. Shin Jichin understood. I stayed on the mountain for too long. I missed too much. As for whether we can truly return to how things were, how can we know without trying? As Shun Jichin finished speaking, his gaze shifted to Shun Kwa. Your sister is a remarkable person. You and I both know this in our hearts. Xiangshan Town will only be a beginning, won't it? Shun Kwa always subtly changed the people and events around her. Wherever she appeared, even a dead end could be forced into a path forward. Chuli was just about to honor Shun Jichin by drinking a cup with him when he heard Shun Jichin continue. But as her brother, if you treat her poorly, I will still take her out of the palace. Even if, in the future, you are within the imperial palace, separated from us by thick palace walls. If you're not good to her, forget about us being friends. Even if the heavenly king himself descended, it would be useless. Chuli gave a cold laugh, then suddenly swept Shun Ko up into his arms by the waist. She is our consort. She does not require your concern. With that, he strode back to their room. Several days later, the group finally returned to the capital city. Shun Kuei sat in the dragon carriage, gazing at the increasingly close city gates in the distance. We're finally back. The capital is still the best. Seeing Shun Kuei leaning halfway out of the carriage, Chu Li was displeased. He pulled her back and made her sit properly. Is my consort happy? Is your majesty not happy? What is there to be happy about? Chu Li felt annoyed just seeing the civil and military officials. Once back in the palace, it would be another pile of troublesome matters. Shun Kuei, however, was very happy. This is coming home. Traveling outside was fun too, but how can it compare to the comfort of home? A trace of confusion flickered in Chu Li's dark eyes. He didn't understand the feeling of coming home. Just then, Eunuch Sun outside the carriage inquired of Shun Kuei, "Will your ladyship return to the inner palace first, or accompany his majesty to the coiling dragon hall?" "Of course, I'll return to the inner palace first," Shun Kuei blurted out without thinking. The strange feeling in her heart intensified for reasons unknown. Then she hastily said, "This consort takes her leave," and bolted. Shun Kuei felt it must have been the stuffiness of the carriage that made her feel breathless. Thus, her movements getting out of the carriage were quick, so swift that even the hand Chu Li extended from behind, trying to grab her, missed completely. The palace maid Qing Dai, having received the news, had long been waiting with others at the entrance to the inner palace. "This servant greets your ladyship." But Shun Kuei ran past without even acknowledging them. At this moment, that feeling in Shun Kuei's heart grew even stronger. How strange. Could it be from spending too much time with that dog emperor? But why do I feel like if I don't run now, I won't be able to escape? As the most audacious consort yin in the inner palace, Shun Kuei was truly lawless. She actually lied, claiming her monthly period had arrived to deceive the emperor. Chu Li, upon learning the truth, was driven mad with anger. That damned woman, the crime of deceiving the monarch, she dares to utter it so readily. Just moments after Shun Kuei was dealt with by Chu Li, a verbal command reached the Panlong Hall. Upon learning that Chu Li had summoned her merely to practice calligraphy, Shun Kuei was utterly speechless. Chu Li, meanwhile, held his teacup with an air of feigned dignity. "Does my dear consort have any objections?" At this critical juncture, Shun Kuei summoned her consummate acting skills. She immediately clutched her abdomen. "Your Majesty, your consort's stomach aches. I fear I won't be able to practice calligraphy today. May your consort return to her palace to rest." Chu Li's face instantly darkened. Did this woman truly not wish to spend even a single moment by his side? He slammed the teacup onto the table forcefully. "Stomach ache? Jean can summon the imperial physician to prescribe medicine for you." Shun Kuei hastily stopped Chu Li. If the imperial physician were truly called, wouldn't her ruse be exposed? "Your Majesty, calling the imperial physician will be of no use for this ailment of your consort's." Chu Li responded unhurriedly. "Has my dear consort contracted some incurable disease? Then, that even the imperial physician is helpless. This, your consort is merely experiencing her monthly discomfort. It's nothing serious." Unfortunately, Chu Li still didn't understand. Monthly discomfort? What illness is that? Eunuch Sun quickly leaned in close to Chu Li's ear, explaining, "Her ladyship the noble consort refers to her monthly courses. The few days each month when a woman bleeds." At this moment, Shun Kuei was seen clutching her stomach, her face pale, looking as if she were on the verge of collapsing. Yet, she still managed to say, "Your consort will begin practicing calligraphy right now, Chu Li." Only then did Chu Li become anxious. What are you standing there for? Quickly helped the noble consort Yin downstairs to rest. The palace maids hurriedly supported Shun Kwa to a side hall. They thoughtfully prepared some refreshments for her. Seeing the situation, Shun Kwa didn't stand on ceremony. She immediately began to feast heartily. Once the outsiders had left, Qing Dai approached with concern. Your ladyship, your monthly courses are clearly still some time away. Isn't it improper to deceive His Majesty like this? This palace knows it's wrong, but I just don't want to practice calligraphy. Shun Kwa shifted her position slightly on the soft couch. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, no one will find out. After dodging this time, I promise I'll be honest next time. Then, paying no heed to whatever else Qing Dai might say, Shun Kwa began to eat again with carefree abandon. That evening, the Imperial Household Department presented the green-headed plaques, as per procedure. Chu Li disliked the harem and usually just had them taken away directly. But today, Chu Li acted completely out of character. He stared intently at noble consort Yun's jade plaque, lost in thought. Why is her plaque among these? The head of the Imperial Household Department was baffled by his question. There's no mistake, Your Majesty. The noble consort's plaque should be here. We haven't heard that her ladyship is unwell. Fearing he had made an error, he even took out the register recording the dates of the consorts and concubines' monthly courses to check. Chu Li snatched the register from his hands. Then, after seeing Shun Kwa's record, Chu Li's face turned completely black, even frighteningly grim. That damned woman! The crime of deceiving the monarch. She dares to utter it so readily. See if Yun doesn't have your dog's head chopped off. The arrogant and domineering consort Yun is truly lawless. She actually lied about her courses arriving to deceive the emperor. Chu Li was so enraged he felt like chopping off Shin Kwa's head. He violently swept the green-headed plaques before him to the floor. Terrified, the head of the Imperial Household Department repeatedly begged for mercy. Your Majesty, spare my life. If you dislike it, this servant will remove the noble consort's jade plaque immediately. Chu Li was furious. Yes, but he wouldn't allow others to touch Shun Kwa's things, not even something bearing only her name. Did Jun say you could remove the plaque? Presuming to guess Shun's thoughts? It seems you've grown tired of living. Drag him out. 40 strokes of the cane. Hearing the command, the Imperial Guards immediately dragged the head eunuch out for the punishment. Chu Li, meanwhile, backhandedly destroyed the small register recording the concubine's details. Relay Zhen's verbal command. From now on, no records of the harem consorts and concubines are to be kept. Violators will be executed without mercy. After speaking, he glanced again at noble consort Yun's plaque. Remove all the other plaques. Tell them never to send them again. Not ever. Not even once a month. Chu Li was enraged because Shun Kwa had deceived him. Did she dislike being with Zhen that much? Seeing the red glint flash in Chu Li's dark eyes, Eunuch Sun knew he was on the verge of losing control due to anger. Your Majesty, calm yourself. Her ladyship, the noble consort, certainly didn't mean that. She merely dislikes practicing calligraphy. Chu Li forced himself to remain calm and suppress his temper. Go, summon her to see Zhen. Reporting to Your Majesty, her ladyship, the noble consort Yun, left a quarter of an hour ago. It was Steward Xiang who came to report that noble Lady Qi was visiting. Upon receiving the news, her ladyship, the noble consort, immediately went over. Fine. Anyone else, no matter who, can call her away. She leaves without even informing Zhen. In a fit of rage, Chu Li swept all the memorials from the desk onto the floor. He wanted to forcibly summon her back, to keep her by his side forever. But the rationality that Chu Li had been clinging to told him he couldn't. All of you get out. Without Zhen's command, no one is allowed to enter. Chu Li roared in fury. Meanwhile, Shan Ku was catching up with her dear friend, Noble Lady Qi. Noble Lady Qi had brought a large pile of nourishing supplements. She hadn't seen Shin Kwa since the latter fell off the cliff. The moment she saw Shan Kwa now, she flew over and enveloped her in a friendly hug. When I saw His Majesty jump down after you, I was absolutely stunned. Even Lu Tongling and the Imperial Guards didn't react in time. You truly are the apple of His Majesty's eye. Apple of his eye? How cheesy. Shinkor rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. Noble Lady Qi immediately switched to gossip mode. Tell me honestly, after His Majesty saved you, did you express your gratitude in any way? After falling off the cliff, just the two of you, a lone man and woman, drywood meeting fierce fire. Suddenly, she grabbed Shun Kuo's hand with a serious expression. Shun Kuo, a debt of life must be repaid with the most precious thing you possess to show the other person your sincerity. Think carefully, what is most precious to you? Shun Kuo actually pondered this seriously. Finally, as if struck by understanding, she declared, "My most precious possession is obviously money." Hearing this answer, noble Lady Qi slapped her own forehead repeatedly. She struggled to suppress the mouthful of metaphorical blood rising in her chest. Noble Lady Qi had urged Shun Kuo to use her most precious thing to repay Chu Li's life-saving grace. But Shun Kuo had interpreted this as giving her money to Chu Li, because her most precious possession was money. After much deliberation, Shun Kuo still couldn't bear to part with her gold, silver, and jewels. In the end, she decided to just make Chu Li a bowl of noodles. To express her gratitude, Shun Kuo waited early in the morning, on the path Chu Li always took after his morning court session. However, Chu Li, having just finished court, was not in a good mood. He didn't even look up, ignoring the enthusiastic Shun Kuo. Shun Kuo was completely bewildered. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you today?" In the next second, Chu Li's dark, chilling gaze fell upon her. "Noble consort Yin, are you very idle? Since you are so idle, Zhan shall give you this opportunity." Following this, Chu Li slammed several memorials down in front of Shun Kuo. Then, he left with his attendants without a backward glance. Sun Ping quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Your ladyship, please don't be upset. His Majesty is just in a bit of a bad mood." Shun Kuo picked up the memorials from the ground. Ben Gong won't hold it against him today. "These memorials are from the Ministry of Rights, correct? You could just give them to me. Take this bowl of noodles to him." Ben Gong made it personally. Shun Kuo handed the food container to Sun Ping, took the memorials from his hands, and walked away without looking back. Sun Ping carefully carried the food container back to Panlong Hall. "Your Majesty, noble consort Yun has sensed something." Chu Li, without lifting his head, snapped, "Don't want it." Sun Ping opened the lid of the container, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. What a pity, noodles made by her ladyship's own hands. "Since your Majesty doesn't want them, this servant will just throw them away." Chu Li looked up, glaring furiously at Sun Ping. "You dare? Sun Ping, are you tired of living? Bring it back to Zhan." Chu Li lowered his head to look at the bowl of Yangshan noodles before him. No scallions, no greasy meat, just a clear broth made from pork bones, with 3 poached eggs stacked neatly on top. Chu Li visibili di la set. The fury that had burned for 3 whole days dissipated like smoke. "She's apologizing to Zhan with this? Damn woman. Zhan will reluctantly forgive you today, all right." But Sun Ping, standing beside him, looked as if he desperately wanted to say something. Only after Chu Li had finished the entire bowl of noodles did Sun Ping finally speak up. "Your Majesty, this morning you gave the memorials presented to you by the Ministry of Rights to the noble consort." Chu Li looked completely unconcerned. "And then? She handles the Ministry of Rights. Is there a problem?" But Sun Ping stared at Chu Li with eyes that screamed, "You're doomed. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what trouble the Ministry of Rights stirred up for you in court today?" Only then did Chu Li belatedly recall the events of the morning session. Chu Li, who usually never panicked, suddenly shouted anxiously, "Quick, go intercept those memorials. Don't let her see them." Then both Sun Ping and Chu Li simultaneously slapped their foreheads, crying out, "It's over. Too late." At the same moment, a furious roar erupted from Shun Kuo's Yixiang Palace. "Dog man, to hell with your selection. You actually dare to make Ben Gong help you choose women for the draft. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens as noble consort Yun, the most favored woman in the harem? Just how audacious could she be to spite Emperor Chu Li?" Noble consort Yin planned to select 800 women for Chu Li, just to blind his dog eyes. Decisive as ever, Shun Kuo immediately set out. Flanked by bodyguards, she arrived at the Ministry of Rights office. But as soon as she stepped inside, she heard a clamor. There were actually people inside the office, cracking melon seeds and placing bets. This truly was an eye-opener for Shun Kwa. Even when Shun Kwa was cracking melon seeds back at Yixiang Palace, she wasn't indulging as much as these officials. After a full tour, the only person who could remotely be considered working was a junior civil official listlessly sweeping the floor with a broom. Shun Kwa didn't stand on ceremony. She strode over and kicked the table they were using for cards, sending it crashing over. Only after the loud bang did everyone belatedly react. Who? What audacious nerve! How dare you kick this official's table? Guards, seize him from me at once. Are you looking for death? Believe it or not, this official could end you. The enraged officials stood up from their chairs one by one, cursing vehemently. Shun Kwa flared up as well. Open your dog eyes wide. See clearly. What pattern is embroidered on this official's robe? Only then did the crowd of officials get a clear look. Embroidered on Shun Kwa's official robe was the insignia of a minister. Minister, Lord Minister, what brings you here today? Don't you usually never come? Finally, someone recognized the Minister of Rights, who had been appointed long ago, but rarely made an appearance. Shun Kwa rebuked them sharply. My absence was a sign of trust in you. But do any of you hold this official in regard? Do you even hold His Majesty the Emperor in regard? Are you worthy of the silver the National Treasury pays you? My Ministry of Rights has no need for wastrels who eat their fill, but do no work. You scoundrels! Go back and write your resignation letters yourselves. All of you can retire and return to your hometowns. The officials were in the prime of their lives. What need was there to retire? My entire family depends on me for support. You're condemning our whole family to death. But Shun Kwa could see through them at a glance. How could these cunning old foxes change so easily? Before this official changes her mind, get out of my sight and write those resignation letters. Otherwise, I will report this to the imperial court and have you dealt with according to the law. Upon hearing Shun Kwa mention reporting them, they all scrambled away on their own accord. Shun Kwa turned her gaze to the junior civil official who had been sweeping earlier. For the time being, you shall be responsible for the affairs of the ministry. That junior official was instantly dumbfounded. You're not a scion of some aristocratic family who got here through connections, are you? You passed the imperial examinations. Shun Kwa discerned his difference at a glance. The junior official looked very serious, as if wanting to prove something. I'm a candidate who passed the imperial examinations, but I am not from an aristocratic family. I am a student from Songqing Academy. Shun Kwa asked his name. This subordinate is Zhuo Changming. May you endure long and bright, never falling from the azure clouds. I hope you live up to your lofty aspirations. Don't let the stubbornness of the capital's aristocracy dull your edge. A plan was already forming in Shun Kwa's mind. For now, accompany this official to the study. His Majesty has a task. We need to select 1,000 elegant women to enter the palace. Good heavens, Shun Kwa actually had to select 1,000 beauties for Chuli, but she hadn't expected that selecting candidates for the emperor would be such a troublesome affair. Just then, Xiao Er approached. Second brother Ning rejected the invitations from the powerful and influential. He swore an oath and went to the slums in the south of the city to offer medical consultations. Hearing this news, Shun Kwa changed into plain clothes and headed straight for the city. At this moment, Shun Jichin was providing free medical consultations to the commoners there. Dressed in white robes, he sat before a simple table and chair, his expression focused and calm. No matter what questions people asked him, he answered patiently. Presently, Shun Kwa also joined the queue for consultation. Since Shun Kwa arrived late, she ended up at the very back. By the time it was her turn, the sky had already darkened. Shun Jichin saw a richly dressed man sit down and prepare to pack up his things and leave. Shun Kwa chuckled. You can't refuse to treat me. Otherwise, you'd be breaking the very rules you set yourself. Lord Shin wouldn't want that, would he? Resigned, Shun Jichin could only help the man by feeling his pulse. This touch immediately gave the game away. A man's attire, but a woman's pulse. What exactly are you trying to do? Shun Kwa withdrew her hand and grabbed Shun Jichin's sleeve. Heroic second brother, You didn't recognize me again? Huh? A quarter of an hour later, at Yaikzhongho, the most expensive restaurant in the capital, Shen Kuo was heartily devouring delicacies, while Shen Jichen was still explaining, "Little sister, it was too dark back there just now. You have to believe second brother, I absolutely didn't do it on purpose." Seeing her eating without a care in the world, Shen Jichen understood she wasn't truly angry. "Second brother, the most important reason I came looking for you today was actually to give you this." Shen Kuo took out a notebook resembling an account ledger, because it recorded the medical pulse case files of the most exalted person under heaven, Chu Li. Shen Jichen couldn't help but look astonished. "You actually brought this out of the palace?" Shen Jichen didn't immediately open the medical records to look. "I heard they are selecting women for the palace soon, and you want me to examine his pulse records for you?" Shen Kuo nodded. "Although it feels unlucky, I still wanted to ask second brother to help me take a look." Shen Jichen observed her steadily, realizing Shen Kuo wasn't joking in the slightest. "All right, I'll take it back and study it carefully. I'll inform you as soon as I have any findings." Shen Kuo managed to rush back just before the palace gates closed. Qing Dai had been waiting for her at the gate all along. "Your ladyship, you've finally returned. His Majesty has been waiting for you at Yixiang Palace for a long time." Shen Kuo thought, "Why is the emperor waiting for me? Doesn't he dislike entering the inner palace? He actually came to Yixiang Palace to wait for me?" By the time Shen Kuo groped her way back to Yixiang Palace in the dark, she saw Chu Li's face darken the moment he laid eyes on her. "Keeping your majesty waiting is this subject's fault." Chu Li looked disgusted at her attire. "Speak properly, and wipe that stuff off your face for Zhen." "But Shen Kuo is quite wealthy. If your majesty sought me out merely to have me wash my face, then your majesty should please return. I have been busy all day selecting candidates for you, and am quite tired." Chu Li fell silent the moment he heard the words, "selecting candidates." His anger instantly extinguished. His tone then softened considerably. "Consort Yin, have you dined yet?" Shen Kuo was baffled. What exactly did Chu Li mean? Waiting late at night in Yixiang Palace just to ask if she had eaten? Under the moonlight, the man in the dragon robe pressed his thin lips together tightly, regarding the selection of candidates. Zhen was wrong. Shen Kuo turned her head toward Qing Dai. "Instruct the small kitchen to prepare a bowl of food for His Majesty." Chu Li immediately looked towards Sun Ping, his face a mask of question marks. What did this mean? But Sun Ping also wore a troubled expression. "Your servant doesn't know either." After Shen Kuo had bathed and changed, she emerged wearing a goose-yellow palace dress. She noticed that the food placed before Chu Li remained untouched. "Where did you go?" Although Chu Li's tone was fierce and impatient, Shen Kuo somehow detected a hint of grievance in it, as if she had abandoned him here all alone, utterly ignored. "Didn't your majesty say you disliked seeing me in official robes? I went to change into a skirt. Why aren't you eating?" Shen Kuo gestured towards the bowl before him. Chu Li, however, asked why she wasn't eating with him. "I ate outside the palace with my second brother. If you don't mind, I can keep you company." Only then did Chu Li begin to eat. Shen Kuo started reporting to him about what happened at the Ministry of Rights today, mentioning that group of useless freeloaders made Shen Kuo angry. Taking money but not doing the work is simply too much. Shen Kuo presented a thick stack of resignation letters to Chu Li. He remained impassive. "You need not report these matters to Zhen. Handle them yourself." "How can that be? I'm the Minister of Rights. I must strictly adhere to the laws of Great Yong. Otherwise, how will I command authority in the future? How can I demand those below me work for me?" Chu Li thought for a moment. Zhen has reviewed and approved. Shen Kuo handed the documents to him, not asking how Chu Li would deal with them. Whether he looked at them or not was his business. "Your Majesty, how long have the civil official imperial examinations been in the hands of the aristocratic families?" "Since the early days of Great Yong's founding." Chu Li actually had little patience. He himself couldn't be bothered with governing affairs of state. Yet, hearing Shen Kuo ask, he was willing to analyze it with her. Emperor Gaozu founded Great Yong. He relied on countless aristocratic families and dignitaries. The civil official imperial examinations were the condition set by these families. Perhaps others would say Emperor Gaozu possessed both civil and military genius, a heroic ruler of his generation. But in Chu Li's eyes, he was utterly foolish. Supporting a puppet to the throne also requires praise. He disgraced the Chu family name. History books are written by the victors. Perhaps in history, there were indeed emperors forced by circumstances of the time, but he was definitely not one of them. When Chu Li cursed people, he never spared anyone's dignity. Even if that person was his ancestor, he showed no courtesy. Trash is trash. No amount of self-glorification can change that fact. Your Majesty, since you know the people selected by the aristocratic families are useless, do you have any solution? Shen Kuo had pondered this question all the way back. The civil examinations were far trickier than the military ones. The aristocratic families had been entrenched in the capital for centuries. Destroying their path to promotion and wealth was easier said than done. She guessed Chu Li must have a plan. However, Chu Li's next sentence was, why should Jin care about whether they live or die? If any aristocratic family dares to place someone before Zhen, Zhen will kill them one by one. As the saying goes, they're wrongly given names, but never wrongly given nicknames. Chu Li's moniker of Tyrant was certainly well-deserved. His method of governing was essentially to lie back on the dragon throne and watch the monkeys below fight amongst themselves. He didn't care about the empire, nor did he want to manage it. This had always been his attitude. As Chu Li spoke, he noticed Shen Kuo looking at him. What kind of look is that? Nothing. I just want to tell Your Majesty. I want to manage it. Shen Kuo looked directly into his eyes. Your Majesty once said, I love to meddle in others' business. I didn't think so before. I was just doing what I wanted to do. But things are different now. You could just consider me fond of meddling. I don't want the future 6 ministries to be as pathetic as the Ministry of Rights. Most importantly, Chu Li, she waited for him for a moment, realizing he wasn't going to elaborate. Never mind. Your Majesty will understand in the future. The feeling of me telling you now versus Your Majesty figuring it out yourself is completely different. Shen Kuo decided not to say more. Chu Li Thao Wen. One thing was clear to him. If you want to do it, then go ahead. If there's trouble, have them come find Zhen. If they find Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Kill them, of course. Chu Li answered without hesitation. Shen Kuo asked him again, is there a reason? Chu Li looked indifferent. Does Zhen need a reason to kill people? Haven't you heard them all call Zhen a tyrant? Chu Li cared nothing for his reputation. There's no need for anyone to sling mud. He's already comfortably settled in the annals of tyrants. Shen Kuo sighed. Your servant might as well solve this myself. How do you intend to solve it? The aristocratic families won't let you meddle with the imperial examinations just because you're the Minister of Rights. Shen Kuo certainly knew. When Chu Li planned to abolish the 3 departments, they had even sent assassins into the imperial palace. What wouldn't they dare to do? Isn't there a perfect opportunity right now? What do you mean? Chu Li had an ominous premonition. Sure enough, in the next breath, he heard Shen Kuo say, speaking of which, I must thank Your Majesty for this opportunity. If you hadn't entrusted the selection of beauties to your servant, I might have had to expend much more effort. Chu Li was momentarily speechless. Can't you find another way? Shen Kuo refused without a second thought. The selection of beauties is a major affair of the court. Currently, the aristocratic families are being suppressed at every turn in the front court by Father and Your Majesty. They dislike this state of being constrained, so their only recourse is to act through the rear palace. To this end, they even used this to threaten second brother, forcing him to treat their illnesses. Such arrogance. If your servant doesn't give them a taste of their own medicine, does Your Majesty perhaps wish to hold another selection next autumn? Therefore, this time, your servant must slap them across the face and make them shut up. After speaking, Shen Kuo thoughtfully asked for Chu Li's opinion. What does Your Majesty think? Your silence will be taken as wanting another selection next year. Flames began to spurt from Chu Li's eyes. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Fine. Very fine. Shen Kuo was to select 1,000 beauties for Emperor Chu Li. Early the next morning, she went cheerfully to the Ministry of Rights office. Now, only she and Zhuo Changming remained in the Ministry of Rights. To better manage affairs, she promoted Zhuo Changming to Vice Minister of Rights. Zhuo Changming held the appointment letter, both thrilled and incredulous. In the end, he actually pushed the appointment letter back towards Shen Shun Kwa. How can this be acceptable? This subordinate is merely a minor civil official. I cannot handle great responsibilities. Shun Kwa handed the appointment letter back to him. Seeing he still refused to accept it, she simply pointed around them. If you don't do it, there's no one else in the Ministry of Rights right now. Do you intend to delay the crucial matter of the palace selection? Zhuo Changming shook his head. Next spring, after the imperial examinations, people will fill the positions. No one will listen to this subordinate. This subordinate cannot command them. This subordinate is merely an insignificant scholar from a humble background. Shun Kwa didn't know what he had experienced to place himself in such a lowly position. But she knew. Didn't you tell this official that you were the Bang Yin, the second-place scholar in last year's imperial examination? If you, as a scholar from a humble background, could reach that position then, why can't you continue to advance? Promoting you to Vice Minister of Rights was not a decision this official made lightly. I had someone investigate your examination papers from that year. You possessed the talent of a Zhuangyan, the top scorer, but your marks were deliberately suppressed by others. Yet even so, your answers stood out from thousands of candidates and were personally selected by the current Sage Emperor as Bang Yin. He dared to circle your name. Why do you not dare to accept this post? Did you endure over 10 years of diligent study in the academy, only to tell this official today that you give up? Shun Kuo placed the appointment letter on the desk beside her hand. This official says you can do it well, and so you can do it well. If you truly lack the capability, this official would not nurture incompetence. The people of my Ministry of Rights must all be talented individuals. So please rest assured on this point. The appointment letter is placed here. Whether you accept it or not is your own affair. Do not let this official look down upon the scholars of your Songqing Academy. Perhaps it was the 4 words Songqing Academy that stimulated Zhuo Changming. The classmates and teachers at Songqing Academy are all excellent. It is I who am not good enough. It is I who have failed teacher Shun's expectations. Zhuo Changming's eyes turned red. With trembling fingers, he picked up that appointment letter. Thank you, Your Excellency the Minister, for your appreciation. This subordinate understands what must be done. This subordinate will certainly not fail your good intentions. Furthermore, I will ensure you clearly see the capabilities of us students from Songqing Academy. You have already allowed this official to witness the spirit of a Songqing Academy student. In the future, you must not only let me see it, but you must let the entire capital see it. Indeed, let all the people under heaven see it. Zhuo Changming clutched the appointment letter, tears continuously streaming down his face. If not for Your Excellency the Minister's reminder, this subordinate nearly forgot his duty. My teachers and classmates are all waiting for good news from me. Shun Kwa became increasingly interested in Songqing Academy. You mentioned your teacher just now. What is his name? Zhuo Changming bowed deeply towards Shun Kwa in salute. Apologies, Your Excellency the Minister. This student cannot directly speak the teacher's name. However, he should be coming to the capital in a few months. If Your Excellency the Minister is interested, I can arrange an introduction for the two of you. Excellent. This official would also like to see who possesses such capability to actually be able to send 10 examination candidates from humble backgrounds to participate in the imperial examinations each year. Shen Kwa helped Zhuo Changming up. Now, my newly appointed vice minister, quickly return to your seat and get to work. We have a tough battle ahead of us shortly. Emperor Chu Li's selection of beauties officially commenced. How could the aristocratic families possibly let this opportunity slip by? It was just that Shun Kwa hadn't anticipated they would be even more frantic than she had imagined. The moment the Ministry of Rights office opened its doors, 3 or 4 groups of people arrived, carrying gold, silver, and precious jewels in their hands. They all hoped to use this chance to send their own family's women into the palace. Dozens of silver notes were firmly pressed into Shun Kwa's hands. Shun Kwa glanced at the noble and aristocratic families before her. She chuckled softly, gathering all the silver. Please, everyone, calm yourselves. This minister will answer your questions one by one. The most crucial point is that this year's selection of beauties is different from previous years. Shun Kwa weighed the silver notes in her hand, the smile on her lips deepening. For instance, what is the most important and worrying issue that brought you here today? Everyone thought in unison. Chu Li's requirements for appearance in the beauty selection are extremely high. This puts too much pressure on us. We implore Lord Minister to show us a clear path. Shun Kwa tucked the silver notes into her pocket. Since this minister has accepted your tokens of sincerity, I will naturally help smooth things over regarding appearances for you. Having received her assurance, everyone relaxed considerably. In that case, we shall not disturb Lord Minister any further. Zhuo Changming had watched Shun Kwa continuously accept money all morning. Minister, what exactly are you planning? Accepting their silver could lead to serious trouble. We should return the silver. Shun Kwa remained unconcerned, finding a comfortable chair to sit and count the money. 15,000 liang of silver. I didn't realize the aristocratic families were this wealthy. They must exploit the common people of the capital quite often. Shun Kwa handed a few silver notes to Zhuo Changming. This minister heard you also live in the slums in the south of the city. The roads there are poor. Use the authority of the court and the emperor to help them repair the roads. There's no need to go through the Ministry of Works to say it was directly approved by the emperor. Zhuo Changming looked utterly bewildered. Minister, did the emperor truly issue this order? Shen Quan knew what she was doing. It's all right, just go. Autumn is nearly over and winter is approaching. The ground will soon freeze over easily. The emperor is considerate of the people's hardships. He worries about everyone slipping and falling while walking, doesn't he? And just like that, Shun Kwa returned to the palace with 30,000 liang of silver notes. How on earth should I spend so much silver? Shun Kwa sat in the carriage returning to the palace, happily tossing the money in the air for fun, watching the silver notes fall like raindrops, a sense of accomplishment filling her heart. Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped. Noble consort. The one who had stopped the carriage was none other than Eunuch Sunday. This servant conveys His Majesty's command. You are summoned to Panlong Hall immediately. After speaking, he added, bring all your silver notes with you. Shun Kwa's smile froze on her face, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her from the heavens, blasting her into ashes on the spot. What does the emperor mean? Is he trying to rob me of my silver? Didn't we agree yesterday that this matter was entirely entrusted to me, and he wouldn't interfere? Eunuch Sun replied, this servant does not know either. Your ladyship should go and see for yourself. Shun Kwa had just come into a windfall, but before she could even figure out how to spend it, she was intercepted by that dog emperor, Chu Li. Chu Li looked at the collected silver notes. Why are these silver notes short by 500 liang? Shen Kwa was puzzled. How did Chu Li know she had allocated 500 liang? Your humble servant had other uses for the other 500 liang. Your Majesty, how did you know? Not only do we know you spent 500 liang today, we also know you dismissed all the officials in the Ministry of Rights, leaving only one person, whom you praised highly. Xian Kuopao said, is Your Majesty referring to Zhuo Changming? He is different from the other officials in the Ministry of Rights. If he were corrupt like the others, your humble servant would also have him submit his resignation. Hearing this, Chu Li snorted coldly. There are many talented individuals in the court. We don't see our beloved consort investigating their examination papers one by one. We see that the Ministry of Rights is empty and will assign 10 individuals to serve there. Chu Li produced a prepared roster and handed it to Shen Kwa. The list contained capable ministers of the great Yong Empire. Shen Kwa returned the roster to Chu Li. The Ministry of Rights is insignificant. If you transfer such capable people to me, will they even agree? Your Majesty, regarding the vacancies in the Ministry of Rights, your humble servant wishes to wait for next spring's imperial examinations to recruit new talent and train them from scratch. One can draw anything on a blank sheet of paper. The people you wish to give me, your humble servant truly cannot use. Julie Sna, could it be that Zhuo Changming is the new talent that meets our beloved consort's expectations? Could this dog of a man be jealous? It's surprising that Your Majesty can even remember Zhuo Changming's name. Please, Your Majesty, help remember one more thing. Zhuo Changming's family has arranged a marriage for him back in his hometown. They're just waiting to get married after the new year. An eerie silence suddenly fell over Panlong Hall. Seeing Chu Li's awkward expression, Shen Kwa almost burst out laughing. Chu Li simply told Shen Kwa, you may leave. After walking out of Panlong Hall, Shen Kwa finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into loud laughter, baffling Qin Dai, who was waiting outside. Your ladyship, what's wrong? Did the emperor confiscate your silver? Have you lost your mind? Insolence! How dare you joke with me? Shen Kuo scolded playfully, then continued. Actually, I was planning to give this dirty money to Chuli anyway. But seeing that doggo man look so disgruntled was truly a bonus. Much of the fatigue from a busy day has vanished. Prepare the carriage. Let's return to the palace. Wash up, sleep, and prepare for tomorrow's challenges. As the date for the Emperor's selection of beauties approached, the Ministry of Rites suddenly released news stating that the Emperor, considerate of the young women, had canceled the requirement to present half the number of women originally destined for the capital. As soon as the news broke, the entire nation erupted in curses. If you were truly considerate, why hold a selection at all? We finally selected them 3 months in advance, and now you say you don't want them? What do you take our daughters for? Shen Kuo hadn't expected the common people's reaction to be this intense. Zhuo Changming, however, stated that this was all the doing of the aristocratic clans. Therefore, the clans must be eliminated. Even if they couldn't be completely eradicated this time, they had to be shown the imperial authority. The clans could be dealt with, but how could the people's deep-seated perception of the imperial family's tyranny be changed? She knew that preventing half the selected women from entering the palace would cause domestic turmoil, but she hadn't anticipated that these common folk would be the first to challenge the aristocratic families. Clearly, she only wanted to spare their daughters as much travel as possible. Coming to the capital would only lead to them being devoured, flesh and blood, by the aristocratic families. They were merely stepping stones for the clan's ambitions. Just then, a group of officials from the aristocratic families stormed in. The moment they arrived, they started slamming the table and challenging Shen Kuo. Chu Jun, what is the meaning of this? We gave you so much silver, and this is how you handle things for us? Why cut the number of candidates by half? Without the village girls, how can my daughter enter the palace legitimately? You must give us an explanation today. Shen Kuo stood calmly before them all. You still have the audacity to come and berate me? This act of reducing the numbers is clearly me carrying out your requests. Yet, not only are you ungrateful, you dare to speak so wildly. Her scolding left them momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Clearing out the village girls has become a good deed in your mouth. Shen Kuo narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing them. I'm clearing the obstacles for all of you. Aren't you aware of your own daughter's looks? If another noble consort yin were to appear, don't come crying to me. Shen Kuo's words deliberately struck their sore spots. So, my esteemed lords and marquises, please calm yourselves. I have arranged everything for you. When the time comes, I guarantee your daughters will stand out and dazzle everyone. If I fail to do a good job, feel free to report me for corruption and bribery. I certainly won't be able to escape the consequences then. The nobles from the capital's various aristocratic families snorted through their noses, expressing their disdain for Chu Jun. It's good that you know. Don't disappoint us. Otherwise, decapitation will be your fate. The aristocratic officials gathered outside to confer. We must prepare a backup plan. We need to figure something out. They discussed furtively, believing they could deceive everyone, unaware that Shen Kuo had already ordered Xiao Yi and Xiao Er to watch them closely. 3 days later, the selected women could only meet the Son of Heaven after paying respects to the noble consort in the palace. The candidates entered the inner hall in rows of 6. We pay our respects to her ladyship, the noble consort. They bowed and offered greetings to the person seated centrally at the highest position. A beaded curtain obscured the prying gazes of most. They could only vaguely discern that the figure behind the curtain wore goose-yellow palace attire. She leaned against one end of the pure gold throne, supporting her head with her hand. This batch of candidates is quite ill-mannered. Didn't anyone teach you the palace rules before entering? Don't you know you are not to gaze upon me without permission? Noble consort Yun, that old trickster, was personally handling the selection for the emperor. But look what she's done. Those eliminated are all as beautiful as flowers. Yet those selected are, well, also like flowers, just perhaps wilted ones. Chuli was really in for it this time. At this moment, Shen Kuo, wearing an arrogant expression, looked at the candidates. I grant you one chance to behold my visage. Come, take a good look. I am this palace's unparalleled noble consort Yin. Now that you have seen me, you may withdraw. You cannot even compare to my face. So what makes you think you can compete with me for favor? A stampede of wild horses seemed to charge through the candidates' hearts. They thought, noble consort Yin is indeed as shameless as the rumors say. How could our faces possibly lose to her servant girl face? Batch after batch, the candidates were dismissed by Shunkwa in this manner. Finally, the aristocratic families couldn't sit still any longer. They rushed into the palace to demand an accounting from Shunkwa. Your ladyship, noble consort, what is the meaning of this? Shunkwa, however, was exceedingly arrogant. I am selecting candidates under imperial orders. If you're dissatisfied, you can go complain to the emperor. The officials were unwilling to accept this. With her causing such a ruckus, our entire plan is ruined. Marquis Yongchang's face was also grim. We cannot clash head-on with noble consort Yin. Otherwise, we will be the only ones to suffer. Are we just going to watch her ruin our plans? Ikubo pointed towards the newly selected candidates in the distance. Each one is uglier than the last. Calling them homely is flattering their looks. Marquis Yongchang wasn't just disgusted by the sight of these village girls. He felt as if he'd been slapped hard across the face. Our beautiful daughters were rejected in favor of a bunch of country bumpkins. How can we face anyone after this? Go find that bastard Chu Jun. We gave him so much silver, and look what he's done. Then, suddenly, everyone realized they didn't know where Chu Jun, Shunkwa, was now. They had only met him at the Ministry of Rights office. They had no idea where he lived. Marquis Yongchang was truly enraged. Fuming, he stormed off towards Panlong Hall. He was going to report the Minister of Rights for extorting contributions and money. Once the emperor handed down punishment, let's see where he could hide then. Shunkwa was in deep trouble this time. The Marquis of Yongchang had gone directly to Panlong Hall, accusing the Minister of Rights, Shunkwa, of corruption and bribery. Every time he saw Shunkwa in her official robes, the corner of his eye would twitch. Chu Jun, the emperor began, today they accuse you of forcing them to offer tribute and accepting bribes. What do you have to say for yourself? Shunkwa immediately put on a performance, kowtowing heavily to Chu Li, portraying herself as a loyal and virtuous official suffering a grievous wrong. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yongchang is spewing slander. They are falsely accusing your humble servant. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for me. Her act was so convincing that it made the Marquis of Yongchang beside her appear rude and unreasonable by comparison. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights, is talking utter nonsense. She took 100,000 taels of silver without batting an eye. If your Majesty does not believe me, you can summon the other victims for a confrontation in court. If I have uttered a single false word, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Shunkwa, her eyes red, declared, everything your humble servant has done has been without a shred of selfish intent. I am more than willing to confront the other victims mentioned by the Marquis of Yongchang in court. I implore your Majesty to investigate clearly. The other victims brought by the Marquis of Yongchang numbered 6 in total. Not many, just a small fraction of those who had given silver to Shunkwa, but they were his trusted confidants. Even Jin, Chun Lien, Itsubo was among them. They each recounted their harrowing experiences of being deceived. The times and places all matched up, seemingly demanding Shunkwa's swift conviction. Listening to their endless, rambling complaints, Chu Li grew impatient. He ordered the imperial guards to throw them all out. Shunkwa knew his temper and patience were terrible. The concept barely existed in his dictionary. She could only try to soothe him discreetly with her eyes. Only after the 6 individuals, led by Ichubo, had finished speaking did Shunkwa feign a sudden realization. So that was your intention when you gave me the silver. And here I thought you were being generous, wanting to cover the travel expenses for the young ladies coming to the capital for the selection. Shunkwa pointed a disappointed finger at the Marquis of Yongchang. Bribing a court official is a capital offense punishable by death. Marquis of Yongchang, do you admit your guilt? Nonsense. The Marquis, finding himself accused in turn, was so furious he swore. It was clearly you who forced us to pay tribute. You took 100,000 taels of silver from us. At this moment, Shun Shao finally spoke up, reporting to your Majesty, your humble servant did indeed, as Lord Chu stated, receive 100,000 taels of silver from him as a charitable donation. The silver drafts have already been deposited into the National Treasury, awaiting verification by the Ministry of Revenue before disbursement. These funds are intended to compensate the selected ladies for all their expenses incurred traveling to the capital. Chu Li looked down icily at the men below. Now that the evidence is conclusive, does the Marquis of Yongchang still wish to argue? Men, dragged the Marquis of Yongchang and the other 6, including Ichubo, out. Execute them on the spot. The Marquis of Yongchang never dreamed things would turn out this way. Not only had his money failed to achieve its purpose, but he was now being framed and sentenced to death. Why? Your Majesty, it was Chu Jun who framed your humble servant. Your Majesty, when will you send troops to confiscate the assets of these corrupt officials? They have embezzled vast amounts of the common people's property over the years. They must be made to disgorge it. Also, Your Majesty, will you still see the prospective candidates waiting outside? The mention of the candidates angered Shun Shao. His kind, harmless daughter had to suffer such indignity. This emperor was truly outrageous. He wanted to take concubines, yet he needed his daughter to help him choose. Shun Shao glanced disapprovingly at Chu Li. As a subject, he couldn't interfere with the emperor's harem, but he could use other methods. Shun Shao took Shun Kuo's hand and patted it gently. Daughter, when father left the house, I saw your third brother moving quite a bit of gold into the Qianling Pavilion. He's also planning to expand your courtyard and select a few gentle, lovely companions for you to relieve your boredom. Father is not an unreasonable man. What men can do, you can do too. As Shun Shao spoke, he even helped Shun Kuo plan. How about this? Father will first select them for you, have their portraits painted, and send them into the palace tomorrow for you to personally appraise. With every word Shun Shao added, Chu Li's face darkened further, eventually becoming so gloomy it looked like water could be squeezed from it. Chu Li took a deep breath, afraid that if he endured any longer, the green hat metaphorically placed on his head would become indelible. Shun Shao, if you have nothing else, then get out. From now on, without our command, you are forbidden to enter the palace. Sven Kuologhed alod hapili. Hearing her laughter, Chu Li threatened Shun Kuo. You seem very pleased? If your Majesty can take concubines, why can't your consort keep attractive young men? It's quite unfair. Chu Li's dark eyes were deep, betraying no emotion. Send all the candidates outside back home. The next day, Shun Kuo received news that Zhuo Changming was injured. So, she took Xiao Er and went to Zhuo Changming's residence. Shun Kuo led Xiao Er inside, but the bedroom quickly became too crowded to stand. Therefore, Shun Kuo asked Xiao Er to wait outside. Zhuo Changming hadn't expected his superior officer to visit him personally and struggled to sit up from the bed. But Shun Kuo pressed him down. No need for formalities. This official heard you were injured and came specially to visit. Zhuo Changming was touched. These are minor matters, really. Zhuo Changming had injured his leg. When the assassin came to kill him yesterday, he fell while escaping. Shun Kuo knew Zhuo Changming had been implicated because of her. The aristocratic families couldn't find her, so they targeted Zhuo Changming instead. Hearing this, Zhuo Changming quickly shook his head. Your Excellency, I only learned yesterday that you had people secretly protecting me. My leg injury, it was my own incompetence. I fell while trying to escape. Shun Kuo had a plan forming in her mind. I have a residence in the eastern part of the city. It usually sits empty. Why don't you move in there? Consider it helping me look after the place. How about it? Not allowing him to refuse, Shun Kuo forcefully pressed the key into his hand. Focus on recuperating first. I have already approved 3 days of leave for you. Return to the Ministry of Rights once you've recovered. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Upon hearing of the Marquis of Yongchang's death, the scions of the noble houses could finally sit still no longer. They stormed the Ministry of Rights together, seeking to settle accounts with Chu Jun. Shun Kuo thought wryly, I hadn't even come looking for trouble with you, yet you've come knocking on my door first. The moment these nobles saw Chu Jun now, they wished they could have someone tear her apart on the spot. What exactly happened with the palace election? Why did the Marquis of Yongchang and Ichubo die? Give us an explanation. Did you conspire with noble consort Yin in the palace all along? And why did Shun Shao help you in the end? They fired questions one after another. Amidst their barrage of curses, Shun Kuo calmly sat down. Why the rush? I haven't even questioned you yet. What was the deal with those women among the candidates? She was, of course, referring to the less attractive ones chosen by noble consort Yin, those whose looks fell short. I ordered my subordinates to select women of moderate appearance. But what sort of crooked melons and split dates did you all send up? The nobles remembered those plain village girls. These were the ones the Marquis of Yongchang had instructed to be sent, intending for them to serve as green leaves to accentuate the flowers. But his clever scheme had backfired. And now you have the audacity to come and complain to me? Fortunately, I was quick-witted. I took the silver you gifted me and handed a portion over to Lord Shin Shao first. Otherwise, wouldn't I have been the one facing execution yesterday? You violated the agreement first, and now you've injured my trusted subordinate. Tell me, how should we settle this account? Chower immediately led guards rushing in, surrounding them tightly. You frame me. Why don't you each leave a leg behind today as an apology to me? Compensate me, and we can let bygones be bygones. Seeing the situation turning against them, the nobles shifted the blame onto their own men. We can hand over our subordinates for you to deal with now. After the representatives of the noble families called their attendants forward, Chower acted right before their eyes. The sounds of Thanjiao, miserable screams, lasted for a full hour. Upon returning to the palace, Shun Kuo was summoned by Chu Li to Panlong Hall to practice calligraphy. What happened to the bump on your head? Did you get it from kowtowing yesterday? Utterly foolish. I've never met anyone stupider than you. Chu Li picked up an ointment jar, rose, and walked down from the dragon throne. He forcefully pinched Shun Kuo's jaw, tilting her head up, and then began applying the medicine. His movements weren't gentle, nor was his application of the ointment light. Yet Shun Kuo inexplicably felt the pain on her forehead subside. Chu Li was about to commence a great purge, but Shun Kuo disagreed. Chu Li stared intently at Shun Kuo, and she met his gaze, unyielding. Both held their own ideas and styles of doing things. Just as conflict seemed imminent, Eunuch Sun quickly brought over the calligraphy copybook. Your Majesty, Your Highness the noble consort, when shall we practice calligraphy? This servant has already prepared the ink. Only then did Chu Li and Shun Kuo withdraw their gazes from each other. Watching their departing figures, Eunuch Sun sighed inwardly. Becoming a couple whose souls resonated was already difficult. How much more so to become an unparalleled emperor and empress pair? Chu Li hadn't rested well recently. Ever since returning from outside the palace, his sleep had been restless. Today, after seeing the bump on Shun Kuo's forehead, he felt even more vexed. When he came across a memorial submitted by a minister impeaching the Minister of Rights, his anger flared further. Chu Li's brush-wielding hand paused. Red ink bloomed thickly across the memorial. Chu Li's arm began to tremble with suppressed fury. Just as he was about to order someone to light the calming incense, someone else acted first. Shun Kuo's singing voice drifted in. He resisted fruitlessly. Chu Li's eyes closed as he drifted into slumber. Villain time machine activated. Current task duration, 6 hours. Host, please complete the mission within the specified time. Current completion rate for saving the Villain Tyrant mission, 49%. In the next second, Shun Kuo found herself surrounded by dense thickets. It seemed like she was in the mountains. While wondering strangely how the cub had ended up in the mountains, Shun Kuo worried he might be in danger. Following the system's prompts, Shun Kuo moved forward. She found herself standing at the highest point of a hill. Below her feet, on the pass between the hills, a battle was raging. On one side were the banners of the Daong army, black with gold trim. On the other side flew unfamiliar banners, blue with a depiction of a gray wolf. The latter side's clothing and attire were also strange. It somewhat resembled the style of the Qingsang kingdom, yet it was different. Could the force before her be the Xiongnu royal court? Shun Kuo remembered little Ali telling her that the Xiongnu royal court was the Daong kingdom's #1 enemy. Shun Kuo scanned the clashing armies. Searching, she quickly spotted little Ali, riding a white horse, clad in black, wielding a long sword, leading the charge at the very front. The ghost mask on his face concealed his expression. The long sword was continuously stained with blood wherever the valiant warhorse passed. It was like a black hurricane sweeping through, leaving behind a ground littered with corpses. My little cub has grown up, truly worthy of being the cub I raised. Fought well, right? Needs to be more ruthless. Annihilate that bunch of trash. The flames of war died down. The ground was a complete mess. 2,000 enemy soldiers were all slain here by little Ali. The last enemy soldier, his face etched with fear, stammered, Who exactly are you? Why? How could you be here? Little Ali had no patience for explanations. With a swift move of his hand and blade, he granted the soldier a quick end. At this moment, little Ali's hands were drenched in blood. He ran to find a clean river to wash them, the crimson water staining the clear stream red. Just then, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Little Ali's spine stiffened. It was pretty sister Shun Kuo standing behind him. Just now, on the hill, I saw Ali fighting with others. Ali cautiously lifted his head. Did Pretty Sister see everything? Shun Kwa had arrived when the fight was already underway. But Ollie looked very cool, fighting so bravely against the enemy. Shun Kwa pointed towards a mountain path where the battle had occurred, not far away. Why did her men leave? They were escorting grain to the county town ahead. Little Ollie had given orders earlier. The grain had to be delivered into the city before dark. If he returned late, the soldiers were to proceed without him. Ollie's army is flexible. Let's follow them ourselves. Soon, the two arrived at the county town. As soon as they entered, little Ollie found himself being given handfuls of wedding candies. Today, our county magistrate's son is getting married. The person distributing the sweets was a wealthy man who seemed particularly fond of children, especially handsome and polite ones like Ollie. While handing out the candies, he pressed an extra portion into Ollie's hands. Little Ollie instinctively wanted to give the treats to Shun Kwa, only then realizing she looked rather frustrated. I can't eat them. Ollie, help me taste them, especially the melon seeds. Hearing this, Ollie carefully tucked the melon seeds into his pocket. I want to save the melon seeds for Pretty Sister to eat. Shun Kwa felt a surge of warmth. This small town wasn't quite at the border yet. Although war raged at the front lines, life in the rear, including weddings and celebrations, carried on. Besides, widespread panic among the populace would make things difficult to manage. The county magistrate's decision to proceed with the festivities likely aimed to maintain local stability. Our county magistrate's young son is truly fortunate, someone nearby remarked. He actually married the #1 beauty in the city. I heard they're childhood sweethearts. Getting married now makes their bond even stronger. They could be together every day from now on. After today, our city's #1 beauty will be forever tied to the county magistrate's young son. Hearing this, little Ollie looked up. What does forever tied to the county magistrate's young son mean? Shin Kuo observed the innocent confusion in his dark eyes. He genuinely didn't understand matters between men and women. So, she explained carefully, it means after two people get married, they become one family. And since they are family, naturally, they must stay together forever. Little Ollie didn't grasp these concepts. Is family the closest people? Of course. Sien Kuo affirmed. Ollie will have a family too, someday. Seeing others get married sparked a desire in little Ollie. Turning his head, he fixed his gaze on Shun Kuo. Pretty sister, what are the conditions for becoming husband and wife? Are there requirements? Shun Kuo thought for a moment. For two people to come together as husband and wife, the most important thing is mutual affection. A marriage without an emotional foundation won't bring happiness. Just like Father Emperor's imperial harem, little Ollie drew a parallel. Shun Kuo quickly cut off his train of thought. Your Father Emperor's harem is the worst possible example. You must never choose that path in the future. Ollie definitely won't. Little Ollie silently committed the phrase mutual affection to memory. Pretty sister, what if between two people, only one likes the other, and the other person is completely unsure? What then? If they're unsure, that's unrequited love. Unrequited love is very difficult. You have to make the other person like you first. What if they never like you? Shun Kuo spread her hands helplessly. Then there's nothing I can do. Her own romantic experience was virtually non-existent. She couldn't offer any real advice. Ollie, is there someone you like? Little Ollie hastily masked his inner thoughts. I don't have anyone I like right now. At that moment, little Ollie recalled the cage back in the palace. No matter what, Pretty Sister could not leave his side. Little Ollie's determination to build that cage solidified once more. Just then, Shun Kuo's time in this moment ran out. Should she tell Ollie she had to leave? In the end, Ollie could only bid a reluctant farewell to Shun Kuo. System. First, congratulations, host. The Save the Villain Tyrant mission completion rate is currently 50%. The progress bar is now past the halfway mark. System. Reward mechanism triggered. Shun Kuo's interest peaked. Can I request the reward myself? I want to be able to physically manifest in the time stream. Is that possible? It puts me at too much of a disadvantage if only Ollie can see me. It's inconvenient for me to even interact properly. But the proposal was rejected by the system. System. Mission rewards can only be determined by the system. What kind of useless system are you? You little piece of trash. The berated system glitched again, displaying garbled text. Shun Kuo mentally flipped it off. Trash system. Back in reality, Shun Kuo gazed towards the sleeping form of Chu Li not far away. Subsequently, he summoned Eunuch Sunday. What are her ladyship's instructions? Should we move His Majesty back to the adjacent bedchamber to rest? Shun Kwa shook her head. No need. He will likely wake up soon anyway. For now, let him rest here, slumped over the table. It certainly wasn't as comfortable as a bed, but it was the only option for now. Let him sleep a while longer. May I trouble Eunuch Sun to bring me some of the less important memorials? Eunuch Sun flicked his horsetail whisk. Her ladyship jests. His Majesty would not be angered no matter which memorial you choose to read. This emperor truly had rocks in his head. He would fall asleep the moment his beloved consort sang. Yet, Shenqua still believed it was due to her exceptional singing skills. If one were to diagnose this symptom in modern times, it might be myocardial ischemia. When Chuli later awoke, he found Shun Kwa engrossed in looking through the memorials submitted from various regions. Having woken from his slumber, Chuli recalled what happened before with considerable displeasure. Zhen did not wish to rest. Why do you sing to Zhen? Hearing this, Shenqua couldn't help but be taken aback. Didn't you tell me to sing whenever I saw you were feeling unwell? Chuli pondered for a moment. That is true, but beloved consort, do not do this next time. He disliked this feeling of losing control. Shun Kwa treated Chu Li's words as wind passing by her ears, thinking, next time her headache acts up, I'll definitely keep singing. In a flash, 3 days had passed. From the beginning of the selection to its end, the candidates for palace ladies had endured countless tribulations. Whether among the noble families or the common folk, grievances echoed everywhere. Shun Kwa, clad in official robes, stood before the candidates looking every bit the proper official. This official knows that it hasn't been easy for everyone, having traveled such long distances. Therefore, on behalf of His Majesty, this official presents you all with a gift. Xiao Yi and Xiao Air carried out large redwood chests, one after another. 20 taels of silver for each person. Once you leave the capital gates, your marriages are your own affair, unrelated to the palace. Among the candidates, many were daughters of farmers and commoners, intentionally or unintentionally selected by the noble families from remote towns and villages. 20 taels of silver was already equivalent to their entire annual income. Thus, for the sake of the silver, everyone's complaints lessened considerably. At this time, Chuli promulgated an imperial edict. The gist of it was that he would change the great Yong tradition, established by the ancestors, of holding the grand selection ceremony once a year, altering it to once every 3 years instead. So much could happen in 3 years. Who knew if, 3 years later, these noble families would even still exist? Shun Kuo mentally planned. Within 3 years, she would seize back the authority over the imperial examinations from the hands of the noble families. Winter was fast approaching. The spring following winter would be the time for the imperial examinations. This official has been thinking. Sending only 10 people from your academy each year is truly insufficient. My Ministry of Rights alone needs 10 people just to handle the workload. When exactly will your esteemed teacher come to the capital, so that we may discuss the matter of increasing the number of candidates for next year's imperial examinations? Zhuo Changming was stumped by her question. My teacher, he cannot leave the academy. Strictly speaking, he cannot leave the region where the academy is located. His departure would cause turmoil. Why? Shun Kuo was full of questions. This official merely wishes to invite him to the capital for tea and conversation. Is even that not possible? Zhuo Changming looked troubled. No, teacher must wait until late winter each year to enter the capital, ostensibly to present New Year blessings to His Majesty. It is absolutely not because he is unwilling to meet you, my lord. Sien Kuoponderet. It sounds like your teacher has quite the background. You could say that. After all, he is considered half a vassal king of Daeong. Meanwhile, on the border demarcation line between the Great Yong and the Xiongnu Kingdom, a man was leading soldiers, inspecting the pass. Because the pass was the site of constant skirmishes, large and small, throughout the year, the corpses and blades could never be completely cleared away. Hence, it was known as Jianmen Pass, Sword Gate Pass. Jianmen Pass was the most crucial borderline for the Great Yong Kingdom, garrisoned with several 100,000 troops within its territory, ready to respond at the fastest possible speed to various surprise attacks from the Xiongnu Kingdom. Your Highness, after finishing the patrol today, are we making a trip to Songqing Academy?